This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Confronting NPC will not encounter game's high tick time. Like the top of the cave dripping water falling into Yutan. The regular and rhythmic sound echoed the ears. Liao Zixuan had not slept such a comfortable consciousness, and felt like a whole century. He turned his body subconsciously, and raised his breath on his mouth. Liao Zixuan, who was still hazy, did not notice the abnormality of his voice, but the next moment, the other like a little girl was frightened, eventually waking him up. Ah! Puff! After exclaiming, he followed the sound of falling. When Liao Zixuan opened his eyes, it was such a picture in front of him. In the dim and dark cave, a girl who looked 134 fell to the ground and was curled up opposite him. The other party was wearing a very thin, thick hemp, and it seemed to stay in the wild for a long time. A lot of dirt was stained on the clothes. Scratches and holes were everywhere. At this moment, the girl looked at herself with a vigilant look, but her unable to tremble her body still exposed her inner fear. Liao Zixuan had only one big question mark in his mind. He wasn't just a single sparring of falling god, as the whole person was exhausted and died, and he was lying on the bed at home to sleep. But this cave in front of him, this is a little girl who is like a bamboo pole. There is this slot. Liao Zixuan lowered his head down and saw his plush hand. Oh no! It should be the claw. He was scared in an instant, but he turned into it. Oh! Woohoo! Oh! He ran to a water pond in the cave with the last hopes. But when he passed the reflection in the water, he saw his true appearance now. Oh! He exclaimed again, but this time was no longer frightened, but was surprised. Is this a dark wolf? In the Falling God game, the absolute hidden boss of version 1.0 during the opening period of the service period, and the other one called the Phoenix named Safing as the two major taboo life. The super monsters of the respective side? Liao Zixuan rubbed his eyes hard with his two small paws, like his two small paws. I saw that the reflection of the water surface showed a gray-brown hair. The limbs were short and thick. The head was round, and the sides of the neck were wrapped in soft velvet. At first glance, it looks like a living young little black dog, which is quite cute. But who is Liao Zixuan? As the #1 sparring of the game of Falling God, there are still basic professional literacy. The dark wolf of the young age is indeed not conspicuous, and it is difficult to distinguish. Only people who are very familiar with the dark wolf, in order to be identified by a few details. Liao Zixuan is one of these. If you ask why, there is no him. But he is familiar, and wants to end in version 1.0 during the opening period of that year. Beast, Liao Zixuan, who is aspiring, naturally picks up a lot of lists. However, the dark wolf, which their players could contract in the game, were weakened and castrated. But even this was still the top T0 on the intensity list. But under the moment, he clearly crossed into a dull wolf cub that could only jump alive and reel. Wait! No! Liao Zixuan has never heard of which dark wolf will be born in such a cave. As he realized what he realized, he quickly woke up at his own beginning to wake up, when it was found that there was an altar-like stone pier, and instantly felt a good premonition. Wait a minute. Not thinking of Liao Zixuan here, the wolf head suddenly turned, and a pair of dark golden pupil eyes stared at the cave, and the other person, who was ignored by him just now. The small broken village, who didn't know where I didn't know where came out. Like a thin girl like refugees. When Liao Zixuan's attention was concentrated, he began to emerge in front of his eyes. Weiwei and level, 5 attributes, Strength 1, Agile 1, Endurance 1, Constitution 1, Charm 1, Lucky 8, Elemental Affinity 1 currently biased element, Fire. Village. Local reputation, -10 deceiving as possible legend, 0 unknown status, Poisoning. Professional, Promise Summoner LV1. Sub-occupation, Villager LV2. Tailor LV2. Skills, none. Talent expertise, Occupational expertise, Soul symbiosis calling/contract monster to become your summoned beast. When the summoned beast dies, you will bear part of the damage. When you die, the summoned beast will dissipate together. Occupational level unlocking limit. Current summoned beast, January 1st. Unnamed level, 15 childhood. Attributes, Power 17. Agile 19. Endurance 15. Physical fitness 15. Elemental affinity 35 currently biased element. Fire race. If the dark wolf can anthropomorphize Liao Zixuan's expression at this moment, it must be the subway, the elderly, the mobile phone. Alas, sure enough, the appearance of the game panel proves three things for Liao Zixuan. First, this is indeed the game world of Fallen God. Second, as the summoned beast of an aboriginal, he came to the world of Fallen God. 3. The indigenous people who were the summoners. The dishes are outrageous. The level is flat. And the attributes are even more terrible. Type NPC. Anyone is too lazy to take a look. To say that the only thing that is worth mentioning is that the other party's lucky attributes. Regarding this attribute, even Liao Zixuan, who was a professional player as a professional player, is actually not too much to understand. You say it is powerful. It seems that there are no other basic attributes. But you said that it is not powerful. Now Liao Zixuan has basically clearly clarified the matter. It is nothing more than this villager's little girl in the wild, and walked into an inheritance cave by mistake. Which is where they are now, where they live. This position, the so-called inheritance cave, is a special way to gain career in the game. It does not need players to complete some columns of front tasks. Nor does it require players to spend money to prepare any material and props. Directly a precious professional scroll. And some props that help the profession in the cave. For example, the warrior career will send a good quality weapon. And the mage profession will send a skill scroll below the B level. And the summoner occupation will send a chance to summon a free call. Obviously, this rotten rural girl in front of them is relying on the villagers to summon her, by the villagers to summon her, by the inherited cave. Call out. This. What is this luck? If you know that the summoning is to draw a card, then his Liao Zixuan. This dark wolf is definitely an SSS level. The 5-star and the 5-star. I am afraid that 1/10 is less than 10,000 THS. Forget it. You have to recognize it. But now it should be a wolf. He Liao Zixuan's previous life is known as a god-level sparring. He can cultivate those stupid bosses as the boss of major super associations. Now he cannot train a rustic in the soil. Is the village girl that has never seen before? Haha. Kidding. We are professional. Even if we are now a small thin seedlings. We can give you a watery Chinese cabbage. With such an idea, Liao Laonong moved to his little beast's limbs and began to walk towards the girl step by step, while thinking about how to cultivate the later. Then, before taking a few steps, Liao Zixuan stunned, because opposite him, the villager girl who was the summoner, the girl named Wei Weian. She, seeing herself, that is, her summoned beast walked towards her. Run! Chapter 2 is very strong. You lie down. It's over. It's over. Wei Weian dragged her exhausted body, gritted her teeth, forced her to force her last strength, and ran towards the forest outside. The girl's heart at this moment is full of regrets. After leaving the village alone, she took risks to forest to pick medicine for her seriously ill brother. She looked at the sun and fell into the mountains. Originally, she wanted to find a hidden cave for overnight. But who would have thought that there was a glowing scroll in the cave? And she didn't know what the demon was. Actually, the ghost made God touch the scroll with his hands. As for everything that happened next, it was completely beyond her little villager. First of all, the scroll rushed into her body for a while, and she hadn't waited for her to react. The stone pier in the center of the cave began to flash. After the light faded, a monster appeared out of thin air. Although that monster see it. It's pretty cute. Wei Weian felt that he must be crazy, because at the time, she actually gave birth to a feeling of the monster belongs to her. And even for a moment, she wanted to approach the past and touch each other's head with her hands. The result is naturally a big disaster. When she was just getting closer to the monster, the other party was as if noticeable, opened her eyes from her sleep, and shouted at herself. After that, she looked at her with her eyes, and looked at her. The step approaching was obviously treating her as dinner. Huh? Huho is running away in the forest where he has long been running away. In the forest that is getting darker in the sky. The girl is panting hard. Her barren chest was hot. Her limbs were heavy, as if they were filled with lead. The malnutrition was that it was risky to find the medicine that was full of monsters forever forest. And the thin body of the girl was very weak. Run. I see ant run my legs and feet. I have no consciousness at all. Fluttering? I do and pay attention to the vines under my feet, which has become the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. Wyan only feels that the body is lost in an instant. A black head fell towards the ground. However, misfortunes never come singly. Before Vivian could struggle to support her body and get up, the bushes in front of her shook. Then, a scene that made the girl completely despair appeared. A sharp hissing sound like the god of death knocking on the door came. And 2 or 3 pythons as thick as buckets and as long as 7 or 8 meters emerged from the bushes with cold tongues. Their eyes were faintly glowing in the darkness, and their pointed snake heads all looked at Vivian, who fell to the ground. In an instant, the gloomy and terrifying feeling of being locked crawled all over the girl's body. There was no doubt that she was taken as prey again. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. Vivian tried to get up several times but failed. She really had no strength left. Now the only thing she could do was to wait for death. When she thought of this, tears could not stop flowing from the corners of the little girl's eyes. She was not afraid of death, although she was a little bit. But Vivian was thinking more about her brother, who was sick in bed. If she died here and didn't pick herbs to take back, what would she do with her brother's illness? Her brother was still so young. Unlike her, who was a girl, her brother was a man, the hope of the whole family, and the pillar of the future. Vivian had been without a mother since she was a child. Her mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to her brother. Her father's temperament changed drastically because of this. He drank and gambled all day long, leaving her and her young brother to depend on each other. Without her, would her father, who was drinking all day, be able to take good care of her brother? In addition, if she died, the business that her father had agreed to sell her to a big city would probably be ruined. Without the money from selling her, how would her father repay the debts he owed from gambling? Where would the money for her brother's medical treatment come from? Woo-woo-woo. The more she thought about it, the thicker the mist in her eyes became. Vivian didn't want to die yet. At least she had to wait for her father to sell her and exchange her for money before she died. At least her father and brother would have a better life in the future. Unfortunately, no one could hear the girl's voice. Fortunately, no one could hear it. If Liao Zixuan knew that the girl's last wish before her death was this, that she had to help count the money after being sold by others, he would probably be furious. Oh, no. Liao Zixuan is actually almost pissed off now. This silly girl. Since the girl turned and ran away when she saw him approaching in the cave, Liao Zixuan has been cursing in his heart. This is the first time he has seen a summoner being scared away by the monster he summoned. Of course, Liao Zixuan actually understands that this cannot be blamed on the girl named Vivian. After all, she is a little girl from a remote rural village and may not even know what a summoner is. As for what really makes Liao Zixuan so angry now, it is that she runs so fast, with his short legs as a young dark flame wolf. In the already complex forest terrain, a pile of vines and bushes alone are enough to make him drink a pot. It's really too hard to chase him. It stands to reason that he should be able to crush the girl's attribute value in the blink of an eye. But even if it is a top sports car, it is useless if you can't drive it. He just crossed over, and he is not even familiar with the body of the little wolf cub. He can only swing his limbs in the most clumsy way. But the key is that Liao Zixuan has to chase her, because the girl is his summoner. If something happens to her, he may have to travel through time again. The sky is getting darker and darker. In the forest where monsters are roaming, a silly girl with a combat power of less than 5 is running around rashly. Isn't this just a meal for other beasts? Let others thank nature for its gift. Liao Zixuan was waving his wolf legs desperately, and he was finally about to catch up. He saw the back of the girl falling to the ground. Of course, he also saw the green snakes not far away who regarded the girl as dinner. But he took a long breath and finally let go of his heart. It looked like a very critical situation. But Liao Zixuan deliberately slowed down. And even for the sake of image, he raised his little wolf head and took regular and rhythmic steps on the ground with his wolf claws. At the same time, he shook his body and cleaned up all the dirt and fallen leaves that he had just run on. Why? The reason is very simple. Absolute power crushing. Through the previous game panel, Liao Zixuan roughly understood their location. In this remote area on the edge of the map, which is what players usually call the novice village. The level of ordinary monsters will never exceed level 10. For example, these green snakes in front of them are typical novice cannon fodder monsters. And I, the dark flame wolf, a world-class boss, even if I am just a newborn cub, can kill all the low-level monsters here in seconds. Yes, in seconds. This is like an ordinary person struggling all his life. but he can't compare to others who are born with several houses. This is true in the human world, and even more so in the world of monsters. In other words, at least in the outer forest of this novice area, as long as Liao Zixuan is within his sight, no monster can hurt the girl, because he is the strongest monster. How could Liao Zixuan, who is familiar with various novels and well versed in the art of pretending, miss this opportunity to establish an image in front of the girl? The more silly and ignorant the girl is, the more you must leave a deep first impression on her. So, at this moment, Liao Zixuan seemed to be the sparring partner in his previous life. The wolf hair on his body began to change color gradually, from the previous inconspicuous gray-brown to a faint dark red, which was particularly eye-catching in the forest at dusk. At the same time, the temperature around Liao Zixuan rose sharply, and the scorching breath made the air in his sight distorted, as if it was about to be ignited. A trembling and terrifying breath spread out from him, and countless birds and beasts in the forest within a few miles were frightened and took off as if they were fleeing for their lives, making the silent forest noisy. But this noise didn't last long, because after just a few breaths, the sky was like a rain of fire. I saw that the birds and beasts that were trying to fly away just now all ignited strangely, rising unknown black flames and falling from the sky. Other monsters that were lurking on the ground or trying to escape were not spared. One by one, the terrifying black flames ignited from their bodies and devoured them. This naturally included the green snakes before, one of the most terrifying innate skills of the dark flame wolf void ignition. It can be said that within just a few seconds, the only creature that could still breathe and the only creature that was not devoured by the black flames within a radius of several miles was the girl who was limp on the ground. Is this the pleasure of using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? So cool. One step. Another step. The wolf's claws stepped on the ground, and the soil of the forest instantly emitted wisps of white smoke, leaving deep traces, as if it was flowed by magma. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, until Liao Zixuan walked to the girl's side. At this moment, Vivian's mind was already blank. She was a girl from a small village on the edge. How could she have seen such a scene? Vivian stared at Liao Zixuan blankly. This little monster appeared out of thin air from the cave, and was awakened by her. The little girl's eyes were full of confusion, as if she was completely stupid. Very good. This is the effect I want. Seeing the girl like this, Liao Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he gave the girl a look, although he didn't know if the girl could understand his wolf's eyes. But the general meaning should be, see, I'm very strong. You lie down. Then, Vivian kicked her legs, and with a snap, she fell to her side and fainted. Liao Zixuan. Chapter 3. A rural girl will not become a legendary witch. Is it a bit too much? Looking at Vivian, who fainted beside him, Liao Zixuan scratched his head with his front paws in an anthropomorphic way. Alas, life is not easy. Lang Lang sighed. The sun had already set, and the night soon enveloped the forest. It looked like the little girl who fainted from fear would not wake up for a while. In desperation, Liao Zixuan could only start preparing to stay here overnight. There was no need to worry about being attacked by monsters, because his large-scale void ignition just now had turned all the monsters within a few miles into barbecue. The remaining high-level monsters with some strength, after sensing the breath and magic fluctuations emitted by him, would quickly run away if they had any brains, and would not dare to get close at all. So in other words, just a few minutes ago, the girl's place had become an absolute forbidden zone in the eyes of the forest monsters. Ensuring that there were no monsters intruding was only the first step, and Liao Zixuan had to consider the girl's poor health. It was only a short while after nightfall that the unconscious girl began to shiver all over. The temperature at night dropped sharply, and her shriveled body could not bear it. Liao Zixuan initially tried to pick up branches to make a fire, but later found that this was too inefficient. So boom, boom, several trees around that looked to be hundreds of years old were mercilessly set on fire by Liao Zixuan. The ancient trees burning with raging fire fell down with a loud bang, hitting the ground with a loud noise, splashing dust. The temperature brought by burning a few piles of branches and burning a few ancient trees is absolutely different. It can be said that the effect is very significant. Waves of heat came over us, and the little girl on the ground stopped shaking immediately, and even frowned unconsciously, with her mouth slightly open, as if she was about to be awakened by the heat. It must be clarified here that the so-called setting fire to the mountain and being imprisoned for life does not exist for Liao Zixuan. As a dark flame wolf, His specialty is the control of the fire element. So don't think there seems to be a big fire here. But in fact, if you look from a high altitude, you will find that all the flames seem to be covered by an invisible cover, all confined to one area, and there is no tendency to spread. After doing all this, Liao Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. And then he leaned against the girl and began to sort out the gains from the previous battle. Your summoned beast killed Red-Winged Beast and gained 3 experience points. Your summoned beast killed Green-Skinned Snake and gained 5 experience points. Your summoned beast killed the game panel, the biggest golden finger in all game and alien novels, was also brought to Liao Zixuan. No, to be precise, it should be brought here, but not completely, because Liao Zixuan discovered a fact tragically. That is, as a summoned beast, he is not worthy of having his own game panel. So the game system is not actually owned by him, but by Vivian, the silly girl next to him. From the subject U in the battle record, it can be seen that this country girl is the first owner, and Liao Zixuan, as a summoned beast, can only be ranked second. But fortunately, because the girl is a native of this world, she cannot use and perceive the game system at all. Therefore, after a few times, Liao Zixuan indirectly became the only user of the system. In simple terms, he can control his own and the girl's panels at the same time. Alas, although he was depressed, Liao Zixuan also understood that this was actually a good thing. After all, do you want to invest all 103 experience points in the summoner profession? Liao Zixuan chose the yes button without hesitation, and used all the experience points he had just gained from killing on the girl. This was not because he was very generous, but purely because this little experience point was not enough for him. A dark flame wolf. So he might as well improve the girl's strength first. Soon, 2 white lights flashed on Vivian's body. Congratulations. You have upgraded, and your main profession summoner has been upgraded to LV3. Your total level has been raised to level 7. And the current remaining attribute points that can be allocated are 2. Do you want to allocate attributes? Sure enough, this aboriginal girl, Vivian, also obtained the game system, which means that she will have a much higher level than the aboriginals of this world, and will have no bottlenecks like the players, and a perverted upgrade speed. At the same time, she also has a privilege that the players have never had. That is, the level cap will not be locked due to the game version. Thinking of this, Liao Zixuan couldn't help but roar to the sky. What is the proud daughter of heaven? The daughter of luck. He looked at this country girl, who was still unconscious, and came from some small broken village, with a resentful look. A dark thought began to grow slowly in Liao Zixuan's heart. He wanted to train this innocent little girl from the village, who had never seen the world, into an ultimate which that everyone feared, everyone was afraid of, and the whole world trembled. The feeling of slowly seducing the White Lotus and degenerating into the Queen of Darkness made Liao Zixuan extremely excited just thinking about it. He made such a happy decision. So the first step was to allocating all the attribute points obtained from Vivian's upgrade to the attribute of elemental affinity. Which, all about magic. All the mud-legged attributes such as strength, agility and constitution should be put aside, while Liao Zixuan was recklessly carrying out his witch work and transforming the girl's body. Vivian seemed to have sensed it. From coma to sleep, the dazed little girl turned over and subconsciously hugged Liao Zixuan, who was leaning against her and having fun, like hugging a pillow. Logically, this should be a very enjoyable part. But in reality, it was so uncomfortable. It was too uncomfortable. The little wolf in the girl's arms. Liao Zixuan showed a very human expression of struggle. His little wolf legs kept twitching. The reason was very simple. There was really no meat at all. All hard bones. Bones! No! No! At this moment, Liao Zixuan realized the serious mistake he made. He had overlooked a very critical issue. That is, before starting his witch training project, there was another more urgent thing to do. That is, first make this skinny, shriveled silly girl fatten up. After all, she will become a great witch in the future. If this gets out, people will laugh at her. Chapter 4: A moment that goes down in history. Vivian had never slept so comfortably. Not only was her body warm, as if she was next to a big stove, but her face also felt like it was pillowed on high-quality fur that only people in big cities could use. It was soft and furry. So wonderful. The girl in her dreamland rubbed her face against the pillow in her arms involuntarily. But it didn't matter. Vivian suddenly felt that her pillow seemed to tremble as well. She opened her eyes in a daze. And the first thing she saw after waking up was Liao Zixuan's little wolf face, who was tightly held in her arms, with a look of despair. So, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Liao Zixuan watched the girl's expression change from confusion to dullness, and then from dullness back to confusion. Finally, seeing that Vivian was about to faint from fear, he quickly activated the emergency plan he had thought of long ago. Slurp! Liao Zixuan resolutely stretched out his little wolf tongue, and while he was still in the girl's arms, he immediately licked Vivian's small nose tip gently. Shame! Too shameful. Liao Zixuan never thought that he would have such a day. He was a grown man, a cub of a world-class big boss, and a dark flame wolf that was regarded as a taboo life. At this moment, he was like a puppy, licking someone else's face. Shameful. Too shameful. This part must be cut. It can't be broadcast. But you know what? It seems like I'm really a little bit addicted. So the tip of a girl's nose feels like this. What about here? Here? Here. Slurp. After 3 or 4 seconds of smacking, our poor Vivian seemed to come back to her senses. The girl finally mustered up the courage, and with her trembling little hands, she first wiped the saliva off her face, and then tremblingly pulled the little wolf cub away from her face. Ahem. Ahem anyway. It was agreed that this part would not be written in. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Liao Zixuan shamelessly said in his heart that everything just now was just to gain the trust of this silly girl. It was purely a helpless act. A helpless act. There was absolutely no element of licking addiction that he found later. It's a pity that he was so confident just now. But the first sentence of the girl almost made Liao Zixuan fall. I don't have much meat. Wow. I'm really not tasty. Vivian spoke with a crying tone at first, and then it was more like she was holding it in. The girl's eyes were wet, and it was unknown whether it was the morning dew, tears, or saliva that was not wiped clean. Anyway, the little girl snapped her legs apart and sat in front of Liao Zixuan, looking as miserable as she could be. Good guy. It turned out that I licked her in vain just now, and this silly girl thought I wanted to eat her? Liao Zixuan was so angry that he stomped his wolf feet. He first pulled the corner of the girl's clothes with his mouth to make her stop crying, and then shook his head violently at the girl. There was no other way. Vivian's summoner level was too low, and they couldn't communicate with each other through telepathy. They could only use this most primitive method. You mean you don't want to eat me? This was the first time Vivian saw a monster that could communicate with humans. At least for a little girl like her who came from a remote village. Ah! Liao Zixuan nodded vigorously, seeing that the little wolf on the ground actually seemed to be responding to her. Vivian was completely stunned for a moment. And then, curiosity temporarily overwhelmed her fear. She asked in an incredible tone. You can understand what I say. Ah! Damn! This silly girl finally got it. Liao Zixuan was so relieved that he almost cried. It was not easy. He even nodded, turned around on the ground, and shook his tail excitedly. Shit! Wait! Why does it feel more and more like a species named Ha? Charisma! Where did his charisma go? He is a dark flame wolf, and his soul is a top player in Falling God. He must maintain his identity. Just when he was about to respect himself and maintain his image, the next sentence of the girl opposite him instantly broke Liao Zixuan's defense again. Then can you let me go? Vivian was like a helpless little sheep who strayed into a wolf's den. She asked carefully, looking at Liao Zixuan with her pitiful big eyes and pleading. Ah! Ah! Liao Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. He roared at the girl twice fiercely, then raised his little wolf head high and shook his head vigorously. To be a human. No. To be a wolf. You still have to be a little bit cruel. A little bit stronger. He first pointed at the girl with his little paw, then pointed at himself, and finally pointed at the exit of the forest, meaning that you must always be with me, and we will go home together out of the forest. After Liao Zixuan's efforts, Vivian finally accepted this wolf cub monster, which was small, but had terrifying power. It seemed that he had no ill will towards her, and it seemed that he was determined to stay with her. So, no one knows where the girl got the courage from. Maybe it was the professional instinct after becoming a summoner. After Vivian hesitated for a while, she actually showed a little excitement in her eyes. She began to slowly stretch out her little hand and tentatively touched Liao Zixuan's little head. And Liao Zixuan did not refuse, and was afraid that the girl would retreat halfway. So he took the initiative to move closer. Finally, this absolutely historic moment was born in the Forest of Terror Claws, an inconspicuous little corner in the flame domain on the edge of the world of fallen god. From this moment on, the trust relationship between the two people, oh no, one man and one wolf, was officially established. Countless historians and enthusiastic players in later generations, under the secret instruction of a bad-hearted wolf god, named this the beginning of witches and the birth of the queen. It is said that the legendary witch Miss Vivian, who had already stood at the top of the pyramid and was invincible in the world, was socially dead for several months after knowing this. But of course, at this moment, our silly girl, Vivian, a little village girl, was still laughing excitedly, seeing that Liao Zixuan, the young wolf cub, had no resistance or dissatisfaction with her caressing behavior. The girl immediately became bold. Vivian's little hand began to touch here and there. Good guy. They are really not from the same family. They don't go into the same door. The girl is obviously addicted to touching. At first, Liao Zixuan tolerated it. After all, it was understandable. He was a dark flame wolf with noble bloodline, and the fur was of the highest quality. If he really wanted to sell it, it would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Can money measure this? Vulgar. And, to be honest, he was indeed quite comfortable when the girl touched him. But later, when Vivian's little hands began to become increasingly unscrupulous and unconsciously approach some places that should not be touched, Liao Zixuan was shocked and quickly escaped from the girl's clutches. Perhaps she also realized that she had touched too much, and the girl's little face suddenly turned slightly red because of embarrassment, although you can still see a few traces of unsatisfied expressions. But soon, after playing around, Vivian seemed to finally realize that she still had important things to do. The girl quickly reached into her arms, and under Liao Zixuan's curious eyes, she carefully took out a small cloth bag from her arms. When the cloth was spread out on the ground, it was discovered that it contained several medicinal herbs. Chapter 5 Tragic History. Xiao Hei, can you help me find these herbs in the forest? This is really important to me. My brother at home is sick, and he urgently needs these herbs to save his life, the girl said anxiously, using sign language, fearing that Liao Zixuan would not understand. Originally, Vivian was almost desperate about collecting herbs. The Forest of Terror Claws was full of dangers, and she had to be cautious and alert to monsters that might appear at any time, while also paying attention to finding herbs. It took her a whole day yesterday to collect such a pitiful amount of herbs, which was not enough for her brother's treatment. Vivian, who was completely desperate, was ready to return empty-handed and agreed to let her father sell her to a big city for money to treat her brother's illness. But the appearance of Liao Zixuan brought new hope to the girl. After all, the little girl will never forget the scene last night. That was the rain of fire caused by the little wolf monster in front of her, which instantly burned all the forest monsters around to ashes and dyed the dark night red. Vivian was indeed unsophisticated and didn't know anything. But she was not really stupid. At least she was very clear about one fact. That is, her little wolf was very strong. Much stronger than many monsters in the forest that frightened her. Much. Super much. On the other side, Liao Zixuan yawned lazily at first, and didn't care much. Isn't it just protecting the little girl to collect some herbs in the forest? It's a piece of cake. He even cares more about Vivian's address to him at the beginning. What the hell is Xiao Hei? But suddenly a picture flashed through Liao Zixuan's mind, making his original indifferent expression on his face gradually become solemn. Because of the girl's reminder, Liao Zixuan recalled a very strange place when he looked at the little girl's panel. Vivian. Status, poisoned? Poisoned is followed by 3 unknown question marks. Generally speaking, information that can be displayed as on the game panel indicates that it is extremely special and requires players to find clues through tasks or classics by themselves. It is very rare. But how could such a thing appear on a girl from a remote village in the countryside? Unless... Wait. Poisoned. Poisoned. Sick. Damn. Sick. A series of memories were instantly awakened. As if thinking of something very bad, Liao Zixuan's wolf hair all over his body suddenly tightened, and the whole wolf looked unusually serious. Bad? How could he forget such a big thing? Now I have obviously traveled back to the opening period of Fallen God. At this time, Flame Domain is still there, and Alice, the god of fire, is still resisting the erosion of Fallen Abyss. However, from the name of the game Fallen God, we know that all the main plots are centered around Fallen God. And Flame Domain's God of Fire Alice is the first god to be corrupted and fallen by the game's biggest villain Fallen Abyss. The reason why Fallen Abyss, which has been prepared for countless years, chose to start with the God of Fire is a simple sentence. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The God of Fire may not be the strongest among the 9 gods, but he must be the one with the widest influence on the people in the domain. Once there is a problem with the God of Fire, all those who believe in the God of Fire will be implicated. Asymptomatic poisoning of the body is the early manifestation of Abyss Fire poison. When it comes to the second stage, it is inexplicably falling ill. And once it is later, as the plot develops, the God of Fire Alice fails to resist and falls into Fallen Abyss. At that time, all the people who believe in the God of Fire in Flame Domain will also be corrupted and degenerate in an instant, turning into Abyss monsters, making this evil force a trend of starting a prairie fire that shocks the world, laying the foundation for the subsequent invasion of Fallen Abyss, and then opening the prelude to the game version 2.0 under the Black Tide. Liao Zixuan recalled this long section of the early game plot as if it was still vivid in his mind. However, after the initial tension, he soon began to feel an irrepressible fighting spirit that spread rapidly throughout his body. The huge flame domain was completely destroyed, and countless people turned into monsters. It was simply a magical version of the Resident Evil. The God of Fire Alice, one of the few gods among the 9 gods who cared about the civilians, was such a good goddess who loved the people like her own children. She was a super queen with a very hot personality and figure. In the end, she also fell into an abyss monster. At the beginning, this plot made countless players sigh and feel angry. But it must be said that tragedy always mobilizes people's emotions the most. It was under the impetus of this tragic main line of the server opening that players began to spontaneously and frantically pull their friends around them into the world of fallen gods in order to expand their player army and vow to fight Fallen Abyss to the end and return my goddess. As for Liao Zixuan, he happened to be one of them, and it was also the reason for his excitement at the moment. After all, it was like Kerrigan mutating into the Queen of Blades in StarCraft. If you can go back to the past and participate in the plot, you must try to modify history and reverse the ending. Xiaohei, Vivian, who was standing aside, saw Liao Zixuan standing there in a daze, and she was immediately anxious. She stretched out her hand and kept shaking it in front of the little wolf cub, being pulled back to reality by the girl. Liao Zixuan began to analyze and consider the current situation. First of all, Vivian's current stage 1 asymptomatic poisoning is likely to be transmitted from her brother, and her brother has shown the second stage of being seriously ill in bed, which proves that the state of Vulcan Alice is no longer optimistic and the situation is precarious. Of course, let's not talk about such far things. Just talk about how to solve the problem in front of the girl. There are only 2 ways to cure the Abyss Fire poison. The first is to escape from the Flame Realm and leave its influence range before the Vulcan is corrupted. The second is to stop the Vulcan before it falls. Obviously, Liao Zixuan can't do these 2 things at the moment, so he can't remove the girl's poison for the time being, and can only choose to suppress it. It is difficult to cure it, but it is much easier to suppress it. Liao Zixuan knows more than a dozen methods, and the simplest one that he can take action immediately is magic crystal grass. The essence of the Abyss Fire poison is to erode the magic power in the body. So as long as there is enough magic power, it can be suppressed and delayed. Magic crystal grass is such a plant that contains enough magic power. However, magic crystal grass is different from the ordinary herbs collected by the girl before. The reason why it is full of magic power is that the environment where this grass grows contains a lot of magic power. And this kind of environment, if used by players, is usually called a boss nest. Chapter 6: The Attacking Girl. Xiaohei, do we still need to move forward? Vivian looked at the deep forest in the distance. The vegetation was becoming more and more lush and dense. The girl subconsciously shrank her neck. However, the little beast in her arms called out weakly, and pushed the girl with its little paws. After being reminded by Liao Zixuan, the little girl realized that she was too nervous to hold Xiaohei tightly. She didn't have much meat on her body, especially her chest, which was basically a piece of board. No. Sorry. Xiaohei. Vivian's tender face instantly blushed. It wasn't because she was shy, but she felt too embarrassed and apologized quickly. However, While the man and the wolf were talking, a muffled roar suddenly sounded from the ancient tree above the girl. Then, a huge black shadow more than half a person's height attacked the defenseless Vivian on the ground with lightning speed and pounced down. It was a leopard-shaped monster with sharp teeth and claws. It had obviously been secretly eyeing the girl for a long time, and had been looking for the opportunity for the girl to relax and launch a fatal attack. And now was obviously the best time for it. And then, there was nothing else. Before its claws touched the girl's body, the body of the demon leopard first caught fire strangely, and was swallowed by black flames in midair. When it landed, only a charred corpse that was unrecognizable was left. As for our Vivian, she was startled by the black corpse falling from the sky. But she recovered quickly, and even got used to it. The reason is that this situation happened too many times along the way. This is one of Liao Zixuan's plans. The little girl is definitely a first-class ingredient as bait to attract monsters. On the way to the boss lair deep in the forest, Liao Zixuan naturally couldn't let the girl idle. After all, he might face a fierce battle later. As they went deeper and deeper, they gradually left the novice area, and the level of the monsters also increased. If it were just ordinary forest monsters, it would be easy to deal with. No matter how high the level is, it would be a piece of cake. But once it rises to the boss level and obtains an elite template with expertise, even Liao Zixuan has to be cautious. Therefore, to let Vivian have the ability to protect herself first, and have one less burden in the battle is Liao Zixuan's primary goal at the moment. However, this is not difficult. After all, Vivian is a legendary NPC with a player template. There is no bottleneck. As long as you keep killing monsters to gain experience, you can easily upgrade and advance. After killing this demon leopard, the experience accumulated by the girl can finally break through the 10th level. In Fallen God, every 10 levels is a hurdle. With the promotion and strengthening of the profession, Liao Zixuan clearly saw that Vivian's panel was changing rapidly at this moment. The most obvious one is that the girl's main profession has changed from apprentice summoner to summoner LV1 without the word apprentice. Don't underestimate the lack of these two words. But there are a lot of professional specialties that can only be obtained by formal summoners. For example, telepathy. You and the summoned beast have a telepathic connection. You will not be restricted by language, and can convey each other's thoughts within a certain range. Moshi Moshi? Sawadika? Hello? Can you hear me? The voice that suddenly appeared in her mind really scared Vivian, and she almost threw Liao Zixuan out of her arms. Who is talking? The girl looked left and right nervously, and finally felt a little claw scratching her, and Vivian moved her eyes downward. Xiao Hei, was it you who was talking to me just now? The little girl's eyes were full of surprise. Liao Zixuan nodded his wolf head, his expression slightly helpless. Since the girl had just been promoted, she was not proficient in the power of her professional specialty telepathy, so they could not use complete sentences to communicate with each other, and were limited to conveying vague thoughts. However, this is 100 times better than just using body language at the beginning. After learning that she could really communicate with Xiao Hei, that is, Liao Zixuan, Vivian seemed extremely excited. It was no wonder that the little girl was alone in the forest, and what she needed most was support. What's more, she had been holding back a lot of words in her heart, and wanted to find someone to talk to. Xiao Hei, I feel that since we went deeper into the forest, my body has become more and more strange. The girl bent down and gently put Liao Zixuan down, then looked at her hands with confusion. I always feel like something wants to rush out. Perhaps it was out of instinct, Vivian muttered while subconsciously raising one hand. The girl may not have realized it yet, but Liao Zixuan, the dark flame wolf, who was extremely sensitive to magic, had already discovered that the moment the little girl raised her hand, the magic in the surrounding forest went crazy, as if there was a huge pump, and began to rush into the girl's thin body. Then, as if reaching a critical point, a dazzling magic halo bloomed from Vivian's palm, and before the little girl herself could react, it turned into a pure magic energy and whistled away into the distance. Boom! Boom! A huge sound erupted in the forest the next moment. I saw that with Vivian as the starting point. A straight line stretched out, and the forest seemed to be cut in the middle by this line. All the trees along its path were destroyed and collapsed, forming a vacuum area. With a click, the little girl was so frightened by herself that she sat on the ground in a daze, with an expression of "Who am I? Where am I? What did I do?" on her face. Liao Zixuan, who had originally thought it was nothing to be surprised about, was also shocked by the scene at this moment, and rubbed his eyes with his wolf claws in a somewhat comical way. Common basic skills for all caster major professions. Magic missile. It should be like this. But if the spellcasters in the world of Fallen God knew that the horrific destruction just caused was performed by a country girl who had just taken off the apprentice hat, had never been exposed to any magic before, and came from an unknown corner, and performed it subconsciously based on instinct, they would never believe it. After all, if this was true, they would definitely not care about their image, and would use all kinds of super large magic to teleport and position themselves, and rush over to rob people. Why? A genius. What a magical talent. So terrifying. But in fact, the principle is very simple, and Liao Zixuan quickly realized that it was all thanks to his crazy attribute points for the girl. That is, all the attribute points obtained from the upgrade will affect the element affinity attribute of magic power. This makes Vivian only level 10 now. But at least in the attribute of element affinity, she is comparable to the level of a 20-level second-level profession. An elemental mage with magic as its absolute strength. In fact, players in the previous life have tried this method of adding points, but it was far from such a terrifying effect, because in the final analysis, players are just a string of data. They are checked and balanced by the system, and the overexpanded values will be automatically diluted and controlled within a reasonable range. But Vivian is different. As an aboriginal, she uses her real body. In other words, the attributes obtained by adding points have not been diluted at all, and have completely become the power of the girl. It's like the player is using addition, while the little girl is directly using multiplication. Now it's so abnormal at only level 10. So if it goes on to level 20, level 30, when Liao Zixuan thought of this, his eyes instantly became hot, and the dark flame wolf turned into a big bad wolf, drooling at the confused little girl. Although he and Vivian are both bugs, and his starting point is even higher than Vivian's. But how does the saying go? A real boss never personally takes action. This is why Liao Zixuan has always been keen on the sparring profession, compared to pretending to be awesome, which he has long been tired of. Liao Zixuan prefers to personally guide and train awesome people, and then watch them pretend to be awesome. So, go ahead, girl. The entire 1.0 version of the Flame Realm and the Fire God are waiting for you to save them. Just when Liao Zixuan was still immersed in the excitement of the girl next door has grown up, he didn't know that there was another super gift that absolutely surprised him, and it was quickly given to him for free because of the noise created by Vivian. Chapter 7 Closed Beta Players in Action. Time goes back 40 minutes. Nochi Village. Today's village is a little different from the past. Many villagers working in the village are doing two things at once. Secretly looking at two young men who just came out of the village chief's house, with completely unfamiliar faces. This is actually no wonder. These two people look out of place in the poor and remote Nochi village. One of them is wearing well-made leather armor, and a wooden longbow hanging on his back, while the other is even more amazing. It is said that only big people who can use magic are qualified to wear a robe. The villagers privately speculated that these two outsiders must have come from the Fire Code City, but they didn't know what they were doing in their poor and remote village. But in fact, the villagers were all wrong. These two people did not come out of Woodyin City, but were racking their brains, worrying about how to enter Woodyin City. Yes, if Liao Zixuan was here, his eyes would definitely light up, and he would shout that as expected. The classics in the novel did not deceive him, and he would be so excited, because on the top of the heads of these two outsiders in the village, there is a line of words that the natives of this world cannot see. One big watermelon. Melee Magic God. The unique nickname system for players. Yes, the outsiders in the eyes of these two villagers are closed beta players from another world. The reason why they came to Nochi Village was actually very simple. They really had nowhere else to go. Watermelon, you said that after so many weeks, our activities are still limited to these peripheral villages. The internal test is only half a month away. If we don't seize the time to explore more content, we will have no chance. The player wearing a robe, who should be a caster professional, was nagging his companions with a sad face. The hunter player carrying a bow and arrow, that is, a big watermelon, also sighed helplessly. Hey, we are like this. Aren't others similar? I've been browsing game forums these days, and I've talked to people in the circle several times, but no one has a solution. And they all say it was deliberately designed by the official. It turns out that as early as a month ago, The highly anticipated immersive virtual reality masterpiece Falling God finally issued the first batch of closed beta qualifications. The major anchors, studios, video producers, and tens of millions of pre-ordered players have long been like sharks smelling blood, and have snapped up the few closed beta qualifications. Everyone wants to seize the opportunity to try out this cross-era super masterpiece. After all, anyone who is not blind can see its enormous potential and influence. If you can make a name for yourself in it, you may not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Of course, there are also many who really love games and want to experience the legendary 100% immersive virtual reality. A world with absolute intelligence and a god. So many people cherish their closed beta qualification very much, and they wish they could use it 10 times a second, and try every means to understand and explore this new world as much as possible. Even if this is just a closed beta, the account will be cleaned up and the basic data will be deleted at the end. But after all, data is dead. But people are alive. Just relying on the experience of the closed beta. I don't know how many detours can be avoided and how far ahead of others. Perhaps the official also realized this. So for the sake of fairness, although it is open world to explore by yourself. In fact, the birth points of these closed beta players are all set at the edge of the map, far away from big cities, in remote and lonely rural villages. This is also known as the novice village. That's fine. But what's even more amazing is that, after a great god went through so much hardship, and finally fought his way all the way from the novice village to the city of Wudian, he was told that the entire city was in an emergency period, and that strangers without a permit were not allowed to enter. This obviously blocks our range of activities. The melee magic god muttered in dissatisfaction. However, at this time, one bite of a big watermelon next to him smiled mysteriously, looked around like a thief, and then moved closer, whispering to his companion, "I thought so a few minutes ago, but now I don't think so." "What? What do you mean? Do you have a way?" The melee magician's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked anxiously, "Do you remember the mission we just accepted?" Mission? The two had just arrived in Nochi village from somewhere else, and the first thing they did was naturally the old business of players, wandering around the village to see if there were any NPCs who could issue missions for this kind of thing. They were all old hands, and soon they had 3 or 4 missions, but they were all very ordinary, such as hunting low-level monsters, helping to make tools, looking for a lost little girl, etc. But the problem lies in this last mission, looking for the girl who went into the forest of Terror Claws to collect herbs and has not returned. Task description: recently, the youngest son of Onlu, a deadbeat in Nochi village, fell seriously ill and was bedridden. In order to treat her brother, his eldest daughter, Vivian, ventured into the Claw Forest alone to find herbs. But she did not return all night. Onlu, who was anxious, learned the news and wanted to ask you to enter the Claw Forest to find and bring back his missing daughter. Task reward: 15 copper coins, 60 experience points. At first glance, does it look like those common daily tasks? Coincidentally, Deshigwa was careful. After accepting the task at Onlu's house, he curiously cast a reconnaissance skill on the sick youngest son in the house. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but you would be shocked if you did. Because Andy, level 5 status, deeply poisoned. Main occupation: apprentice magician. Secondary occupation: villager LV1. Fire god believer LV1. WOC: apprentice magician. This occupation would definitely cause quite a stir even among the closed beta players, because no player has found the career path of magician so far. Although the melee magician was named after the magician and pretended to wear a robe, he actually didn't even touch the door of apprentice magician. As a result, such a magician who could be called a noble profession among professionals actually appeared in a small country village, and was the youngest son of a gambler. This is too abnormal. And what kind of secondary profession is fire god believer? And why are there 3 question marks after deep poisoning in the opponent's status bar? This is the first time that Deshigwa has seen a message displayed with in Fallen God in the closed beta test. From top to bottom, he reveals the weird little son Andy, and he almost wrote the 5 words "I have a big secret" on his forehead. The key to uncovering this secret must be the corresponding task: find the collecting girl who entered the forest of Terror Claws and never returned. Deshigwa speculated that it is very likely that this is just an introductory task, which can trigger a larger hidden task chain later. From here, We can see what a high-end player is. If it were an ordinary player, he would have been unable to sit still, and would have gone straight to the Forest of Terror Claws with excitement. But Big Watermelon was not in a hurry. He suppressed his excitement, which led to the scene at the beginning, where the two walked out of the village chief's house. Big Watermelon pretended to chat, but his actual purpose was to gather information and get to know more about Onlu's family. It doesn't matter if you don't know, but once you know, wow. This is another more important news than the previous magician profession. Because of gambling debts and his youngest son suffering from a strange disease, the old man Onlu was completely bankrupt. For money, he actually contacted a big family steward in Fire Classic City through his connections, intending to buy his eldest daughter Vivian as a servant to others. Big Watermelon doesn't care about other people's family affairs, nor does he care about how miserable this little girl named Vivian is, who was sold as an item by her biological father. Anyway, they are just early cannon fodder NPCs. In contrast, Big Watermelon is more concerned about the information conveyed by this task. That is, through this task, he might find a way to the Fire Code City. Now, even Big Watermelon can't sit still. After simply explaining all this to the confused melee magic god beside him, the two of them went straight to the Forest of Terror Claws without stopping. As a result, not long after entering the forest, a sudden loud noise from deeper in the forest immediately attracted the attention of the two. After they looked at each other, their hearts skipped a beat, and they began to quickly approach the location of the sound. Chapter 8. This NPC is definitely not simple. Vivian. Vivian. You must hold on. Don't get into trouble. Big Watermelon and the melee god of magic were praying anxiously in their hearts, because it is obvious that the life and death of this NPC will directly affect the direction of the subsequent tasks. Only by successfully rescuing Vivian from the Forest of Terror Claws can the subsequent plot be triggered. At the same time, both of them were ready to face the battle. But to be honest, they were all a little unsure, because from the movement just now, it was definitely not something that ordinary monsters could create. It is very likely to be an elite monster, or even a small boss. After 2 weeks of crazy leveling and accepting tasks, the level of this group of closed beta players was soon stuck around level 10. The reason is that they can no longer gain experience from low-level monsters in the novice area, but they can't beat high-level monsters in farther and deeper areas. After all, in these small villages in the marginal areas, there are no mentors to help them upgrade their professions and teach them skills. At best, they can only be hunter secondary professions like Deshigwa, which is considered good. Without a profession, no expertise, no skills, and only a lonely level panel, the combat power of the closed beta players has been greatly reduced, which is very embarrassing. They are not as good as the best, but better than the worst. And this is also the reason why this group of closed beta players are so eager to open up new maps and go to big cities. The sight shifted, just as the Big Watermelon and the melee magic god were approaching Vivian with expectation and trepidation. On the other side of the forest, at Vivian's place, the little wolf lazily held in the arms of the little girl seemed to sense something. Liao Zixuan said hush strangely in his heart and jumped off the girl. The perception ability of the dark flame wolf is extremely strong, which is a common feature of all high-level monsters. So from a distance, before the two closed beta players found Vivian, Liao Zixuan had already locked them first. Then he saw the two people conveyed by the magic image in front of him. One with eat a big watermelon in one bite on his head, and the other with melee magic god on his head. Ah! Fuck! Ah! From Vivian's perspective, it was her little black wolf that tilted its head and first seemed to call out in a daze. Then, it suddenly seemed to become extremely excited, as if it had seen some delicious prey, and let out a high-pitched wolf howl towards a certain direction in the forest. Xiaohei, what's wrong? Vivian half-crouched down, and the little girl asked curiously while stroking the little wolf, and at the same time looked at the place where Liao Zixuan pointed. After spending most of the day together, the relationship between the man and the wolf quickly heated up, and the girl was already very intimate with him. Someone is coming over here. But don't worry. There shouldn't be any hostility. Liao Zixuan used telepathy to convey vague thoughts to Vivian, letting her know roughly, while at the same time his brain was working rapidly, secretly calculating. Liao Zixuan did not fail to anticipate the power of players. On the contrary, this was a very critical force in his witch training project, and it was also one of the reasons why he was so confident about Vivian's future. After all, the little girl had a weak foundation and came from the lowest class. She was a small villager who had nothing to do with any main storyline. She was completely incomparable to those big families that had been passed down for thousands of years and had a terrifying background. One was in heaven and the other was in the ground. But Liao Zixuan wanted to bring Vivian to turn the world of fallen god upside down. So they had to rely on external forces. And the players were the best allies. Of course, it was easy to say, but it definitely required a bit of skill to do it. Fortunately, Liao Zixuan was best at skills. Although it was indeed much earlier than expected that he would meet the players, it was not difficult for Liao Zixuan. Or on the contrary, it was definitely a good thing for him and the girl. Because first of all, judging from the equipment and levels of these two players, Fallen God should still be in the closed beta stage before the official launch. Secondly, the opponent's route of action was very clear. That is, rushing straight towards him and the little girl. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have been attracted by the sound of Vivian's super magic missile before. Finally, Liao Zixuan noticed in detail that the two players seemed to be very anxious. And on the way forward, they always looked around the forest, as if they were looking for something. Are they coming for Vivian? Because of him, the girl did not return all night. So Vivian's family was worried that she had met with an accident. So they specially asked someone to go to the Claw Forest to find their missing daughter? And these two were the players who happened to receive this search mission. Liao Zixuan outlined the cause and effect in his mind in a short while. But soon felt something was wrong. Because in his opinion, this kind of search for lost cats and dogs is a very common small task. And it is reasonable that players, especially high-level players, who are qualified to participate in the internal test, should not be so serious. However, no matter. In short, he couldn't hide, and he didn't want to hide. But before these two players found this place, he still needed to do a little packaging on Vivian. A few minutes later. Found it. Found it. Watermelon. Look. Is it there? The melee magic god running in the forest had the sharpest eyes. He saw Liao Zixuan and the girl who deliberately stopped in the original place and waited for the two of them to come to the door. On the other side, hearing the excited voice of the magic god, the big watermelon was just happy in his heart. But when he looked over the next second, his eyelids jumped instantly. With the bonus of the hunter's secondary job, his vision is better than that of the god of magic. Big Watermelon clearly saw that just behind Vivian, a black wolf was slowly walking out of the bushes and getting closer and closer to the girl. Not good. The quest NPC is in danger. Big Watermelon mistook the little black wolf for a wild monster in the forest. So, he immediately took off the bow and arrow behind him. And the active effect of the secondary job hunter took effect immediately. I saw that Big Watermelon was still running, but his hands were able to take arrows and draw the bow very steadily. And take aim. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in the forest. And the sharp wooden arrow with an iron arrowhead was instantly fired, heading straight for the little black wolf behind the girl. However, the next moment, the two closed beta players, Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God, were completely stunned and dumbfounded. Wow! Before the arrow flying in the air arrived, a light blue halo suddenly emerged from the body of the village girl, exploded and expanded, and finally formed a huge translucent barrier. The iron arrow shot by Big Watermelon hit the barrier without making any sound, and fell straight down vertically, falling to the ground powerlessly, before Big Watermelon and Magic God could react to what happened. In the next breath, a suffocating and oppressive feeling that made them shudder followed. As for the most unexpected thing, the source of this terrifying hostility was Vivian, the village girl who was supposed to be missing in the Forest of Terror Claws during the mission, and they were going to rescue. Chapter 9. Don't get excited. Don't get excited, Vivian. Relax. Liao Zixuan cursed the hunter player in his heart. Why did he have to shoot an arrow at him? And hurriedly used telepathy to convey his thoughts and comfort the girl. They should have no ill intentions. They just thought I was a wild monster and were afraid that I would hurt you. So they attacked me. To be honest, Liao Zixuan was actually shocked by the girl's reaction, especially after the magic shield ended. Such an honest and naive little girl almost raised her hand and threw a magic missile at the two closed beta players. This scared Liao Zixuan. It's not easy to meet two leaks, dear player allies, but don't let Vivian's missiles kill them without leaving any trace. But of course, I was definitely touched. It seems that I didn't love this silly child in vain. On the other side, after Vivian felt the vague idea of let her calm down conveyed by her little wolf cub, she finally got rid of her impulsive state. In fact, even the little girl herself didn't expect that at that moment. When she saw the stranger with a bow and arrow shooting an arrow at Xiaohei and trying to hurt Xiaohei, she would be so angry and impatient. The magic shield was deployed almost instinctively and subconsciously, even if the arrow was not aimed at her. And even though Vivian knew that the opponent's attack was nothing to Xiaohei, it would not cause any harm. I'm sorry about what happened just now. Vivian, who had returned to normal, immediately trotted to the two closed beta players, who were still standing there stupidly. Their brains seemed to have crashed. The little girl bowed deeply, feeling very embarrassed. It was me who didn't understand the situation and almost used magic to attack you. I'm really sorry for scaring you. Sorry. Vivian was very nervous and kept apologizing. The little girl seemed to have returned to the young and naive country girl that Liao Zixuan first knew. She seemed to be completely different from the girl who released terrifying magic a moment ago. Ahem. Vivian ran to apologize. And finally the two closed beta players came back to their senses. They immediately coughed awkwardly and waved their hands at the little girl. Flattered. It's okay. I was too anxious. And I shot an arrow to attack your pet without permission? Dashigua's eyes drifted to the little black wolf following the girl, and asked tentatively if he couldn't see that the village girl and the little black wolf were actually together. He could just run into a headlock and die. In fact, with Andy's foreshadowing before, Dashigua was able to accept the fact that Vivian also knew magic very quickly. After all, if the younger brother knows magic, it is only natural that the older sister can do it too. The reason why Dashigua was so shocked was that the magic power displayed by the girl was too strong. It could be said that she was the most powerful NPC he had seen in the half-month closed beta test. He secretly speculated that the little girl might have successfully advanced to become a formal magician. No, she might even be higher, reaching the level of a second-level profession. But this raises another question. How could a spellcaster be hooked up with a monster? Wait! Dashigua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled the major professions shown in the trailer of Fallen God. And the spellcaster, the monster, it seems, does have a profession that can connect the two. Could it be that? Just when Big Watermelon was about to guess the correct answer, Vivian interrupted him. Or rather, confirmed his guess. Xiaohei is not my pet. The girl shook her head vigorously at first, then bent down, hugged Liao Zixuan from the ground, and gently stroked him. He was summoned by me, and is my partner. I regard Xiaohei as my home. My family. Vivian seriously corrected Big Watermelon's words. At the end, she was a little embarrassed at first, but finally mustered up the courage to say what was in her heart, as if this was a very important thing for her. But of course, after the little girl finished speaking, her face turned away, not daring to look at the little wolf cub who was stretching in her arms. After all, Vivian knew that her own little black had a very high intelligence and could understand what she meant. On the other side, just when the little girl's face was still flushed and she was in the shameful stage of saying something embarrassing, the other two closed beta players who were listening to the girl's words were also overwhelmed by the girl's words. Especially the melee magic god classmate who had always dreamed of the magician profession. Oh my god! The melee magic god was stunned at Vivian. Summoned? She is not a magician, but a summoner. That's not right. She is a summoner, even if she is also a caster. But isn't your magic power a bit too exaggerated? You should know that the melee magic god has studied all the magic-using professions in Fallen God several times. And he is also familiar with the summoner profession. This kind of profession can be said to belong to the caster lineage, a very side branch. The game trailer explains that it has abandoned the pursuit of elements and magic and turned to studying the secrets of magical creatures. In layman's terms, summoners can be said to be the worst at using magic, because their strength often does not depend on themselves, but on the monsters they have contracted. Thinking of this, the melee magic god and his friend Dashigua looked at each other. I thought that the terrifying magic pressure just now was the strength of the girl in front of me. But who knew that it was actually her weakest point? The real strength of the girl as a summoner is this lazy little black wolf in her arms. How strong is it? And I actually shot an arrow at this little wolf without knowing whether to live or die. When Dashigua thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. because the death penalty for players in Fallen God is very heavy, especially in the internal test. He has no doubt that this black wolf that looks like a little cub will definitely kill him in seconds without even blinking, and he will have no place to cry when he wants to. Of course, fear is one thing, but at the same time, in the hearts of the two closed beta players, it was like a cat's claws were constantly scratching, and the strong curiosity could not be suppressed. Now they all know that this little girl is very strong. I am afraid that she is the strongest hidden NPC in several villages in this large outer area. But strong is strong. But how strong is it? Even if the melee magic god and the big watermelon know in their hearts that the more powerful the NPC is, the more likely it is to be detected by the other party, which is very impolite. This is why they did not use detection on Vivian in the first place before. But now the two of them can't help it. They wanted to use the system to explore more secrets of this NPC named Vivian in more detail. So, after a mental struggle, they felt that judging from her previous apology, the girl was kind and nice. So she shouldn't care about these things. Right? No matter what. Detection. The little wolf cub held in the girl's arms. Liao Zixuan yawned at this moment. After feeling the detection fluctuations imposed on Vivian, he smiled with relief in his heart. TSK, isn't this taking the bait? Chapter 10. Which Vivian? Based on your level, you have obtained the following information. Which Vivian who likes to disguise? Level 10. Status, poisoned. Main occupation, summoner LV1. Secondary occupation, villager LV2. Tailor LV2. Danger level, fable. Detailed information 1. Vivian grew up in Nochi village. She is a simple and honest little villager. She is enthusiastic, kind, and has a strong sense of justice. Detailed information 2. She has a harmless little wolf as a companion. They are inseparable. Detailed information 3. Recently, Vivian's home in Nochi village seems to have some changes, which makes the girl very distressed. If someone can help her at this time. The information obtained through detection stopped here. But the hearts of Big Watermelon and Melee Mage could not stop at all, but were beating faster and faster. They could not believe their eyes. Because what did they see? A witch who was good at disguise. A witch! After thinking that he had discovered the true identity of the young NPC girl in front of him through the detection of the system, Big Watermelon trembled all over. His throat trembled, and he swallowed hard. And the friend of Big Watermelon, the Melee Mage, was not much better, and even cursed in his heart. Can you translate it for me? What the hell is a witch? A small village located at the edge of the world map, in a corner, can run into a witch? The reason why the two closed beta players reacted so violently is that they have long been familiar with the background story in the trailer of Fallen God. So they know very well what the word witch symbolizes in the world of Fallen God. Evil, tyrannical, cruel, and unscrupulous in pursuit of their goals. They have extremely powerful strength. But they are all dark-hearted and do nothing all day long. They are born standard villains. And they are the kind of top super bosses in the villain camp. Before the 9 gods appeared, the world was full of chaos, with no order at all, and the witches faction played an absolutely indispensable role in this. However, later, when the 9 gods came out of nowhere, the old gods fell, and the new gods rose. The 9 realms were established, and everyone was afraid of the power of the 9 gods. New rules were established, and the world gradually improved. During this period, most of the evil villains were wiped out by the 9 gods. But there were still a few troublesome forces that even the 9 gods could not deal with. They chose to avoid the sharp edge, disappeared from the open, began to lurk in the shadows, and turned to secret activities. The witch belonging to chaotic evil is one of them. Shigua. How about let's run away. The melee magic god quietly typed to his teammates in the built-in chat. He was about to cry. It stands to reason that meeting a big NPC is definitely a good thing. Because the higher the position, and the more unpredictable the NPC is, the more treasures he has. Which is a common sense in all games. Maybe a random task of others is worth 1,000 gold, and is extremely precious. But all of this is based on the premise that the other party is friendly. No. Don't even mention friendly. Just be a normal and reasonable NPC. However, what is a witch? She is unreasonable. Each witch has a strange personality, and they all do whatever they want. Do you understand chaotic evil? Crazy. All crazy women. I'll find an excuse later, and say we are just passing by. Don't mention the mission. And then run away. Dashigwa agreed with it, and was very sure of his teammate's suggestion. At the same time, while the two players were frightened and thinking about how to get out, Liao Zixuan and Vivian on the other side were not idle either. And they were also whispering with telepathy. Vivian, these two people should be coming for you. Liao Zixuan began to persuade the little girl. Looking for me? But I don't know them? The girl asked blankly. Liao Zixuan was not in a hurry. He explained slowly. Think about it. You stayed in the Claw Forest for a night and didn't go home. Your family must be very worried. They must be afraid that something happened to you. So they hired these two foreigners who looked very powerful to go into the forest to find you. Huh? Is that so? Xiao Hei, you are so smart. After Liao Zixuan's explanation, the girl quickly figured it out. She rubbed Liao Zixuan's little wolf head, with a little frustration and sourness in her voice, because it was such a simple thing. And she, as a human, was not as fast as Xiao Hei. But then, Vivian immediately became nervous again. It's bad. It's bad. We have to let them go back and report the news. Otherwise my father will be so anxious. No. Wait for Vivian first. We can't let them go back now. Liao Zixuan was like a big bad wolf that finally showed its fangs, and began his first step of inducement. Why? Because the place we are going to is very dangerous. Of course, the more people there are, the safer it is. No. No. Then we can't let them go on the adventure with us. The answer of this kind and silly girl was completely within Liao Zixuan's expectations. But he was not worried at all, because he had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Don't you want your brother's illness to be cured as soon as possible? Although this was a bit despicable, Liao Zixuan knew very well that for the girl, family was definitely her weakness. As expected, when he mentioned the girl's brother, Vivian's expression immediately wavered. So Liao Zixuan quickly struck while the iron was hot and continued, besides, their strength is not bad, and they voluntarily accepted your father's commission. I believe that as long as you ask them for help, these people will definitely be willing to help. But, anyway, it's just asking. If they don't want to, forget it. We won't force others. Okay. Well, I'll try. The girl was finally convinced by Liao Zixuan. In Vivian's heart, between putting strangers in danger and better protecting their own people, the girl finally chose the latter, which is what Liao Zixuan was really happy about. Because it may not be obvious now, but as time goes on, Vivian will definitely go higher and higher. If the girl still has the mentality of a villager, there will be big problems sooner or later. Taking advantage of today's situation, Liao Zixuan's first lesson started. He wanted to secretly instill a subconscious in the girl. That is, no matter what, she should always consider herself first, then others. It may sound a bit selfish and immoral, but who cares? Kindness is a virtue, but it's too hot. Would you rather see a Saint Vivian who sacrifices herself for others, wrongs herself, and benefits others? Or would you rather see a witch Vivian who is decisive, tough, and unyielding? Anyway, if it's the former, Liao Zixuan will be angry to death, and he will definitely choose the latter. Still the same sentence. Liao Zixuan never thought of making the girl a great saint who is highly respected by the whole world. His target is the witch, the legendary witch Vivian, the dark queen who makes the whole world tremble. So, fall quickly and turn evil quickly. Girl. Chapter 11 Cannon Fodder NPCs won't issue S-level missions. That Big Watermelon was just about to say goodbye. But Vivian spoke up. And two voices, one in front and one behind, each with a guilty conscience, rang out in the forest at the same time. Hiss. Not good. Big Watermelon saw the girl's hesitation and thought it was bad. He hurriedly said before the girl, Vivian, we just happened to pass by and thought you were in danger. But since it was all a misunderstanding and a false alarm, we have something else to do. So we'll leave first. Don't leave. Big Watermelon hadn't even finished his words yet. But the girl, who heard that the situation was not right, subconsciously shouted, took a step forward, and blocked the two of them alone. This scene made Liao Zixuan, who was preparing to eat melon seeds and watch the show, suddenly happy, and the little wolf cub smacked his lips cutely. TSK. I didn't realize that Vivian was quite sensible. The little girl has one good point. That is, once she agrees to something, she will definitely do her best to do it. Liao Zixuan was just having fun eating melons, But as the parties involved, the two closed beta players, Big Watermelon and Melee Mage, were frightened by Vivian's surprise. After coming to their senses, the two looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. It's over. It's really easy to get on a pirate ship, but it's hard to get off. This witch must be unwilling to let them go. Here, the two closed beta players actually misunderstood our kind Vivian. The little girl is not unwilling to let them go, but just wants them to listen to her request first. In a strange silence, the little girl's chest rises and falls. Oh, sorry. It's flat. No rise and fall. Ahem. Anyway, take a deep breath. Come on, Vivian. You can do it. As long as you lower your attitude, speak sincerely, and ask for help. These two kind people will definitely not have the heart to refuse you. The little girl quietly encouraged herself in her heart. She had been successfully fooled by Liao Zixuan, thinking that these two strangers were very important forces, and whether she could get their help was very crucial for the future. She did not forget Liao Zixuan's advice. For example, when asking for help, you must try to get close to the other person, so as to narrow the distance between each other. At the same time, you must always look directly at the other person. After all, the eyes are the window to the soul. Only in this way can others feel her sincerity. Finally, the speed of speech must not be hurried. Otherwise it seems as if you are forcing others. So, there was the following scene. There was a click sound. Vivian took another step towards the two closed beta testers. As luck would have it, there was a small branch blocking her way. The girl stepped on it and broke it into two pieces. Then, the girl didn't dare to look away, for fear that the other party would think she was perfunctory. She just stared at the two closed beta testers. Finally, the most critical thing came. Vivian remembered Liao Zixuan's warning. Even though the girl was looking forward to these two strangers helping her through the difficulties, she still forced herself to stay calm and not speak hastily or impatiently. Be gentle. Soft. Can you two wait a moment? Just a moment. The girl clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Her eyes showed a sincere pleading, and her voice was pitiful. Act. Keep acting. You big witch. Big Watermelon was already cursing in his heart. He finally understood what the title of witch who likes to disguise that he had detected before meant. First, she deliberately closed the distance, leaving them no room to escape. And then she deliberately stepped on the branch to break it and make a noise. What does it mean? Doesn't it mean that as long as they dare to move, then that poor little branch will be their fate? It's as easy as stepping on a branch for her. Vivian. It's all right to say that. But what's the most annoying thing? It's the eyes and the tone. On the one hand, she blatantly threatened them with various hints. And on the other hand, she had to use a weak tone of pretending to be pitiful, as if she was really begging for help. Her eyes kept on her, and she had to keep looking at her. What was this? She just wanted to observe how she and her partner looked when she was playing with them. What a bad taste. Witch. Witch. As expected, all witches are psychopaths. Crazy people. Not a single normal person. Too scary. You. Are you listening? Vivian saw the two strangers opposite her, and their expressions kept changing after she started talking. Especially the hunter with a bow and arrow, who seemed to be constipated. The girl's heart was instantly in her throat. Would she mess up? It shouldn't be. She had obviously done everything seriously according to what Xiaohei said. Fortunately, Deshigua's answer later made Vivian feel relieved. Of course. Of course. Miss Vivian. We have been listening to you. Listening very seriously. Big Watermelon emphasized the word seriously, and put on a very focused look. He cursed in his heart, but he had to admit defeat when it was time to admit defeat. At the same time, on the other side, although the title of Miss Vivian made the little girl very flattered, she was a little uncomfortable, because she was just a small villager, and the title of Miss was only used by those gentlemen and nobles in big cities. Sure enough, they were all city people, from big cities. Would people of their status really be willing to accept his commission? He suddenly felt a little less confident, but at this point, Vivian couldn't give up halfway. After a pause, she organized her words nervously and began to plead. It's like this. I'm in urgent need of some people to go deep into the forest. No problem. Time flies. This time, before Vivian finished her words, the little girl was interrupted by Big Watermelon. Big Watermelon patted his chest and agreed without even knowing what to do. His friend, the melee magician, was even better. He had a resolute expression of absolute obedience. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Since there's no way to resist, it's better to accept it quickly and get a good impression. What's that old saying? It's not shameful to fall under the witch's pomegranate skirt. Ah, this. The little girl blinked, then looked left and right at the two people. Vivian's face was full of confusion. Could it be that Xiaohei's methods were really so effective? But she clearly hadn't said anything yet. At the same time, although the scene at the moment was exactly what people liked to watch, Liao Zixuan had no time to eat melon seeds. Because just after Vivian made up her mind and sent a request to the two closed beta players, a familiar translucent light screen automatically appeared in front of him. Do you want to issue a task to one bite of a big watermelon and melee mage? Chapter 12. Here it comes. Liao Zixuan's guess was correct. In the world of Fallen God, after native NPCs like Vivian come into contact with players, all commissions will be automatically presented by the system in the form of tasks. But this is not over yet. What really surprised Liao Zixuan was still to come. When he was about to edit the task, another dialog box popped up. Reward amount evaluation in progress. Vivian. Professional score.d. Level score.e. Attribute score.e. Potential score.a. Currently the highest reward amount that can be issued in the settlement. C level. C level amount includes 1,500 experience points, 5 silver coins, a random rare or lower item or equipment. Soul contract detected. Automatically included the summoned beast in the evaluation system. Recalculating the amount. Xiaohei summoned beast. Race score. SSS. Level score. C. Attribute score. C. Potential score. SSS. Settlement in progress. The amount has been updated. And the current maximum reward amount you can issue is S level. S level amount includes 100,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, a random epic or lower item or equipment, 3 random related professional master skill books, 0 to 10 related regional reputation. Fuck. S level task reward amount? 1.1 million experience points. Liao Zixuan rubbed his eyes with his wolf claws to make sure he had read the information correctly. 5 zeros followed by 1. A full 100,000 experience points. That's outrageous. Because what does 100,000 experience points mean? It can instantly upgrade a player from level 1 to level 20, allowing the profession to directly enter the threshold of level 2. Although this strength alone may still be the bottom of the extraordinary power in the world of Fallen God, it can't withstand the large number of players. A large number of ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that this is only the early stage of the game. No, it's not even the early stage. After all, it's just an internal test. And there is still a long time before the public test. If Vivian and I make good use of this time, improve our strength, and continue to raise the evaluation points of the task reward amount to SS and SSS levels, then when the public beta is launched, tens of millions of players will pour in. Just thinking about it is terrifying. It turns out that to get rich, you still have to rely on the system to make money. After all, these task rewards do not need to be paid by Vivian and Liao Zixuan as NPCs, but by the system. What's more important is that the exaggerated experience value is only a small part of it, and there are a lot of good things behind it. I can only say, it is worthy of being an S-level task, and the reward is too generous. The task rating is often determined by the status, ability, and reputation of the NPC. If it was just the little girl Vivian, she could only issue C-level tasks. But once Liao Zixuan was included, the Dark Flame Wolf, with noble blood and unlimited potential, was no joke. So the quota rating was forced to S. What to do? Suddenly I started to feel jealous. As NPCs, he and Vivian were like gatekeepers guarding a huge gold mountain. They could take out the things in the gold mountain and give them to others at will. But they could only stare at the gold mountain. Regarding this point, Liao Zixuan had already experimented whether he could issue tasks to himself and nested task rewards. But the result was naturally a failure. But? Ha. Liao Zixuan sneered in his heart. Indeed, the system can supervise their NPCs to distribute rewards to players and not to keep them for themselves. But the system can't control it. Players will voluntarily give back the system rewards to us. Right? I was originally worried that Vivian had a weak foundation. Oh no. To be precise, the little girl had no foundation at all. and she was still looking forward to me giving her money. As a dark flame wolf, Liao Zixuan was powerful and noble. But the problems that followed were also seen before. That is, it was too difficult to raise. The development cycle is too long. The experience points required for monsters to upgrade are originally several times that of humans of the same level. And the dark flame wolf is famous for its development among monsters. Just the experience points alone will become more and more astronomical as time goes by. Liao Zixuan's original plan was to train the little girl first, and then wait for her to become powerful quickly, and then let her help him upgrade and evolve. However, now it seems that there seems to be another faster way? At this time, Deshigua suddenly shuddered. He always felt that the little wolf cub lying at Vivian's feet, the witch, seemed to look at him with a wrong look. But let's ignore it for now. Vivian just explained to them what she was going to do next. And Deshigua now regretted it in his heart. Because the two closed beta players figured out that the girl was going to the deepest part of the forest to collect a special medicinal material. And that place was the king of the entire forest. And it was also the source of the name of Demon Claw Forest. A devil Tyrannosaurus named Demon Claw. They didn't know which one was stronger, the devil Tyrannosaurus or the witch. But they knew very well that the two of them, at this level of power, were definitely the weakest of the weak. Not even enough to fill the gaps between the devil Tyrannosaurus teeth. So, why did this Vivian insist on asking them for help? If you think about it carefully, it can be nothing more than two words. Bait. Let them attract the attention of the Demon Claw so that the girl can go deep into the boss's lair to steal things. Damn. The witches are really nothing. Damn. So angry. Big Watermelon and the melee magic god dared not speak. They could only remember Vivian's little face deliberately disguised as an innocent girl in their hearts. And then secretly swore that when their player level was trained up and they could beat NPCs, they would come back to seek revenge on this drama which named Vivian. Just before they finished their poisonous oaths, a crisp ding sound suddenly rang in their minds. Vivian has sent you a task assist in collecting herbs. Do you accept it? Big Watermelon and Melee Mage were stunned at first, because the task prompt seemed to appear a little late. They thought Vivian was going to completely freeload on them, and didn't even plan to give them the task. But soon, both of them curled their lips. Why? Is there any need to ask? Such a perfunctory task name. You don't even need to look at it to know that it will definitely not exceed E level. This made them feel more resentful towards Vivian in their hearts, doing the most dangerous and life-threatening work. But she was so stingy, and planned to perfunctorily get by with the guise of a daily garbage task. She is really worthy of being a witch. A bunch of bad girls without conscience. They cursed in their hearts, but based on the principle that even a small thing is still meat. The two players were honest and chose to accept the task at the first time. But the moment they accepted the task, the prompt sound that followed made them stunned again. You have successfully accepted the S-level chain task assist in collecting herbs. Wait. The chain task of assisting in collecting herbs is S-level. Chapter 13, Are you still in need of dogs? Miss Vivian. Miss Vivian. They are coming. Be prepared. Damn it. Don't bite your ass. Are you ready? Big Watermelon and the Melee Mage were trotting quickly and shouting towards the distance. The two players were covered in dust and jumping up and down, looking miserable, as if they had just come back from begging. Behind them, there was a group of ape-shaped monsters chasing them closely, especially the demon ape in the lead, whose eyes were bloodshot with anger. One claw was waving in the air, and the other was strangely pressed behind his ass, as if it had been stabbed hard by two bastards. I can only say that the high-level players are worthy of being high-level players. Even the way of attracting monsters and attracting hatred is so unique. Look at the posture of the leading monster on the other side. It will definitely not stop until it brings its subordinates to tear these two bastard players to pieces. But how can you dare to take on porcelain work without diamond drills? It can be seen that the two closed beta players are still very good at body movements. Whenever the monsters chasing behind are about to approach, they can always suddenly speed up and dodge the claws of the magic apes like a loach. Directly opposite, in an open space in the forest not far away, Liao Zixuan stretched his limbs comfortably and lay in the arms of the little girl, watching the pictures transmitted by the magic image while praising in his heart. Oh! I must clarify here that Liao Zixuan is a dark flame wolf, not a sloth. The reason why he hangs on the little girl and is too lazy to walk is that Vivian likes to hold him whenever she has the chance. And it is definitely not because he is also addicted to holding him. That's right. It's all because the little girl spoils him too much. Let's get back to the topic. Vivian, concentrate your magic first. Don't release it in a hurry. Wait until the monsters get closer. Liao Zixuan taught the girl to use magic with telepathy. Miss Vivian, use magic to kill them. Hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. The two players, who attracted the monsters, were getting closer and closer. When they saw the little girl, they felt like they saw their own mother. Ignore them. Listen to me. Liao Zixuan, on the other hand, used his wolf claws to block the girl's worried gaze as she kept glancing at the player being chased by a group of monsters. Good. Xiao Hei. I'll try. Retracting her gaze, Vivian tightened her face, continued to hold the wolf with one hand, and slowly raised the other hand. And the surging magic power began to gather rapidly. This time, try not to release all the magic power at once. Can you disperse the magic power into multiple missiles and attack different enemies? Okay. I'll try. Help. Help. Miss Vivian. They are really going to catch up. You dead monkey. Stop grabbing my butt. Melee Mage and Big Watermelon were about to cry. They saw that Vivian was ready to release magic, but she just didn't, which made the two players anxious. The mission clearly said that we should lure the monsters to you. Why don't you do it? Fire! Fire! Seeing that the angry and frenzied leader Demon Ape was about to pounce again, Big Watermelon shouted at the little girl heartbreakingly. However, just as the voice fell, the two players' vision was filled with a large area of blue. The next second, the largest Demon Ape, that was arrogant and aggressive before, was blown away by Vivian's magic missile. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, revealing a big hole, and most of its body was blown away by Vivian's magic missile. Damn! So brutal and cruel. Seeing that Vivian finally took action, Big Watermelon finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground with a thump sound, and gasped for air. As for the melee magic god, who had shouted for help several times before and was almost caught by the buttocks, his face changed, and he instantly shouted arrogantly to the remaining demon apes, who were all stunned on the spot because their leader was killed in seconds. Come here. Come again if you have the guts. I chased you so fiercely just now, but it was just to poke your boss's buttocks. Look. Look. I didn't expect to offend a big witch now. And now you know you are afraid? Indeed. The monsters are not fools. They felt weak from the two players, but they felt a huge threat from the girl standing behind the players. As for the wolf cub in the human girl's arms, they felt a deep fear and trembling from their souls and blood. Run! Run away! The strong signal from their instincts made them afraid to retreat and wanted to leave here quickly. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Whoosh! 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 The azure blue color symbolizing magic burst out from Vivian's hands again. And this time it was not just one missile, but a split explosion, like a machine gun, becoming a real magic missile that can attack multiple targets. You have killed Forest Violent Ape and gained 43 experience points. You have killed Forest Violent Ape and gained 49 experience points. A series of prompts sounded, and it was indeed different with the help of players. Look at the efficiency. Liao Zixuan, who was so heartless, started counting the money directly, while Vivian, who had a big conscience, ran to the two players with a guilty look on her face. Thank you for your hard work. The little girl looked at the two people's embarrassed appearance, and even in a hurry, she bowed deeply to them in gratitude. Vivian really didn't expect that these two strangers would work so hard for her. She was also very distressed, because the other party was even chased by a large group of monsters for exploring the road, which was too unfortunate. Yes, the girl who was kept in the dark thought that these two strangers were just responsible for Sentinel Alert, but she didn't know that being chased by so many monsters was purely their own initiative. Or in other words, it was the result of the secret instruction of her witch. Looking at the silly little girl, the little black wolf in her arms curled his lips in disdain while counting the money. Nonsense! If there was no S-level mission, would they work so hard? Miss Vivian, I'm not saying that you are too polite. Since we have accepted your commission, we must do our best to do the best. Don't say it's just a small exploration. As long as you want. Miss Vivian, even if you let me be the bait and cover you, I will definitely not say anything and will serve you until my death. Listening to the teammate next to him, the melee magic god was so confident that he almost said Miss Vivian, I want to be your dog. Deshigwa was speechless. This friend of his has nothing but thick skin. I can't do such a shameless thing as him. Then the wonderful ding sound from the system sounded again. You have completed the first stage of the S-level chain task assist in collecting herbs. The reward has been issued, and the current task status has been updated. Stage 1, False Pathfinder. Task description: as you go deeper into the forest, the monsters around will become stronger and stronger. The worried Vivian wants you to go to the front and be responsible for scouting. If you encounter danger, you must run back as soon as possible. Task goal: lure 10 monsters back and present them to the witch Vivian. Task reward: 5,000 experience points. Current completion: October 10th. Task completed. You have gained experience points. 5,000. You have upgraded. You have upgraded. Big watermelon. Still need a dog? Miss Vivian. Not a super rich witch lady. Chapter 14 Cannon Fodder NPCs will not have their favorability increased. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding ding ding. It was less than 10 seconds after Big Watermelon and Melee Mage received Vivian's mission rewards. Suddenly, the communication notification sounds from friends in the game began to ring wildly. At first, there were only 1 or 2. But later, it began to spread rapidly like a plague. After a while, there were all kinds of messages and call requests in front of Watermelon and Mage. Obviously, their high-speed upgrade, oh no, it should be an instant upgrade, has caused a sensation in the closed beta player circle. But of course, this sensation is completely negative. In the initial player group, most people still have the mentality of eating melons and watching the fun. The reason is very simple. Everyone thought these 2 guys were open. You Gidge? Big Watermelon. How did you suddenly upgrade from level 9 to level 11? Jump 2 levels? The money you bought was credited to your account. Big Earth Dog is not a dog, rest in peace. Teacher Fation. Rest in peace. Teacher Shigua. I will miss you. Black critical hit, brother. You are awesome. Fallen God is said to be fully supervised by Super AI. And you can find loopholes to open it. I declare that from now on, this place is called Shigua Square. 77777. Pour a cup of cappuccino for Mr. Melee FH and countless people who are also closed beta players. At this moment, all put down their tasks at hand and began to refresh their friend lists, waiting to see how long it will take for the names of these 2 people to disappear from the list and be deleted by the system. What's more, some people, who just want to watch the fun, opened a betting post on the forum in seconds, betting on how long it would take for the super AI of Fallen God to invite the 2 to the list of gods. At the beginning, a group of people who just want to have fun participated enthusiastically. Some of them bet that it would not exceed 10 seconds. Some bet that it would be 30 seconds. And some bet that it would be within a minute. This is actually not surprising at all. After all, 5,000 experience points is absolutely an astronomical figure for the closed beta players at this stage. It is a huge sum of money, which is enough to make Big Watermelon and Melee Mage level up twice. You know, the level of most players in the closed beta has long reached a bottleneck. It is difficult for them to gain experience points by killing low-level monsters. And because they don't have a profession, they can't beat high-level monsters. Therefore, the only way for players to gain experience points now is to do quests. Note that the quests here refer to those very simple daily quests in the village. They are not difficult, but the rewards are pitifully small. It is estimated that you can't get hundreds of experience points in a whole day. Everyone's level has become a snail crawling. Why are you 2 like riding a rocket? And NM is upgrading in seconds. Isn't this turned on? But, as time passed bit by bit, more and more people began to get restless. This Super L is too bad. 10 minutes have passed. How come these 2 are still alive and well? Is there a possibility? I mean a possibility that they didn't cheat, but really found some awesome task, and the reward after completing it allowed them to level up twice? The above. What kind of awesome task must this be to reward so much? Oh no! It turns out that the clowns are us. The forum exploded, and all the friends who had said goodbye to Big Watermelon and the Melee God of Magic before were even more crazy at this moment. Fish Pigeon, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Mr. Watermelon, you didn't really find a way to gain experience. Did you? Can you take me with you? Balls. Big Earth Dog is not a dog, Teacher Watermelon. Teacher God of Magic. Where are you? Send me the coordinates quickly. Black Critical Strike, are you there? Make an offer. Offer? Bullshit. He tui. Now is not the time for you to watch the fun. You still want to get information. Ugh. A bunch of bad friends. After looking at each other, Big Watermelon and the Malay magic god tacitly chose to close the friend communication directly. And all the messages disappeared instantly. And the world returned to peace. This treasure NPC is theirs. No one can share it. If Liao Zixuan knew the psychological activities of the two at this moment, he would definitely say he too hard. Why? Now my Vivian is no longer an evil witch, but a treasure NPC again? After what happened just now, Big Watermelon and the Malay magic god also indirectly felt a strong sense of crisis. Because although they cursed, they knew in their hearts that NPCs like Vivian, who were restless and would definitely cause trouble, would sooner or later enter the vision of other players. By then, everyone would know about this little rich witch. And there would be countless people vying to be Vivian's dogs. Don't underestimate the shamelessness of the players. In this case, before their competitors appear, the two of them have to hold on to the little girl's thigh more tightly. At least to leave an impression on Vivian and know that they are the dog kings. Oh, it's cheap. Too cheap. Cheap or not. But there is really no way. Because she gave too much. Just think about it. This is only the first stage. The beginning of the task chain. And the rewards are so generous and exaggerated. Then, won't it be Xiao Hei? I always feel that those two people look at me a little strangely. The little girl leaned down and whispered in Liao Zixuan's wolf ear. No matter how slow the girl was, she could clearly feel the increasingly hot eyes of the two closed beta players. In response, Liao Zixuan not only did not comfort the worried girl, but also secretly bullied her, smiling and joking to the little girl. Hee hee. Of course. Our Vivian is so beautiful. They must be interested in you. As a result, Liao Zixuan regretted it soon after he said this, because he was enjoying the girl's embrace comfortably in the last second. But in the next second, his body was suspended in the air and fell to the ground. I will ignore you. Vivian puffed her cheeks, turned her back angrily, and didn't look at Liao Zixuan, the little wolf cub, who was cruelly and ruthlessly left on the ground, rubbed his little butt pitifully, and shook his head at the same time. Alas, you are still too young. This is just the beginning. You can't stand it with just two people. You will become the white moonlight in the hearts of millions of players in the future. Oh no! The black moonlight. Exercise. You must quickly exercise the little girl's skin. Just do it. Liao Zixuan quickly updated the huge pit that he had edited long ago and carefully prepared for Big Watermelon and the Malay god of magic. Ah! Bah! It was a task. And this time, Liao Zixuan's slogan was, you should immediately spit out the previous sweetness. Ding. Task status updated. Current stage 2. Task name, Miss Witch wants to eat. Task description, after a morning of deep forest. You are very close to your destination. In order to cope with the boss battle that may come later, it is necessary to take a proper rest, adjust your status, and replenish food. Task goal, prepare lunch for Vivian and her summoned beasts, and meet their needs as much as possible. Task reward, 10,000 experience points. A random excellent item or equipment. Please note that starting from this stage, you must complete the previous tasks and meet the special conditions of this stage before you can continue the task chain. Special conditions required to start the stage 3 task. Vivian's favorability reaches 10 indifferent. Current favorability, -10 cold. Chapter 15. What is a rich woman? Tactical retreat. Big Watermelon and Malay Mage took a deep breath when they saw the latest second stage mission. Preparing lunch is worth 10,000 experience points, plus a random excellent item or weapon. If the screenshots are released, those other closed beta players, who are still running around and busying a bunch of villagers, and may only get a few dozen experience points in the end, will be envious? Why is the gap between NPCs so big? Miss Vivian, what do you want to eat for lunch? Just tell us. No matter how difficult it is, we will do our best to get it for you. The two players ran to the girl. Ah. No. No. I'll just eat the bread I brought with me. Vivian waved her hands quickly. And then, as if to prove that she did have food, the little girl fumbled around in her arms for a few times and took out a rag bag. Opening it, there was only a quarter of a palm-sized black bread left inside. And I don't know what it was made of. Liao Zixuan was curious and put his nose close to it to sniff. But he kicked his legs on the spot and lay on his back in a very funny posture. It smelled like mold. No wonder the little girl was as thin as a pole, with no meat on her body. It would be strange if she could grow meat if she ate this broken stuff all day long. Throw it away. The wolf pounced and snatched the black cake from the girl's hand, and then ran away with it before Vivian could react. Little Black. Little Black. Stop it! Vivian was anxious after she came to her senses. This was her dry food for the next few days. Good guy. This was only a few days of dry food. Of course. The girl couldn't stop Liao Zixuan. When the wolf cub came back cutely, there was no trace of the broken cake. She didn't know where it had been thrown away. You? Vivian was about to cry. She grew up in a poor family. Although it was just a small piece of broken cake, it might have been squeezed out with great difficulty for the girl. The little girl hated people who wasted food the most. For every penny of food wasted, she didn't know how many people who were starving to death could be saved. Vivian raised her hand several times, wanting to beat up the wolf cub, who was looking at her innocently. But in the end, the girl's raised hand did not swing down, but turned into a caress. There was no way. She was still too soft-hearted and couldn't do it. Especially at this time, Liao Zixuan used telepathy to express his thoughts. Just one word. Meat. Yes. I can be wronged and eat noodles. But Xiao Hei is obviously a wolf. A monster. How could he follow me and eat vegetarian food? She only considered herself, but didn't think about what Xiao Hei would eat. She had just said to others that she treated Xiao Hei as her family. Thinking of this, Vivian got angry again in an instant. But this time the target of her anger was no longer Xiao Hei, but herself. Sometimes it's very interesting. The little girl couldn't bring herself to ask others for help, but she could immediately lower herself to ask for help for the people she cared about. I'm sorry. I forgot about Xiao Hei just now, so I still have to trouble you to help hunt around here. Xiao Hei may have a big appetite, so let's divide the work. Okay. Leave it all to us. You've been working so hard for so long. Just take a good rest here. Miss Vivian. After receiving the instructions, the two players ran away in a flash, and hurriedly went to find ingredients, leaving the girl who was a little helpless. Vivian originally wanted everyone to do it together, but who would have thought that the other party would not give her a chance at all? But the girl had no idea that this was just the beginning, and she would really suffer later. 10 minutes later. What are you doing? Sit down. Miss Vivian. Don't move. Leave the chopping wood to us. Stop. Stop. How can you let Miss Vivian do such dirty work as washing vegetables? Stop. Miss Vivian. Do you look down on my cooking skills? Put down the meat quickly. Let me roast it. And you just sit there and wait for it to eat. After a round, the idle girl finally hugged Xiao Hei in a daze, leaned under the shade of the big tree, and looked at the two strangers who were busy preparing lunch. It was the first time that Vivian did nothing and waited for others to serve her, while the little girl felt uneasy and guilty. The two closed beta players on the other side were also muttering in their hearts and getting more and more anxious. Melee Mage and Big Watermelon both noticed the special conditions that Liao Zixuan had added to unlock the next stage of the task chain. That is, Vivian's favorability. This is why these two players ran around so much and served the little girl like an ant. They wanted to increase Vivian's favorability, but what bothered them was that they had done so much. But Vivian's favorability only increased by 5 points. Yes. Why did it only increase by 5 points? Isn't this nonsense? Because the favorability system is controlled by Liao Zixuan alone. Even the 5 points of favorability increase were for testing. Vivian. What do you think of these two people? Very good, but sometimes a little too enthusiastic. The little girl quietly stuck out her tongue at the little wolf. Then Liao Zixuan raised Vivian's favorability towards the two players by 5 points. What about now? Vivian? Do you feel that you suddenly like them, and suddenly feel that they seem to be more pleasing to the eye? What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Hei. I think you are getting more and more frivolous. Vivian angrily slapped the wolf cub's butt. Phew. Now I feel relieved. I can rest assured about his getting something for nothing plan that will soon follow. Miss Vivian. What else do you want to eat? Or should I catch another snake and stew it into snake soup? Ah. No. No. These meats are enough. Then Miss Vivian. Are you thirsty? I'll find you a spring to get some water. No. No. I haven't finished the water in my water bag yet. How about Miss Vivian? Let me massage your legs and shoulders. I'm not bragging. My massage skills are amazing. Vivian, you really don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. I don't need anything. The girl looked sincere. But the two players on the opposite side didn't believe it at all. Because their tasks showed that Vivian's favorability was still at -5 cold. And it was still 15 points away from reaching the level of 10 indifferent. What does this mean? It means that they have not satisfied Vivian, the rich witch. Then, what is missing? Just as Big Watermelon and the melee god of magic were scratching their heads. Suddenly, a dialogue box popped up in front of them. Which Vivian opened the store system to you. NPC shop. What's going on here? The two players were confused as they watched the girl tearing the barbecue with her little hands and feeding it to the little wolf in her arms. As if she had no idea about it and ignored them. Then when they clicked in, they found that there were only 2 items in this witch shop. 1. Sacrifice your strength to the Great Witch Vivian. Price, 500 experience points. Item note, you will gain 1 point of Vivian's favorability. 2. Offer a sacrifice to the Great Witch Vivian. Price, any item/equipment. Item note, depending on the rarity of the sacrifice. You will gain Vivian's favorability. Big Watermelon. Melee Mage. Recalling the innocent look on Vivian's face when she said, she doesn't need anything. The two closed beta players once again experienced what a vicious witch is. Chapter 16 The Peeper in the Dark. 500 experience points is not a small number. Especially if it is needed more than once. Big Watermelon and the Melee Mage quickly calculated that if they want to meet the requirements of the next stage of favorability, they will have to spend at least 7,500 experience points. Each person. In the past, they would definitely be scared away. But now they are just hesitant. There is no doubt that the more they come into contact with the witch, the more they can feel that the tasks here in Vivian are indeed evil. Completely different from other normal NPCs. After all, have you ever seen an NPC who will take back most of the task rewards after issuing a task? Now it can be said to be a fork in the road. Although they complained about Vivian before, they still got her reward for free. But now, if they want to get more benefits, they obviously need to pay the corresponding price. Dashigwa and Melee Mage have 2 choices at this moment. The first is to give up the task directly. At most, they will die after the witch gets angry. The 5,000 experience points they got for free before are enough to make up for the cost. The second is to sacrifice experience points to Vivian. Once they do this, it is equivalent to investing the principal and getting on the pirate ship completely. It can be seen that when it comes to paying money, the two players are still reluctant to do so. Liao Zixuan chooses to add fuel to the fire at this time. Ding. Phase 2 Miss Which Wants to Eat has been completed. You have obtained 10,000 experience points. You have obtained a Withered with Staff excellent grade. It is detected that you have not yet met the special condition Vivian's favorability reaches 10 ordinary. And the subsequent tasks cannot be started. This is like gambling. You will continue to play willingly only after you have given you enough sweetness. Damn. Let's do it. The experience points of 10,000 task rewards were received, which instantly gave the two players confidence and courage. After gritting their teeth, they began to choose to spend experience points to buy favorability. You have consumed 500 experience points. Vivian's favorability +1. You have consumed 500 experience points. Vivian's favorability +1. The little wolf cub, who was being fed by the little girl and carefully smoothed his hair, cried out in comfort. The girl thought that her caressing skills were good and was smiling foolishly. But in fact, what made Liao Zixuan even happier was the 7,500, totaling 15,000 experience points. All the wool that was pulled from the system by the players was invested in himself, which directly allowed Liao Zixuan to upgrade to a higher level. Don't underestimate this level. For a normal native dark flame wolf cub, it may take at least a month to move from level 15 to level 16. After all, the more noble the bloodline of the monster, the longer the growth cycle, which is calculated in years. The wolf cub's hair suddenly became shiny and longer, and its short limbs grew slightly. Although it was still a wolf cub, it was obviously fatter. For the dark flame wolf, level 0 to 20 is the infancy period. Liao Zixuan's current goal is to get through the infancy period as soon as possible. After entering the growth period, he can be said to be able to gain a foothold in the world of fallen god and have the power to compete with those big guys. Yes, that's right. With only the dark flame wolf in the growth period, Liao Zixuan can sweep away most of the human forces. And he was 5 levels away from the level 20 mark before. And now he is only 4 levels away. So it can be seen that each level is extremely important to him. If he continues to follow this trend, perhaps within 3 months, Liao Zixuan will be able to smoothly enter the growth period stage. But 3 months is still too long. Because the storm stirred up by his butterfly wings will not wait for him to slowly prepare. This new trouble has quietly stared at them without them noticing, and is about to come to their door. Oh! Sigh. Liao Zixuan stood up from the little girl's lap reluctantly. He first stretched his front paws forward, stretched his muscles, and adapted to his growing body. Then he raised his little wolf head and pointed it at a place above the forest where his group was resting. A hint of darkness flashed in the amber wolf's eyes. Then, there was a crack sound, like glass being smashed. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and then it became larger and larger, breaking like a spider web, and finally disappeared completely, returning to its original state. Xiao He. What was that just now? Vivian was the first to discover Xiao He's abnormality, and naturally saw the whole process clearly. Someone is using magic to monitor us. After thinking for a while, Liao Zixuan yawned and added, "It should be when we just approach the depths of the forest." Right? At the same time, in the center of the Claw Forest, the restricted area of all forest monsters, in a huge underground nest, there was a very strange picture. The huge cave was now filled with crystal grass emitting a purple halo. They swayed slowly without wind, like the rise and fall of the tide. Around these purple crystal grasses, there were more than a dozen figures busying around. Some of these people picked the mature purple grass and put it into bags to transport away. Some used carts to transport soil, and some held another smaller cloth bag in their hands and kept spreading something around. If all of this was still within an acceptable range, then the most inconsistent and the most difficult to explain here was the owner of this underground nest, the devil Tyrannosaurus named Demon Claw. However, at this moment, this Tyrannosaurus, which was as big as a hill, curled up and lay in the center of the cave as if it was hibernating. On its rough outer skin, strange patterns that did not belong to it flashed, which were weird and evil, although it was sleeping. Its breathing was extremely rapid, and the heavy nasal sound filled the entire nest. If you zoom out and look down at this cave nest from a global perspective, you will be surprised to find that this seems to be a complex magic circle, and the magic Tyrannosaurus is the energy source of the entire magic circle. The magic circle hypnotizes the claws, but stimulates the magic power in its body to expand and grow rapidly, and finally turns into nutrients, which are lost in the air and absorbed by the surrounding purple crystal grass. My Lord Bishop, the magic vision is broken. In the deepest part of the nest, a woman wearing a sacrificial robe, but her clothes are disheveled, and she intentionally or unintentionally reveals a large area of skin, sitting lazily on a chair. And below, people who are also wearing robes, but of a much lower standard, should be church members or deacons, were half kneeling to report to the woman on the chair. TSK. I didn't expect that there could be powerful spellcasters in such a remote place. On the main seat, the woman called Bishop chuckled. Then, send someone to kill him. The woman paused for a moment after she finished speaking, and after a few seconds, she suddenly stopped her subordinates, who were about to leave. The leading spellcaster. Is she a woman? Yes. Bishop. Is that so? Then, kill the rest, and leave the female spellcaster to me. Bring her here. I want to see her. As he spoke, the bishop subconsciously licked his plump, bright red lips. Chapter 17 Cannon Fodder NPC will not be killed. A new huge magic image was projected above the cave nest, and the picture was moving with several apostles sent by the bishop. The originally lazy and bored bishop seemed to be aroused. She sat up slightly from her chair, leaning forward slightly, and the bishop's robe could not cover the 2 deliberately exposed slender white legs, which were stacked up and down at this moment, with her legs crossed and swaying rhythmically. It seemed that she also knew that she was very tempting, or that she did it on purpose. Does it look good? The bishop asked towards an iron cage that was half suspended in the air on the rock wall of the nest cave not far from her chair. Ah! I warn you to let us out quickly, or we will be in trouble later. The leader in the cage had not finished asking before his head was gone. The woman retracted her hand that had just blown up someone's head with a magic, as if it was just a trivial matter. But it was not over yet. What was even more amazing was that the headless body in the cage began to fade rapidly, and disappeared out of thin air. After a few seconds, the person who had just died appeared out of thin air again. You cheap bitch. You only bully us because we are low level now. I tell you, I remember your appearance. After the public beta is launched, I will definitely take the whole guild to you hundreds of times. A soundproof magic enveloped the cage, and the angry curses disappeared instantly, and the cave returned to silence. It seems that these strangers can really be resurrected infinitely. The woman on the bishop's chair thought. Is it a blessing? Or magic? Or is it a curse? The woman tried to think about it, and then gave up immediately. Forget it. Who cares? What does this have to do with me? It's just that I didn't expect that since the legendary immortal stranger has appeared. It seems that the prophecy of that old man is not false. The woman changed the position of her legs, and between opening and closing, she clearly felt that there were several eyes in the cage, and they were focused on her again. But she didn't mind at all. Instead, she raised her lips and made more noises, as if she was mocking silently. Look at how little you have. You've never seen a woman, have you? The leader of the cage, the player named Long Road Man, scolded the 4 or 5 subordinates who were imprisoned behind him. But you are the boss. You obviously saw it too. And you saw it the most fiercely. A subordinate who didn't have good eyesight muttered in a low voice, and was hit on the head instantly. I'm asking for money back. We have been locked up by her for more than a day. The internal test time is so precious. What's wrong with looking at her a few times? What do you know? Boss, you are playing tricks. You want to eat alone. You? Hiss. You're still excited? Right. I can't deal with that NPC woman outside. And I can't deal with you. A bad boy. Right. Wrong. I'm wrong. Don't hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face. Boss. Ouch. Looking at being imprisoned by her. It's obviously a life or death situation. If it were a normal person, he would have been scared to pee his pants and cried and begged her for mercy. But these strangers are still playing and joking with each other, as if they don't take the current situation seriously at all. Interesting. Uh-huh. That's right. The world ruled by those 9 stinky guys is really boring. It's chaotic. It should have been chaotic a long time ago. The more chaotic the better. Ha ha. The woman, who was in a good mood, took back her attention from the cage and turned her eyes to the magic screen. The apostles running in the forest could already see their target from a distance. There were 4 people in a group. No. To be more precise, there were 3 people and a wolf. The woman on the bishop's chair narrowed her eyes and stared at the little girl at the head of the team. In her arms was a little black wolf cub, who was closing his eyes as if taking a nap. Although the magic screen could only see the transmitted images, her intuition told her that this little black wolf was probably not an ordinary beast, but a monster. Or a monster that she couldn't even recognize. A spellcaster with a monster? Could this girl who was obviously from the countryside be a summoner? The woman on the bishop's chair originally thought so. But what happened later made her lose her composure. She stood up from the chair and let out a surprised sigh. You? Vivian was forced to stop, and her hands holding the little wolf were shaking a little. Liao Zixuan could feel the girl's nervousness. Who are you? The girl tried to stay calm and asked the group of gray-robed people who suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. But the other party did not respond, but instead dispersed, surrounded the 3 of them and the wolf in a circle, and surrounded them in the center. We just want to go deep into the forest to collect some herbs. My brother is sick and needs them to save him. Vivian tried to talk to these people, but after the other party surrounded them, they didn't say a word and took out a spike-like weapon from their backs. Obviously, they didn't even bother to talk nonsense and rushed towards Vivian and others. Fuck. What's going on? The 2 players who followed the girl on the left and right were also shocked. They were not surprised by these sudden enemies. After all, Liao Zixuan hinted at them a few minutes ago through the task of protecting Vivian. What really scared Big Watermelon and Melee Mage was the information they got after detecting these murderous Grey-Robe people. Fanatical Vulcan Believer. Level 10. Status, Poisoned. Mental Hypnosis. Main Occupation, Assassin LV3. Sub-Occupation, Vulcan Believer LV5. Missionary LV3. Fire Controller LV1. Level of Danger, Medium. Note: a group of Vulcan believers from Fire Code City who devote their lives to the God of Fire and are fanatical believers of the God of Fire. Fire Code City. Damn. The official justice forces are coming to encircle the witch so soon. At the same time, on the other side, in the horror cloud lair, the group of players Long Road who were imprisoned in the iron cage also saw the battle outside through the magic image in the center. Then there was a cry of fuck. The natives of the world of Fallen God could not see it. But as players, they could see the eye-catching nicknames above their heads at a glance. Boss. Look! Aren't those Shigua and Foz Hen? Shigua and Foz Hen? Chumlu Man didn't react for a while to who these two people were. They are the two who were crazy about the forum before. The two who upgraded with cheats. The younger brother around him quickly reminded. Fuck. It's really them. Chumlu Man also reacted immediately. Obviously, the popularity of Big Shigua and Melee Foz Hen in the circle of internal test players has risen. But when they just got out of the excitement of meeting each other, Chumlu Man's face suddenly changed. It's bad. Chapter 18, the last straw that broke the camel's back. They had to run quickly and get the news out. The female NPC sitting on the bishop's chair opposite had used some unknown method to even prohibit the use of their in-game communication. This made it impossible for Changlin and his group to contact the outside world. Of course, they could still log off. But it didn't really make any difference. Because the first batch of Fallen God closed beta players had signed a strict confidentiality agreement. And during the closed beta period, they were not allowed to use the internet even if they were offline. Well, they still couldn't contact the outside world. So in a sense, unless they chose to give up this account and open another one, they would really have to be imprisoned here forever. By the way, Chumlu Man even tried suicide. But it was useless. Their birth points seemed to be strangely restricted to this iron cage. This shows how powerful this mysterious NPC called Bishop is. At least there are two more companions. Chumlu Man knew that Deshigua and the melee magic god might have some adventures. And maybe they could have some trump cards. But even if they were powerful, could they be more powerful than the one in front of him? In anger, Chumlu Man looked at the white long legs of the bishop several more times to vent his anger. However, just as he was getting more and more angry, his subordinates in the cage anxiously patted Chumlu Man on the shoulder, and suddenly shouted in surprise, "Boss! Look! Something is wrong!" Hiss! What are you doing? We're busy. Why are you yelling? Can those two people beat 8 with 2? Changlin waved his hand impatiently. That's not the case. Then why are you talking nonsense? I'm doing something important. Don't bother me. No. Boss. Those two players are not really beating 8 with 2. But the NPC next to them seems to be able to beat 8 with 1. What? What the hell? The assassin apostle of the Vulcan cult stopped after sprinting 2 or 3 steps. Because in front of them, a blue magic barrier instantly unfolded, protecting Vivian and her group. One of the assassins smashed the iron spike in his hand, but was bounced out by the reaction force of the magic shield. This shows that, in the world of Fallen God, the profession of the spellcaster lineage is naturally superior to others. No matter how the assassins attacked the magic shield with their weapons, there was no sign of the blue barrier fluctuating. A bunch of trash. It's really embarrassing for Lady Eugenia. Get out of the way! The angry voice came, and a leader with a cane came out from the middle of the group of gray-robed people. He also wore a gray robe, but the pattern and seal on it were obviously more complex and noble. Fanatical Vulcan Believer role. Level, LV-15. Main occupation, Fire Mage. Damn. No. It's this bastard again. In the iron cage of the nest, several players, who were watching the battle with magic projection, were so angry when they saw the gray-robed leader come out. If it were just the assassins before, the current beta test players would not be without the ability to fight. Some advanced players could even fight 2 at a time. But once the enemy's spellcaster took action, the situation would be completely different. Great God of Fire, please grant the cold iron a blazing blessing flame enchantment. After a brief chant, Luo Air raised the cane in his hand. Clusters of flames instantly rose and burned from the weapons of these gray-robed people, and the scorching heat quickly enveloped the battlefield. When these gray-robed assassins attacked Vivian's magic shield again, it was obvious that although they still failed to break it, the azure barrier was no longer calm this time, and began to show some signs of distortion. Every time a gray-robed man hit the barrier with a fire cone, the raging fire generated by magic on it would dim the color of the barrier. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Vivian's magic shield will shatter. The apostles of the God of Fire also noticed this, so the frequency of their attacks became more fierce. Outside the battlefield, The long road in the iron cage was full of players. Seeing that the situation was really starting to get bad, they could only stare anxiously. On the contrary, the two players and a little wolf in the battlefield became the most leisurely ones at the moment. Big Watermelon and the melee magic god were not panicking at all, even though it seemed that the situation was developing in a direction that was unfavorable to them. As for why? Just kidding. They had great faith in Vivian's strength. How could a witch like her be defeated by these cannon fodders, who didn't even have a name? What? Why are they still at a disadvantage now? Isn't this Vivian's old habit again? She had to play the pig and eat the tiger. What a bad taste. In fact, they were right. Vivian did hold back. Liao Zixuan, who knew the girl well, knew that with his focus on 1-point points, although she was only a level 10 girl, she had the strength comparable to a level 22nd level profession. It was effortless to beat these Vulcan believers, who were only level 15 at most. Therefore, there was only one reason that really made Vivian worried and afraid to use her full strength. She was afraid that she could not control her own strength. She was afraid that she would accidentally kill someone. Vivian's palms were full of sweat at this moment, and the hair on her forehead was stuck together. This little girl, who had lived in the countryside all her life, encountered this situation for the first time in her life. The girl was a little at a loss. She was confused, hesitant, struggling, and angry in her heart. Liao Zixuan, who was right at Vivian's feet, could clearly see that every time the little girl wanted to raise her other hand, she quickly pressed it down by herself. The powerful magic power was gathered and dissipated. What should I do? The magic barrier can't hold out for much longer. If the barrier breaks, these grey-robed people will definitely attack us crazily. However, if she takes the initiative to attack the other party, she can't control the power of her magic missile at all. Once these grey-robed people are hit, they may die. No, it should be certain death. Right? What should I do? What should I do? As Vivian became more and more anxious, the grey-robed leader, who commanded his men to attack outside the magic barrier on the opposite side, who was also the only one with a name among this group of NPCs, sneered in his heart. From the girl's look, expression, the big beads of sweat on her face, and her trembling body, all signs showed that this low-class pariah from the countryside was almost dead. The only thing he was not satisfied with was why this kind of villager could also become a spellcaster, and could use the power of magic just like him. Magic is not worthy of being used by such inferior people who came out of the mud ditch. So, go to hell, great god of fire. Please vent your anger on the world and condense it into this fiery blast. The strongest attack method of the first-level fire mage is also the magic that Luo Air is most proud of. At the same time, it is also the magic that later players affectionately call the newbie magic, Fire Blast. Of course, later is later. Looking at it now, the power of Luo Air's Fire Blast. Oh no! The Fiery Blast cannot be underestimated. It is like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Vivian's magic shield finally broke, and the gloomy emotions in Vivian's heart burst out with the breaking of the magic shield. You guys, you can't talk properly. Right. Luo Air would never think that his straw was not to overwhelm Vivian, but themselves. Chapter 19: Vivian's Fury. Vivian was angry. The little girl had always had a good temper since she was a child, and was even the type who was weak in front of outsiders. Except for her careless brother Andy, who made her angry a few times. Vivian had never been really angry. But this time the girl was really angry. But even so, Vivian still did not use the offensive magic missiles, but poured all the magic power into the defensive magic shield. In fact, if she had a choice, the people of the Vulcan cult behind would rather be smacked to death by Vivian's magic missiles than face the next situation. Why? Because although the damage is not great, it is extremely humiliating. I saw that Vivian, the angry limited magic pump, waved her hand, and the magic elements that permeated the forest, like a son seeing his mother, began to swarm desperately and poured into the girl's body. What? Others may not feel it clearly, but Luo Air, a Vulcan mage who is also a caster, was instantly shocked. He found that even the magic power in his body was a little out of control, extremely chaotic, and had a tendency to run away. This is the difference in attributes. Or it can be said that the high-level caster has a natural suppression power over the low-level caster, although Vivian is only level 10 now, while Luo Air is level 15. Just like in the natural environment, human growth and development must be balanced. Luo Air's total attribute points at level 15 must be higher than Vivian's. But his total attribute points at level 15 are evenly distributed to various attributes. When it comes to the element affinity attribute alone, I'm afraid only 1/7 is left. So in the world of fallen gods, how to judge the talent of an aboriginal? It is to see which attribute he can be more inclined to allocate among the evenly distributed attributes. The more he is inclined, the more talented he is in the profession related to this attribute. And what is our Miss Vivian? She was manually operated by a crazy little wolf cub. And other attributes were not added at all. And all attribute points were invested in element affinity. This is why Vivian can now suppress Luo Air with a mere level 10 fire mage and beat the Vulcan cult alone. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you have such power? Luo Air went crazy. Or more precisely, his worldview collapsed. The magic barrier that Luo Air had just destroyed with flame shot was instantly repaired by the girl. No, the word repair is not quite appropriate. To put it more vividly, it should be strengthened by the girl. And this strengthening seems to be a bit fierce. Hold on. Hold on. No retreat allowed? Luo Air shouted at the rest of his followers of the God of Fire. But this was just self-deception. The magic barrier under Vivian's full firepower was no longer satisfied with just thickening and toughness. It began to expand rapidly. From a high point, it looked like it was pushing outward. Like a moving wall. Pushing all the things that the little girl hated further away. And this naturally included the people of the fire god cult. The magic shield was originally used to protect the weak casters. The barrier form should have a radius of only a few meters at most. But now Vivian's magic shield waste. A bunch of waste. Luo Air roared. But even he himself could not do anything about the magic barrier in front of him. He could only watch the barrier push him outward. Farther and farther away from Vivian and her group. As for the other ordinary believers, let alone, it would be fine if they didn't attack the barrier. But if they dared to attack Vivian's magic shield, they would be faced with a multiplied rebound force. After a while, several Vulcan apostles were bounced away by the passive defense of the magic shield. This was even before they cast any attack spells. And their side was almost wiped out. Shame! Shame! As the most trusted subordinate of Bishop Eugenia, at least Roll himself thought so. They were not embarrassing themselves, but embarrassing the bishop. Great Vulcan, please vent your anger to the world and condense it into this blazing impact. Roll once again tried his best and chanted the strongest magic he could use. Fire blast. Then the next moment, Roll saw the village girl in the center of the distance. And the same hot energy began to spin and rise on the palm of the other party. That's it. When Roll saw the familiar move of the other party, his face turned even paler. Yes, that's right. After Vivian saw Roll use the flame blast once, the little girl actually performed it with the mentality of giving it a try. But it was also a flame blast. Roll's magic power was only enough to condense into a cluster of floating flame bombs. While Vivian's was boom, the flames seemed to be roaring. The fireball in the girl's palm rolled bigger and bigger under the rich magic power. And it was actually many times bigger than the normal fire blast. In fact, any spell in the hands of the little girl would be multiplied several times under her ultimate attribute. And it seemed to have changed completely. A second-level spell. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? You can actually use a second-level spell. Is this a flaming shock? This is a second-level fireball spell. No wonder Luo Air was so determined to believe that Vivian's flaming shock was a fireball spell. Because when the fireballs in the hands of both parties were compared, it was completely a big witch meeting a small witch. Vivian's condensed fireball was a large fireball that could not fit in the palm of her hand and had to be suspended in the air, with a diameter of several meters, while Luo Air's fireball could barely cover her palm and was at most a basin-sized fire bomb. In this way, on one side was a flaming shock comparable to a fireball spell, and on the other side was a real small fire shock. After the magic of the two collided with each other, Luo Air was honored to become a charcoal man and was blown away farther than anyone else. If it were not for the critical moment when his own magic shield was automatically deployed, Luo Air would have been swallowed by the flames long ago, and not even ashes would be left. A fire god believer, a fire mage who believed in fire god, was defeated by a village girl from the countryside with fire magic. The operation failed. We underestimated the strength of the villagers in this village. Luo Air almost bit his lip when he mentioned the word villagers. Everyone, Retreat. Let the bishop deal with her. They were really scared by Vivian. From the inside to the outside, their confidence was trampled by the little girl. However, Vivian really couldn't get over the hurdle of killing. She didn't kill these gray-robed people, and even allowed them to escape. But don't forget, next to the girl, there is a little wolf cub whose heart is darker than coal. Chapter 20. Cannon fodder NPCs will not be killed. The gray-robed men were as ferocious as they were before. And now they are running in such a mess. The leading fire mage Luo'er didn't even bother to gather his men, and didn't care about several believers, who were bounced away by Vivian's super-large magic shield. He took the few remaining people around him, and ran towards the nest deep in the base camp. Asshole. Luo'er felt more and more uncomfortable as he ran. Some people's self-esteem can always recover quickly because they are good at finding all kinds of reasons and excuses for themselves. If it weren't for the strange disease that suddenly became popular in Huidian City, my power was severely suppressed. Otherwise, how could I have killed a low-class and lowly villager? Cough, cough, cough. Luo'er's expression was ferocious. Probably because he was anxious and angry, and his blood was surging. After coughing violently, he spat fiercely on the ground of the forest. The sputum was stained with blood and a faint strange black color, which gave people a sense of evil. In fact, Luo'er was not talking nonsense. The fire god Alice was secretly eroded. And the first group of people who were unlucky and poisoned were the middle and high-level members of the fire god cult. Then, through attending various gatherings and dinners, they eventually caused the high-level nobles and many large families in Huidian City to show similar symptoms of infection. On the contrary, the ordinary people at the bottom of Huidian City were still safe for the time being, and few were poisoned. After all, they usually don't even have contact with these big shots in the upper class, so it's not their turn to be infected. However, if this situation is not stopped, it's only a matter of time. It is precisely because of this strange infectious disease that Huidian City has entered a small-scale emergency period, closing the city to the outside world, and outsiders without a pass are not allowed to enter. In fact, it's not just Huidian City. Many cities in Yenyu have the same situation. Everyone thinks that others are the source of the virus, and want to close the city and isolate them. But in fact, at this point in time, no matter how hard they think, they can't figure out that the source of the infectious virus is the master of Yenyu, the fire god Alice, who has been protecting and guarding them. I have to take this opportunity to ask Lady Eugenia for mercy, so that the bishop can give me a few more purple crystal grasses to help me cure this strange disease. Anyway, we have secretly planted so many, and with the bishop's kindness and love for me, he will definitely not be stingy with just a few plants. It's not just Liao Zixuan. Or rather, someone in the fire god cult discovered that purple crystal grass can suppress and alleviate infectious diseases. So Liao Zixuan in his previous life also knew about it. However, due to the limited growth environment of purple crystal grass, it is extremely rare and cannot meet the needs of the entire city. Therefore, some people thought of a folk remedy and wanted to force it to grow. After all, purple crystal grass is priceless in the Fire Classic City, and many nobles and high-ranking officials can fight for a purple crystal grass and spend a lot of money. It can be seen that once the source of amethyst grass is mastered, it will definitely be a huge business. Therefore, under the huge benefits, some people secretly find those monster nests suitable for the growth of amethyst grass, and then use the evil secret method that comes from nowhere to secretly stimulate the power of these leader monsters, so that they can release a lot of magic power, and then rely on this magic power as nutrients to grow a large area of amethyst grass. Finally, through connections, these large amounts of amethyst grass are secretly sent to the Fire Code City, and then sold to the black market and auction houses, and a huge profit chain is formed. Bishop Eugenia is the most critical link in this profit chain. What she does is to provide the source of goods. As for the largest monster location near Fire Code City, the Claw Forest is the first to be targeted, and naturally the leader of the forest, King Claw, is targeted. However, this approach has an extremely fatal disadvantage. That is, in order to promote the birth of purple crystal grass, they will constantly stimulate the potential of monsters, and the evil secret method will destroy the minds of monsters, making them violent and cruel. Once they are not controlled well, they will create a super monster that is several times more terrifying than before. If it is made public, this method will definitely be banned by the parliament because the consequences are too serious. Once the super monster whose strength has expanded several times suddenly goes berserk, it will cause an unpredictable tragedy. At least dozens of villages around the Claw Forest will be slaughtered. Therefore, this is why Luo Er and his group came to kill Vivian and stop them from going deeper into the forest. Humph! A villager who has never been to college and has not received higher education is a fool. She actually let us go. She is really looking for death. Some people are born to be mean. If others don't kill you, they will despise others behind their backs for not killing you. You don't even know to kill them all. If you let one go, there will be countless troubles waiting for you. You don't understand this principle. The untouchables are untouchables. They are just sows with magic power that I don't know where they come from. Even if Vivian beat up this group of people alone, Luo Er and all the Vulcans still equate Vivian with sows in their hearts. Don't ask. The answer is that city dwellers are born superior, and country villagers are inferior. Oh no, they are not human beings, but livestock in the eyes of the nobles. After I go back and let Lady Eugenia deal with the female villager who casts the spell, I must also slaughter the village where she is, and her seriously ill brother. I will burn his brother to charcoal in front of her. Only actions can wash away the shame. Luo Er has always kept the teachings of the God of Fire in mind. I don't know if the God of Fire Alice will directly turn black and degenerate after knowing that he understands her meaning in this way, without waiting to be eroded. Indeed, if they are really let go like this, I am afraid that Luo Er will be able to regroup a new group of followers of the God of Fire in less than a day. At that time, even if Vivian can protect herself, can the girl protect the entire village? This is the sadness of the little people. They are a force. And you are a person. Once you become enemies, you will always be the one who suffers. Therefore, the more this happens, the more ruthless you must be, and not give the seeds of hatred a chance to germinate. Vivian can't do it now, but someone can. Ah! Lord Luo Er. Help! Help! Suddenly, a scream from his men came from behind, making Luo Er's eyelids jump. Could it be that the female villager changed her mind and chased after him again? The Vulcan mage looked back in panic, and saw a scene that frightened him all his life. Luo Er did not see the figure of Vivian as he imagined. On the contrary, to his horror, he could not see any enemy at all. However, like dominoes, or an invisible fuse, the several believers behind him, one after another, began to ignite strangely with black flames. And then in the blink of an eye, they turned into charcoal without even screaming. Sometimes, it is not death that is scary. It is watching others die one by one, and knowing that it will soon be your turn. You, the next one. Finally, after one of his most trusted men who followed closely behind Roll was also engulfed by the strange black flames and burned himself. Roll's mental defense line completely collapsed. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Don't kill me! I have the magic stone of Lady Eugenia on me, and the bishop can see every move here. If you kill me, the bishop will definitely not let me go. Chapter 21 Vivian. Witch. Roll's heart-wrenching screams were extremely piercing in the forest. Don't get me wrong. The heart-wrenching here is not an exaggerated adjective. But the mage of the fire god cult was really heart-wrenching. From the appearance of Luo Er, he was completely different from his followers, who were swallowed by the black flames before. There was no trace of burning, and he seemed to be normal. But why did Luo Er still scream like a pig being slaughtered, rolling back and forth on the ground in agony? The reason is that this time Liao Zixuan's black flame started to burn from the inside. The dark flame wolf can burn everything, not only matter, but also magic power. The most important thing for a mage is his own source of magic power. But it was ignited from the inside by Liao Zixuan and burned dry and quiet. In other words, Luo Er had no chance of becoming a mage. Liao Zixuan had ruined him. What made Luo Er even more desperate was that a gem in his arms was burned together with the fire, the magic stone used to communicate with the bishop. This meant that he had lost the last chance to let Lady Eugenia know that he could be rescued. Who is it? Who? Come out! Crazy. Luo Er was completely crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was screaming in a hoarse voice. He lay on the ground like a maggot. His internal organs had all turned into charcoal, and would break at the touch. The only part of his body that could move was the mouth that Liao Zixuan had deliberately left. To put it simply, Luo Er is already a dead man. But he is just a dead man who can talk. And this is exactly what Liao Zixuan wants. A little black wolf walked out gracefully from the darkness. As Luo'er's eyes widened and he cursed incoherently, he opened his mouth and grabbed his collar, taking Luo'er back like a prey. Yes, Luo'er must die in Liao Zixuan's heart. But before Luo'er died, Liao Zixuan was unwilling to waste such a good tool. You know, anyone in complete despair will burst out with great evil thoughts, especially in front of the enemy who killed him. Liao Zixuan believed that with Luo'er's level, he could definitely say something vicious and dirty. Vicious enough that even Vivian couldn't accept it. Dirty enough that even the little girl couldn't bear it. For the first time, the girl, who had never killed a pig since she was a child, had the idea of killing someone. It was obviously a huge forest, but at this moment it was silent, and there was no sound of insects, birds or animals. Only a little black wolf was quietly moving forward with Luo'er in its mouth like a dead dog. The afternoon sun cast its light through the treetops and fell on the body of the little black wolf. It was obviously the body of a cub, but the shadow reflected by the shade of the trees in the sun was inexplicably huge and dark, as if the whole forest was dimmed a little. I hope today will be a day worth recording. Right? Xiao Hei. After venting her anger and repelling the gray-robed man, the little girl found that her wolf cub had disappeared before she could catch her breath. Vivian looked around and could not find the little wolf. But the girl was not very anxious, because Vivian knew Xiao Hei's strength. The group of gray-robed men could not even beat her, let alone Xiao Hei. What's more, under telepathy, Vivian could vaguely guess what Xiao Hei had done. So the girl and the two players kept waiting there. After a while, there was a sound of movement in the bushes in the direction where the gray-robed man had escaped before. Xiao Hei. Xiao, how did you bring him back? Vivian just said in surprise, but soon frowned and looked at Luo'er in Liao Zixuan's mouth. As for Liao Zixuan, he didn't say much. Instead, he threw Luo'er in front of Vivian and lazily laid down at the girl's feet, as if he was leaving it to you next. After Vivian glared at Xiao Hei, the girl first straightened Luo'er, who was head down and face to the ground, but who knew that Luo'er started to curse after the girl helped him up. I knew it was you. Why don't you let us go? You vicious and lowly creature. Don't think you are great just because you know some magic. If Lady Eugenia is here, you are nothing at all. Vivian originally wanted to calm down and talk properly, but Luo'er started to scold her, and the girl was also angry. I ask you, we have no grudges, and we don't know each other. Why do you attack us? Vivian asked the doubts that she had been holding in her heart. It can be said that until now, Vivian still doesn't know why these gray-robed people want to kill her. Humph. Why attack you? It's you who are ignorant and greedy. You want to enter the depths of the forest to disturb the plan of the bishop. You deserve to die. We didn't want to disturb you. We just wanted to go to the deep monster nest to collect a kind of herb that can cure my brother. Vivian still tried to reason with Luo'er. However, the fire god cult mage had a look of contempt for the lower position, and then said sarcastically in a proud tone, Cure? You lowly people from the countryside are qualified to use purple crystal grass? These herbs are supplied to the big men and nobles in the city. How can you animals waste them? Then I will watch my brother die. The education from childhood made Vivian and many villagers have a deep class concept. They naturally believe from the bottom of their hearts that they are from the countryside and the village, and they are inferior to the masters in the big city. Vivian clenched her hands, and the girl's body was shaking. The chains of class, origin, and inferiority were quietly loosened in anger. Yeah. Just let him die. Originally, your village only needed your brother to die. But now? Ha ha ha. I tell you it's too late. Just because you dare to fight back against us, your entire village will be implicated because of you. Our fire god cult will soon flatten your village. By then, not to mention your brother, everyone in the village will be buried with you. As an old hand, Luo'er could see at a glance that the girl in front of him, although her strength was strange and terrifying, her mind was still completely that of a child. A state of mind of the lower class people he had seen too many times. For this kind of people, the more powerful you act and the bigger the consequences you say, the more afraid they will be, and the more frightened they will be, and they will finally cry and kneel to beg you for mercy. Anyway, he couldn't survive. His body was burned to ashes. So Luo'er shouted for revenge, rubbing salt into the girl's wounds, and enjoyed observing Vivian's painful and regretful expression. Your parents will be burned alive on the pillars of fire, in front of the whole village. And then your brother. Haha. Don't you love your brother? At that time, we will chop off his limbs and escort him into the city, so that everyone in the Fire Code City can see that this is the devil's brother. The witch's brother. Why? Why do you look at me like that? Come on. Kill me. Let your parents know that you are a murderer. Let everyone in the village know that your hands are stained with the blood of the fire god. And let your brother know that his sister has killed people. Vivian fell silent. The little girl seemed to be unable to raise her head. She lowered her head, and the hair on her cheeks vaguely covered the girl's expression at the moment, making it difficult to see her face. Ha ha ha. You are afraid. You dare not kill me. You only know the consequences of killing me now. But I tell you, it's too late. If you kill me, you will be a witch. You will be wanted by the Flame Domain for the rest of your life. But if you don't kill me, I will kill your entire village. So choose. Do you want to be a witch who is extremely evil? Or let your parents and your brother be buried with me? Why don't you talk? You were so strong before. Just when Liao Zishu sighed in his heart and sighed that he might be too anxious, Luo Er's voice suddenly stopped, as if his neck was strangled. Oh! Not just like, but really strangled. Vivian raised her head at some point. On the little girl's face, there was no hesitation, no distress, and no regret for hurting others. She urged the magic power to form an invisible hand and strangled Luo Er's neck. The little girl's dark eyes were emotionless, as if she had changed from the previous Vivian. Then, you are annoying. The girl raised her left hand and made a pinching motion. Puff! It was like a big balloon filled with water. The blood-red liquid splashed everywhere, making the girl's originally fair face stained with a bright red. If only in this way can we, the inferior people, be allowed to survive. I, Vivian, would rather be a witch. Chapter 22. It seems like a heartbeat. The lair of the Terror Claw. The underground cave. The magic screen suspended in the air stopped abruptly. With the demise of Roll's soul, the imaging magic also lost its carrier and could no longer transmit the picture. Bishop Eugenia and the players who were imprisoned in the iron cage saw only this scene at the end. The girl in the center was naturally not spared. There were a lot of bloodstains on her brown-gray coarse linen clothes. The girl's left hand was suspended in the air, with 5 fingers inward and a fist clenched tightly. If anyone who does not know the cause and effect sees such a picture, they will feel that this girl, who looks young and even has a childish face, is so bloody and brutal. Under the great contrast, it can't help but make people shudder. But if you know the cause and effect, TSK came out of the mouth of the woman in the bishop's robe, as if she had discovered something very interesting. He was obviously Luo Er's boss, the spokesperson of the fire god cult in the Fire Classic City. His subordinates were wiped out, and the leading mage was crushed by others. He was dead. But looking at this bishop, it seems that he doesn't care at all, as if those dead people have nothing to do with her. In fact, she didn't even look at Luo Er, but her attention and sight were all focused on Vivian. Suddenly, the woman's ruddy lips moved slightly, as if she was imitating the lip shape of the little girl's last sentence in the picture. Which, when she figured out what Vivian had said, she burst into laughter. Chuckles. As if she had heard the funniest joke of the event. The woman sitting on the bishop's chair couldn't hold it back and started laughing non-stop. Interesting. It's so interesting. Kneeling in front of the woman, the remaining members of the fire god cult in the lair looked at each other, not understanding what had happened to their bishop. The brave and careful members of the church quickly stepped forward to ask the woman, "My lord bishop, should we report this to the church and ask them to send someone from the Fire Code City to reinforce the situation?" Boom! A strong magical wave instantly came out from the woman's hand, and the blazing fireball, accompanied by a huge impact, hit the believer who had just come forward to make a suggestion and had not even finished speaking, and flew away fiercely. The cave shook. Countless broken stones fell, and the rock wall was hit by the fireball spell, leaving a big pit inward. The movement of a second-level spell was so loud that even the devil Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was hypnotized by the secret spell, had its eyelids twitching, as if it was about to wake up. As for the poor believer, he had already died under the fireball spell without leaving any residue. Swish! The remaining believers immediately lowered their heads even deeper, and they were all trembling, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. Listen carefully. The woman shook the hand that had just thrown out a fireball. Call back all those who are out on alert and still outside the forest. All of you must stay in the nest and don't go anywhere else. Do you understand? Yes, Bishop. After doing all this and dispersing her subordinates, the woman lazily lay on the bishop's chair, tapping her fingers rhythmically. Since you have so much potential, sister will help you this time, the woman muttered to herself. After all, the woman paused at this point, and her beautiful golden pupils began to strangely turn gray. And with it, there was also a breath that was completely opposite to the original Vulcan bishop. Evil and dark. After all, we are all witches, even though you are just self-proclaimed. Uh-huh. I can't take it anymore. It's too cute. Uh-huh. The iron cages that hold the players on the rock wall. The cages also trembled due to the aftermath of the woman's fireball. Boss, these Vulcans seem to be fighting among themselves. Although the players in the iron cages were imprisoned, they could see clearly what happened in the entire nest due to their perspective. They couldn't hear clearly what the bishop woman said, but judging from her actions, the players guessed that it was because of Roll's defeat that the woman became furious and started to vent her anger on her subordinates. She was venting her anger, and she killed one of them directly. Ha ha ha. This bitch deserves it. Changlamiman laughed and applauded. From the encounter between the Vulcan cult assassin and Vivian and others, to the fight between the fire mage Luo Air and the girl, the mentality of Chanlu Manman and his group of players was ups and downs. They were first surprised by the sudden burst of powerful magic power of Vivian. And then, they were very angry because the little girl only defended and did not attack. And finally let Luo Air run away. But who would have thought that there would be a sudden turn in the end? The little wolf beside the girl brought Luo Air back. After that, no one knew what they said to each other. And finally the girl crushed the other's dog head. It was so satisfying. Vivian's pinch touched Chanlu Manman's heart. You know, the reason why this group of players are now locked up here is all thanks to Luo Air. So Changlamiman didn't feel how cruel and ruthless the girl with blood all over her body and stains on her face was. On the contrary, at this moment, Changlamiman only had one feeling in his heart. This is too handsome. Coupled with Vivian's young and tender face. The combination of the two. Although Changlamiman didn't even know her name, he had already imagined the image of a cold killer little lowly. Love it. Oops. It seems to be a heartbeat. Before long, Changlamiman felt happy. And it seemed that he suddenly remembered something. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. And he turned to curse. Damn it! No wonder Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God can level up so fast. It turns out that they have the support of my goddess. Damn! How shameless. Everyone can hear the strong sour taste in it. Hey. Hurry up. We were stupid not to start recording just now. In the final showdown later, each of you should start recording and record how my goddess beats this bitch. The group of Chanlu Man mistakenly thought that the bishop called all her men back because she was scared. So she planned to gather strength to defend. The players regarded this as a very important hidden plot. Everyone couldn't wait, and they were looking forward to it. Chanlu Man had already made a small calculation in his heart. When the goddess came later, how should he behave so that the goddess would remember him and squeeze out Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God? Everyone had his own thoughts. But everyone was waiting for the same thing. Waiting for Vivian to come and kill her. Chapter 23 Cannon Fodder NPCs will not have dual personalities. Rainy night. Lightning and thunder. The wooden house in the dark night is like a small boat in the rainstorm. And it is now shaky. The strong wind penetrates through the gaps in the dark room. And the cold is biting. The rain drips into the house along the old beams. And it is getting more and more intense. On the straw mat bed in the bedroom of the wooden house, there is a faint shivering sound in the noisy rain. Sister. I cold. One big and one small. The two children whose ages together may not exceed teens are now huddled together, curled up in a corner of the bed. That is the only place where the rain cannot leak. But despite this, the quilt they were covered with was getting more and more damp. The two of them could avoid the rain falling from the roof, but they could not avoid the raindrops carried by the leaking wind. The temperature in the house was getting colder and colder, and the damp quilt made the situation worse. The elder sister tried to hug her younger brother tightly, using both of their body temperatures to warm each other. But the effect was not obvious. She could feel that her brother's body was shaking more violently. It was also possible that her own body was shaking as well. This could not go on. The elder sister pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, pulled her younger brother, quickly got off the bed, and the two ran to another bedroom in the house. After quietly opening the door, the elder sister breathed a sigh of relief. No one was inside. Their gambling and alcoholic father had not returned. The reason they came here was because there was the only brazier in the house. The sister found matches in the drawer. The matches were damp and difficult to light. In addition, her fingers were cold and frozen. After trying several times, the sister finally lit the brazier. In an instant, the red flame lit up and swayed in the dark room. So warm. Sister, is it the fire? Is the Lord of Fire coming to help us? I'm so sleepy. Sister. The little brother in her arms was pressed against her chest, and the sound of falling asleep could be heard. The sister also began to doze off. The heat from the brazier drove away the cold, and the precious warmth also made the sister fall asleep quickly. But it's a pity. This kind of beauty didn't last long. Bang! 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 A series of rapid knocks on the door woke up my sister. Open the door! Open the door quickly! Vivian! The father's impatient shouting outside the house even drowned out the sound of rain. And there was a lot of panic in his voice, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Oh no! Not as if. Dong! Vivian just left the bed and came to the door of the house. When she was about to open the door, the small wooden door was kicked open by someone. Immediately afterwards, her father's bruised body was also kicked in. Run! Run! If you can't pay the money you owe tonight, I will burn your house down. Money! Give me money! The villager in a raincoat stood at the door. His face was hideous, and he was yelling at his father, who had fallen to the ground. In the heavy rain, Vivian still vaguely recognized the other person's face. That was the village bully, Gilbert. Maybe Vivian's gaze made Gilbert realize that there was someone else in the house. Or maybe it was his brother, who was also woken up and found that his sister was not there. So he got out of bed to find her. In short, looking at the two children, one big and one small, the villager showed a wicked smile on his face. You can't come up with the money, right? Then let your children come to pay your debt for you, Gilbert said with a grim smile, and rushed into the house with a big step, picked up his brother, who was still sleepy, and didn't know what happened. Let go! Let Andy go! Vivian saw her brother being caught, and screamed and tore Gilbert's clothes. But how could a thin little girl like her be able to defeat an adult man? Not only did Vivian fail to pull her brother back, but she was also dragged away from home by Gilbert. In the chaos and darkness, the girl in a hurry touched a sharp object hanging by the door. It was the sickle she used to cut grass. Although the blade was rusty and blunt, it was still more than enough to cut through human skin. After all, the human body is so fragile. As long as there is a weapon, even a little girl who is just over 10 years old can kill an adult. The chaotic sound of ticking stopped, and the night returned to the sound of rain. But this time the rain on Vivian turned blood red. Sister! Sister! Vivian! You? Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky in the middle of the night. In the moment of daylight, the images that flashed by were the dazed brother, the frightened father, and the silent girl. There was also the bloody sickle in the girl's hand, and Gilbert lying in a large pool of blood at her feet. He? What a useless old bastard. The girl raised her head. It was obviously the same familiar face and familiar voice. But Andrew, Vivian's father, rolled and crawled back to the corner as if he was looking at a monster. Vivian, what's wrong with you? No, that's not right. You are not Vivian. Who are you? Andrew looked at his daughter in fear. Another completely unfamiliar daughter. You bastard. Do you want to die? The sickle dripping with blood was placed on Andrew's neck. Vivian, whose face was covered in blood, looked at her father with cold eyes. If you don't want to die, move Gilbert's body to the top of the mountain. Push it off the cliff. And then forget what happened tonight. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand? Remember, Gilbert accidentally slipped and fell from the cliff because of the heavy rain, and died without a complete body. In the morning, it will be divided up by wild beasts, and you will be lucky to escape the debt you owed from gambling, and no one will chase you anymore. Okay. I'll move it now. Andrew trembled, not knowing whether it was because of fear or because he was excited that he had cleared the dead out of thin air. After Andrew left with Gilbert's body, the cabin returned to its original state, with only the brother and sister left. Vivian threw down the sickle and let the heavy rain wash away the blood on it. Then she looked at Andy, who seemed to have not come back to her senses, and stood there stupidly. The girl frowned. Humph. Another little waste. Why are you still standing there? Andy. Come here. You looked at the completely unfamiliar sister. And the young Andy was about to step back subconsciously. But who knew that he tripped and touched the brazier on the ground? And he was about to fall into the brazier. Idiot! Vivian's expression changed. And she cursed unsatisfiedly. But her body burst out with strength that was inconsistent with her thin physique. She rushed towards Andy. And the two of them rolled on the ground and successfully avoided the brazier. Does it hurt? Vivian, who was squatting, lifted her brother's clothes and simply treated Andy's wounds from being pulled by Gibber and falling down. Woo-woo, sister. Woo-woo. I'm so scared. At this moment, Andy seemed to have found the familiar figure of his sister in Vivian again. And the little boy threw himself into the girl's arms and burst into tears. Cry. You only know how to cry. Andy. Remember? You are a man. You can't wait for others to protect you in the future. You have to protect others. Especially your sister. Do you understand? Whoa. I know. I know. Sister. Whoa. Okay. Stop crying. Help me up. Your other sister is coming back. Remember to carry her to the bed. Just when Andy was confused and couldn't understand what her sister was saying, the girl who was standing upright just now suddenly seemed to have black eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. Sister. Sister. What's wrong with you? Sister. Vivian? Vivian. What's wrong with you? Vivian. The forest of terror claws. A strange call came from my ears. No. It seemed that this was not a sound, but some kind of induction from deep in my heart. Consciousness was awakened. Vivian opened her eyes. What she saw was a large amount of splattered blood and a headless body kneeling not far in front of her. Hee. This coward. Is it my turn to clean up the mess again? Chapter 24. Another Vivian. Take a few steps lightly. Like a curious visitor, Vivian approached the body of Roll. A strong smell of blood hit her nose. But at this moment, Vivian did not even blink. The girl slightly raised her left leg. Then, the little girl stepped on the bloody and headless body and began to fiddle with it with her toes, as if she was looking at a work of art. Strange. When did she become so capable? Vivian looked down at the hideous wound on the body, frowned, and was a little surprised. In her memory, she should still be a weak country girl. But obviously, this kind of injury is not something that ordinary villagers can do. Huh? What is this? Vivian suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, two balls of extremely dazzling blue energy condensed from her hands at a very fast speed. Is this magic? Vivian's face showed an incredible expression for a moment. But soon, this expression turned into a smile at the corners of her mouth. A touch of madness and joy that could not be concealed. Go! The girl casually threw the magic ball in her palm upwards, and the huge energy rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. And then in a moment, it split into countless balls of light. Just when the big watermelon and the melee magic god on the ground were confused and didn't know what Vivian was doing, what happened the next moment made them open their mouths wide. Plop! A flying monster in the sky fell down and hit the ground. From its abdomen, a terrifying hole that penetrated its body could be seen. Then, this sound began to sound like raindrops. Plop! Boom! 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 Countless monster corpses fell down. Some of them were on the treetops. Some were in the sky. But the common point without exception was that each of them had a big hole penetrated by magic. Common first-level basic skills for spellcasters. Magic missile. The description in the game is that when it reaches the highest level, it can launch up to 5 missiles at a time to attack the enemy. But now, the melee magic god and the big watermelon looked at each other. Magic. Magic machine gun? Layman watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. The little wolf cub Liao Zixuan is now in a state of surprise and solemnity. He was surprised that Vivian could do this, which shows that the girl's control of magic has reached an incredible height. You know, the previous Vivian had a strong magic, but she didn't know how to use it. Take the magic missiles for example. The original girl might have controlled 10 missiles at the same time, which was the limit. But the number that Vivian can control at the same time is multiplied by 10 times. 10 times! What a terrifying concept! However, if this is terrifying, then the other one, which also makes Liao Zixuan feel solemn, can be said to be thrilling. That is, this Vivian. I always feel that something is missing. Vivian seemed to be still not satisfied with her results. and the little girl finally began to cast her eyes around. And the first two players that the girl targeted were the big watermelon and the melee magic god. Oh, to be precise, it was the weapons in their hands. Sorry. Borrow it for a while. Vivian's perfunctory voice sounded in the ears of the melee magic god. And then, before he could react, he felt that his hands were empty. Immediately following, there was a notification sound from the system. You have lost the ownership of the Withered with Staff Excellent Grade. Fuck. What a jerk. Big sister. What else do you fancy here? Big sister. Take your pick. The melee magician was about to curse. But after a glance from Vivian, he immediately choked back his words and changed his words immediately. After equipping the Withered with Staff, Vivian tried to wave it a few times, but she still didn't seem very satisfied. The little girl always felt that it was not right. Then, the girl's eyes were on another excellent grade weapon that Big Watermelon was about to hide secretly and put back into his backpack. Blood Scythe. Swish. Deshigwa only felt that Vivian's eyes seemed to light up for a moment, and his heart twitched. Okay. After the lesson of the melee magic god before, Deshigwa also learned his lesson. He didn't wait for Vivian to grab it. Oh no. To borrow it. He took the initiative to hand it over. Miss Vivian, since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Give it to you. Deshigwa's heart was bleeding. This is an excellent grade weapon. But before he could finish his words, the weapon disappeared from his hand. You have lost the ownership of Blood Scythe Excellent Grade. This sickle, which was ordinary in his hand before, was placed in Vivian's hand at this moment. From the moment the girl took it, it seemed to come alive. The little girl couldn't let it go and played with it. It was obvious that compared to the staff, the current Vivian was more fond of sickles and close combat. Wow! With a casual swing forward, the sickle shadow flashed, and an ancient tree in front of the girl was cut in half from the middle, falling down with a bang, splashing a large amount of dust. The little wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, although Liao Zixuan didn't show it on the surface. He was shocked in his heart, because he could clearly perceive that there was no magic fluctuation around Vivian slash just now. In other words, the Vivian in front of him used the physique of a pure ordinary villager to do what he just did. How is this possible? It is completely against common sense and unimaginable. Liao Zixuan's only explanation for this is probably skills. How to mobilize the whole body's strength to focus on one point. How to find the most vulnerable part of the tree trunk. How to swing the sickle most effectively. It's no exaggeration to say, in Liao Zixuan's cognition, there are only a handful of people in the world of Fallen God who can do all these at the same time. Finally, it seems that he has had enough of the experience of the brand new body. Or it may be that he is not happy with the little black wolf who has been silently observing him next to him. Vivian put away the sickle and came to Liao Zixuan step by step. You are dangerous. The girl first frowned very rarely, with a wary voice. But soon, Vivian's frown relaxed, and her eyes were aggressive, staring straight at the little wolf cub on the ground in front of her. But that guy, seems to have an inexplicable trust and closeness to you. So you are her summoned beast? The Vivian in front of him asked Liao Zixuan curiously. But Liao Zixuan did not answer, but asked the girl a serious question instead. Who are you? Me? Vivian tilted her head, and seemed to be stumped by Liao Zixuan's question. After thinking for a few seconds, the girl seemed to have figured it out, but seemed to be too lazy to think, so she gave up. And she laughed like a silver bell. I am Vivian. Vivian is me. She is another me. And I am another her. Chapter 25 Bet. Liao Zixuan wanted to find a flaw in the girl's words. For example, Vivian had fallen off a cliff, but survived and picked up a mysterious ring. And a super awesome grandfather lived in the ring. Sorry. It should be a grandmother at the moment. But unfortunately, Liao Zixuan knew everything about the girl, not to mention jewelry like rings and necklaces. This girl was so poor that she didn't even wear a bra. No wonder she was still a AA at this age. Ahem. I've gone off topic. Since there is no golden finger of the grandfather or grandmother, could it be that some evil soul has invaded her body, occupied the nest, and is preparing to take over? Well, Liao Zixuan admitted that he usually read too many novels, because whether it was from his Dark Flame Wolf's own extraordinary perception or from the game system, the girl in front of him, Vivian, did not have the slightest abnormality. In other words, the current Vivian is Vivian. And this is absolutely correct. Yeah. This way. You can rest assured. You big-headed ghost. Where is the cannon fodder NPC? Where is the ordinary, bullied, and useless country girl? Why did you give me a twin personality? Twin personalities are fine. But what about this other personality? Battle Master? Magic Wizard? Gifted? Scythe Maniac? Moshi Moshi? Someone is cheating openly. Is there anyone to take care of it? We all have the same body. Are all called Vivian. Are all poor girls. And share the same experiences. Why is your personality so abnormal? Good man. You wouldn't even dare to write this in a novel. And you said you want to train her to become a legendary witch. What are you training her for? If now, at this moment, in front of you, if this Vivian who looks like everyone sitting here is trash, I'm the best in the world. Huh? That's all? Is not enough of a witch? Then tell me, what the hell is a witch? Where is my white lotus? My silly and sweet? Liao Zixuan was wailing in his heart. He lay down on the ground listlessly, and the little tail behind his butt was shaking back and forth in a very depressed manner. Hee. You don't seem to be afraid of me at all? Although Liao Zixuan didn't say a word. The behavior of the little wolf cub still made Vivian's face cold, and her tone became sharp. She has always been the only one who showed a bad face to others. The always here refers to the second time she used this body, since she was born. Oh! This time is the second time. Liao Zixuan yawned lazily. The heart that was hit finally cheered up a little. Because he discovered the fatal flaw of Vivian's second personality. The brain is not working well. Are you Vivian? Yes. Am I Vivian's summoned beast? Yes. Do we have a life contract? Yes. Then why should I be afraid of you? Just because you are her second personality? Because you have a bad personality? Like violence? Talk irrationally? After Liao Zixuan's words, Vivian was silent. Seeing that this little girl seemed to have a hard time, the little wolf cub finally softened his heart and began to lower his tone and speak nicely. Please, don't think that the second personality is a rare thing. I have seen a lot of this stuff. Relax. It's no big deal. Liao Zixuan waved his wolf claws maturely while speaking. By the way, he could talk to Vivian so fluently and smoothly, instead of just conveying vague thoughts like before. All thanks to the powerful magic control level of the second personality. Have you seen other people with second personalities? Vivian's tone was unusually hurried, as if she was very urgent. The girl even stuttered a little when she spoke, because second personality was a completely unfamiliar word to her. Or in other words, it was the first time she knew that she was not evil, weird, or heretic, but something called second personality. And there were even many similar people like her. Come on. Sit down. I'll tell you slowly. Compared to a brand new soul that was blessed by God, but was still a baby, and had not seen much of the world, Liao Zixuan, who read a lot of books and watched countless movies on Blue Star, can be fooled. Ugh. Don't talk too much about it. Basically, most of the second personalities, especially those acquired later, come from protecting the main personality. When they encounter something unbearable but must be done, the second personality will appear to complete it instead. For example, killing someone. Think carefully about how you were born, and whether Vivian encountered any serious stimulation at that time. After Liao Zixuan said this, the girl did not answer, but from the reminiscence on her face, it can be seen that what he said is obviously close to the truth. So, I was born because Vivian needed me. After holding it in for a long time, Liao Zixuan never expected that the girl would say such a sentence. Of course, it is precisely because she can't solve it that she needs another completely different her. That is, you, to help her through the difficulties. The little wolf cub nodded in agreement. Then Vivian, won't you hate me? After all, seeing the girl in front of him wanting to say something but stopping, Liao Zixuan quickly stretched out his little wolf claws to call for a pause. Good guy. Really good guy. Although he looks like a little devil, he is actually a hidden Sundara type. The object of his Sundara is actually the first personality of the original body. The White Lotus Vivian, with a completely opposite personality. It's simply against the sky. Against the sky. About my second personality who likes me very much, but dares not say it. So he pretends to be a proud villain to protect me. Now Liao Zixuan finally understood. The second personality in front of him was not really stupid, but became stupid after talking about things related to the master. Vivian, don't worry. She will definitely not hate you. On the contrary, I bet that after she knows your existence, she will definitely take the initiative to try to communicate with you. Hee hee. Just her? That coward? The girl turned her head away, and her old Sundra habit came back at a glance. After all, anyone would be scared if they knew that there was another consciousness in their body. Right? Coward? On the other side, Liao Zixuan shook his head after listening. Would a coward dare to go to the forest of Terror Claws alone to collect herbs for his brother's illness? Would a coward dare to go against the fire god cult knowing that he was going to be wanted? Being brave is not just rushing forward. That's stupid. Being brave is being extremely scared, but still deciding to move forward. After the little wolf cub finished speaking, he looked at the girl who seemed to understand but not quite. He took advantage of the situation and made a promise with the second personality. Do you dare to make a bet? Bet? Yes. Wait until the first personality Vivian regains consciousness. If she really calls you, then you must not refuse her. How about it? Chapter 26 Awu. Vivian felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, she relived her life. From the moment her mother gave birth to her, the chubby little baby girl cried and fell to the ground. Her young and strong father held her and tickled her nose with a silly smile on his face. Her gentle and kind mother lay on the bed with a happy face. After a while of such beautiful time, when she was a few years old, she accidentally went to the toilet late at night and overheard the conversation in her parents' room. For the first time, she knew that having only one girl in the family would be looked down upon. Girls could not inherit the family business. Girls could not help work in the fields. And no matter how well a girl was raised and loved, she would eventually marry when she grew up and become a bargain for other families. My father wanted a boy. So not long after, my younger brother was born. It should have been a happy thing. But the dream suddenly became dim. In the familiar scene, the characters were in completely different states. My father sat in a chair like a lost soul, letting his newborn younger brother cry loudly in the cradle beside him, while my mother lay motionless on the bed. Perhaps only the large bloodstains on the bed sheet hinted at what happened. This was the first time she saw blood, and the first time she saw a corpse. People are so fragile. In the dream, Vivian saw a dark shadow standing behind her at that time. She had a similar facial outline to her. No, to be precise, they were exactly the same. As if they were the same person. The shadow stuck behind her, pointing at the crying baby in the cradle as if whispering, "It's all his fault. He killed my mother. He destroyed the family. No. The young self held her head in pain and screamed, "He is my brother. The only boy in the family. I want to take good care of him. I want to be a good sister who will not let my mother down." Sister. The scene turned again. This time the speed of time was much faster, and many scenes flashed by. Vivian saw her washing the wet sheets for her brother by the stream in the middle of winter. Her thin body dragging her father, who was drunk and muddy, home. Her bending over in the field under the scorching sun to cut grass one section at a time. And her staying up all night to help others mend clothes in order to pay off debts and make money. The only difference between these images and the previous ones is that since her mother passed away, there is always a black shadow floating in the air behind her, following her all the time. Inseparable, as if they are one. When washing the sheets, the black shadow will keep complaining about her stupid brother. When dragging her father, the black shadow will float to her father and kick him hard. When mowing the grass in the hot sun, the black shadow will yell that it is hot and tired. When sewing late at night, the black shadow will breathe continuously and fall asleep on her back. However, despite this, they are like two parallel lines, without intersection. Until that rainy night, the memory that is supposed to come will always come, even if you hide it deep down and think you have forgotten it. When the sickle easily cut her neck, the scarlet blood filled her vision again. When fear and remorse were about to make her collapse, she turned into the shadow behind her, and the shadow behind her turned into her. Following closely, there was another voice. I really can't do anything with you. This was the first time Vivian heard the shadow's voice. When she heard it in reality, her first reaction was that it was a bit like the daughter of a landlord, with a very contemptuous tone. But it sounded good. The voice was really nice. I don't know if it was telepathy, but this voice once again sounded in the dream that should have been silent and quiet. Hey, wake up! Stop sleeping. Vivian opened her eyes in a daze. She found herself half lying under a big tree, and Xiao He was lying in her arms. The first thing the girl did after waking up was to muster up her courage and nervously look back at the air behind her. But she stared at it stupidly for a long time, and there was nothing there. Perhaps even Vivian herself didn't notice it. At this moment, there was a hint of disappointment on her face that was difficult to conceal. What's wrong? Vivian? Liao Zixuan, who was lying in the arms of the little girl, naturally noticed Vivian's little movements after waking up. But he had made an agreement with the second personality in the bet. He couldn't tell Vivian about the existence of the second personality in any way. Otherwise the bet would be invalid. Which is why Liao Zixuan is now pretending to be stupid. By the way, whether the second personality is dormant depends on the size of Vivian's inner dark side. And it is very glorious that under the unremitting efforts of a little wolf cub, the second personality has been able to do it successfully. It does not need to sleep. It can be in Vivian's mind as it pleases. Eating melon seeds. Sitting on a bench. Like an audience. Sharing various body perceptions with Vivian. And understanding everything that happens in the outside world. No. It's okay. Thank you, Xiao He, for staying by my side. How long have I been unconscious just now? About half an hour. Liao Zixuan estimated it in his mind. And he didn't say anything more. He just followed Vivian's words, and didn't mention the abnormality in the coma. Half an hour. Oops. We have to hurry and continue on our way. The girl's face quickly showed anxiety after hearing the answer. But when she was about to get up, she suddenly froze. Vivian's sight stopped at a weapon placed under the shade of the tree on her left hand. It was a blood-red sickle. Don't leave in a hurry. Look at this, Vivian. Liao Zixuan's telepathy brought Vivian's complicated thoughts back to reality. The little wolf picked up an envelope and a purple grass from the side, which were looted from Roll's body. What is this? The little girl's attention was not on the envelope, but on the purple grass. Amethyst grass. Liao Zixuan answered truthfully. Then, fearing that the girl had forgotten, he added another sentence. It is the herb that we have been working so hard to find, which can cure your brother's disease. A look of surprise flashed across Vivian's face. Just as she was about to think of taking the herbs home quickly, the girl's eyes were on the envelope that she had subconsciously ignored. When the little girl opened it, Vivian's face changed again and again. The letter explained that the strange disease of her brother was not an isolated case, and many cases had already occurred in Huidian City, and amethyst grass was the only herb that could suppress it. At the same time, the letter also let Vivian know the evil things that the fire cult had secretly done in the Claw Forest, and explained why they were intercepted and stopped from going deep into the forest. In order to promote the birth of the amethyst grass, they did not hesitate to help the monsters evolve and grow. If they were allowed to continue, the consequence of doing so would be that the monsters in the Claw Forest would grow wildly, out of control, and even run away. And you have to know that once the monsters in the Claw Forest run away and form a monster tide, the first to suffer are these rural villages. So, there are two choices before Vivian now. First, take the amethyst grass home quickly, and take her brother and father away from the village before the fire cult's birth-inducing ceremony is over. The farther the better. Second, Vivian could not help but look at the sickle on her left hand. Second, continue to go deeper into the forest. Find the lair of the terrible claw. Destroy all the fire god cults. Terminate the birth-inducing rituals inside. And at the same time, take away the countless purple crystal grass planted inside. If it was in the past, Vivian would not have to think about it, because the second option would not appear at all. But now, after taking a deep breath, the girl seemed to have used a lot of courage and reached out to hold the sickle lying quietly on the ground. Then, Xiao He, are you afraid? The answer to the little girl was a wolf howl with disdain and arrogance, provocation and disdain, and unparalleled confidence in provocation. Awuh! Chapter 27 Playing a little game. Then the road to the deep forest was unusually easy. In Vivian's imagination, she would encounter more and more ambushes from the Vulcan cult. But they did not appear. No. To be more precise, they did not even see a single figure from the Vulcan cult. Both the big watermelon and the melee mage players were secretly amazed. As expected of a witch, she frightened the Vulcan cult members so much that they dared not come again. Even Vivian herself, the little girl, had this illusion in her heart. But in fact, only Liao Zixuan knew very well that this was probably not the case. The Vulcan cult members in the Terror Claw lair were definitely not there for the simple reason of being scared. After all, from the mouth of the fire mage Charles, Liao Zixuan learned that the leader of the Vulcan cult's action was Bishop Eugenia, a woman who was truly possessed by a ghost. When Liao Zixuan first heard the name Eugenia from the mouth of the Vulcan cult mage, he didn't react, but just felt that it sounded vaguely familiar. But when he came to his senses and carefully searched his memory in his mind, he suddenly realized it. And the little wolf paw slapped his thigh. It seems that the wolf can't slap it. Forget it. Liao Zixuan certainly didn't slap himself. But the little girl. Don't care about these insignificant details. What's really important is, oh my goodness! It turns out to be this ant. The character that Liao Zixuan calls ant is certainly not something that a small bishop of the Fire God Church in Huidian City can do. Note that the word small and small bishop here is from Liao Zixuan's perspective. But in fact, being able to be a bishop in a city is definitely a figure in fallen god. However, if even this kind of person is not worthy of being called an ant, then how big a background does a real ant have? The answer is a witch. Completely different from Vivian's inferior package by him. No, not even inferior. At most a crude imitation toy. A fake witch. This one is genuine, honest, and original. Oh, it seems to be original, but it is not. Because Eugenia's body is indeed the body of Bishop Eugenia herself. But the soul inside has been swapped out and replaced with a real witch. Thousand-faced witch Bella. In the long story of the previous life game, countless players were pitted by this one. This lady likes to disguise herself as an NPC of various other forces. And then, feel at ease and openly hang a vest to be a troublemaker. And the Vulcan cult Bishop of Huidian City is the first Bella vest that players come into contact with. In the previous life, this plot would not be triggered until some time after the server was opened. But I didn't expect that I would actually meet this lady now. But, we are of the same origin. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? I hope that since we are all witches, although our Vivian is still a witch in name only, at least don't make it too difficult. This is one of the reasons why Liao Zixuan instigated the girl to confront the fire god cult directly. After all, even the bishop on the opposite side is a traitor. So how can you be afraid of not winning this battle? But as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the girl on the opposite side is really sick, no one should use normal people's thinking to speculate about witches. Liao Zi also has a backup plan. This is the second source of his confidence. It's nothing to say. It's very simple. Liao Zixuan knew the strongest method of the witch Bella. But it was a coincidence that he, the Dark Flame Wolf, had restrained the other party in this aspect. As long as Bella dared to use that. Here we are. With no obstacles along the way. A large hole leading to the bottom soon appeared in front of everyone. This is undoubtedly the nest of the overlord of the Devil's Claw Forest. The Devil Tyrannosaurus Devil's Claw. At this moment, it is also the place where the Vulcan cult holds the birth-inducing ceremony. Vivian looked at the deep and dark crypt and clenched the sickle in her left hand. By the way, even Liao Zixuan couldn't understand it. But the girl had been holding the sickle in her hand since she woke up and found it. Obviously, this Vivian can't fight at all. And the sickle is useless to her. It seems that for the girl, this sickle is more like a kind of amulet than a weapon. The little girl rubbed the handle of the sickle with her fingers, and a determined look appeared on her face. She was the first to lead the way into the cave. Tick 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 tick. When they first went deeper into the lair, everything was quiet except for the occasional sound of water dripping from the rock wall. Although it was underground, the passage was not dark because the fire god cult had been here before and torches were everywhere, which made it convenient for Vivian and her group. However, it was still the same. They didn't even encounter a single member of the fire god cult. Logically, even if there were no assassins to kill them, there would be at least no one in the base camp. Not even a sentry post. Right? Unless the entire fire god cult evacuated. But is this possible? Obviously not. Then all these abnormalities mean the same thing. A trap. Or a conspiracy. Welcome. Welcome. When Vivian and her group finally reached the bottom, the applause from above broke the silence. You really made me wait for a long time. I almost thought you were not coming. Vivian raised her head and cast her eyes towards the source of the voice. It was a woman wearing a gorgeous bishop's robe. The other party was in the center of the entire underground nest, on top of a huge Tyrannosaurus that was crawling and seemed to be hypnotized and sleeping. Little girl, Can you tell me your name? Eugenia looked at Vivian with a smile. She crossed her legs, leaned forward, and sat on the head of the demon claw that was more than a floor high, looking down at everyone from above. Vivian. Bishop. The girl looked at the woman on the head of the demon claw without looking away. Although she looked calm at the moment, the girl's hand holding the sickle more and more tightly betrayed her inner tension. My lord Bishop, can you please stop the ceremony? Although she knew it was nonsense, Vivian still tried to ask. According to the normal routine, if it is a violent villain, he will yell at you and start fighting directly. If it is a smart villain, he will roll his eyes and talk back to you. If it is a traitor villain, he will say, okay. The woman on the huge head of the terror claw smiled and nodded. If it is a traitor and madman villain, he will say, but you have to play a little game with me. As she spoke, Eugenia snapped her fingers, and then a large iron cage with more than a dozen people imprisoned was pushed out by the Vulcan cult. And under this large iron cage, there was also a huge brazier with bubbles constantly bubbling and rolling with extremely high temperatures, enough to completely swallow the iron cage above. Chapter 28 Witches Don't Need Mercy. The rules of the game are simple, Eugenia said as she jumped down from the top of the horror claw and walked in front of Vivian. She lifted the little girl's chin slightly with her hand, as if she were looking at a work of art. After carefully appreciating it, Eugenia turned around and said as she looked into the distance, since you are so obedient to tell me your name, I will not bully the weak. As long as you can take my 5 attacks, I will not only let you go and end this ceremony, but also give you a great gift. As she said, the woman walked to the rows of subordinates kneeling in front of her, the followers of the Vulcan cult. Then she turned around, stared into Vivian's eyes, and snapped her fingers gently. Puff! 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 The bodies of all the Vulcan cultists kneeling in the first row of her exploded, as if a bomb exploded in their bodies. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and they were deader than dead. This cold-blooded and cruel act was directed at her own teammates. Not only did it scare the 2 players who followed Vivian and were originally planning to watch the plot, but it also made Liao Zixuan's eyelids twitch. Cruel. Really cruel. Look, what is a genuine witch? If you can pass the test, I will help you clean up all the cultists who have seen you today, know about you, and are here. In this way, you don't have to worry about being sued by the Fire God cult in the future. How about it? Are you satisfied with my gift? Vivian? Eugenia seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. What's more terrifying is that those believers kneeling in front of the woman, after clearly hearing their own bishop say that he would kill them, and even put it into practice, still didn't react at all. Oh, not that they didn't, but they just trembled more violently, knelt deeper, and lowered their heads even lower. They didn't dare to resist Eugenia, or they couldn't resist. Okay, I promise you. Vivian nodded, and the girl took a step forward alone. The little girl took a defensive stance and mobilized all her magic power to prop up the magic barrier. Vivian would not hold back against this level of enemy. However, after seeing the girl's appearance, Eugenia on the opposite side suddenly raised her mouth strangely, revealing a playful and expectant expression on her face. Are you ready? It's about to start. 32. When the girl counted to 2, she suddenly waved in a certain direction. Vivian, who was attracted by the attention, also subconsciously distracted and looked in that direction. But in the next breath, the little girl's face changed instantly. It was seen that the location pointed by Eugenia was the big iron cage where the strangers, that is, the internal test players of the long journey, were imprisoned. At this moment, the iron cage, which was originally suspended on the rock wall by a rope, was cut off by the fire god believers under the woman. Swish! The iron cage lost its force instantly and began to fall from the air at a very fast speed. But under the iron cage was a lava brazier that Eugenia had prepared long ago, which was filled with boiling and terrifying molten flames. It can be said that once the iron cage is allowed to fall like this, all the prisoners inside will die miserably, swallowed by the raging flames, and melted by the high-temperature magma without leaving any residue. Fuck. You stinky. You can't even you. Long Lumenman in the iron cage directly turned into a Zon madman. He fell in the iron cage, and under the strong sense of weightlessness, he still did not forget to greet all the women in Eugenia's family, including Eugenia herself. But apart from him, The other players in the iron cage were not so careless. Many people screamed in fear. Their legs and feet became weak. Their faces were full of fear. And some even cried and called for their mothers. Don't think it's outrageous. Because although it's just a game for the players, you have to know that this is a 100% immersive and realistic experience. Put it on everyone. It's completely equivalent to experiencing it in person. Push you down from a few floors high. And there is a hot lava basin waiting for you below. Even if you know it's all fake, it can still scare people to death. Just as Changlamiman was ready to sacrifice himself. Many other timid players simply closed their eyes and waited for death, not daring to see the tragic situation they would suffer in the future. Bang! Sizzle! A sharp sound like an emergency brake echoed in the cave nest. Changlamiman and the dozen players waiting in the iron cage suddenly found in surprise that the weightlessness in their bodies disappeared. What happened? Many players who closed their eyes opened their eyes in confusion and saw that their entire iron cage was wrapped by a blue energy from the outside. Boss! Look! It's the new female NPC. A player under Changlamiman excitedly patted the boss's shoulder and pointed in the direction of Vivian. But just as he finished speaking, he was beaten up by Changlamiman. What do you mean by a new female NPC? What female NPC? How can you talk like that? Do you have any manners? Didn't you hear her say her name before? Vivian. It's Miss Vivian. More and more players in the iron cage also noticed the girl's movements. The little girl, who was originally using both hands to maintain the magic shield, now separated her other hand, flashing a magic halo, facing the iron cage where the players were. It was obvious. It was Vivian who separated her magic power to force the iron cage that fell from midair to stop, and continued to input magic power to make the iron cage float in the air, saving them. Goddess. Such a strong goddess. Have you turned on the video? Did you record it? Did you record it? These are all precious video materials of my goddess. Even if she dies, she must record them for me. If this is an anime, there must be two little stars in Changlamiman's eyes. After all, who doesn't like heroes saving beauties? Of course, the same is true in reverse. However, before the excitement of being noticed by the goddess passed, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. And the players in the iron cage were once again worried. Because 1. The countdown in Bishop Eugenia's mouth just happened to end at this time, without giving Vivian any chance to breathe. A flaming spear condensed above Eugenia's head. Great god of fire, please gather the sharpness of the world here, and use the fire to forge the flame spear technique. After a short chant, Eugenia lightly pointed her finger at Vivian. Buzz! The flaming spear floating above the woman's head cut through the air, as if thrown by the most courageous warrior, and hit Vivian's magic shield at a very fast speed. Boom! The flame spear exploded, and the collision of the magic of both sides made the entire underground nest seem to tremble. The flame spear technique is a real second-level spell, and its power is far beyond any attack Vivian has encountered before. Moreover, the worst thing is that the girl is still doing two things at the same time. A lot of her magic power is used to keep the big iron cage, where the players are suspended in the air, and prevent it from falling into the molten fire basin. Cough, cough, cough. Vivian coughed up blood for the first time. The magic shield that was pierced into a spider web by the fire spear was shaky, but it still blocked the attack and was being repaired by Vivian. It seems that I still underestimated you. Even though she knew that Vivian probably had a very terrifying magic talent, Eugenia's face still showed surprise. With a profession that had just entered the first level, she blocked the second level spell. And this was the result of the other party doing two things at the same time. But haha. Naive. The woman's expression gradually turned into a paranoid madness. Since you want to be a witch, then as an elder, I will give you the first lesson. Eugenia sneered at Vivian, who still did not give up on the players. Witch. No need for mercy. The terrifying aura rose from Eugenia's body, and the elements in the entire dungeon seemed to be mobilized, and dense mysterious runes gathered on the woman's body. The momentum at the beginning alone was beyond the scope of the second level spell. No doubt. This is the peak of power that can be achieved by mortals below level 40 before the supernormal breakthrough. Third level magic. Chapter 29 please. Another me. Great god of fire. Please allow me to borrow your authority temporarily. Let the flames attach to me. Colonial suit. When Eugenia chanted the last two words of the spell, spiral flames instantly ignited from under her feet, and in a moment they enveloped the woman's entire body. The strongest magic of each element at the third level of the mortal level is different. For example, the wind system is the tornado magic of wild wind. Listen to my command. A super large-scale AoE spell. The earth system is the seal magic of heavy rock. Eternal and eternal. The most disgusting silence spell. And the water system is the resurrection magic of rain. Everything grows. A necessary healing spell for nurses. As for the fire system, as you can see, it is a single target enchantment spell colonization magic. The first to step out of the flames were the woman's bare feet. Immediately afterwards, the originally gorgeous bishop's robe disappeared at this moment, replaced by a red coat woven from flames that seemed to be burning all the time. This is not over yet. The most eye-catching thing is that the woman finally pulled out from the void with one hand a terrifying fire whip that seemed to have molten flames flowing secretly in it, and was more than 10 meters long. Boss, this crazy woman seems to be a little bit stronger. The players in the iron cage were all dumbfounded. The players were still playing in the mud. Why did these NPCs start to act like gods descending to earth? Boss, you said you're goddess. Can you beat her? The players in the iron cage were still confident in Vivian before. But now after seeing Eugenia's appearance, everyone began to be uncertain. Humph. Just kidding. Who is my goddess? Vivian must have a trump card. Changlemaman quietly swallowed his saliva and pretended to be confident and stubborn. Kiki boss? Why are you stuttering too? Are you just smart? Let you talk more. Let you talk more. So, what is Vivian like in fact? When Eugenia was not a martial artist and chanted the third level magic, Liao Zixuan had already conveyed the idea of whether he wanted to help to the little girl many times in advance. However, the girl's reply to Liao Zixuan was, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. What is Vivian waiting for? Perhaps only the little girl herself knows. Hee hee. Holding a flaming whip. Eugenia, who looked like the queen of purgatory, was angry and laughed at this moment, because she saw that Vivian had no remorse at this time, and still used her magic power to hang the heavy iron cages that imprisoned foreigners. Originally, Bella, that is, Eugenia, thought that if the girl knew that she was afraid and chose to abandon the people in the iron cage, let them fall into the lava and die, and then use all her strength to cast the magic shield to resist herself, then she would stop appropriately and stop at a certain point, and would not really hurt this future witch seedling. But now, Bella's eyes were less and less rational, and madness and confusion began to gradually take over, because Bella saw her own shadow in the thin girl now. She was also a magic genius with extraordinary talent, a poor girl from a poor family, and she also chose to help the weak when facing a strong enemy. But Bella clearly remembered that her final outcome was that she was drugged and knocked unconscious by the villagers she had saved from the villain nobles, and sent to the other side's castle. That night, the entire castle was engulfed by flames. Also engulfed was the heart of the innocent girl named Bella. Since you are so willing to help them, then follow them. Go to hell. Swish. A flaming whip more than 10 meters long was raised high in Bella's hand. The whip was covered with molten flames, and its terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. Bella did not use all her strength right away. Instead, she chose another more torturous way, which could be said to be the last chance for Vivian to some extent. Snap! The fire whip hit the girl's magic shield with just a casual wave of her hand. But the damage caused was no worse than the previous complete second-level spell Flame Spear. And what was even more fatal was that this time Bella did not give Vivian any time to repair the barrier. After the first whip, the fire whip slightly curved in the air, and the second whip followed, with a whistling sound. Crack! The magic barrier that could not bear the weight was shattered the moment it came into contact with the second whip, and Vivian was thrown backwards by the strong impact. The iron cage that was suspended in the air by Vivian's magic power also lost its support and fell down again. The screams of the players in the iron cage also sounded at the same time. When it was about to touch the bubbling hot magma below, the heat wave was already burning its buttocks. But it suddenly stopped, miraculously stopping like a horse pulling back from the cliff. A miracle? Not really. After rolling on the ground for several times, Vivian, who was covered in dirt and wounds, got up, and the first thing she did was to reach out to the iron cage again. Changlemaman was moved. Many players in the iron cage, who had no feelings for Vivian, were instantly attracted to her, and were moved beyond words. If they were bystanders, they would definitely look down on the girl's stubborn behavior. Sister, you can't even protect yourself. And you still care about others. But if they were the parties involved. Damn. They almost knelt down and kowtowed to the little girl. Unfortunately, their feelings of being moved could not be transformed into strength to improve the situation. On the contrary, Vivian's move completely angered Bella. Okay. Very good. Bella's eyes flashed with scarlet light. They witches do lack fresh blood. But the premise is that the other party must have the possibility of growing into a witch. I'll ask you again. Let it go. Or not. Bella really doesn't care about the Vulcan cult, the amethyst grass, or the birth-inducing ceremony. After all, she is not the real Bishop Eugenia. The only thing she cares about is the girl in front of her. Vivian's answer to her. Whether the girl is willing to give up the iron cage and give up the ridiculous kindness in her eyes. And the always polite Vivian didn't answer her this time. Or rather, it was. She had already given the answer with her actions. The girl was still like at the beginning, holding up the magic shield with one hand and maintaining the magic of the iron cage with the other hand. The only difference from the beginning was that Vivian looked much more embarrassed, with large areas of burn marks and scratches on her clothes. In addition, her thin body gave people the feeling that she would fall down in the next second. There were only 2 attacks left in the agreed 5 attacks. But Bella didn't want to waste time. She was so disappointed with Vivian that she didn't need the 5th attack at all. No mercy at all. Bella mobilized all her strength and concentrated her arms. She raised the fire whip high above her head, like an executioner, and began the final judgment of the girl. The soaring fire whip was like a poisonous snake wrapped around the treetops, waiting for the last opportunity to swoop down from above and bite the prey below to death. No! If this continues, it will be the end. Even Chumlu Man, who had confidence in Vivian, couldn't sit still. They, the players, had countless lives, but the NPCs in this world were really dead once they died. Fuck. Let's fight. Eugenia. You stinky. I'm going all out with you today. You're still a man. Come and delete your account. After Chumlu Man roared in the iron cage, he was really a bloody man. In order not to become a burden to Vivian, he actually chose to delete his account directly. In this way, even if the bishop used some unknown method to bind their birth point to the iron cage, now that even the game account has been deleted, the characters have naturally disappeared out of thin air, completely out of the control of the other party. If it were a few minutes ago, even if Changlamiman was their boss, they would have hesitated for a long time about deleting the account. But at this moment, looking at the burning whip marks on Vivian's body, looking at the girl's dusty but still very firm eyes, and looking at the girl's thin body, it seems like a mountain protecting them behind her. In reality, they may be selfish cowards, but in virtual reality, they also want to be heroes, even if only for a moment. Swish. The second person also disappeared in the iron cage. Then it was like an unstoppable trend. Swish. 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 More and more white lights, symbolizing account deletion, connected into one piece in the iron cage. The noise was so loud that Bella had to stop the offensive she was preparing. She turned her head and frowned as she looked at the empty and lonely iron cage. What the hell are these strangers doing? She had sealed their souls with the witch's secret method, and there was no way they could escape. How did they do it? No! Bella suddenly made claws with her hands and held her head, because she realized something even more terrifying. Something that made her lose her mind again and fall into frenzy. That is, why do these strangers do this? What do they want? If there is such a way to escape, why didn't they use it before? This shows that this method is definitely very harmful to themselves, so that they would rather be imprisoned than use it. But? Why? Why are they willing to use it now? Why? It shouldn't be like this. It obviously shouldn't be like this. Good intentions will never be rewarded. Kindness is definitely just self-deception. All this is fake. It's fake. There must be something wrong in the middle. Yes. It must be like this. Witches, the spokespersons of chaos. They create chaos. And their own minds are also easily confused. Obviously, Bella at this moment has completely fallen into madness. Go to hell. Go to hell. Die. Die. All of you. Die. Amidst the violent screams, there was a magical chanting sound that suddenly stopped Bella's crazy screams, just when she was broken by the players and had a seizure. A familiar wave came from Vivian's body. Great God of Fire, please allow me to borrow your authority temporarily. Let the flames depend on me. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bella showed an expression that was several times more shocked than when the player suddenly disappeared from the iron cage before. She stared at the girl who was chanting a spell, causing the elements to fluctuate violently. Bella knew this spell, and Liao Zixuan, who had been watching the battle silently from behind, also knew it. Even the two players who were the only two players present, Fire Seed, Watermelon and Melee Magic God, knew it, because this was the strongest power that the mortal level could use. The third level magic, which was chanted by the woman herself a few minutes ago. Colonial Suit. The last two words of the spell came out of the girl's mouth. In an instant, the rising flames ignited from the ground and wrapped Vivian's whole body in the blink of an eye. After a moment, they turned into a burning cloak and a flaming giant sickle, gradually regaining her composure and calming down to analyze. Bella soon saw the flaw. Although Vivian and herself chanted the third level magic, compared with her own, Vivian's momentum was obviously much weaker. Rather than saying it was a third level magic cube, it was more like a poor quality imitation. But even if it is a replica, it is amazing enough. When did you do it? Bella asked the girl opposite in a cold voice. Hearing this, a little wolf cub shook his head. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I originally thought that Vivian was just a silly girl. But this silly girl could actually keep a real witch in the dark. She even let the other party not doubt it at all throughout the whole process. It's amazing. Damn. This little girl seems to be growing up. It's really fucking fast. As a bystander, Liao Zixuan also took a while to finally figure out what Vivian told him to wait a little longer, and what she was waiting for. In fact, Bella was wrong from the beginning. Vivian was not doing two things at once, but three things at once. It seemed that she suddenly figured it out. Bella's expression began to change. She recalled a detail. That is, when she said roll to kill the girl did not know how to use the flame shock. But after Roll used it once, the girl also used it in the end. You have the ability to imitate other people's magic. Bella's brows were almost twisted into a ball. And the ability to imitate takes time and needs to be undetected. So Vivian took advantage of the situation and deliberately picked her weakness, taking advantage of her jealousy of good and hatred, and kept using those strangers to attract her attention. At the same time, it could also make Bella think that she is a naive person. So she completely relaxes her vigilance and never thinks about Vivian's real intention. It turns out that she is not playing any games with her. She is not passively defending but counterattacking. Liao Zixuan silently added the last piece of the puzzle in his heart. Hee. Vivian. I have to say, this is the first time I have misjudged someone like this. You are very good. But, I have one last question. Bella held up her flaming whip. According to my observation, you don't know how to fight at all. And you have no experience or talent in this area. Even if you can cast the same magic as me. But, how can you beat me? When Bella asked this question, Vivian's face, which had become dusty before, showed a happy smile under her hood. She raised her little head proudly and looked at Bella. Bishop Eugenia. Then, the girl said softly, as if to Bella, but more like talking to herself. Then, follow what we agreed on just now. Next. Please. The other, me. Yes. Even Liao Zixuan guessed wrong. Vivian has never been a 3-in-1, but a 4-in-1 from the beginning to the end. Chapter 30. In a pitch-black space, the bored girl tilted her head, supported her cheek with her right hand, and sat on a tall straight chair with her legs crossed. In front of the girl, there was a glowing magic screen. The whole scene seemed to be in a private cinema, and the girl was the only audience here. But the more interesting point is that if you look carefully at the picture on the opposite screen, you will be surprised to find that the protagonist in it looks exactly like the girl in the dark space. Or it can be said that it is another her in reality. The girl is watching a movie called My Life with herself as the protagonist. However, judging from the audience's reaction, it is obvious that this movie is not very well made. Pa! The girl suddenly slapped the armrest of the chair beside her in anger. How stupid! The scene on the screen at this moment was that Liao Zixuan handed the purple crystal grass and Luo'er's letter to her. But she chose the latter between the two. The purple crystal grass is already in hand. Why don't you just take it and go? Why do you have to go and find trouble with that Vulcan cult? Humph. You don't really think you are very strong. Do you? I don't see how powerful you are. But you keep taking things on yourself every day. You are so stupid. The girl in the dark space seemed to be angry. Her chest kept rising and falling. Please note that the rise and fall here can be clearly seen, with clear ravines and mountains, which is completely different from the flatness of her in reality. After all, this spiritual space was originally opened up by the girl. She is the only master here and can create whatever she wants at will. For example, the cool black dress the girl is wearing, the noble chair she is sitting on at the moment, and of course her own body. Ahem. The suspicion of smuggling private goods cannot be ruled out. In short, the angry girl waved her hand and turned off the magic image in a rage, as if she didn't want to watch the anger anymore. What a pity. After a while, the girl seemed to be unable to bear it and secretly opened it again. Just take another look, the girl muttered in her heart. But soon, the dark space was filled with angry voices again. I didn't see a single person from the fire god cult along the way. Isn't it obvious that they have called back all their men and are waiting for you to come to them? Why didn't you let others explore the way before entering the cave? And you went first? I can't stand it. When that old woman asked you your name, you really told her. Can't you just make one up? What if she gets attached to you in the future? As the real self finally went deep into the lair of the claws, they arrived at the base camp of the fire god cult. The girl in the dark space, perhaps without even noticing it herself, had become straight and leaning forward from her originally relaxed sitting posture, and her hands on both sides of the chair armrests began to clench. Her legs, which had been raised, had long been lowered, and her toes kept stepping anxiously on the ground. The girl stared at the screen intently, as if she was afraid of missing something. And this state finally reached its peak as Bishop Eugenia in reality attacked her and played tricks, using the stranger in the iron cage to distract her in reality and waste magic power to save her. Stupid. Idiot. Idiot. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. The girl even jumped up from her chair. She stomped her feet hard in the dark space. What the hell are you doing? Do you know you're in danger now? Why do you still have the leisure to help others? You? Just when the girl was gritting her teeth and hating her. Suddenly, another voice sounded in the dark space. Well, I know. What? You idiot. If you know, why are you still? The girl was halfway through her fragrant mouth when she suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. The girl who had just transformed into a spray gun Gatling machine gun suddenly became dumb. And the expression on her face was even more interesting. From shock, to guilt, to uneasiness. And finally she even closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. This dark space belongs to her alone, created by her, and outsiders can never enter. This is definitely not wrong. But there is still an exception. That is, unless the person who comes in is not an outsider, but yourself. Another. Myself. Because I want to rely on them to help me delay some time. Vivian explained patiently. You have been watching here, and you should have noticed it. Right? Since I chose to help those foreigners in the iron cage. Bishop Eugenia has become more talkative, and even her emotions seem to be very unstable. So I think these foreigners are her weaknesses. The more I show that I care about them, the more she wants to try to convince me. Let her talk for a while longer. If we hold on a little longer, I will be able to learn her powerful magic. Vivian's voice echoed in the dark space with a little pride. This was completely opposite to the reality presented by the magic screen that was still on in the space, where Vivian was suppressed by Eugenia and couldn't raise her head. She looked miserable. Girl. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Seeing that she couldn't hear herself as reply, Vivian immediately began to apologize in a panic, thinking that she was too proud just now. This may have really stimulated the girl. Hee. In the dark space, a stiff laugh as if forced out of the throat rang out. Scared by you? How is that possible? The girl finally stopped pretending to be dead, and she pushed back her other self very forcefully. Yeah, very forceful. If you don't look at the girl's toes that are about to dig out a castle at this moment. Don't look at her hands that are about to crush the armrests of the chair. Don't listen to her chest pounding, as if countless fireballs are bombarding her heart. Huh. That's good. I heard you scolding me before. I thought you hated me. What? The girl couldn't help but exclaimed. Before you said that? Since when have you been listening to me here? The girl stood up again. Let me think. It seems to have started with the sentence how stupid. Vivian in reality thought for a while, and replied seriously. At the same time, she was whipped away by the furious Bella. I know you hate me and look down on me. Vivian in reality staggered to her feet. I also know that I am cowardly, always lacking confidence, and always foolishly wanting to help others, even though I don't have the ability to do so. The real Vivian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and she looked at the players in the iron cage, who were now turning into white light and disappearing. But I also know that since that rainy night, there has been another me who is more powerful and has been by my side. She is stronger and smarter than me. Nothing is difficult for her. She can easily deal with any powerful enemy and resolve any dangerous situation. So, the real Vivian began to chant magic. So, I was a little cunning and forced myself into danger, because I knew she would not sit idly by and watch me. After all, this body is mine and hers. I can't sit idly by and watch the ceremony of the god of fire. I don't want the rampaging monsters to flatten our village. So, please, another me. Save everyone. Save the village. Save the real me. The dark space fell into silence, and the magic of Vivian in reality was about to be completed. Just when she thought that she would not get a response, and that she had failed to communicate, and her eyes dimmed, suddenly, the girl's voice sounded again. Sickle. What? Since you are imitating the magic of that old woman, you can naturally condense weapons with fire, right? In the dark space, the girl sitting in the center, on the noble chair, crossed her legs again. She yawned as if bored, and repeated it again, saying to herself in reality, I want a sickle. It would be better if it was bigger. The girl thought for a while, and added, Okay, no problem. After agreeing with surprise, when Vivian in reality used colonization magic to condense a giant red sickle that was more than one person tall. Let me make it clear first. I am not doing this because of your cheap flattery. I am just fulfilling a lost bet. It is rare to see that the girl clearly said that she'd lost the bet, but the corners of her mouth rose wildly, as if she had lost, but not completely, and was extremely excited and happy. Huh? What bet? The real Vivian was about to ask. But the next second, she found herself in this black space. And before that, the one who was originally in the black space. Another her clang. Sparks flew. Bishop Eugenia, also known as Witch Bella, waved a flaming whip. She didn't want to give the little girl another chance to play tricks. The rapid fire whip cut through the air, making a harsh sound, like a roaring fire dragon, with a powerful momentum, fiercely whipping Vivian in the original place. This whip is more deadly than the previous two whips combined. If it is really hit, it can be said that if it is not dead, it will be half disabled. As for those who can block her whip, it is hard to find a handful in the entire Fire Classic City. Forget it. There can be only a handful of people who can block it. But what was that scene just now? Bella only felt a huge rebound force from the fire whip, as if it was bounced off by something, and she was almost unprepared. The answer was the fiery red sickle shadow. At some point, the burning sickle summoned by Colonial Suit was held in the girl's left hand, and Bella felt that the girl opposite her had a different aura. If Vivian gave Bella the feeling of being soft but hard, she never confronted herself head-on, and there was no evil or murderous intention in her, and she always avoided and defended herself without confidence. But now Vivian seemed to be completely turned upside down. The madness, arrogance, and strong murderous intent revealed in her eyes made even the witch herself feel uncomfortable. You are not Vivian. Who are you? This time Bella's voice was particularly solemn, because Bella was too familiar with the changes that occurred in Vivian. Every time she used soul magic to possess another host, she would have this earth-shaking feeling. Obviously the same person, but it seemed completely different. Bella also mistakenly thought that Vivian's situation was another powerful person who had his soul in the little girl. However, Bella only replied with 3 words with a sense of joking. Guess. Vivian smiled. It was a strange and evil smile. I remember that you seemed to like playing games with me before. Right? The girl looked up at Bella, who was floating in the sky. Then, let's play a game too. Guess my identity. If you guess wrong, let me kill you. If you guess right, then let me kill you. Vivian turned the giant sickle in her hand horizontally, facing Bella's direction. At the same time, all the flames on her body, given by Colonial Suit, began to change color in an instant. The color became darker and darker, and finally turned into a weird black flame. Good guy. Another one who doesn't follow martial ethics. A little wolf cub, who seems to have no sense of existence, finally began to realize that he has to grab the spotlight. Liao Zixuan mentally called for a sneak attack. Because the black flame burning on Vivian's body at this moment was exactly the same as his dark flame wolf. The little girl actually secretly imitated his flame at some point. It is obvious that the one who has the ability to copy is not the second personality Black Vivian, but the main personality's silly white sweet. So, white cut black. Right? At this moment, the second personality Black Vivian doesn't care about the depressed heart of a little wolf cub. She only knew that compared to the red flames that were the same as the old woman opposite, the current black flames obviously made her feel more comfortable. You. Go. Kill her. Bella's voice seemed to be irresistible, even though all the Vulcan cultists felt a deep sense of fear from Vivian at this moment. Their bodies still moved uncontrollably, becoming cannon fodder for Bella to test Vivian's power. You? Do you want to come and play too? Vivian looked at a group of Vulcan cultists, with bloodshot eyes and sharp weapons rushing towards her. She smiled happily like a little girl who saw many toys. The girl took a light step forward, but the next second, her figure appeared out of thin air behind the head of a Vulcan cultist who was rushing in the front. The terrifying giant sickle burning with black flame slashed casually. The cultist's head, still with a confused expression, rolled to the foot of the girl's leather boots. An instant kill without suspense. The Vulcan cultists, who were selected to follow the bishop to carry out secret missions, were all elites, who had at least reached the first level. In the Fire Code City, each of them could at least become a captain of the knights. But facing Vivian at this moment, they seemed to have no ability to react. When the first toy was destroyed, Vivian could no longer bear it. The second and third followed. The girl in black clothes, black skirt and black sickle was like a butterfly of death, wandering and dancing among the Vulcan believers. No one could see the girl's movements clearly. The only thing they could feel was a hint of coolness from their necks. And then, they could see the girl's white ankles, like lotus roots up close. Then, they became one of the round people under Vivian's feet. Why did they all fall down? The girl sitting on the pile of corpses shook her legs. Oh! I almost forgot. There is another one. Vivian talked to herself, raised her scarlet eyes, and looked at Eugenia, also known as Bella, floating in the air. No one told you. Is it impolite to always let others look up when talking to you? Chapter 31 SS Level Emergency Mission. Next to a small village near the Claw Forest. Swish. 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 Several white lights flashed in succession. And then, the timid indigenous villagers were scared to death. Several living people appeared out of thin air at the edge of the forest from the white light. Hu Han-san. And back again. The leader pointed at the sky and shouted. The long road is now full of anger. Forced to delete the account and rebuild. The hard work of more than half a month of closed beta was destroyed. All of them were shabby, and returned to the state of a blank slate at level 1. Although it is a closed beta. In the end, the data will be deleted. The props and equipment will be cleared, and the character level will be restored. However, other things, such as the favorability with NPCs, regional reputation, professional skills, etc., will still be preserved and inherited. But all of these disappeared because he deleted his account. Damn. Eugenia. Right. You wait. The characters in the game have indeed become noobs. Well, it can't be said that. It seems that they are not that strong in the first place. But the influence of the long road outside the game will not disappear with the deletion of the account. If you say what the most shameless means of this group of despicable outsiders called players are, then calling people to beat up must be among the top 3. Originally, in the Horror Claw Lair, their souls were locked by Eugenia, also known as the Witch Bella. Of course, that's what it's called in the game. But the actual effect for players is that they can only revive on the spot, and cannot communicate with the outside world. So Chunlu Manman and other talents can't use this killer weapon. But now that they are free, open the friend system, and see that there are already several flashing unread messages on it. They all noticed the abnormality of Chunlu Manman's character, and came to ask curiously. You know, to be able to get a share of the very few Falling God closed beta quotas in the world. Many closed beta players are well known in real life. Take Chunlu Manman for example. A typical stupid son of a landlord, who founded a guild club on Blue Star and became his own boss. Although he is not super first class, he can be said to be doing well in the game circle with his money ability, especially with a lot of connections. After all, who doesn't want to be friends with money? Quickly looking through the friend list, Chunlu Maman found an acquaintance in the Huidian City section, and began to send messages frantically in a very angry manner. Chunlu Maman, is Lao Chen here? Come back soon. Chunlu Maman, is Lao Chen here? Come back soon. Chunlu Maman, is Lao Chen here? Come back soon. The countryside outside Huidian City, one of the many small villages. A handsome stranger was chatting passionately with the ant at the village entrance. On the stranger's head were the words Luochen. Anyone in the circle would be familiar with this nickname. Luochen, a professional gamer, has a shining professional certificate and trophies that he can't put away at home. At the same time, he is also the president of the top-notch guild Xinchen Pavilion, and can be ranked in the top 10 in the fiercely competitive Xiagua district. In addition, he is also very handsome, a perfect male protagonist in esports articles, and has countless female fans. It's a pity that if Luochen's female fans knew what their idol is doing at this moment, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Auntie, if you need anything else, just tell me. I'm young and strong, and I'm not afraid of getting tired, Luochen said while giving a charming smile. Oh, how can I be so embarrassed? I've troubled you to do so many things before. The old lady at the entrance of the village was reluctant to accept him. Seeing the old lady's appearance, Luochen gritted his teeth, and was determined to use his trump card. Look at what you said. Auntie and I hit it off at first sight. To be honest, you actually look very similar to my late mother. When I saw you, I felt like I saw a relative. Good guy. You don't even want your mother. But such a huge sacrifice also brought excellent results. Village Chief Marian's favorability towards you plus 20 woo then. Then I will think about what other work in the village can be given to you. Listening to the prompt sound of the system in his mind, and looking at the NPC opposite, who was moved by him, Luochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, life is not easy. The handsome guy sighed. If it weren't for the fact that Marian had so many tasks and generous rewards, and could earn dozens of experience points every time, who would be willing to be a gigolo? But then again, not everyone can be a gigolo if they want to. Didn't you see that several ugly players were jealous of the hundreds of experience points they could earn a day? So they also tried to get close to Marian. But this old lady was so real that she didn't give him a good look. In the early stage of the game, it is still the closed beta stage. You must grasp all the resources you can use, so that you can get ahead of others. We eat soft rice with our own ability. Not shameful, forbearance. After comforting himself in this way, he immediately felt much better. Just when Luochen was wondering whether he should lick a few more times. Long road, is Laochen here? Come back soon. Long road, is Laochen here? Come back soon. Long road, is Laochen here? Come back soon. The sudden series of friend message notification sounds almost scared Luochen to have a heart attack. Who the hell is this? Can you send messages properly? For people of Luochen's level, every inch of friend slot is worth a lot of money. Just when he was about to block this person, and there was still a vacant slot, he looked at the ID of the person who sent the message. Long road. Rich man. Well, forget it. Luochen actually doesn't like Long Road very much. And he has a natural contempt for this kind of rich second generation, who only has money but no skills. But he has a lot of resources, and a wide network of contacts. It would be bad if the relationship is really strained. Especially in the new world of Fallen God, which definitely has huge potential. One more ally is better than one more opponent. Besides, from the other party's tone, you can tell that there is something urgent. Then why didn't Long Road come to me instead of someone else? Isn't it because he thinks I am capable and powerful? He thought of me the first time he encountered difficulties? After comforting himself, Luochen's mood instantly improved a lot. Forbearance. When the time comes, just find a random excuse to refuse. He is now clinging to Marian's thigh, and he gets dozens of experience points every minute every day. But he has no time to go to other places to help others deal with troubles. Luochen, brother Lu. I'm here. Luochen, why are you so anxious? What happened? Long road. Laochen doesn't have time to explain. I will send you a coordinate later. You quickly bring your guild members to help me find a place. Find a place? Haha. The truly smart people are busy improving themselves and exploring the world. Only you rich second generations like to fight for face everywhere. I leave the old aunt who is devoted to me and smells good, and go to find a place for you? Even a dog would not go. Luochen, brother Lu. I actually have a very important time-limited task on hand. I'm afraid. Just as Luo Chen was about to politely refuse, and was about to send out the words, I'm afraid I can't help. Long road, remember to be quick. Lao Chen. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to collect the bodies of Shigua and Melee Magic God in a while. Luo Chen's typing hand was stunned. Wait, why do these two names sound so familiar? Then he searched in his mind, and Luo Chen remembered them instantly without much effort. Fuck. Aren't these the two guys who were circulated on the forum before? And seemed to be upgrading at a speed like cheating? Luo Chen's heart suddenly became hot. Now many people are looking for Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God, just to find out the secret of their rapid upgrade. Of course, he was one of them. So, is Changlamenman with them? Before Luo Chen could confirm with Changlamenman threw him a coordinate location and a recorded video. And when Luo Chen clicked on the video with a puzzled look on his face, he was stunned. Vulcan Cult Master? Horror Claw Lair? Hypnotized Leader Boss? Amethyst Grass? Evil Ritual? Mysterious Country Girl? Flame Shot Flame Lance? Fireball? Third Level Magic Barrier Flame Whip. Who am I? Where am I? Are we playing the same game? I'm here all day looking for lost puppies, running errands and delivering letters to people in the village, and at best going to the edge of the forest to hunt. But you guys are already flying magic and holding a super ceremony? Luo Chen, who was sharp-eyed, found the mysterious country girl named Vivian and the Melee Magic God, who was following the mysterious country girl. As for why Luo Chen had to add the word mysterious in front of the country girl. Nonsense. Have you ever seen an ordinary villager who can hold a magic shield in each hand and confront a Vulcan cult leader? Outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders see the doorway. Chunlu was thinking about revenge on Eugenia. But what Luo Chen saw was main quest, hidden plot, super NPC. Damn. No wonder those two guys can upgrade so quickly. It turns out that the thighs they hugged were too thick. Without hesitation, Luo Chen, brother Lu, wait for me. I'm coming. After sending the message, Luo Chen turned around and was about to leave. He looked at the location coordinates. It was not far away from him. If he drove at full speed, he could get there in less than 10 minutes. Hey, Shilu, why are you leaving? I just found a new job for you. Don't you want it? The old aunt was anxious when she saw the handsome boy was leaving. Just now, there were a few strangers like you who asked me to find them. If you leave, I will have to give them to others. The old lady's voice was threatening. No, thank you. Auntie! Luo Chen waved his hand without looking back, leaving Marian standing at the entrance of the village, looking at Luo Chen's back and shaking with anger. Auntie? You said she looked like your mother before, but now she has become an auntie? It's not Luo Chen's fault that he changes his face like turning a book. After all, there are two important NPC characters in the video of Long Road. One is a white-legged bishop, and the other is a petite mysterious girl who is suspected to be a key figure in the main line. If there is a choice, ask yourself, which one is not more fragrant than the old aunt? Obviously, there are more than one people who have the same idea as Luo Chen. After Changlamenman deliberately used the video of the confrontation between Vivian and Eugenia recorded at that time as bait, no player could refuse. After Luo Chen, they were distributed in the range of Fire Code City. Changlamenman called everyone who had a little energy one by one. As a result, a mighty army of players was gathering towards the Forest of Terror Claws from all directions. Boss, do you think it can work? Will we be just delivering food to others no matter how many people we have? One of Changlamenman's subordinates asked worriedly. Unlike those players who were fooled by watching videos, they have experienced it in person and experienced the terrifying power of Bishop Eugenia. Humph. A lot of ants can kill an elephant. Before I was locked up, I secretly checked Eugenia's panel with reconnaissance. She was only in her early 30s. What's more, we don't have high-level combat power here. Isn't my goddess one? Yes. But, boss, I'm afraid that your goddess won't be able to hold on until we rush over to support her. It seems that everyone under Changlamenman is a chat genius. Hey, I don't know how Vivian is doing now, and how the battle situation in the nest is. Just after he finished talking to himself, he saw his boss's face darken because of him. Seeing that he was about to be beaten again, he suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly said before Changlamenman slapped him, Boss! Boss! Wait a minute. Aren't Shigua And the melee god still in the nest? Can't we contact them to find out the battle situation? Unfortunately, his cleverness did not save him from being beaten. Nonsense. Do you think I'm stupid? They have blocked their friend communication a long time ago. Where can I contact them? Chanlu Manman said angrily. Because of the previous upgrade incident. Too many people came to them for the secret. And Deshigwa and the others had closed their communication a long time ago and have not opened it until now. But there was a sudden turn of events. You are just stupid. Boss. You forgot there is a regional channel. We are in the Claw Forest now. Use the regional channel to talk to them. They blocked their friends. But they didn't block the regional channel. WOC. After being awakened by his subordinates. Chunlu Manman slapped his forehead immediately. Damn. How could you forget this method? Because the number of people in the internal test of Fallen God is very small. And the very small here refers to the scale of the entire Fallen God world. So there are very few people in a regional channel. And no one talks at all. The extremely excited Chonlu Manman just opened the regional channel and was typing frantically. Typing countless exclamation marks to try to attract the attention of Big Watermelon and Melee God of Magic. What he never expected was that in this empty Claw Forest regional channel, someone actually jumped out a message before him. And the person who sent the message was actually Big Watermelon. The message was short. Just 2 short words. Run! At the same time, a slightly sharp system prompt sounded in the minds of all the internal test players centered in the Fire Code City. Ding. The current area you are in triggers the SS level emergency task Magic Tide Invasion. Please decide within 30 minutes whether to participate in defending the Fire Code City. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. SS level emergency task? Magic Tide Invasion? Guard. Guard the Fire Code City? Looking at the eye-catching red countdown on the taskbar, Changlimanman was completely dumbfounded. What happened? Chapter 32 Epic Witch. Thousand-Faced Bella. Smash Varuto. Let time go back a little. The inside of the Terraclaw's lair can be described as a mess. The rock walls of the cave are covered with either whip marks or sickle shadows. The same flame collision under the 3rd level magic colonial suit makes the scorch marks in the lair everywhere. On the other hand, the 2 sides of the battle, Bishop Eugenia, also known as Bella, can be described as in a state of embarrassment at this moment. The formerly coquettish flame robe is now in tatters. And the flaming whip that is more than 10 meters long is now much dimmer. Far from before. As for our Vivian, although she is a second personality like a cheater, she is currently in an overwhelming advantage. Which makes people have to sigh that cheating is powerful. But after all, the gap in the level between the 2 sides still makes the girl a little injured. The black flame dress that covered the whole body was scratched by the whip marks. And there were some holes. The bright white skin inside was faintly visible, which aroused endless reverie. Nonsense! That was Eugenia, the royal sister bishop, who ate a lot of fish and meat every day and maintained her beauty. On the other hand, our poor Vivian, with a figure like a little girl. Hey, no one would look at her figure even if there were more holes. Who would look at the bones when she was skinny? Now it seems to understand a little. Why in the dark space? The second personality had to reshape his body and bring private goods. But in short, the battle was still extremely fierce. To describe it with an idiom that is not an idiom, it is a fight between women. It's so terrifying. At this time, someone may ask, that's not right. Vivian is fighting in dire straits. The sky is dark. What are you doing? Liao Zixuan? You are not the only one who has this doubt. The 2 internal test players, Deshigwa and Melee Mage, who were there to watch the show, also had the same doubt. I saw that the 2 players walked cautiously and tiptoed to the side of the little wolf cub. Then the 6 eyes looked at each other. 2 pairs of players' eyes full of Wolf Lord. Why are you watching the show here? And 1 pair of wolf cub's eyes full of why. Do you have any objections? Although the players could not communicate with Liao Zixuan by telepathy, there is an old saying that the eyes are the windows to the soul. The 2 players gave the little wolf cub an expression of Wolf Lord. When are you going to make a move? Again, they were not afraid that Vivian would lose. Are you kidding? Do you know the value of witches? Big Watermelon and the Melee Magic God just don't want to miss this rare opportunity. And they also hope to see the power of this little wolf cub, who has been following Vivian all the time. After all, the summoner profession may be famous for 10 of me may not be able to beat you. But maybe my summoned beast can slap you to death. But now, even Vivian herself is so strong. The two players are naturally more curious about the little wolf cub in front of them, who doesn't seem to be very fierce. On the contrary, it gives people a very cute feeling. Unfortunately, Liao Zixuan responded to them with a look that said, "What's the hurry?" while rolling his eyes. He was still disappointed with the two players, and used his eyes to guide them. This is a fight between women, which is what men love the most. Pa. It's rare to see. What to look at and where to focus in such a rare battle is a science. You said to watch Eugenia's left hand blasting at Vivian with a flaming spear. But the girl dodged it with a gorgeous backflip? No. Who would watch magic effects and combat skills? To see it, you have to watch Vivian dodge it. And then she slashed back with a sickle shadow. Even though Eugenia tried her best to dodge, she still got a big cut on her body. That pitiful colonial robe is getting less and less. And it's almost like a Chongsam. Battle damage. Do you understand battle damage? As men, the two players who understood Liao Zixuan's eyes instantly realized what was going on, then stood in awe, and then turned into eyes that they never expected. Good guy. You are actually this kind of wolf. Then, as if they had discovered a new world, the two players followed the black-hearted little wolf cub and watched the battle happily. 3 people. No. 2 people and 1 wolf. All used their eyes to help the battle, trying to kill Eugenia with their eyes. If the second personality in the water above knew that the 3 soy sauce people below were thinking this way, I'm afraid he would just ignore the enemy and go down with a sickle to warn them and chop them all. Okay. Joking aside, no one really thinks that Liao Zixuan is such a superficial man. Such a superficial wolf. Right? The real reason why he didn't take action was that he saw that the second personality finally came out once, and the other person was having a good time. Didn't you see that the excitement on the girl's face was almost overflowing as she became more and more courageous in the fight? As for the second personality, Liao Zixuan wanted to make this new second personality suffer a loss, so that the girl would understand that although you are a cheater, you have not grown up yet. And, in this world, there are really more cheaters than you. You are not someone else's soul. Eugenia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and after being beaten away by the girl again, she dragged her wounded body and climbed out of the pit on the ground, as if she had finally confirmed this point. Is this the other me you mentioned before? Faced with a question from the bishop girl. This time it was Vivian who floated in the air, looking down at Eugenia, who was half kneeling on the ground to support her body. Correct answer. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Vivian once again turned her sickle into a residual image and swung it at Eugenia on the ground, as if to give her the final blow. But this time the bishop girl seemed exhausted. Facing the murderous girl, she did not dodge or defend herself. Puff! The blood splattered, causing the 2 players, who were fooled by Liao Zixuan to watch the game and were still not satisfied. And their eyelids jumped, and they were almost traumatized. Eugenia's body was cut in half by Vivian's huge sickle, and her beautiful upper body was instantly separated from her lower body and minced into meat sauce. Can you imagine that she was just in a uniform and seductive? But then she was torn into pieces? A certain conscienceless little wolf cub mourned for the 2 unfortunate children in his heart. Who told you to be so dishonest? You deserve it. Is the battle over? The 2 players who finally recovered looked confused, because they saw Vivian, who had clearly killed the enemy, but still hadn't lifted the colonization magic at this moment. On the contrary, the expression on the girl's face slowly faded from the previous madness to a rare solemnity. She frowned tightly, and the huge sickle in her hand with black flames was clenched even more tightly. Then, just when Big Watermelon and the melee magic god were confused and didn't know what was going on, a cold breath began to gather quickly at the place where Bishop Eugenia died before. After the fierce battle just now, the nest was filled with fire elements everywhere, with a vague shadow condensing into shape. The temperature in the cave began to drop like a cliff. Very good. Vivian, you are really good. You can actually defeat the weakest one among my hundreds of clones. You are quite powerful. The woman's eerie laughter echoed in the nest. The shadow condensed above the corpse was a woman again. However, this time it was no longer Bishop Eugenia, but a woman wearing a wolf fur coat, holding a wolf head scepter, and wearing a dark green wolf mask on her head. Liao Zixuan narrowed his eyes after seeing this. De Shigua and the melee magic god instinctively threw a detection skill at each other. Then the 2 were stunned. Epic Witch Thousand Faces Bella. Level, LV 60. Status, Soul Fragment. Main occupation? Secondary occupation? Degree of danger, extremely deadly. Chapter 33, There are always people and wolves. No. What's going on? Wasn't she just a level 30 fire god cult leader? How come she has become a level 60 witch in the blink of an eye? Witch? A witch again? Are witches everywhere in Fallen God? Does Shigwa and Melee Mage clearly remember that in the game background information of Fallen God, the description of witches is that although they are powerful, they are rare. In the new era after the 9 gods, they have disappeared. Only a few of them are hiding in the dark. And most people will never meet one in their lifetime. But what's going on now? The game has just been tested. And the novice village hasn't even been released yet. And they have to meet 2 people in a row? The key is that these 2 seem to dislike each other and have just fought. Wait! Big Watermelon and the melee god of magic suddenly felt a chill from their feet to their heads. It was fun for them to watch women fight before. But if you say that 2 women, witches, fight, it will cost lives. What you fear will come true. Bella's phantom floating in the air, after sneering at Vivian, glanced down intentionally or unintentionally, sweeping across the 2 people and 1 wolf who had been watching the battle below. Even when fighting with Vivian before, Bella could clearly feel the sight of others on her. Liao Zixuan didn't feel anything just by being swept by Bella's eyes. But the 2 players' hearts were pounding. And instantly a creepy feeling like being stared at by a hungry wolf in the wilderness crept over their bodies. The word lust is a knife to one's head. At this moment, Big Watermelon and the melee magic god finally understood the words of their ancestors. We will never look at it casually again. Humph. Playing tricks. Vivian was very dissatisfied with the tone of Bella's speech. Because it was just like her. Even though the girl felt the breath of danger from the other party, she still swung her sickle and rushed towards Bella's shadow like an arrow from a string. And then, there was nothing else. After Vivian launched the attack with a domineering momentum, Bella still floated in the same place, without any intention of dodging. And even on her charming face, there was a smile of come on. Come on. In this way, the girl's sickle easily came in front of Bella, made contact, and then passed through. Vivian swung a few more times in disbelief, and even did it herself. But after a lot of trouble, Bella just watched quietly. And the girl finally understood a fact. Her attack had no effect on enemies in the soul state. Give up. Before you have a transcendental breakthrough. It is impossible to hurt me. Now you and I are the difference between mortals and transcendents. Bella smiled and looked at Vivian, who looked very unhappy. The uglier the girl's face looked, the happier she was. How is it, Vivian? Now you understand the gap between you and me, right? The Eugenia that you just fought with was just a shell that my soul clone borrowed. Although Bella had exaggerated a bit before, saying that she had hundreds of clones, Eugenia was still her weakest one. But generally speaking, it was not too outrageous. For Bella, using Eugenia's body was indeed a negative improvement in terms of combat power. Her elemental affinity attribute was not fire element, and it was even the opposite. In addition, she was not very good at close combat. But under such conditions, she was still able to fight back and forth with Vivian. Which shows that the gap Bella said was indeed true. Vivian, I'm giving you 2 choices now. Oh, I'm not just talking about you. There's another Vivian in your body. After Bella finished her words, her shadow in the soul state raised 2 fingers. Choice 1. You become my apprentice and accept me as your mentor. Choice 2. Bella looked at Vivian's disdainful expression after she made her choice 1. And then sneered and continued. Choice 2. You don't accept it. And then I tie you up and take you away. And I train you until you are willing to accept me as your master. As she spoke, Bella licked her lips, and her aggressive eyes wandered all over Vivian's body. Very good. I've confirmed it with my eyes. A pervert. Seeing that Vivian didn't agree to her first choice. Or rather, Bella originally intended to directly implement the second option. I saw that the shadow of Bella in the air slowly raised the wolf-head scepter in her hand. At the same moment, the dark blue wolf-shaped mask that she had tilted to the left side of her head, the pair of wolf eyes on the mask, began to emit a strange light. Shadow Wolf. After Bella uttered 2 words, the air around her began to twist rapidly and turned into a shadow, and finally condensed into 2 shadow wolves in the form of Shadow. Go. Bring her back. Bella pointed the wolf-headed scepter in her hand in the direction of Vivian. Swish. 2 shadow wolves rushed out, while Vivian frowned even more. She first tried to advance instead of retreating, and used the black flame scythe in her hand to meet the enemy. But the result was as expected. The girl's attack had no effect on the two shadow wolves. They still passed through the opponent's phantoms and had no effect. But looking at the shadow wolves, they bit Vivian. Obviously, they had no entity. But the phantom of the wolf bit the girl's arm. But the corresponding place on Vivian's arm also had blood and bite marks. It was as if they could use the soul state to interfere with reality. But Vivian in reality could do nothing about them. If two shadow wolves are not enough to suppress the girl, then go. Bella pointed the wolf-headed scepter again, and 4 more shadow wolves came out of the shadows and attacked Vivian. This time, even the girl who was as strong as the second personality could not stand it. The main reason was that the enemy could attack her, but she could not hit the enemy. How could she fight this battle? The 6 shadow wolves did not attack Vivian's vitals, and did not even bite the girl too hard. After all, Bella just wanted to tie the girl back. Some of them bit her ankles, some bit her wrists, and some jumped on Vivian to suppress her and prevent her from struggling. In this way, no matter how much Vivian resisted, the girl was dragged towards Bella bit by bit. Just when the second personality Vivian was anxious but helpless. Another me. Another me. Can you hear me? Another voice of her rang in the girl's mind. What are you doing? It's so noisy. The voice from the real Vivian made the second personality even more impatient. The reason she was born was to protect Vivian and the main personality. But now the second personality gritted her teeth. She seemed to be too weak. Another me. Do you want to try to let Xiaohei help? In the dark space, the real Vivian blinked. Chapter 34. Xiaohei. The second personality didn't react to who the other one was talking about for a while. But soon, the figure of a dark little wolf cub quickly appeared in her mind. The second personality had a deep impression of Liao Zixuan. The deep here means dislike. In addition to the fact that she instinctively felt a sense of threat from this little wolf cub, it was more because of Liao Zixuan's previous verbal attacks on her. She hated those guys who talked a lot of nonsense the most. In particular, those nonsense that even made her feel reasonable, and made her agree with them involuntarily. Of course, there was actually a deeper reason why the girl didn't like Liao Zixuan. But she was just unwilling to say and admit it. Humph. Him? The second personality said with disdain. Then, Vivian, who was gradually losing strength in reality, was bitten on the butt by Bella's shadow wolf without paying attention. Here we must clarify for our shadow wolves. They are different from a certain wolf cub. They have no independent consciousness, and only follow instincts and Bella's instructions. For them, it doesn't matter where they bite. But for the second personality, it is an absolute humiliation. Suddenly, the girl was like a cat with its fur standing on end. Get out! The second personality, who was full of anger, burst out in an instant, breaking free from the other shadow wolves that were suppressing her. The girl turned around and kicked back, sweeping fiercely at the shadow wolf that had just bitten her, but it was just a pity that the powerful kick whip that could shake an ancient tree 3 times with one kick only made a burst in the air, and then passed through the shadow wolf's phantom body again. Let's be frank. It was a lonely fight. Well, the other me. Do you want to give it a try? The main personality Vivian in the dark space looked at the other her helpless and furious look and suggested again weakly. The try here naturally meant asking Xiaohei to help. It may be that after being bitten on the butt, the second personality finally realized that hard talk could not solve the problem, let alone relieve the pain on the butt. Of course, it is more likely that she felt that if she continued like this, her image in the main personality's heart would plummet. So, the girl gave up. But before leaving, she still wanted to be stubborn again. You go if you want to go. I won't go. Ever since Vivian first killed someone subjectively, that is, crushed Roll's dog head with magic, the second personality was completely awakened. This also means that they can switch between them at any time. Especially after Vivian took the initiative to contact the second personality. Just swish. Less than half a second. The aggressive and irritable temperament of the little girl, like a rose with thorns, disappeared instantly. Instead, it was the original Vivian. A country girl who showed weakness to everything, and would never stand up if she could lie down. Hands on hips. Then, the little girl, who had completely given up struggling, and was being dragged towards, which Bella by the shadow wolf, at an increasingly faster speed, took a deep breath. Then, little black. Vivian took a deep breath and shouted loudly. not caring about her image at all. It was at the moment when the word girl came out of her mouth that the two internal test players on the ground felt a flash in front of their eyes. The lazy little wolf cub who had just stayed with them disappeared from the spot. When Big Watermelon and the melee god of magic came to their senses and looked for Liao Zixuan again, they saw a little wolf with a burning black flame all over his body slowly walking out of the void above the girl's head. The flames burning on the black wolf seemed to be the same as those on the girl before. But they were different, because they were both black flames. But Vivian could only imitate the shape, while the black wolf had the true meaning. The most intuitive and obvious point was, the girl's black flame sickle could not hurt these soul shadow wolves at all, while Liao Zixuan, as a dark flame wolf, had a genuine black flame that could burn everything. Woo! Woo! The painful whimpering wolf howl sounded from all around Vivian in an instant. The shadow wolves that were biting the little girl all opened their mouths. And the black flames that were exactly the same as those on Liao Zixuan also appeared on these shadow wolves. But the difference is that the black flame belongs to Liao Zixuan, not to them. How is it possible? Witch Bella, who had an expression of being in control of the situation, was no longer relaxed and was shocked, because she found that her shadow wolf was out of control. To be more precise, it rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames on its body. But it didn't see any effect. The shadow wolf, which was being swallowed by the black flame at a very fast speed, completely lost contact with her. Witch Bella had countless things to say in an instant, but because there were too many, in the end, only one word popped out. There are only two ways to hurt creatures in the soul state. The first is to use attacks at the soul level, and the second is to use extraordinary magic above the 4th level. The former is too rare. The soul is a mysterious thing. In this field, whether it is a profession, skills or props, they are extremely rare and precious. As for the latter, anyone who can overcome the supernormal breakthrough is a well-known big shot. Moreover, how can the 4th level magic be so easy to cast, without even a prelude to casting? It is precisely because she is sure that the little girl can't do these two things, let alone Vivian. There may not be a few people in the entire Fire Code City who can do it. That the Witch Bella is so arrogant and confident, even though she is now just a soul fragment. But now, Bella feels that her cognition is being pressed to the ground and rubbed hard, because she, who has always been known for her broad knowledge and leading the witch group, actually didn't recognize these black flames. And even now, she still couldn't figure out what happened. Of course, this is not the worst. What she hates most is that, after escaping, Vivian said to Bella, who opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, in an apologetic tone, that, I'm not really good at fighting, because I seem to be a summoner. The little girl smiled awkwardly, as if she felt very sorry for killing all the wolves in your family as soon as her summoned beast appeared. At this moment, Witch Bella kind of missed the previous Vivian, because the former looked dark, irritable, and would fight at the slightest disagreement. But at least she didn't kill people. But the latter Vivian in front of her, on the surface, looked like someone who could be bullied. But in fact, she was killing people and killing people. Witch Bella also took a deep breath, completely different from Vivian. Her surging breaths were like her anger. Okay. You said you were a summoner, right? I almost forgot. Looking at your summoned beast, it should be a wolf monster. Haha. You're out of luck. I should really go to the 9 kingdoms to ask. Who doesn't know that the most powerful method of my Witch Bella is to drive away wolves? Do you think that my wolf fur coat, wolf head scepter and wolf head mask are just for show? Wolves are the most conscious monsters of bloodline. Once they encounter a wolf with a higher bloodline than their own, the suppression engraved in their instincts will make the wolf of low bloodline crawl directly on the ground with its tail between its legs. Incomparable submission. I want to see whether the wolf a great epic witch, summoned with all my strength is stronger, or the wolf cub of you, a girl whose hair has not even grown out, is stronger. So, Witch Bella is ready to go all out and play big. Great. Dark wolf above, please emerge from the shadows and come out from behind the scenes. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. Help you unlock the shackles of the seal. As the Witch Bella chanted, the sky and the earth began to change color. The sky and the earth here naturally refer to the small world in the cave of the nest. It was as if a black hole that absorbed light opened in front of Bella, and all the light in the cave was attracted. For a moment, The light disappeared and darkness enveloped the entire nest. Then Dark Wolf King. When Bella blurted out these 3 words, her soul phantom shook obviously several times, and even the solidity decreased a lot, and began to become transparent. Dark Wolf King. Don't look at the name, as if it seems to be very rustic. Well, the scene should be removed. But what if it was replaced by Dark Wolf King or Loris Barrican's angry shadow? No good? No good. In short, a sound that sounded from far to near, like chains tearing and dragging on the ground, rang in everyone's ears. Then, a large area of black fog spread. A pair of terrifying eyes, as big as copper bells, lit up in the black fog and slowly looked at everyone. When the black fog dissipated, a tall and straight wolf, with cold iron chains wrapped all over its body, a ferocious head that was terrifying, and various scars on its fur, like a gray wolf that had experienced hundreds of battles and crawled out of hell, appeared in front of Bella. Dark Wolf King or Loris Barrican's angry shadow. Level, LV50. Status, Lost Soul. Skills, talents and specialties. Degree of danger, extremely deadly. The 2 players, Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God, were stunned and even numb. Now there was only one question hovering in their minds. What kind of ship did they get on? From the beginning, when Nochi Village received the task of finding the missing daughter, they thought it was a clue to the Fire Classic City. And then, they found that this daughter was too simple. It must be some hidden plot. Now that Big Watermelon and Melee Magic God looked at each other, they began to have a hunch in their hearts that this might not be a hidden plot at all, but the main plot. You know, although the main line is just 2 short words, it makes a world of difference. No matter how powerful the hidden plot is, at most they are just participating in a story. But if they are linked to the main line, it means that they are participating in history. They will witness the direction of the version, and will affect tens of millions of players. Just when the hearts of the 2 internal test players were beating, as one of the heroines in the current plot, Vivian's heart was also beating non-stop. Of course she was not excited. The little girl was very nervous. Vivian knew that her own Xiao Hei should be very powerful. But as for how powerful he could be, she actually had no idea. However, according to the little girl's common sense, the older the monster of the same kind, the stronger it is, and the larger the size, the more dangerous it is. So, comparing the black wolf that barely reached her calf with the giant gray wolf that she had to look up at this moment, which seemed to cover the sky and the sun, there was no comparison at all. A big witch meets a small witch. At the same time, in the dark space, it was not the second personality that was chased and bitten by the shadow wolf, but now sat on a small stool with his legs crossed. The girl's face was full of "See, now look again. Will your shouting at that black wolf still work?" expression. The reason why she had a temper with Vivian before, and why she didn't like Liao Zixuan, was actually because she felt that she should be the only one who could protect the main personality. Vivian doesn't need to rely on anything else. For example, a wolf cub that hasn't even passed the infancy stage. Okay, Vivi, let me take over. Just ask your little black to help me burn all those annoying shadow wolves, and leave the rest of the escape from here to me. The girl in the dark space was in a good mood. Isn't it that she has to appear again in the end? The pride in the second personality just emerged. But the scene that appeared in reality the next moment almost made her fall off the chair. Little black, don't be afraid. You will definitely grow up to be this big and this powerful in the future. As for now, let's run first. Vivian was about to pick up her little wolf cub and wanted to comfort him softly. As a result, Xiao Hei's telepathy sent her 2 words. That's it? Fancy! Liao Zixuan broke free from Vivian's arms, jumped off the little girl, and began to look directly at the Dark Wolf King opposite him. Although we still don't know what the 2 wolves, one big and one small, one gray and one black, talked about in their eyes that day. But it should be like this. What are you looking at? What the hell are you looking at? Little Emperor, why are you here? I'm here for nothing. But what do you want to do now? Cough. I'm bored in the dark, so I came out for a walk. For a walk. Hee hee. Dark Wolf King. Don't look at the name. It also has 3 characters. And it also has King. But compared with him, the Dark Flame Wolf, it's like a landlord meeting an emperor. Oh, now he's still a little emperor, as the only 2 forbidden lives in the huge flame domain. Unless the broken phoenix called Sinyan comes in person. No monster can suppress him in terms of blood. Do you understand the value of the strongest hidden boss in version 1.0? Bella was right about one thing. Wolf monsters are born with a strong clan concept. And those with higher bloodlines have an innate high suppression power over those with lower bloodlines. This kind of thing engraved in DNA is still inevitable even if the level and strength gap is huge. Dark Wolf King. Bring her and the little wolf back to me. Although Bella was weak due to summoning the Dark Wolf King, she still waved her hand domineeringly and gave the Dark Wolf King an order. What the witch valued most was face. She was an epic character. But she was repeatedly defeated by a little girl who had not even entered the extraordinary level. This made Bella ruthless and bleed heavily. This time, she decided to pretend to be big and use a forbidden spell to kill a mosquito. However, a few seconds after her order was issued, the scene was a little awkward, because the Dark Wolf King did not listen to her at all. He was still standing there without moving, just like a wooden man, lowering his hideous huge head and looking at the little wolf cub of the girl opposite on the ground. Not sure if it was her illusion, Bella saw a sense of flattery from the Dark Wolf King, who was always known for his terror and brutality. Ahem. Bella coughed twice. Could it be that she hadn't used magic for too long and her magic was rusty? No, that's not right. So Bella was ready to try to give the order again. Dark Wolf King. Go. Awuh! The voice of which Bella was interrupted by a deafening wolf howl. The terrifying Wolf King summoned from the shadows howled to the sky, turned his head, and stared at Bella fiercely with his copper bell-like orange eyes. What does that mean? Bella was dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me? The person I asked you to capture is right in front of you. And you? The Dark Wolf. The King of Shadow Wolves. What is that deep resentment in your eyes, like a bullied young wife? The Dark Wolf King seemed to be thinking whether he could beat this old woman who summoned him and pitted him badly. But after all, the opponent was quite strong, and he sacrificed part of his soul power to it. So, turning his head, a large piece of black fog appeared again, submerging the huge body of the gray wolf. When the black fog dissipated, there was no trace of the previous Dark Wolf King. Bella, Vivian, two closed beta players. Chapter 35 The Abyss appears. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The air was frozen. Perhaps she felt that the atmosphere was really wrong, and wanted to say something to ease it. Vivian was about to speak. Stop! Shut up! Don't talk to me! Bella saw the little girl opposite her, who was about to speak softly, and the epic which was interrupted by the scream. She was really afraid of Vivian, who was white on the outside and black on the inside. Or naturally black? Oh! Okay. The little girl nodded obediently, but she couldn't help showing a little aggrieved look on her face. She obviously wanted to comfort the other party. For example, it's okay. Maybe there was something wrong with the magic just now. How about you try it again? Bella learned a lesson. If Vivian had really said this, Bella would have been so angry that she would have vomited blood. You can cast the forbidden spell whenever you want? Didn't you see that I was almost exhausted in order to summon this Wolf King? And you asked me to cast it again. Why? To embarrass myself again? Bella was not really a fool. After the initial shock and confusion, she quickly reacted and had some guesses in her heart. First of all, there would be no problem with her magic. This was the absolute confidence of a genuine witch. Then, according to the process of elimination, the problem could only be that at this moment, this thousand-faced witch, an epic-level strongman, began to look at the little wolf cub held in Vivian's arms with complicated eyes. Wolves are all very strong in bloodline, and Bella knows this very well. There is only one explanation for the Dark Wolf King not listening to her orders, refusing to attack the other party, and even turning away without authorization and disappearing into the darkness. There is another Wolf King who is more Wolf King than it, even if the opponent now may still be very young. But bloodline is bloodline, and the upper position is a natural suppression of the lower position, which has nothing to do with all age and strength. It's like the king's newborn child. From the moment he fell to the ground, he was born to be under one person and above 10,000 people. This is the case with humans, who have no intrigue, and most of the monsters are stubborn. And this is even more so. Humph. I didn't realize you had this trick up your sleeve. How dare you break into the Claw Forest alone and cause trouble for the Fire Cult? After Bella finished her words to save the situation, Vivian didn't do anything. But the two closed beta players were depressed first. Big Watermelon and Melee Mage. What do you mean? We're not human. Then, As if she had some feelings. Bella glanced at the two players who seemed indignant. With faces full of Vivian and I scored 81 points together. Oh no! We worked together to wipe out the fire cult and beat the epic witch. Then, the two admitted their defeat on the spot. Yes, we are not human. Woof woof. We are all Miss Vivian's dogs. How did you sign a life contract with this monster? Bella, who couldn't help her curiosity, asked Vivian out loud. Do you ask her if she is envious? Humph. I am an epic witch. Would I be envious of a yellow-haired girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet? I am really envious. So I'm envious. Bella is about to catch fire with jealousy. It's like a racer encountering a super sports car. A sharpshooter discovering a peerless famous gun. An old pervert seeing a charming beauty. Cough cough. The last one seems a little wrong. In short, Bella, who has been studying wolf-driving magic for her whole life, looks at Liao Zixuan with a wrong look in her eyes, as if she is glowing green. This makes the little wolf cub shiver all over, and subconsciously moves closer to the girl's arms. Grandma, please respect yourself. The general meaning is that we are not suitable. If Bella has a defense value data now, then the progress bar should have reached 10%. Then, Xiaohei, are you so powerful? Vivian gently stroked and smoothed Liao Zixuan's hair. Wasn't the big bad wolf scared away by you just now? Liao Zixuan, who was very comfortable being touched by the little girl, proudly raised his little wolf head. Looking at the love between you and the wolf. The corners of the epic witch's mouth twitched fiercely. Big bad wolf? That TM is the dark wolf king Orloris Barrican's angry shadow that I have invited with great effort and hardship. Do you know how much I paid to sign the contract with the other party? Also, you said you don't know the origin of your little wolf cub? Ha. You are kidding. Bella's defense penetration value is 40% if you don't even know what kind of wolf it is, and what its bloodline is. How did you summon it? How did you perform the ceremony and sign the contract? Didn't it appear out of thin air and run to you on its own initiative? Bella, who was so angry, mocked Vivian. She felt that the little girl opposite was a bit too much. At this time, she was still pretending to be stupid here. For what? Just to annoy herself? Yes, Bella felt that Vivian was pretending to be stupid. If you say it's an ordinary monster, it's fine. But the more powerful the monster is, the more troublesome the steps to sign a contract are. First, you have to read various ancient books to understand the other party's honorific name. And then you have to prepare corresponding tributes, rituals, etc. according to the other party's preferences and habits. And this is why Bella couldn't help but be curious and asked out loud even if she didn't want to talk to Vivian, who she labeled as black-bellied. You are a country girl. You say you have strong magic power. Good. This is a talent. You say you can imitate other people's magic. Good. This is a talent. You say you have explosive combat power. Good. You have a dual personality. I admit it. But even if you have talent and another personality in your body, how do you get these mysterious knowledge? Materials and preparations for high-level summoning? You know, even a witch like her may not be able to get these resources. So how did Vivian do it? Yes. How did the little girl do it? The answer is actually very simple. Bella even said it herself. What summoning? What ritual? What contract? Vivian showed a confused expression under Bella's angry questioning. Then, the little girl's face showed a look of reminiscence. And she honestly said, it seems that Xiaohei really came here by himself. I was really scared at that time. I thought Xiaohei was going to eat my wild monster. Bella couldn't stay in this place with 100% defense. Her strongest attack was restrained by the opponent. And the opponent couldn't do anything to her in the soul state. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. So why should she still be angry here? Vivian, remember? We will meet again sooner or later. After saying this, Bella was ready to leave the nest. But at this moment, something strange happened. Another creature that had been ignored by everyone, but at this moment, made a move. From the center of the lair, the devil Tyrannosaurus, which was supposed to be hypnotized by the secret method, suddenly squirmed from the strange black runes on its skin, and stretched out a dozen black hands, quickly pulling Bella's soul that was about to leave. When Liao Zixuan saw these chilling black hands, the little wolf cub's face changed drastically. In his heart, the two words that most frightened countless forces in falling God instinctively emerged. Falling into the abyss. Chapter 36. Cannon fodder NPCs will not accept orders in times of crisis. The speed of the dark hands was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye, and the incident happened suddenly, so even Bella could not dodge it. The witch's feet and arms were grabbed tightly by the first dark hands, and this was not over yet. There were more dark hands behind, grabbing Bella's head, face, waist and other parts of her body. What is that? Bella was shocked and frightened, because it was the first time she had a real touch in the soul form. Pay attention. It was a real touch. Yes, these dark hands gave Bella the feeling that she was really grabbed from the body. This is so weird. The soul is the most mysterious and unpredictable field. Even Bella, who is the most knowledgeable in this field, has only seen magic that can attack the soul, and even more powerfully, magic that can destroy the soul. But there is no doubt that Bella has never seen a force like this, which does not hurt her soul at all, but simply drags her soul. However, this is not the most panicking thing for Bella. What really made Bella change color was the moment when she was touched by the dark hand. A cold, evil, ancient whispering voice from the dark abyss, as if mixed with countless negative emotions, began to echo wildly in her mind, washing her spirit. Shadow Wolf. Bella gritted her teeth. The witch's strong willpower prevented her from getting lost in the chaotic whispers, and she could even use magic to resist. 2 gray wolves were summoned. They obeyed their master's orders faithfully and fearlessly. They bit the 2 black hands that were tightly grasping Bella. However, these shadow wolves that had previously caused the second personality a lot of headaches had no effect on the black hands. No, let alone work. When they bit the black hands, as if they sensed other creatures, the 2 black hands began to split and gave birth to countless smaller hands, which also tightly grasped the 2 shadow wolves. The wailing of pain suddenly sounded from the 2 wolves, and then the following changes made people sweat. I saw that the 2 shadow wolves were twitching violently on the ground, their heads twisting wildly, and their limbs twisted irregularly, as if they were suffering from great pain. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang. The heads of the 2 shadow wolves exploded. Is this the end? Far from it. Liao Zixuan's wolf eyes stared at the headless bodies of the 2 shadow wolves. In less than a few seconds, sure enough, the same horror unfolded as Liao Zixuan's memory of falling into the abyss. Snap! The wolf legs of the 2 headless bodies of the shadow wolves suddenly raised high, and then fell heavily, hitting the ground, symbolizing the beginning of their resurrection from the dead. Although the head was gone, the corpses seemed to be alive again. They began to wriggle and approach each other. And finally, they were entangled together, like a stitched monster. The 2 headless shadow wolves merged into a new body and stood up shakily. Then, from their empty necks, like granulation, densely packed tiny black hands grew out, which could kill people with trypophobia at a glance. These granulation-like black hands intertwined and entangled with each other, gradually condensing the outline of a brand new head. But, what a pity! Boom! I wonder if you have seen those videos of burning cockroaches. But now it is almost like this. The blazing black flames instantly ignited the pitch-black hands that grew on the base of the suture wolf's neck, which had evolved from granulation to tumor-like. The body fell down for the second time, and this time it really fell down and did not stand up again. Run! Just as Liao Zixuan saw the shadow wolf contaminated by the pitch-black hand, the witch Bella on the other side came with a weak and urgent voice. In less than a moment, Bella's body was full of pitch-black hands, and they dragged Bella to the body of the devil Tyrannosaurus in the center of the nest, which was under the mysterious ritual. The pitch-black hands were like blood vessels, connecting Bella and the devil Tyrannosaurus, and the power of both sides was forced to blend with each other. The biggest change was the devil Tyrannosaurus. The skin of this monster began to fall off rapidly, revealing the bright red muscles inside. And then these muscles began to shrink and wither rapidly, and finally only the skeleton was left. However, this devil Tyrannosaurus did not die. Or rather, it was dead, but it welcomed rebirth in another form of life. Freed from the constraints of flesh and blood, these skeletons began to expand and proliferate wildly. Sharp bone spurs crawled all over the skin, and blade-like bone wings extended and spread out from the back. Level 20. Level 30. Level 40. In the eyes of Liao Zixuan and the players who carried the game system, the level of this devil Tyrannosaurus. No, it should be said that the level of the corrupted bone dragon rose like a rocket. But why hasn't it moved yet? The answer is that Bella, the new soul of this corrupted bone dragon, has not been corrupted by the dark hand and still retains a few strands of reason. Of course, there are only a few strands left. Damn, those guys have tricked me. Go to the Fire Code City quickly. Take this, and go find the Fire God cult and the Knights. This power does not come from this world. This matter must be quickly let the Fire God know. A stream of light shot out from Bella's soul and landed at Vivian's feet. It was a small sign, with a complex fire emblem engraved on it. Although the witch has always been at odds with the 9 gods, she is the kind of person who will cause trouble for the 9 gods if she can get a chance. But I have to admit it. Once you really encounter a great crisis, it is more reliable to find the 9 gods than to find anyone else. Go! As if she had exhausted her last bit of strength. When Bella shouted these 2 words, even her mouth was blocked by the dark hand, and even went deep into her throat. Extremely disgusting. Wrapping Bella from the inside out like a zombie. It seems that the degeneration of Bella has finally been completed. This allows the dark hand to split its strength and turn its head to target the remaining few people present. Swish. 2 or 3 black palms with evil auras began to quickly grab Vivian and others. Another me. Without Vivian saying anything, the second personality that had been sharing vision in the mental space took over the girl's body in an instant. She picked up the Fire God order on the ground, and then did a classic mid-air backflip, easily dodging several dark hands that grabbed her. Then, with one hand on each side, she took the 2 strangers, or players, around her like chickens. Liao Zixuan jumped onto the girl's shoulder and looked at the Terraclaw's nest that was gradually moving away. It seemed that the dark hand could only be within the range of the nest. Once Vivian left the cave, it would no longer chase her. However, this evil and corrupted breath would not be restricted by this. Instead, it spread in the forest with the Terraclaw's nest as the center. Like a plague. Things are getting serious. As if to confirm what Liao Zixuan said, 2 ding system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding. The current area you are in triggers the SS level emergency mission Demon Tide Invasion. Please decide within 30 minutes whether to participate in defending Huidian City. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ding. You have accepted the commission of Witch Bella and conveyed the news that the horrific changes are happening in the nest deep in the forest of Terror Claws back to Huidian City. The current remaining effective time, 24 hours. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 37, 2 groups. Squeak. Squeak. A fat rodent-like dog-rat monster was running around in panic. The bush behind it made a rustling sound. A leopard was chasing its prey slowly. The rat monster in front was frightened and used all its strength to run away frantically. After a while, it was obvious that it was exhausted, and its speed was far slower than before. The hunter leopard in the back was still energetic. It had deliberately kept a distance from its prey before, and only used a speed that would not be thrown away, in order to wait for this moment. Next, it only needed to exert a little more strength to easily send this exhausted fat dog-rat into its stomach. This is its survival wisdom. However, just as it was about to launch the final attack, squeak! Suddenly, the dog-rat in front of it made an inexplicable and tragic cry. The instinctive sense of crisis made the leopard, which was ready to attack, stop forcibly. Its brown eyes stared at the dog-rat in front of it with vigilance, which was lying on the ground and twitching. And around the dog-rat, withered plants, withered grass and trees, covered with black sticky substances, seemed to have life. And the corrupted ground was twisted and squirming in disgust. If the leopard could turn around and run away quickly at this time, it might still be able to survive. Unfortunately, its survival wisdom did not teach it the current situation. It was even thinking about the fat dog-rat that was its prey. Then, the leopard got what it wanted. The dog-rat stood up again, its skin peeling off like calluses, revealing the rotten muscles inside. Its eyes, which were originally timid and fearful, now glowed scarlet, staring straight at another living thing on the scene. Squeak! With a piercing hissing sound, the dog-rat, which was supposed to be the prey, pounced on the hunter leopard. It was not until this time that the leopard finally realized that something was wrong. After it slapped the rotten dog-rat that was biting its leg away, it turned around and ran away in embarrassment. However, it had only run a few steps. With a thud, with a tragic whimper, the leopard fell to the ground, and its body began to spin and twitch. The same scene as the dog and rat before was played again, when the leopard stood up again. Its eyes were also glowing scarlet, and its body exuded a rotten stench, like a moving corpse. Such scenes were not only here, but also happened in various places in the Forest of Terror Claws. Vivian and her group, who were running wildly in the forest, also witnessed this scene. The two players, the big watermelon and the melee magic god, who were carried out of the forest by the girl in each hand, were shocked and frightened, and quickly typed private chats. What the hell is going on here? It's like a zombie virus. We're not playing a horror game, are we? Melee Mage was almost scared to death. He saw with his own eyes a rotten rabbit jumping up from the ground and biting at them. And then Vivian, who reacted quickly, stepped on its head and exploded it. But who would have thought that even after all this rabbit with its brains all over the ground would still stagger to its feet and continue to look for the next living thing? I don't know if it's a horror game, but have you noticed the names of these mutant monsters? Compared to Melee Mage, Big Watermelon was still calmer. He found a few clues from the monster panel he had detected. No matter what kind of monster it is, it seems that after it mutates, it will be called a fallen abyss creature. Now that you say that, it seems to be true. But what exactly is this fallen abyss? I'm sure I've never seen it in the game background information. Not sure, but let's follow the plot first. Anyway, it seems that we can finally get into the Fire Classic City. Big Watermelon's tone was obviously excited. From this, we can see the difference in mentality between players and the real natives of this world. In addition to the physical fear of these terrifying fallen abyss creatures, the former is more excited and eager to try the upcoming major events, even if it will be a disaster. But as for the latter, it can only be said that the two players' hopes of entering the city may be in vain. What to do now? What to do? Vivian, the second personality, is responsible for escaping from the Claw Forest, while Vivian, the main personality, walks back and forth anxiously in the mental space with a frown on her brow. What lies before Vivian is a difficult choice. Players think of big plots and big events, and can go to big cities, but the first thing that pops up in Vivian's mind is her family. All the villages around the forest must be notified as soon as possible, so that everyone can take refuge quickly. However, she also has another important task on her shoulders, which is that Bella entrusted her to bring the token back to the Fire Code City as quickly as possible and bring this news to the big shots in the city. Moreover, the importance of this news can even alarm Lord Fire God. At least that's what the soul of the Fire God cult leader said. So, on one side is his own home, and on the other side is the overall situation. In the end, it's Gu Shao or Gu Da. In the critical situation, Vivian only has enough time to choose one side. Don't worry about Fire City. They will always know. Let's go back to the village and organize everyone to take refuge. The second personality's voice sounded from the heart without hesitation. Obviously, she chose Gu Shao without hesitation. But if this news is not spread, what if it leads to greater consequences? Vivian had seen the infection speed of those zombie creatures with her own eyes. If it is not stopped, it will not take long before most of the monsters in the Claw Forest will become rotten monsters that will only attack all living things crazily. This is not counting the root of everything. The nest cave they just escaped from, the terrifying mutant bone pterosaur, and those weird and evil black hands. Without the support of the Fire Code City, it will be useless for us to take shelter in advance. We can't deal with those monsters at all, not only for public, but also for private reasons. She, Vivian, must send the news to the Fire Code City and ask for the protection of the bigwigs and the God of Fire in the city. I'm so annoyed. So what do you think I should do now? A deep sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of her second personality, which made her even more irritated. Yes. What should I do? Just as the girl was in a state of confusion, Liao Zixuan, who had been silent before, sighed quietly. He originally just wanted to play his witch training game, but now it seems that the situation has reached the point where he has to take action. Okay. Fallen Abyss. Right. I haven't bothered you yet, but you come here to trouble me. Then let's have fun. So, without hesitation, Liao Zixuan began to use telepathy to convey his plan to Vivian. A plan that had the best of both worlds. The plan is actually very simple. Since both tasks are indispensable, we need to report the news and evacuate the villagers. Why don't we split up into two groups? You, Vivian, continue to take the Vulcan Cult's token to the Fire Code City to report the news and request support. As for returning to the village, organizing and persuading the villagers to take refuge quickly, and setting up the village guard. Leave it to him. Isn't that good? Chapter 38, I feel bad for not being able to come up with a title. Nochi Village. A noble carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. The tall, red horse was being cared for by 2 servants. Several guards in silver armor stood around the gorgeous carriage. Behind the noble carriage, there was another carriage. However, this carriage looked much lower class. The horses used were all inferior horses from the countryside. The carriage was also very simple, without even a roof, and was only covered with a large rag. If I were to describe it, it would be more like a carriage for transporting goods. This was indeed the case. Looking into the carriage at the back, I could see several country girls curled up with their knees hugged. They all have some things in common, such as their appearances are rustic, but they are not bad. Their bodies are shriveled due to long-term hunger, but their frame outlines are still good, and they are all potential stocks in the future. Of course, there are also differences, such as some girls have fear on their faces, some are confused, and some are yearning. Master Robert, you are finally here. At the door of the village chief of Nochi Village, the elderly village chief saw a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform coming down from the noble carriage, and immediately greeted him with a flattering look. Of course, the village chief could also see that there was only a freight carriage following the noble carriage. Even the shrewd village chief secretly glanced into the carriage and found that it was not full, but mostly empty. So, Master Robert, why did you buy so few people this year? Why don't you pick more? I'm not exaggerating, but the girls in our Nochi village are much better than those in other villages. They are all clever and hardworking, and they will definitely serve the nobles well after entering the city. The village chief patted his chest and promised the butler opposite. But the butler shook his head. Old Henry, it's not that I don't want to buy people, but the nearest Huidian city. Hey, you won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, people outside the city are no longer allowed to enter or leave. If my young lady hadn't just reached school age and urgently needed a group of maids to accompany her to the academy, I guess I wouldn't have come this year. Well, all right. The village chief was a little disappointed. He didn't care what happened in Huidian City. He just wanted to send more girls from the village to the city. Don't get me wrong. At least in these poor and shabby rural villages, being able to sell their daughters to the city is definitely something worth celebrating. As for whether the girls who were sold themselves think so, I don't know. Okay. Old Henry, bring the girl from before. I remember her name should be Vivian? Bring her here. I'm in a hurry to go to the next village. There are not many rural girls whose names Robert can remember. Vivian is one of them. The butler from the big family of Huidian City had a very good impression of the little girl. After all, she was able to support her younger brother and her father, who was addicted to alcohol and gambling by herself. It can be seen that she is very capable and her character is definitely not bad. The girls selected and bought from other villages were basically led by guards. But Robert personally came out to trade Vivian from Nochi Village. However, the process did not seem to be smooth. The old village chief showed an embarrassment on his face and spoke hesitantly. What's wrong? Butler Robert frowned when he saw this. He valued Vivian very much and wanted to train this girl as a personal maid for the lady. Hey, sir, you should go to Vivian's house and ask her yourself. The village chief shook his head and sighed with some regret. When Robert, who was full of doubts, came to Vivian's house, he saw the panicked and anxious eyes of Vivian's father, Andrew, and he immediately knew that something might have happened to the little girl. Andrew, where is your daughter? My lord. Vivian. She. Robert slammed the table angrily at Andrew, who was hesitating. Speak. Vivian. She went to the Claw Forest to collect herbs for her brother, and she hasn't come back yet. Andrew was shocked, and his voice was trembling. She went alone? To the Claw Forest? Do you know that this is going to die? Robert stood up from his chair and pointed at the nose of Andre, who had knelt down in fear. This shows that Vivian holds a very important position in the housekeeper's heart. After taking a deep breath, Robert asked with the last bit of luck, when did she go? Yesterday. You? Robert wanted to draw his knife and chop this bastard father to death. You willingly agreed to let your daughter go to the forest full of monsters alone for your little son, who is hopeless and dying soon. No. And he can't die. Can't die. He is my only son. Son! Andre shook his head frantically. And he is your son. So Vivian is not your daughter. It's different. Woo. Woo. Different. Woo. Perhaps it was because he was touched on a sore spot. Andrew cried, while holding his little son, who was still seriously ill and unconscious in bed. Obviously, in Andrew's heart, 10 Vivians might not be as good as one Andy. Or in other words, 10 daughters are not as good as one son. No longer pay attention to this bastard father. After all, you can't expect a remote and backward village to give birth to a knowledgeable and cultured person. In these rural villages, girls are born to be ignored. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed every year. And almost every family would beg them to buy their daughters to go to the city to work as servants for others. Ignoring the crying Andrew, Robert turned to a silent man who had been following him silently, wearing a spellcaster's robe. Mr. Lake, what do you think? If we send someone to search the Claw Forest? Butler Robert was only halfway through his words when the spellcaster shook his head. My men just asked around. This morning, 2 strangers accepted Andrew's commission to go to the Claw Forest to find her daughter. But they haven't come back yet. Strangers? Just them. The butler didn't seem to have a very good attitude towards the strangers mentioned by Lake. No, Sir Robert. The point I want to tell you is that the Claw Forest is probably much more dangerous than we thought. The spellcaster named Lake spoke in a particularly solemn tone. What do you mean? Just a little while ago. I don't know if it was my illusion, but I seem to feel an extremely evil aura erupting from the direction of the Forest of Terror Claws. If possible, I suggest that Sir Robert should set off now and return to Fire Code City. This, Butler Robert was about to say. Is the problem really that serious? Suddenly, a piercing and miserable scream came from outside the village. Ah! Ye people. Chapter 39. Have you ever seen such a handsome little wolf? Biting? Butler Robert was stunned. Is the order in the countryside so chaotic now? But when he looked out through the window, the noble butler saw a scene that made his eyelids twitch wildly. It seemed that a hunter who had just returned from the forest was like a beast, throwing another villager to the ground and eating him. When the villager under him twitched and stopped moving, the hunter raised his bloody head. Robert, with sharp eyes, clearly saw that it was a face as rotten as a corpse. He stopped at the entrance of the village, and the guards around the noble carriage immediately took action when they saw this. They also saw this hunter who looked neither human nor ghost. Robert's guards did not hesitate to draw their swords and pierce his heart. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they did not expect that the hunter who had been pierced by the sword did not stop at all. Instead, the guard lost his weapon because his sword was inserted into the opponent's body. In addition, he was overwhelmed by the hunter in a panic. Before the other guards could rescue him, another scream came from behind. Who would have thought that the villager who was bitten to death by the hunter at the beginning stood up again, his eyes flashing with the same scarlet light as the hunter before. And the flesh on his body quickly fell off in large pieces. And he attacked the other villagers around him, who had not reacted at all. God of Fire. Robert, who was hiding in Vivian's house, looked at the chaotic village with a trembling voice. What on earth is going on? Lord Robert, now is not the time to pray. You must let your guards abandon the carriage as soon as possible and gather to you quickly. As a spellcaster, Lake was relatively calm, while his body lit up with a blue halo symbolizing magic. He quickly reminded the frightened butler. Yes. Yes. Guards. Guards. After hearing Robert shouting, the guards beside the carriage immediately gave up the fight and turned to retreat in the direction of Vivian's house. But there were still a few unlucky guys who were grabbed by the ankles and fell to the ground. And then, they were instantly swarmed and bitten by more and more mutant villagers. Fortunately, the rest of the guards retreated to Vivian's house where Robert was, and formed a defensive formation with their backs against the house. They managed to hold off for a while. They gradually discovered that these mutant villagers were not strong in terms of individual strength. They were still villagers, but they were crazy and aggressive like rabies. As long as they were careful not to be touched or bitten by them, these well-trained guards could still kill them. However, just as Robert was thinking this, another large group of people quickly approached them. Brother Chin, what should we do now? Speaking of which, today's Nochi village is indeed quite lively. Not only are Robert and his group from Woodyan City, but there are also a large number of players called by Chunglu Man. Luochin is the high-level player who was first contacted by Chunglu Man and rushed over. Stop fighting. Go to those NPCs. Luochin kicked down a mutant villager who rushed towards him and shouted to other players around him. Luochen is really depressed now. He finally rushed over to support the legendary mysterious country girl. But before he even entered the forest of Terra Claws, an SS emergency mission magic tide invasion suddenly hit him. Then, before the players knew what was happening, the Nochi village became a mess. As if a zombie tidal wave had broken out. Could this be the magic tide invasion? There was no time to analyze. And saving their lives was the most important thing. Under Luochen's command, most of the players also began to run towards Vivian's house, hoping to get the protection of these guards, who looked well equipped and were around level 10. But don't let these strangers get close. Robert in the house saw this, and immediately shouted anxiously to the guards. This was not because Robert was narrow-minded, although he did dislike these strangers. But more importantly, he was still worried that these strangers would break up the guard formation. And if there were any who had been bitten by the mutant villagers, it would be even worse. Buzz! A circle of light blue magic aura burst outward with the Caster Lake as the center. And several players who wanted to approach here were bounced away. These players could still run. But after being bounced away, they instantly lost their balance. As soon as they landed, they turned into white light in the blink of an eye under the bite of the mutant villagers. Fuck. Many players cursed in their hearts after seeing this. But they had no choice but to stop and look at Robert and his group with angry eyes. However, looking at the Caster Lake with a warning look on his face, and his eyes flashing with the blue light that symbolizes magic, Luochen and other players could only hold their anger back in their stomachs. At the moment, the butler Robert and his guards were at the back. Dozens of players were in the middle. And the outermost group was the mutant villagers who surrounded them. They became the meat shields of others. A bunch of dogs. Luo Chen's face was ashen. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Was he bullied to the point of being bullied by NPCs? But now they were weak due to the closed beta restrictions. And they could only be slaughtered. On the other side, Robert and Lake were actually very anxious. They had planned to break out. But after being blocked by the players, they could not get out. Just when the situation was getting worse and worse, suddenly, a loud wolf howl sounded from a distance, followed by the ground shaking, as if some large monster was running wildly. A few seconds later, a silver-gray snow-white giant wolf appeared in everyone's sight. The giant wolf leaped into the tide of mutant villagers, and the powerful impact crushed several mutant villagers into a paste. The wolf's tail swung again, and the huge force pulled a large number of mutant villagers into the air. It can be said that in the blink of an eye, the silver giant wolf was like a bulldozer, which quickly disintegrated the mutant villagers trapped by the players and Robert's guards. When the crisis was resolved and the rescued people came to their senses, they found that there were actually two people sitting on the back of this magical silver wolf. Before Butler Robert wanted to go out and thank the two lifesavers, the strangers who were blocked by him were surprised, because in the eyes of the players, they could clearly see the nicknames of the two people on the backs of the wolves. One big watermelon. Melee magic god. Good guy. He has made a difference. He is one of us. The other players were holding back their anger at Robert, and they vented it at once. But Luochen was still in a bad mood. Why? They are all players. How come others are so powerful now, and even ride on wolves? But he, who is known as a high-level player, is now bullied by a few NPCs who came from nowhere. But the next moment, Luochen's mood instantly improved, because the big watermelon and the melee magic god, who were enjoying the admiring eyes of the players, and were still showing off, were shaken by the silver giant wolf under them, and were thrown off the back in disgust. When Robert, Luochen and other players were still confused, the silver giant wolf suddenly laid down again and lowered its proud head. It was not until this time that everyone really saw it clearly. It turned out that there were not only two people on the back of the silver giant wolf, but two people plus a wolf? A dark little wolf cub jumped down from the top of the silver wolf's head. With a smack, the little wolf's legs fell to the ground. Liao Zixuan, what are you doing? Why are you all staring at me? Haven't you seen such a handsome little wolf? Chapter 48. Terrifying panel showing the tip of the iceberg. Silver wolf of the earth. Its strength is also in the upper middle level among the second level monsters. It is known for its swiftness and speed. It is listed as an elite dangerous species in the Adventurers Guild. This means that unless you have reached the level of a third level profession, you need to run away immediately after seeing such a monster. Lake, a second level profession elemental mage, now has sweat on his palms. He is thinking, If the snow-white silver wolf on the opposite side attacks them at this moment, can he protect the safety of himself and butler Robert? Soon, almost in an instant, he came to a conclusion. It is unlikely. Not to mention protecting Robert. Even whether he can protect himself is still a question. However, what really makes him feel like he is facing a great enemy, trembling all over, and sweating on his forehead, is not actually this silver wolf. It is the little black wolf in front of him that jumped down from the head of the silver wolf. And he didn't even recognize it. Generally speaking, no one can really remember all the monsters. After all, there are too many of them, and only those that are threatening enough will be known to people. If you encounter such a little wolf cub in the wild, Lake probably won't even look at it. Just treat it as an ordinary little beast. But now, have you seen any ordinary beast that can make the silver wolf, who has always engraved pride in his bones, willingly serve as the other's mount? As the saying goes, one family is happy, and the other is sad. On the other hand, the players are all curious. They are not stupid. Judging from the reaction of the snow-white silver wolf, Big Watermelon and the melee magic god are probably just hitchhikers. The real boss seems to be the little black wolf that jumped down at the end. Many players are very skilled. They use the detection skill directly when they meet. Then, to their surprise, they can detect the basic information of the silver wolf that just killed the mutant villagers. But for this black wolf that looks like a cub, all the players get a bunch of 3 question marks with the same expression as theirs now. Oh no, not all players, but players other than Luochin. After all, a high-level player is a high-level player, and he always has his own strengths. When all players are still using the lowest level detection skills provided by the system, he has already completed a series of tasks and obtained intermediate detection. So, this panel appeared in front of Luochin. Xiahei. Level 16 race. Skills. Black Flame passive. All the damage caused by your fire magic is converted into real damage, and cannot be immune or reduced. Void Ignition LV1 ignites creatures within a range of 10, causing continuous fire element damage of 5. Every time a unit is destroyed with this skill, its power will be increased for a certain period of time. Shadow Form LV1 within range 3. You can travel through the shadows, ignoring terrain and space. Talents and specialties. Superb Bloodline. You will gain more attribute values each time you level up. Advanced Tough Life. Your upper limit of health plus 300%. Recovery speed plus 1000%, 2000%. Advanced Elemental Affinity. Your casting speed plus 50%. Skill value damage plus 240%. Immune to vitals. You ignore lethal damage. Ancient will negative effect resistance plus 60%. Danger level, extremely deadly. Luochin. Isn't this too abnormal? What kind of divine panel? The most important thing is that the opponent is only level 16. Almost in an instant, Luochin reacted. This person must be of great origin and has great potential. Because level cannot explain everything. But talent and expertise can definitely explain everything. Generally speaking, only those who are above the leader level and have reached the boss template are worthy of having very few talents and expertise. But this little black wolf at the moment, just the expertise obtained by his intermediate detection is no less than 5. And one is on top of the other. It can be described as a bug. It really deserves to be a monster with a name. In the game world, all players are very clear that having a name means uniqueness. For example, don't look at the huge snow-white silver wolf next to it, but the panel shows that it is the silver wolf. In addition to it, there are thousands of it in the world. It seems that he feels that he is being spied on. Liao Zishuan locked Luochin in the player group at a glance. TSK. It seems that he is a big shot. He can get the intermediate detection skill so early in the internal test. Liao Zishuan knows very well that if it is only low-level detection, he will not have this feeling of being spied on. After remembering Luochin's ID and labeling him as a high-quality leak in his heart, Liao Zishuan didn't care too much and continued to move forward. On the other side, after being swept by the wolf cub's eyes, and finding that the other party just glanced and no longer paid attention, Luochin, who dared not breathe, finally let out a long breath and patted his chest. It was too scary. It seems that I must not use detection randomly in the future, especially for high-level NPCs and monsters. Luochin breathed a sigh of relief. But the pressure was immediately transferred to Robert and his group at Vivian's house, looking at the figure of the wolf cub walking towards them step by step. Spellcasters are often more sensitive than ordinary people. So in Lake's eyes, it seems that what is approaching him is a very terrifying monster. I saw that his breathing became more and more heavy and rapid. His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes became terrified. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Lake. Robert looked at Lake, who had an overreaction and even started to chant a spell to attack. After calling several times to no avail, the noble butler directly silenced him physically. Magic fly. Whoa. Robert covered Lake's mouth with one hand and forcibly interrupted the magic. I can only say that I escaped. Lake, who was soaked in sweat, saw that the little wolf cub didn't even pay attention to him, and walked straight through the two people. His real goal was to walk towards the bedroom in Vivian's house. Only then did Lake recover from his overreaction. The caster was exhausted and limp, relying on Robert's support to barely stand up. Thank you, Robert. You definitely saved my life. Sometimes people can't control themselves in extreme fear. Lake couldn't imagine what would happen if he had used magic to attack the little wolf just now. It's okay, Mr. Lake. Although I can't compare with you in combat experience, I am still very good at judging people. And the same is true for monsters. It should have no ill will towards us. At least, how should I put it? It's like looking at a small stone on the side of the road. After Robert finished speaking, he patted the wizard who the family had hired at a high price. Okay, relax a little. Let's go in and see what this little guy is going to do. Chapter 41. Rich, but not rich. This was the first time Liao Zixuan came to Vivian's house. As soon as he stepped into the house, he smelled a strong damp and musty smell. He had only walked a few steps and had reached the end. Vivian's house was not big, with only 2 bedrooms. Obviously, the little girl did not have her own bedroom. She and her younger brother slept in one room, since the younger brother fell ill. Judging from the bedding on the ground, the sister slept on the floor, and the brother slept on the bed. Sister, a faint moan came from the unconscious little boy lying on the bed. The little wolf cub jumped onto the bed and listened carefully. It turned out that he was calling Vivian. Apprentice magician? Fire god believer LV1? Liao Zixuan glanced at the panel of Andy, Vivian's seriously ill brother, and he was a little surprised. Good guy. How come everyone in your family is so gifted? The elder sister has a hidden cheating personality, and the younger brother has no mentor to lead him in, and directly relies on faith to obtain the spellcaster profession? No wonder he got sick. And it's so serious. Now Liao Zixuan finally understood how this remote little village was infected with the abyss fire poison. From now on, Fallen Abyss dares to openly take the initiative to make trouble, which means that even in the internal testing stage, the condition of fire god Alice is probably worse than he imagined. Therefore, the deeper the belief in the god of fire, the higher the chance of being infected, because Alice is now a huge source of infection. Liao Zixuan is very sure that when he was testing it internally, no player had ever triggered any SS-level emergency tasks, let alone the appearance of seeds of corruption. Yes, in the lair of the Terror Claw, even the witch Bella, who claimed to have clones all over the 9 countries, could not recognize what the dark hands that suddenly emerged from the devil Tyrannosaurus were. But Liao Zixuan knew very well that this was the most classic routine of the Fallen Abyss, planting the seeds of corruption in a person or a monster. This secret method will cause the host's power to surge, of course, at the cost of consuming potential in mind. Then, after the host's spirit gradually weakens to a certain extent, the seeds of corruption will sprout, devour the soul, and occupy the body. Those dark hands are equivalent to their buds. As early as when he saw the letter from the Vulcan mage Luoer, Liao Zixuan should have been able to think of what could so quickly give birth to a monster to achieve the purpose of planting amethyst grass. Liao Zixuan could almost guess now that Bella must have contacted the forces of the Fallen Abyss, and then got the so-called secret method from them to plant amethyst grass. As a result, the original host of the seeds of corruption was the devil Tyrannosaurus. But because of the insertion of himself and Vivian, Bella's soul power was weakened a lot, which led to the seeds of corruption in the devil Tyrannosaurus taking advantage of the opportunity and immediately shifting to a better parasitic target. It seems that they have tricked Bella, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just a soul fragment of Bella. If she loses one, Bella will vomit blood for a few days at most. It's not so easy for an epic witch to die. On the contrary, the mature fallen seed is a big trouble. Although from the scale, only the degeneration effect has appeared. and no further stitched beast monster has appeared. So it should be only the lowest level of the fallen seed. In fact, as long as Liao Zixuan tried his best to stop it in the Terraclaw's nest at that time, he should be able to kill the fallen seed in the budding stage, and not give it the opportunity to complete the devouring of Bella's soul and enter the mature stage like now. But Liao Zixuan did not do so. And in a sense, he even chose to stand by and watch. Because sometimes, disasters are not necessarily a bad thing. Just like a sick person. Only when you know it hurts will you go to the doctor. And the sooner you see the doctor, the better it can be cured. Shaking his head, he didn't think so much. And first saved the little girl's silly brother. Liao Zixuan took out a purple crystal grass from the backpack space that came with the game. By the way, don't think that they did so much this time. But got nothing. If it was a silly girl, it might be possible. But how could the black-hearted little wolf cub not take advantage? Didn't you see the 99 plus amethyst grass in his backpack? This is all money. According to Liao Zixuan's memory, a piece of amethyst grass can be sold for at least 2 to 3 gold coins. And these more than 100 pieces are more than 200 gold coins. 10 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Not to mention the expenses of the country people. In a small village like Nochi village, I'm afraid they can't spend a few gold coins in a year. Even if you look at Huadian City, 4 or 5 gold coins can make them one person and one wolf have enough food and drink. Enough to live a chic life for a month. And even rich enough to buy Vivian a few beautiful little skirts. In fact, Liao Zixuan has long been dissatisfied with the tattered clothes Vivian wears. Even though he felt a little distressed. After all, this one plant was worth several gold coins. But he was still Vivian's brother. And it seemed that he had great potential. Liao Zixuan stretched out his little wolf claws, pried open Andy's mouth, and directly and roughly stuffed the purple crystal grass into it. He even made up his mind, fearing that the effect of the medicine was not enough, and took out 3 or 4 more plants and stuffed them all in at once. The purple crystal grass melted in his mouth, turning into a pure magic power that instantly flowed into Andy's whole body. Normally, no one would eat purple crystal grass directly like this. First, it was too wasteful. And second, the purple crystal grass contained too much magic power, which would hurt the body. But now, as soon as the purple crystal grass was swallowed, the painful expression on Andy's face eased a lot. The reason is that the poison of the abyss fire corrodes magic power. When a large amount of external magic power comes in, the magic power in the body will no longer be corroded. Done. Mission accomplished. After solving Vivian's most important commission, Liao Zixuan began to prepare to proceed. He named it Vivian's debut plan. You know, as an NPC with a player system, the little girl can not only accept SS emergency tasks and guard the fire code city, but also create her own NPC camp to let players join. In order to attract more players, promotional videos are naturally indispensable. Which brings up Liao Zixuan's second major gain in the Forest of Terror Claws. That is, the precious video footage of Miss Vivian's battle has been leaked. As long as these are slightly edited and posted on the player forum, there will be a group of country bumpkin players who are still in the internal test state and have never seen anything. And they will definitely cry and rush to be the little girl's puppy. Of course, this kind of work cannot be done by yourself. You still have to find professionals. The one who came before should be called Luochen. He used the intermediate detection to spy on him. It seems that he is a high-level player. I just need to pretend to accidentally reveal this video to him. I believe that anyone with a little business sense will not miss such a precious first-hand video resource. Hiss. No. No! Liao Zixuan suddenly felt that he had narrowed his path. How could such a precious image be given away for free? He must sell it. And he would go to several villages later, and would meet many players. If he sold it to every player he met, the little wolf's eyes would suddenly light up. At this moment, Liao Zixuan felt that he was a business genius. Until he couldn't wait to make money and evacuate the villagers from other villages. He heard such a conversation before leaving. Lord Robert, what's wrong with you? Did you see the herbs that the little wolf took out just now? The noble butler's voice trembled. Even when he was besieged by the mutant villagers, he might not have trembled so much. See, what is that? It's purple crystal grass. This one is now sold for 30 or 40 gold on the black market in Huadian City. Liao Zixuan was about to jump off Andy's bed, but his body was instantly petrified. Then, spit it out, bastard. Spit it out. The little wolf cub shook Andy's poor little head frantically. Chapter 42 Ordinary Vivian. I don't know if Andy can be left to Shaohei. On the way to Huidian City, Vivian was worried. However, the advantage of awakening the second personality is that the girl can chat anytime and anywhere. I chat with me. I think that guy is quite reliable. The second personality in the spiritual space seemed to have said something good about Liao Zixuan for once. Then before Vivian could finish her words, the next sentence of the second personality followed. He should not be able to torment Andy to death. After all, he is your brother. But those villagers and strangers are hard to say. Hee. Reliable. It would have been fine if the second personality didn't talk. The more she talked, the more worried Vivian became. However, the little girl soon stopped worrying about others, because a tall and majestic city appeared in front of her vision. Fire City. We're here. This was Vivian's first time in Fire City. When she was a child, her mother often told her stories about Fire City and the god of fire. Later, when her mother passed away, her impression of Fire City gradually became blurred. Only once a year, when the masters from the city went to the countryside to buy servants. Looking at those gorgeous and rich carriages, Vivian could associate Fire City with what it looked like. And at this moment, she was really standing at the foot of the city, looking at the towering city walls, the vast area with no boundaries in sight, and the most eye-catching, a huge statue of the god of fire located in the center of the city. Alice, the god of fire, is one of the 9 gods. She holds a flaming scepter and controls the fire among the 9 elements, symbolizing prosperity and rebirth. The towering goddess statue seems to be overlooking the entire city, leaving no place for all evil and heresy to hide. It is also under the protection of the god of fire that the largest city in Flame Domain has stood for hundreds of years, witnessing the changes of one era after another. Hey! Don't stand there stupidly, like a bumpkin from the countryside. The second personality in the spiritual space made a dissatisfied voice to Vivian, who was still standing there with her head raised in a daze, looking at the Fire Classic City. That actually No. We are bumpkins, the little girl whispered in her heart, just as the second personality was about to speak in a frustrated tone. Vivian hurriedly trotted to the entrance of the city gate. In fact, Vivian had always had a doubt from the beginning. The Fire City was indeed very large and shocking. But why did she not see many pedestrians coming and going outside the city gate? This was completely different from Vivian's imagination, where there were long queues, crowds of people, and countless carriages and trucks to enter the city. Patting her cheek, she stopped thinking about it. Hurry into the city to use the fire god order. Find the big shots in the city. Report the intelligence of the changes in the depths of the Claw Forest, and request support from the knights. Thinking of this, Vivian hurriedly quickened her pace, holding tightly in her right hand the token sign that Bella had thrown to her at that time. However, the girl had only taken a few steps when someone suddenly called her from behind. Hey, little girl, are you going into the city? A thug with shifty eyes and dressed like a refugee chased after her breathlessly. Yes, Vivian nodded, with a puzzled and wary expression. Oh, you came at the wrong time. It's hard to get into Huidian City now. If you don't have permission to enter the city guards inside won't let you in. The thug-like young man sighed and shook his head as he spoke. Then he looked Vivian up and down. She didn't have many decent clothes on her, and her whole body was tattered, as if she had just come back from the wild. As for any jewelry, let alone any. In fact, the other party's skinny body made him too lazy to even cheat on her. Chris, who had seen countless people, shook his head in his heart at Vivian. No need to guess. The country bumpkin who wanted to enter the city. Or the kind with not much stuffing. But no matter how pitiful, business still had to be done. So, little girl, do you have a permit to enter the city? It's the one I have in my hand. Chris followed his usual routine and deliberately shook his forged permit in front of Vivian. No. Vivian shook her head honestly. Is that so? Forget it. I see you are also in a hurry. Otherwise, I will sell my share too. Chris pretended to be heartbroken and suffered a great loss. This trick worked every time, especially for these country girls who were naive or stupid. But before he could finish his words, the girl on the opposite side interrupted him. Although I don't have a permit to enter the city, I think I should be able to enter with this, Vivian said. and took out the token she had been holding in her hand, and showed it to the young man on the opposite side. Chris looked left and right. He felt that this token seemed to be just a piece of broken wood except for the pattern engraved on it, which seemed to be quite complicated and beautiful. "What is this?" "The Vulcan token," Vivian answered honestly again. Then Chris, who was half believing and half doubting, and really thought that the girl could take out something extraordinary, almost burst out laughing. "Good guy. Vulcan token. You are so bold." Chris's first reaction was that Vivian might have met a colleague before him, and the kind of colleague who was more deceitful and boastful than him. So with curiosity, the young man asked again, "Who gave it to you?" "It seems to be the head of the Vulcan cult," Vivian answered honestly again. Chris didn't know what to say for a while, when he saw the girl opposite him, who believed it without a doubt, and even treated the broken wood in his eyes as a treasure, holding it tightly. For some reason, Chris suddenly felt a strong sense of sadness in his heart. How stupid a person must be to believe such nonsense. "Well, thank you for telling me this news. But if there is nothing else, then I will leave first. I have something important to do in the city." The anxious look on Vivian's face was not pretended. The little girl was really anxious. After she finished speaking, she turned around and continued to run towards the city gate. But before she took a few steps, the voice of the young man behind her came again. "Wait a minute. What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Vivian sighed in her heart. She sighed that it was indeed the Fire Code City. The people here were so warm. "No. I just want to ask. If you can't get into the city, how are you going to get back?" In Chris's opinion, Vivian was destined to be blocked outside the door. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She wanted to refute, but finally replied, "I can just run back." "Well, don't look at me like this. But I run pretty fast." As if to prove it, Vivian quickly added another sentence. "I ran from the Claw Forest to the Fire Code City." Beast. He cheated the silly girl out of her travel expenses. She had to walk a long way home. No wonder she was in tatters. This group of hateful liars. Chris seemed to have forgotten that he was also a liar. He had indeed cheated many people, but they were all small amounts of money. According to his own words, he helped those who entered the Fire Code City for the first time to buy a lesson in advance. You know, the people in the city are much worse than him. However, even for Chris, it was the first time he met such a stupid, ridiculously stupid little girl, who even believed the nonsense of the Fire God order given by the Fire God cult master. "Take it." Chris gritted his teeth, and turned the inside of his clothes with a bleeding heart, and took out a dry little purse. "Hire a carriage when you go back." "No." Just as Vivian was about to say something, Chris waved his hand and turned around. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but ask for the money back. As expected, people in big cities are so kind. The girl held her purse tightly, because she was in a hurry. She did not say much. She just remembered the young man's back silently and decided to return the money if she had the chance. In this way, Vivian finally entered the gate of Woodyan City. Chris, who had pretended to leave before, could not help but look at the girl from a distance, intending to see her being driven out and get on the carriage before he felt relieved. But who knew that 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 5 minutes would pass. From the city gate inspection point, I didn't see the figure of the silly girl being driven out by the city guards? This is bad. Could it be that I was deceived? Is this the latest scam? Specifically pretending to be a fool and pitiful to deceive others for sympathy money. Just as Chris thought more and more that something was wrong. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was deceived. Finally, there was a commotion from the city gate inspection point. "It's coming!" I said it. Only Chris deceives others. How could others deceive him? Then a figure flew out from the inspection point. What? These city guards are too much. Isn't it just forging the Vulcan order and using the name of the Vulcan church bishop? So why did they beat a skinny girl away? Well, now that I think about it, it seems to be quite serious. No. It's important to save people. Chris hurriedly ran towards the figure that was knocked out from the inspection point at the city gate. But when he was halfway there, more and more figures flew backwards in a parabola shape in the air, screaming. And when Chris ran closer, he was shocked to find that these figures that flew backwards were actually city guards. Chapter 43. Just break a few legs? Name? Vivian. Age? 114 years old. At the gate checkpoint, The little girl sat on a wooden chair nervously. Opposite her were several fully armed city guards. The leading prosecutor was doing routine registration for the girl. After asking the first two questions, when it came to the third question, gender, the prosecutor first looked up at the shriveled little girl, and then seemed a little unsure. After looking at her several times, he hesitated for a while before writing down the word female. Wait, you, don't come out. Maybe he just doesn't know how to write well. Vivian lowered her head quickly and whispered to comfort the other girl in the mental space, who was cursing at the prosecutor. What? Were you talking to me just now? The prosecutor asked in confusion. He saw that the little girl opposite seemed to mutter something. At the same time, he wrapped his clothes. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill. Ah, nothing. Nothing. Vivian laughed dryly with a guilty conscience. The registration continued. Where are you from? Nochi village. The prosecutor paused again. Do you have a permit to enter the city? No. If you don't have one, please go back. During this period, Huiyin City is under martial law. All those entering the city must apply to the knight's office 1 week in advance and obtain a permit to enter the city before they are allowed to enter the city. The prosecutor read the formatted official document, closed the registration book, and waved to Vivian, indicating that she could leave. It can be seen that this set of procedures has been carried out many times and is very familiar. Please wait a moment. Sir, although I don't have a permit, I have this. Because she was previously explained by a kind passerby. Vivian was not very flustered. She handed the Vulcan token that she had prepared long ago to the prosecutor. What is this? The prosecutor looked at the wooden sign handed over by the little girl and asked the same question as the gangster youth before. Vulcan token. Sir, I really have something very important to go into the city, Vivian explained in a pleading tone. Then nothing unexpected happened. Not only the prosecutor on the other side, but also the city guards at the city gate looked at the little girl as if she was a fool. However, just when the city guards were about to blast them, fortunately, Vivian had a backup plan. I can prove it to you, sir. As she spoke, Vivian took the Vulcan token back from the other party. And then, the little girl used her magic power to transfer it to the small wooden sign in her palm. Buzz! With the influx of the girl's magic power, this wooden sign, which originally looked ordinary and at most had a delicate pattern, suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. The wooden sign seemed to be burning with flames, and the emblem originally engraved on it seemed to come alive at this moment. And finally, like a puzzle, a fire word condensed on the wooden sign. The girl holding the token, illuminated by the fiery red light, no longer gave people a sense of poverty and rusticity in the countryside, as if she had become mysterious and noble. The whole process lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. After making sure that all the city guards had seen it clearly, Vivian finally withdrew the magic power on the wooden sign. As the magic power input stopped, the fiery red light also dissipated, and the wooden sign returned to its original inconspicuous appearance. Everything came and went quickly. The only difference from before was that the prosecutor opposite Vivian was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes dully and slapped his face hard, making sure that what happened before was not an illusion. You, don't leave here. Wait for me first. The prosecutor hurriedly asked Vivian to stay where she was, and then he ran towards the city. He didn't know whether it was the order of the god of fire, but what the prosecutor knew was that an ordinary wooden sign would never glow like it did just now. Obviously, this matter was beyond his ability, and he needed to report to his superiors and ask professionals to come. Maybe he was also scared. So Vivian didn't wait too long, and soon a burst of hurried footsteps came. The prosecutor came back, and with him was another young apprentice spellcaster wearing a Vulcan robe. Yazan, take a look at this. Is it something from your Vulcan? The prosecutor took the wooden sign from Vivian and handed it to the young man beside him. At this moment, looking at the small wooden sign in his hand, the Vulcan apprentice mage named Yazan was also confused. After being pulled over by the prosecutor in a hurry, he was still a little confused. You said this is the Vulcan order of our bishop? Yes. Take a look. Is it true or not? The prosecutor was very anxious, and he suddenly felt that the Vulcan member he pulled over didn't seem very smart. You guys in the fire god cult have such an important thing, but you can't even see it at a glance? This, to be honest, he really wronged others. Yazan actually hadn't seen the fire god order. No. let alone Yazan. There might not be many people in the fire god cult who had seen the real thing. However, with a try-it attitude, Yazan still injected magic power into the wooden sign with doubt. Then 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. And the atmosphere seemed very awkward for a while. Because Yazan's face was flushed. And he was about to use all his strength to inject magic power into the wooden sign. But the wooden sign in his hand didn't change at all. As if all the magic power had sunk into the sea. What's going on? The prosecutors and city guards were scratching their heads and waiting anxiously. All with a look of "what are you doing?" on their faces. The girl just snapped, and it was very fast. Maybe less than half a second. And the wooden sign glowed. But you have been waiting for a long time. Why is there no reaction at all on the wooden sign? Ahem. Well, wait a moment. I'll go call someone. Yazan couldn't tell whether his magic power was too poor, or it was really just an ordinary wooden sign. So, the prosecutors, city guards and Vivian were left staring at each other. This time it took a little longer. Just when the girl was getting a little impatient. Finally, footsteps came again. Although the person who came back this time was also wearing the robe of the god of fire. The pattern on it was obviously much more advanced than that of Yazan, who was following behind him. Joseph, a second-level professional, an elemental mage, and a deacon of the god of fire. Bring it here. Different status. Naturally different attitude. Moreover, it was to a country bumpkin from the village. Joseph's voice was high and cold. And he ordered the little girl sitting on the wooden chair. Vivian could see that the other party was also a big shot. And the girl handed over the wooden sign honestly. Joseph first carefully examined the wooden sign. And then, like Yazan, began to inject magic into it. Then the air seemed to condense again. The proud Vulcan deacon was holding his head high at first. But after several seconds, looking at the wooden sign that was motionless and ignored him, Joseph finally frowned. Are you sure that the wooden sign just lit up? The Vulcan deacon was very suspicious that these people were playing tricks on him. Absolutely true. Yazan did not respond. But the prosecutor spoke immediately. He saw it with his own eyes. You? Make it light up again. Joseph still did not believe it. So he threw the wooden sign to Vivian again. Oh! Okay. In fact, the little girl was also confused now. Why couldn't these people wake up the wooden sign? It was obvious that she had just input a little bit of magic power, and it responded. Vivian followed suit, and repeated the first steps again. It was easy. Almost in the blink of an eye. The dazzling firelight flashed in front of everyone. Ah! Now the pressure came to the fire god Deacon Joseph. Feeling the embarrassed eyes of his disciple Yazan, and the suspicious eyes of the city guards. Joseph was a little embarrassed. He pretended to cough dryly. And without asking, he directly reached out, and took the token from Vivian's palm. This time, the fire god Deacon used all his strength. Joseph's face flushed. And he tried his best to mobilize all the magic power in his body. And even his body began to tremble. And he was a little unstable. Finally, Joseph's efforts paid off. A faint red light like a small flame slowly emerged from the wooden sign. But unlike the dazzling light of Vivian before, the light in the hands of the fire god Deacon was like a candle. As if it would be extinguished by the wind. Even so, Joseph only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. And then he lost his strength and almost fell down. It was Yazan who was sharp-eyed and hurriedly supported him. Deacon, are you okay? Yazan asked his mentor with real concern. But this sentence was a bit unpleasant to Joseph's ears. He is a genuine deacon of the god of fire, respected by countless nobles in the fire city. He should be the one favored by the god of fire. Could it be that he is not as good as a little village girl from the countryside? Mr. Joseph? Look! What is this token? The prosecutor asked, but was interrupted by Joseph halfway through. Now Joseph can be sure that this token should be the legendary god of fire token. However, I feel a little uncomfortable today. I have to take this token back to our god of fire for identification. The deacon of the god of fire said without blushing. Joseph certainly couldn't admit on the spot that this was the god of fire token. Otherwise, where would he put his face in the future? As for her, Joseph glanced at Vivian, who was dressed in simple clothes and was a little dirty because of her hurry to travel. To be honest, he really couldn't figure out how such a person could be connected with the fire god's token. But no matter what the other party's identity was, he came with the fire god's token after all. So he had to pay attention to it. So let her wait here first. Yes. Pour her a glass of water. This is how the fire god's deacon understood paying attention. Here, Joseph really felt that with his identity. He was giving enough face to a little village girl who came out of nowhere. After the explanation, Joseph was going to take the token and turn around and leave without looking back. But what he didn't expect was that the little girl from the country actually called him. Please wait a moment. You can go. But please give me the token back. Vivian's tone was very serious. For the first time, she stood up from the chair. The monster riot in the Claw Forest. The strange black hand in the nest deep in the forest. Even if Vivian had never seen the world, she knew that these were important matters. There were also many villages near the forest that might be in danger, waiting for her to bring back reinforcements from the Fire Code City. And she, a penniless and humble villager, the only thing that could prove what she said and make everyone believe was this fire god token. So when she saw that Joseph was going to take her away, Vivian, who had always been weak, was extremely tough at this time. The deacon of the fire god cult stopped. He turned his head, his face full of disbelief. Even more exaggerated than when he saw the real fire god order just now. Joseph didn't understand. Why did the other party dare to talk to him like that? However, the various mocking mouth cannons imagined did not appear, because the deacon was too lazy to even respond. He felt that talking nonsense with a villager was simply lowering his value. As for the prosecutors and city guards on the side, they also looked at this little girl from the countryside with strange eyes, who might really have a bad brain. It's obvious that if someone asked you to wait here and didn't drive you away directly, it means that they are just looking for a way out. You will definitely be allowed to enter the city later. Why are you making trouble at this time? He is a deacon, a middle-level figure of the fire god cult. If you really count the official position, he is much higher than a prosecutor. How can you, a powerless villager, afford to offend him? Just when the prosecutor wanted to wink at Vivian and tell this silly girl to shut up and talk less, he found that after seeing that she had tried to stop them in vain, the girl lowered her head like she did when she was registering her gender at the beginning. And this time, the prosecutor finally heard clearly what the girl was mumbling. Well, they are not really bad people. Can you be gentler later? Yes. Yes. Well, you have to promise me that no one will die. Yes. Yes. Well, hey, are you done yet? No. I mean, I thought about it again. I think that the others are indeed not bad guys. But the leading deacon of the God of Fire should be a bad guy. You can teach him a lesson later. Ah, of course. Don't be too heavy. Just break a few legs. Right? The other me. Then, please. Chapter 44 Cannon Fodder NPC will not meet the son of the version. Fire Code City. The top floor of the Fire God Tower. This is the center of the entire Fire Code City, and the core of the Fire God cult. Ordinary peripheral members are only distributed in the cathedral below, and only those who have ascended to the professional level are allowed to enter the tower. This should be a serious and secluded place, but it is full of quarrels at this time. Get out of the way. I have something important to see my mentor. Now. Immediately. Right away. A black-haired young man in a wizard robe was shouting angrily at the guard in front. But the guard held his weapon forward and blocked the young man from entering. Daniel, Archbishop Maggie is in seclusion. The Archbishop has ordered that no one can disturb her unless she takes the initiative to come out of seclusion. Even if you are her disciple, we can't let you go. Before the guard finished speaking, the black-haired young man on the opposite side grabbed the other's collar angrily. Although his small stature as a spellcaster is a bit inferior to the tall guard in front of him. I say again, let me in. You don't understand at all. I felt an extremely evil force in the Claw Forest in the north. This must be immediately let Maggie know. Just when the situation was about to get out of control. Fortunately, at this time, the sound of leather boots came from the spiral staircase of the Vulcan Tower. Following it, there was a magnetic voice unique to middle-aged men. Hush. Demir, don't get excited. Although I didn't mean to attack you on purpose. Your magic can't protect you at this distance. These elite guards can easily knock you down. So, let's talk it out nicely. The owner of the voice walked up to him and pushed Demir's hand back. When the guards saw the strong and sturdy middle-aged man approaching, they immediately showed a much more respectful expression to Demir than before. Commander Harvey. Harvey waved his hand, signaling the guards not to salute. Then he put his arm around Demir's neck. And like good brothers, He took him away from the top of the tower, where the Archbishop was in seclusion. Let go. Let me go. Harvey. Demir kept struggling all the way. But how could a young mage like him compare to a battle-hardened knight commander? Harvey let Demir go until they came to a corner where no one was around. All right. You know that your teacher has hardly shown up since Maggie announced her retreat to advance a few years ago. It's hard for even the old city lord to see her. Let alone you. Harvey patted the man in front of him, who could be said to be the most promising and talented young mage in the entire Fire Code City. Demir, a third-level professional, a spellcaster, and an elemental mage. Similarly, he is also the strongest man standing at the top of the pyramid in terms of strength in the Fire Code City, and the only disciple of the Archbishop Maggie of the Fire God cult. Harvey, listen to me. You must help me this time. After being forced to retreat from the top of the tower, Demir regained some calmness. Help you with what? Speaking of which, you just kept yelling at the guards about evil forces. What happened? After Harvey saw that Demir didn't look like he was joking, his expression finally became a little serious. Something happened in the Claw Forest, Demir said concisely. Claw Forest? Yes. It's the Monster Forest. Just now when I was meditating, there was a terrifying breath fluctuation from the direction of the Claw Forest that made me palpitate. Although it was very hidden and only lasted for a moment, I still captured it. And I'm sure that power. At this point, the young genius mage of Fire Code City paused, as if he found it difficult to speak. But in the end, he still said firmly, that power is definitely not among the 9 elemental forces. The Knight's commander, Harvey, frowned on his vicissitudes of life after Demir's words. Is that why you say it is evil? Yes. You are not our spellcaster, so you don't understand. All the power in the world should come from the 9 elements. But this power is very strange. It does not have any elemental fluctuations, but more like abyss. After holding it in for a long time, Demir finally found a close adjective in his mind. You know, it's the kind that you can't see the bottom of. And it makes you feel like you're wrapped in darkness and cold. And you can't help but fall down. Stop. Seeing that Demir was about to continue, Harvey quickly reached out to stop him. This big shot and the knights began to look up and down at the anxious young wizard in front of him. And then Harvey covered his stomach and laughed. Damir, do you think it's possible that you've read too many novels recently and have hallucinations? You? Stop. Okay. Even if what you said is true, then let me ask you, if such a big thing really happened, why didn't the statue of the God of Fire react at all? The real reason why Harvey didn't believe it was actually here. The statue of the God of Fire. It has existed since the founding of Woodyan City. It is a symbol of the will of the God of Fire. It has protected the people of Yenyu for generations. Whenever a huge disaster comes, the first to issue a warning is always the statue of the God of Fire. The statue did it. Harvey's questioning immediately made Demir speechless. Because, if it were a human, there might be mistakes. But if it were a god, there would be absolutely no such possibility. Hundreds of years have passed, and the statue of the God of Fire has never made a wrong judgment. If the statue does not issue an oracle warning, it means that even if there is something unusual, it is just a minor incident, let alone threatening Woodyan City. It can't even threaten a small village. Okay, Demir, if you ask me, it's because your teacher has been in seclusion, which has caused you to be too lonely in the past few years. Look at you now. You look like you are completely suffocated, as your good friend and uncle. If you ask me, you should stop tinkering with those magical knowledge that makes people's heads hurt and want to sleep. A young man of your age should lie on a woman's belly, not on a pile of parchment books that smell pungent. How about it? Do you need me to introduce you to a bar? I guarantee it's not a serious one. After you go there once, you will definitely feel refreshed and never lonely again. Hey! Come back. Don't leave. It's okay if you don't go to the bar. Or let me introduce you to someone. I think the noble lady of the Cecil family is pretty good. She's just reached the age to go to the Royal Academy. Are you really not going to give it a try? Hey! I'm talking to you. Why are you leaving? Looking at Demir, who was blushing and fleeing in embarrassment because of his words. Harvey's deliberately pretended smirk on his face began to disappear quickly. He walked to the window of the Vulcan Tower, looking at the towering and holy statue of the God of Fire standing in the Vulcan Cathedral outside the city with complicated eyes. In theory, As a citizen of Flame Domain and the commander of the Knights of the Fire Code City, Harvey should have no reason to believe and trust the statue of the God of Fire. After all, the statue cannot be wrong. Because if there is a problem with the statue, it means another more frightening fact behind it. There is something wrong with the God of Fire. This is impossible. Harvey didn't want to think about it. Nor did he dare to think about it. But looking at the closed gates of the Fire City, which was in a semi-closed state, Harvey couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Why did the statue of the God of Fire not give any advance warning of the strange infectious disease that had spread in the Fire City, since who knows when? Could it be that the whole city has entered an emergency period? Harvey even heard that similar situations have occurred in more or less not only the Fire City, but also other places in the entire Flame region. So, such a big abnormality is not enough to make the statue react? Hey, Maggie. You stinky woman. It's such a critical time. And it's obviously when the Fire Code City needs you the most. Why are you still in seclusion? Hey. After Harvey sighed again, he turned and left the Vulcan Tower, and walked quickly towards the armaments of the knights in the city. First team, pack your luggage and horses, and go out of the city with me tonight to investigate. Go out of the city? Investigation? Boss Harvey. Where are we going at this time? Faced with the questions of his soldiers, Harvey was silent for a while, and continued to walk towards his office, leaving only one sentence. The Forest of Claws. Am I really too lonely? Coming out of the Vulcan Tower and walking on the street. Demir was slightly shaken by Harvey's words. But soon, the young genius wizard shook his head. How is it possible? Women. How can women be more interesting than the mysterious magic knowledge? Women will only affect my casting speed. Yes, that's right. After strengthening his belief in his heart, Demir rethought about the Forest of Claws. He felt that this matter must not be let go. Demir always had a bad premonition in his heart, which could also be said to be the intuition of a wizard and the gift of a genius. He felt that even if others didn't believe him, even if the statue of the God of Fire didn't respond, he would definitely go out of the city in person and go to the Claw Forest to investigate alone. Once this thought came up, he couldn't stop. If Liao Zixuan was present at this time. Who is Liao Zixuan? Oh, I almost forgot there was such a person. Ahem. If Liao Zixuan was present, the little wolf cub would definitely shout that he is worthy of being the son of the Virgin. Look at this sharpness, this decisiveness, this enthusiasm. No wonder he can become the protagonist NPC of version 1.0 Prairie Fire, and the biggest promoter of the main storyline of the players. It's completely different from a certain scum who is obviously also the protagonist, but doesn't steal the show at all. Back to the topic. Demir did what he said. He immediately walked towards the Gate of Fire Classic City. Although he seemed to be unprepared, he was a third-level professional. You know, even the bishops of the Fire God cult barely reached the third level. But these bishops were almost half buried in the ground. While Demir was just 20 years old, he was full of energy and passion. His own strong strength made him fearless. So far, it can be said that all world lines are still normal. Until this young genius mage came to the gate of the city. He stopped in a daze, looking at the messy and horrible inspection entrance. The city guards who were originally responsible for the alert were now staggering, holding their stomachs or legs, wailing and groaning on the ground. The worst of them was the original prosecutor, who was beaten the hardest. Not only was his nose and face swollen, but there were also several footprints on his chest, as if to vent his anger. What happened here? Robbers? Intruders? Mobs? Who dared to attack the guards of Huidian City in broad daylight? Before Demir could figure it out, another extremely tragic groan quickly attracted his attention, because Demir was not unfamiliar with this voice. Joseph, a second-level professional, an elemental mage, and a deacon of the God of Fire. But at this moment, this second-level mage, the deacon, was foaming at the mouth and his face was like a pig's head. If Demir hadn't looked carefully, he would have almost failed to recognize him. And if he looked at the lower body? Well, Demir took back what he said before that he thought the prosecutor was the worst. So, who is he? Demir quietly circulated magic power in his body, and between his hands, a faint blue light began to appear during the magic preparation stage and the warm-up. Soon, a translucent magic shield protected him inside. Even the deacon of the God of Fire could be crushed. Demir could see at a glance that Joseph was subdued without any chance to fight back. Such an enemy might only be at the third level. And it's a third-level warrior or assassin. Only with this possibility can he have such a powerful melee ability. The guards at the checkpoint and a second-level mage can't even resist. His breathing accelerated. His forehead was slightly soaked with sweat. Demir never thought that before he left the city to go to the Claw Forest, he would encounter the most difficult battle in his life. Eye of Truth. Acute Perception. Magic Amplification. As expected of a genius mage, he started with 3 buffs, and took a deep breath after getting ready. Demir walked step by step, extremely cautiously, holding several magic missiles in his hand at all times, and walked towards the innermost door of the checkpoint. Then the door of the registration office room at the deepest part was pushed open. But after seeing the scene inside, Demir was stunned again, because, in this small room, there was a little girl sitting. The girl's expression seemed a little confused, and she turned her head to look at Demir because of the sound of him pushing the door and entering. Poor, thin, and no external magic fluctuations on her body. Not an enemy. It should be someone who came to the inspection entrance to prepare to enter the city. After quickly judging Vivian in his mind, Demir immediately shouted to Vivian, who was still sitting on the wooden chair. Come here. It's dangerous there. Oh. Okay. Okay. Seeing that another person finally came, and looked like a more powerful person, Vivian looked left and right with her little head. There was no one around her who could stand, so the other party should be talking to her. After confirming this, the little girl hurried over obediently. After using the magic shield to protect himself and the poor little girl, Demir breathed a sigh of relief, while continuing to be on guard, not knowing whether there were any unknown enemies who had left or were still hiding in the dark. He immediately asked Vivian beside him anxiously, Miss, when did you get here? Did you see what happened here? Then Vivian nodded obediently. I know. What happened? Demir, who was too nervous about the imaginary enemy, did not react to the weirdness in the conversation for a while, and even sounded happy and anxious about getting a clue. I need to go into the city for something important, but they won't let me. Someone also wants to steal my fire god's token. Vivian's tone was very aggrieved at first. So, the little girl's tone gradually slowed down, and her head drooped. And when she raised it again, I let them all fall down. Chapter 45 Genius Mage Won't Fall in Love at First Sight. After the girl finished her words with a chuckle, a chill instantly spread all over Demir's body. Instinctively, the young genius mage did not hesitate, and completely disregarded his image, and rolled sideways to distance himself from the girl. He rolled on the ground. The first thing Demir did after getting up was to have a bright blue light in his eyes, and to prop up the magic barrier again, while making an attacking posture. Who are you? Demir asked coldly, facing the girl who was smiling at him. He also reacted at this time. Indeed, it was a little abnormal from the beginning. How could a normal poor person sit there stupidly when seeing such a miserable situation at the checkpoint? Then, the girl opposite opened her mouth. It was just that it opened, but not completely. This was the scene in Demir's eyes. Okay, the other me. Stop making trouble, the little girl said in a complaining tone. TSK. So boring. You still want to scare him for fun. Then, inexplicably, the other party's tone became heavier, and it seemed a little angry. Now is not the time to play. Humph. What a fierce one. Suddenly, the chill that Demir felt disappeared from the girl. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have turned back into the simple little girl from the countryside that he had seen for the first time. I'm so sorry for what happened just now. Vivian, who had returned to her main personality, apologized to Demir first. The girl then took out the Vulcan token again. Excuse me, do you recognize this? At first, Demir was extremely alert, and was always on guard against the girl opposite him. However, when Vivian began to inject magic power into the wooden token in her hand, it was as if a super-level forbidden spell had exploded in his mind. At this moment in Demir's world, it seemed as if the girl opposite was the only one left in the world. What is a genius? A genius is different from others, and can keenly perceive things that others cannot perceive. From the fact that he could sense the evil breath coming from the Claw Forest from a distance in the Fire Code City, it can be seen that Demir is extremely sensitive to magic. Naturally, when Vivian wanted to awaken the wooden sign and began to stimulate the magic in her body, Demir finally sensed the girl's magic level. Then I saw, Pata, the son of this version, will lead countless players in the future. The main NPC, the youngest genius wizard in the Fire Code City, and the only disciple of the Archbishop of the Fire God. Demir, a third-level professional and elemental mage, sat down on the ground. The red color like a blazing flame flickered on the wooden sign in Vivian's palm. Sacred and noble. However, in Demir's eyes, no matter how dazzling the light of the Vulcan token was, it could not compare to the magic halo emanating from the girl's body at this moment. Is it to say how strong Vivian's magic power is? Not really. Although it was indeed far beyond Demir's imagination. After all, his mentor was a fourth-level extraordinary archbishop of the Vulcan Church. In comparison, Vivian's total magic power was still a lot worse. What really made Demir dazed, even a little fascinated, as if he was looking at a piece of exquisite and beautiful art, was the purity of the magic power in Vivian's body. Essence. These two words alone may not be enough to express it. If Demir were to describe it, it would be as if there was not a single impurity on the girl opposite. As if all her growth directions from birth to now were all focused on magic. How could there be such a beautiful person in the world? Yes, the thinking of geniuses is always different from that of ordinary people. Normal people's standards for beautiful girls are very superficial: white skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, and fierceness. But Demir is not interested in these at all. The only thing that can interest him is magic. In his opinion, women are just moving pieces of meat. Of course. Unless this woman is the embodiment of magic. Demir, who was already extremely passionate about magic and spent all his efforts to study it, was, in the words of Harvey, the commander of the Fire Code, the future child of the parchment scroll. At this moment, the young genius wizard felt his heart beat hard. Beat again! Beat again! Beating could not be stopped at all. So, from this moment on, in Demir's world, magic was no longer everything. A human instinct that he had forgotten for a long time gradually revived quietly. Are you okay? The worried voice from Vivian finally brought Demir back to reality. The little girl had stopped sending magic power to the Fire God Order a long time ago. She came to the place where Demir fell, and kept waving her little hands in front of Demir's eyes. I'm fine. Very good. Demir stuttered anxiously, trying to say something. His mouth, which could fluently and quickly recite several sets of complicated, cumbersome, and obscure spells, was completely out of control at this moment. Like a stutterer, Demir hurriedly wanted to stand up. His mouth was out of control, but his brain was still working. Demir knew without thinking that he would be embarrassed to fall to the ground. My name is Demir, and I am the honorary mage of the Knights of the Fire Code. My mentor is Maggie, the current Archbishop of the Fire God Church. I also have a very good uncle named Harvey. Don't look at him as a frivolous uncle. But he is also the commander of the entire Knights of the Fire Code. Oh, by the way, I am a senior student at the Royal Academy, and I also work part-time as the vice president of the student union. Demir got up from the ground. He just wanted to introduce himself briefly, but under extreme nervousness, the young genius wizard almost told out his house number. Finally, it was not known whether Demir had nothing to say, or he saw Vivian's increasingly embarrassed expression. Anyway, I'm very happy to meet you. May I know your name? Young lady? His heart was pounding. This was the first time Demir asked a girl's name on his own initiative. Vivian. I'm from Nochi village. And I'm a villager. My profession is a tailor? The little girl thought it was the etiquette of city people. They had to introduce themselves and their identities when they met. But the girl couldn't think of a long list of noble identities like Demir. So she just said this sentence. And at the end, she imitated and added, Nice to meet you too? But before the girl finished speaking, Vivian. My God. What a nice name. Demir engraved these 3 words into his DNA in less than half a second. But this is not over yet. More important things are still to come. Tailor? My God. That's amazing. To be honest, I have always had a dream. Which is, I want to be a tailor. Vivian. Is this guy mentally ill? Vivian, is it possible? Chapter 46, Vivian, who knows a little bit about magic. Excuse me. You mentioned the Vulcan cult just now. So what do you think of this token? Vivian grasped the key point in Demir's words, and quickly got the conversation back on track. To be honest, after what happened with Joseph before, the little girl was a little unsure whether the wooden token in her hand was the real Vulcan token. But fortunately, I recognize it. This is the Vulcan token that only the bishop level can hold. Hiss. No. Why is it in your hand? After mentioning the Vulcan token again, Demir finally sobered up a little. He then remembered the city guards, who were knocked down all over the inspection entrance, and the miserable state of the Vulcan cult deacon named Joseph. The girl in front of me is not a good person. No. Maybe these city guards and Joseph bullied a little girl from the countryside? Then Vivian fought back bravely and accidentally injured them. Yes. That must be the case. Well done. These people deserve it. The Vulcan Church and the Knights should have been reorganized long ago. On the other hand, I don't know what Demir is thinking. But Vivian is happy to finally see someone who recognizes the Vulcan token in her hand. I came to Fire Code City for this. A major disaster occurred in the depths of the Claw Forest. The person who gave me this token asked me to bring this information back to Fire Code City. She said that the evil power was not what this world should have originally. And she also said that the Vulcan should also know about this matter. Claw Forest. Evil power. When these words came out of Vivian's mouth, Demir was completely awake. It's true. My premonition was right. Something really happened in Claw Forest. He muttered to himself. But why didn't the Vulcan statue react? The young genius mage frowned. However, Demir at this time was just a young man who had just started his career. He was still far from being the future savior of Flame Domain. And he didn't think too deeply. In fact, he still felt excited. In fact, Harvey was right when he was in the Vulcan Tower. Demir, who was really bored because of his mentor Maggie's retreat, did read a lot of idle books and novels. Novels, of course, are all about heroic biographies, where the protagonists turn the tide in a huge crisis, protect everyone, and eliminate evil. Demir, who is young and frivolous, happens to have this powerful power. Although he doesn't express it on the surface, he still yearns for it in his heart. So, sometimes you really don't underestimate the role of novels. Demir can become the savior of Flame Domain in the near future. Maybe he is influenced by these novels. After all, if you read too many novels and have the opportunity to become the protagonist of a novel in reality, who wouldn't want to do it? So, I will use magic to leave this message to Uncle Harvey. With the Vulcan order, he will definitely believe us this time and send the knights to fight. As for us, Demir was a little cunning here. In the past, he disdained those sour love parts in novels that seemed to be necessary for the protagonists, and he always skipped them. But now he felt that those novels were so right. Since we want to take risks and crush evil, how can we do it alone? We need companions. Demir blushed and his heart was beating so fast that he stammered. As for us, let's not wait for Uncle Harvey and the others. Let's set off now. After all, even if the knights decide to leave the city, it will take a long time to prepare. We are now racing against time. And the sooner we can get to the scene, the faster we will be. Okay. Vivian nodded and agreed with Demir's proposal. The girl's original plan was to rush back alone after reporting the news. But, wouldn't it be too dangerous to do this? Vivian asked with some concern. She had fought against those corrupted monsters in person and knew how powerful these evil creatures were. Of course, her concern was definitely not for herself, but for Demir. Bishop Eugenia in the cave nest was a third-level professional. So the girl felt. It seemed like that? But Demir completely understood the opposite of Vivian's meaning. Don't worry. I'm here. No matter how powerful those evil forces are, we can get away safely. The young genius mage said this with great confidence. So don't be afraid. I will definitely protect you. After Demir struggled for a long time to say this somewhat embarrassing sentence, he remembered that the protagonist in the novel always said this to the heroine. He secretly glanced at the reaction of the girl next to him. It's a pity that Vivian had no expression on her face. In fact, the little girl wanted to speak several times in her heart, but she finally said with a polite smile, Thank you. Thank you. If there is nothing else, let's go now. Oh, okay. Okay. Demir was a little depressed in his heart. Why is this different from what is written in the novel? However, being young is good, and he soon cheered up again, because another great opportunity for him to show himself was coming soon. First, he used magic to send a letter, and the situation reported by Vivian and the fire god order turned into a stream of light, flying to the location of the knight's residence in the Fire Code City. Demir picked up a stone from the ground and began to draw complex and profound patterns on the spot. Vivian on the side was a little confused and asked, "What are you doing?" "Wait a moment. I'm drawing a teleportation array. Since we have to hurry, we definitely can't ride over there. We casters naturally have our own methods. I've been to the red flame town closest to the Claw Forest, and I still remember it. Let's teleport there directly." Demir was full of pride when he said this. You know, teleportation magic is extremely difficult to learn. It can be called a pseudo 4th level spell. He had to ask his teacher for a long time, and spent a full month to barely master it. Even so, he still needed to carve a magic circle on the ground in advance for assistance. And the real teleportation spell was actually not necessary at all. But anyway, no matter how complicated and clumsy the steps are, the effect is still similar. The ability to instantly transfer people to dozens of miles away is enough to shock most people. Vivian is no exception. The little girl who was originally planning to change her second personality and run back, after listening to Demir's explanation, really showed a surprised expression on her little face. Demir was secretly happy. He finally got his chance to act. After he finished drawing the magic circle, he began to chant the spell. A blue halo flickered from the magic circle on the ground. Demir raised one hand, and countless light spots began to gather on his hand, then turned into silk threads, weaving into a spiral circular pattern. "Come in quickly," Demir said hurriedly. With his level, it was already a stretch to cast a teleportation magic circle that could accommodate one person. Now he was performing beyond his ability, expanding the range of the teleportation magic to 1.5 people. This meant that Vivian had to squeeze together with him, almost sticking to him to complete the teleportation. Don't get me wrong. Demir here has absolutely no other thoughts in mind. This is really his limit. Maybe Vivian saw Demir's embarrassment and effort. With a tribe mentality, the little girl began to repeat the teleportation magic spell that Demir had just chanted. Then swish, with the girl as the center, the blue magic power surged wildly, and a huge circular pattern began to flash from the ground under her feet. The surging magic power blew the girl's long hair, and the light of the teleportation array flickered around the girl. Looking at Demir, who was less than 1/10 of her size and was about to collapse, the little girl asked tentatively, "How about you come in here?" Chapter 47. If heaven had not given me Liao Zixuan, I would have fallen into the night forever. Ah! Achoo! The little wolf cub lying on the softest fur of the earth's silver wolf's neck sneezed. It seems that someone must have missed me, but I won't say who it is. In fact, Liao Zixuan is also missing someone else now. The others here naturally refer to Vivian. Although the earth's silver wolf's fur is of good quality, Liao Zixuan just doesn't feel comfortable lying there. He now inexplicably misses the girl's ordinary embrace. Although it was a bit painful, it also made him feel emotional. Don't tell me he really can't adapt to the softer one. It really proves the old saying, there are no golden nests or silver nests. But it is not as good as your own airport. Since he felt uncomfortable, Liao Zixuan left the earth's silver wolf. But who knew that when the silver wolf saw that the little wolf cub was going to leave, it immediately whimpered a few times, like a concubine who had fallen out of favor with the emperor. The aggrieved wolf's eyes had an expression that could be seen at a glance, as what did the concubine do wrong? Hiss. No. You are a small role without even a name. How come you have so many roles? Liao Zixuan was cruel and ruthless, kicking the earth's silver wolf with his wolf cub's short legs, asking her to be honest, just like a man who puts on pants and leaves. But who knew that the earth's silver wolf was not sad because of being kicked, but instead cried out comfortably again, his eyes full of joy, and even directly posed, eager to wait for Liao Zixuan's next kick. Liao Zixuan. Okay. You are awesome. You win. No longer paying attention to the ambitious earth's silver wolf, Liao Zixuan began to continue his witch training plan. So far, the whole plan has been going very smoothly. He wanted Vivian to escape the fate of being a cannon fodder NPC. What did he need most? Answer: influence. The influence here is divided into two parts. One is the popularity among the natives of Fallen God, and the other is the popularity among the player community. Originally, Liao Zixuan planned to let Vivian develop first, and then make a big splash in the public beta. But plans cannot keep up with changes. If there is meat delivered to your mouth, you must eat it. This demon tide is a great opportunity to expand influence. To put it bluntly, heroes emerge in troubled times. The fastest way to become famous is to be in a disaster crisis. The early appearance of Falling Abyss created the perfect conditions for Liao Zixuan and the little girl. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Liao Zixuan deliberately asked Vivian to go to Huidian City alone to report the news and ask for help. Liao Zixuan actually didn't care how many troops Huidian City could send and whether it would pay attention. His real purpose was to let the little girl see the world. And it would be best if she could show her face in front of the big shots in Huidian City and make them familiar. Liao Zixuan is still very confident in Vivian. Note that Vivian here refers to the second personality. The little wolf cub can guess what will happen to a little village girl when she enters the city with its cute toes. Such as sarcasm, making all kinds of difficulties, and being cheated by others. Liao Zixuan believes that Vivian will definitely meet a few of the classics. By then, with the temper of the second personality, it should not be a problem to make a familiar face in Huidian City. On the contrary, he is a little worried now, hoping that this face is not too familiar. After all, there are still a few real main storyline NPC characters in Huidian City. Those are also cheating existences, so it is better not to provoke them too hard. For example, Chris, the future leader of the treasure-stealing group, the future blood countess of the Cecil family, Harvey, the supreme commander of the knights, and the most awesome, a certain new savior whose name begins with the word "de," the true version of the NPC. No, we should also think positively. My Vivian is so kind and gentle. Maybe she can bring back the above characters? Just like what is common in novels. Once the protagonist's domineering aura is opened, all kinds of future awesome characters are instantly accepted as his younger brothers. Well, Liao Zixuan also knows that he is just imagining. But it can't be said that way. It's not certain who is imagining. The above people are only strong in one version. But our little girl is a legendary, who will dominate the entire fallen god in the future. Now it is just the process of the clown duck to the white swan. Let alone the future. Even now, if there is a toad who wants to eat swan meat immature, Liao Zixuan will definitely fight him. No one can push the cabbage raised at home. Of course, guarding the cabbage also requires strength. Although his potential upper limit is extremely high, he has not developed after all, and is still in a weak infancy. He is now level 16. And there are still 4 levels away from the hurdle of level 20 to enter the growth period. These 4 levels are neither easy nor difficult, because the upgrade routes of monsters and humans are different. For example, as a dark flame wolf, he may need more than 10 times the experience points of Vivian for each level upgrade. But in return, the more powerful the bloodline of the monster, the more it can skip levels. That is to say, as long as Liao Zixuan reaches level 20 and enters the growth period, his level will directly rise to level 30, and then enter the next. From the growth period to the mature period, the new level 10. Then, at that time, what is the concept of level 30? Dark Flame Wolf, in the early 1.0 version of the game? The answer is in 2 words. Walk sideways. Invincible below the extraordinary. Above the extraordinary. As long as it is not the 5th level, you can fight anyone on equal terms. Maybe at this time, you will have doubts. Obviously level 30 is only the level of the 3rd level. Why can you be so awesome? The answer is talent and expertise. Luo Chen had used intermediate detection to peek at the tip of Liao Zixuan's panel before. There were countless bonuses and resistances. And this was just Liao Zixuan when he was a little wolf cub. The further you go, the more terrifying the effect of this bonus becomes. Take the simplest one, Advanced Tough Life, for example. The effect is simple and unpretentious, with a simple upper limit of health plus 300%, and a recovery speed plus 1000-2000%. It is rough and unreasonable. Before the fight even started, he was already 3 times ahead of others at the same level in health. The recovery speed is even more terrifying. Basically, if you can't kill me today, I'll be alive and kicking tomorrow. This is just the simplest one among Liao Zixuan's countless talents and specialties. In fact, there are such settings in many games. For example, bosses are basically all blood cows, and their attributes crush the same level players or monsters by many times. If the players make a mistake in their positioning, they may be slapped to death by the boss. If they fail to dodge a skill, the entire group will be wiped out. If you accidentally leave the range of the boss battle, hey, it's a waste of time, and your health is back to full. Liao Zixuan is only 4 levels away from becoming such a coquettish bitch. At least in version 1.0. As for why the upgrade experience requirement is 10 times, and it is still said to be neither difficult nor difficult, isn't it because we have our lovely and dedicated players? Indeed, the growth path of the serious bosses, the human side has to rely on bitterness and hatred, and has experienced all kinds of hardships, while the monster side is a little simpler. Just find a deep mountain forest to sleep. But usually it takes years as the unit of calculation. Their common feature is that it is time-consuming. Extremely time-consuming. But Liao Zixuan is different. The only thing he needs to consider is how to get more efficient wool. Not only the players, but also the game system. After the little wolf cub's smart brain turned a little, the product named Experience Ecosystem by Liao Zixuan appeared. First of all, because the players are only in internal testing at this stage, there are too few ways to gain experience points, and their strength cannot grow. As a smart dealer, you have to fertilize them first. So, where does the fertilizer come from? Of course, it comes from the task reward quota of our little girl, Vivian NPC. The first step Liao Zixuan has to do is to continue to issue tasks, and in the form of tasks, give players a lot of experience points to improve their strength. That is, fertilization. However, the more troublesome thing is that now he is in his infancy, and the person he can communicate with is limited to Vivian. So once the little girl is not around, he can't issue tasks on her behalf. However, this little problem will definitely not be difficult for Liao Zixuan. He can't issue tasks to new players. But there are still the 2 dogs of Miss Vivian before. Pa. Loyal followers. Ding. Task status updated. Current stage, 4. Task name, Miss Witch wants more manpower. Task description, after the Witch Civil War in the Horror Claw Lair, a new evil force called Fallen Abyss launched a sneak attack at the last minute and stole the fruits of Miss Vivian's victory. In order to fight against it, Miss Witch needs you to help her bring more power. Task overall goal, share this task with 100 players and let them join. Current task status, 2 out of 100. Initial reward in the prize pool, 52,000 experience points, and 1,000 experience points will be added to the prize pool for each additional player. Single player mission objective, invite a player only once. Current mission status, 0 of 1. Mission reward, 10,000 experience points. Note 1, this mission is a pool mission. The invited player can continue to invite others as the inviter. Only when the specified number of people is reached can the pool experience be shared. Note 2, new goods have been added to Vivian's store. Communicating with Miss Witch's summoned beast may trigger additional hidden content for this mission. Chapter 48. Here it comes! The next stage of new tasks. When the wonderful system prompt sounded, Big Watermelon and Melee Mage were moved to tears. This lady finally remembered them again. They followed Vivian at first, so they also saw many big scenes. Their tastes have long been spoiled. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Ordinary tasks are no longer in their eyes. Both of them are eager to improve their strength so that they can also become participants in the plot, instead of just spectators of the plot like now. After quickly scanning the updated content of the taskbar, Big Watermelon and Melee Mage looked at each other, and they both saw the pity in each other's eyes. Alas, the truth is revealed, and they can no longer enjoy this rich witch lady alone. This task simply expresses one meaning. I'm going to go out and do something. Originally, they thought Vivian was just a rare hidden NPC. But the more they went on, the more they found that something was wrong. This is not a hidden NPC. It's obvious that she is going to become a main plot character of the version. What do you mean? Invite now. The Melee Mage quietly typed to the Big Watermelon. From the literal meaning, this witch lady wants more people includes 2 rewards. One is the prize pool, and the other is the single player. From the comparison of the reward strength, it is obvious that the single player reward is the biggest and the easiest to complete. Invite a player to join, and you can get 10,000 experience points immediately. On the contrary, the prize pool reward is more like a side gift after completing the task. It must be distributed after meeting the requirements of 100 people, and it is said to be divided, but in fact each person is only given a fixed 1,500 experience points. Although 1,500 experience points are not small, compared with the 10,000 experience points of a single person, it is not enough. At present, there are more than 20 players in Nochi Village, which just saves the effort of 2 people to find people. This experience point is really a pie in the sky, and it is too easy to complete it. The melee magic god is already eager to try and can't wait. That's 10,000 experience points. Enough for him to jump 2 levels. No. Wait a minute. Let's see what the hidden additional content is. Big Watermelon is more experienced and mature than the melee mage. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The wrong thing was the reward pool, which felt too perfunctory and unworthy of the word reward pool. Or, in other words, was there something else? At the moment, only the two of them could see this task. Once it was shared, everyone could see it. So, we had to take this opportunity to figure it out first. The melee mage also realized this and patiently calmed down. So, according to the prompts on the task, the two came to the wolf cub. Little Black? Big Watermelon called Liao Zixuan tentatively, his voice sounding familiar. He remembered that Vivian always called this little wolf cub this way, and it should be the name of this monster. As a result, what he got in return was a cold glance from Liao Zixuan, and a system prompt sound. Little Black's favorability towards you has dropped by 10 points. Good fellow. Can you call him Little Black? And what's the feeling of seeing a friend's pet on the street? On the other side, Big Watermelon's forehead was sweating, and countless F***CKs flew through his mind. He was inflated, because he knew very well that although the little wolf cub in front of him looked cute on the outside, he was actually very smart, and his strength was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Deshigua's years of gaming experience are not for nothing. He immediately changed his words. Mr. Haihei? Deshigua called again tentatively. And this time, there was no more reminder sound of decreased favorability in his mind. Huh? He breathed a sigh of relief secretly. It was a close call. Mr. Haihei, did Miss Vivian ask you to do anything else? Deshigua looked at the little wolf cub expectantly. Liao Zixuan didn't waste time talking to them. In fact, he couldn't communicate with these people. He directly opened Vivian's store system for them. Although the little wolf cub didn't issue tasks on behalf of Vivian, he could open the NPC store on her behalf. Then, the essence of Liao Zixuan is here. He bought another new item in the Witch Lady's black-hearted store. Warm shop. Deshigua looked at the pop-up shop panel. In addition to the original sacrifice power to the Great Witch Vivian, and offer sacrifices to the Great Witch Vivian, there is another one. Precious battle video of the Great Witch Vivian. Price, 50,000 experience points. Product note, let the Witch Lady's heroic figure shine throughout the world. After purchasing it, you will open a new prize pool task that belongs to you. Number of products, 1. Deshigua and Melee Mage's first reaction was, WTF. 50,000 experience points. This is too expensive. But when they preview the new prize pool task, your prize pool initial reward becomes 0. And you will get 1,000 experience points for each player you invite, with a maximum of 100 players. And this number is not shared with the main task. After the main task is over, you will get all the experience in the prize pool alone. If the number of invited people exceeds 100, the extra people will be converted into favorability according to a certain ratio. 100 times 1,000 equals 10W. Even if the experience points consumed by buying images are deducted, there is still a profit of 5W points. This does not include the favorability of Vivian attached to it. You know, the favorability of this Witch Lady is very rare. From the other two items above, you can see that all of them require offerings and sacrifices. You have to find someone to join. And you have to find someone with great influence. Liao Zixuan naturally knows that a player will definitely not be able to get so many experience points. So he allows players to cooperate in purchasing as a team. Deshigua and Melee Mage acted decisively. And as expected, the high-level player who impressed Liao Zixuan, Luochen, was also pulled in front of him. The high-level player is indeed a high-level player. He is also the guild leader, and is more capable than individual players like Deshigua and Melee Mage. After a while, two other trustworthy brothers came, and after the 5 of them invited each other, they gathered 50,000 experience points in the blink of an eye. You have consumed 50,000 experience points. You have obtained a precious battle video. You have unlocked a new prize pool task. Quick! 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 Hurry up and post this video on the forum. And then post our task invitation link below. Luochen knew that for players, the forum in the game was the fastest way to spread information. After taking a rough look at this battle video, Luochen found that it was the second half of the Battle of the Terror Claw Lair that Changlu Manan had shared with them before. He had also seen the influence of the first half of the video. Now he would put down all the tasks at hand and appeared here because he had seen the previous video. And the second half of this video is the real Vivian's big account online, beating up Bishop Eugenia. It is conceivable that there will be a greater response. However, Luo Chen soon reacted and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. We can't use the original video. Otherwise we will buy it in vain. I think there is only one of this product, and it is estimated that it is the only one. The original version in our hands cannot be leaked. Wait for me. I'll go find the special effects artist and music artist I know. We have to process it before sending it out. Look. What is professionalism? Liao Zixuan, who successfully recovered part of the experience points given by the system to the players, felt relieved when he saw Luo Chen and others busy. This is his experience ecosystem, with system plus player plus father as a cycle. Excellent experience output can be achieved. At the same time, you can also get free players to promote the girl enthusiastically among the player community. Of course, if that's all, Liao Zixuan can't say that if the sky doesn't give birth to me. Liao Zixuan, the gods will fall forever like a long night. His more ruthless killer moves are still behind. While Luo Chen and the others were editing the video and adding special effects, the little wolf cub jumped onto the head of the silver wolf and started to head to the next village. At the same time, he quietly continued to restock a new battle video in the witch shop, who stipulated that if there is only one product, you can't restock it? So soon after, the official beta player forum of the Fallen God exploded. On this day, in the words of the players who participated in the beta at that time, experience the fear of the entire forum being dominated by Vivian. And experience, when everyone uses the same material, what is called a large number of talented people, bald late, and millions of editing. Chapter 49, the internal test forum that was flooded with comments. GNG, as his name suggests, is a video producer who does it out of interest. His fans on Station C barely exceed 10,000. Although not many. They are all loyal old fans. With his excellent skills and serious attitude, he is also a little famous among up hosts. He was fortunate to pass the screening of Jinao and participated in the internal test as an official invited person of Falling God. By the way, although Falling God is fully responsible by Jinao, the promotion and post-operation of the game still depends on the official. Therefore, in order to warm up the public beta of Falling God, many video producers were invited to participate in the internal test. In the past half-month, GNG has almost finished his first draft. He has worked very hard to make an excellent video. For example, he went deep into various dangerous areas to shoot the scenery, was bitten to death more than a dozen times to shoot monsters, and even flirted with a widow in the village to seek benefits for fans, and was almost hunted down by the whole village. Although he still felt that something was missing, GNG was ready to put the video on the internal test forum to see the effect. However, when he opened the game forum, GNG was stunned. A large reward for Vivian's location. Gentlemen, I plan to go to Huidian City to join the witch. Is there anyone who wants to join me? A casual cosplay of Vivian. Bishop Eugenia. She is so big. A rational analysis of Vivian's current strength level. I cried. Why am I so far away from the Fire Code City? Woo woo woo. If you don't understand, just ask. Since Vivian is a witch, is she a villain? Miss Vivian, I want to be your dog. What? What's going on? GNG rubbed his eyes. He hadn't visited the forum for only half a day. How come there were so many posts suddenly? And it seemed that the titles of all these posts were related to the three words Vivian? This was not the end. When GNG clicked into the video area, he was even more shocked. Wow! What the hell are these numerous videos with Vivian titles? Keeping up with current events is the most important quality for a video worker. GNG had no time to post his videos. He quickly selected the top-ranked video named at that moment. Miss Vivian remembered her big size according to the number of views. It started with a short black screen. Well, it can't be said to be a black screen at all, because it had long been flooded with comments such as congratulations on discovering the treasure. 100 million times again. Mom, I'm in love. This forced GNG to pause and adjust the comment shielding level to the highest level before he could barely see the picture clearly. Finally, the official content of the video began. The first shot that came up was of you following a country girl in rough linen clothes, who was cautiously walking into an underground nest deep in the forest. The nest was bottomless, and there was no end in sight. The exaggeratedly huge area of the cave seemed to imply that some terrifying monsters lived inside. If you combine it with the girl's thin body, thin clothes, and the only weapon on her body, which was the sickle in her hand, as the protagonist of the shot. In an instant, the tension and oppression were already full. The barrage of comments floated by. I'm already scared. Will something suddenly rush out? Red eyes. But then, just when GNG thought the plot would develop in the direction of a conventional monster movie, he found that as the girl went deeper into the cave, the light in the nest became brighter and brighter, and even torches appeared on the surrounding rock walls. All the answers were soon revealed later. It turned out that this place should have been the nest of the boss of the Devil's Claw Forest area, the Devil Tyrannosaurus Devil's Claw, but it was occupied by a cuckoo. Large patches of purple grass grew in the cave, which was weird and mysterious. A group of believers wearing Vulcan robes knelt at the feet of a woman sitting in the bishop's chair. Later, through the conversation between the girl and the bishop named Eugenia, GNG learned that the Vulcan cult was performing an evil ritual here, the purpose of which was to give birth to these purple grasses. The purpose of this mysterious country girl's coming is to stop the ceremony. It can be seen that this bishop woman is obviously superior to the other girls in terms of number and momentum. And there are too many girls with a strong country girl feeling. The bishop woman, who looked high and mighty, seemed to want to play a game to tease the girl. As long as the girl could take her 5 attacks, she would stop everything. Just when the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and GNG was worried about the girl, who knew that this girl, who looked so weak, actually showed a strong magical power. She held up a solid magic barrier and prepared to meet the opponent's attack. But at this moment, the situation changed again. The bishop woman seemed to have expected it, and she actually dropped an iron cage holding the players from midair into the molten flames to distract the girl's attention. As expected, the girl was caught. In order to save the player in the iron cage, she used her magic power and was whipped to the ground by the bishop woman. At this time, the barrage in the video began to madly brush despicable and shameless, bad woman and other curses. Seeing that the opponent's next fire whip was about to come, and the girl had to use her magic power to keep the iron cage from dropping magma, the players imprisoned in the iron cage actually chose to delete their accounts to escape control and no longer drag the girl down, to be able to force the players to this point. It can be seen how depressing the situation are. The same is true for the audience watching the video. GNG couldn't help but clenched his fists. Swish! The bishop woman whistled a whip with murderous intent, and the flames roared in the air, rushing towards the exhausted girl on the ground. At this moment, GNG subconsciously held his breath. Then the suppressed BMG suddenly stopped, and the gray video tone gradually brightened. The girl in the camera seemed to have finally awakened because of the player's sacrifice. Flames also ignited around her, and a black flame giant sickle several meters high was held in the girl's hand. There was only a clang sound. The fire whip that the bishop woman had used all her strength was actually balanced away by the sickle in the girl's hand. The passionate BGM entered at this moment. Just like the girl's temperament began to change sharply, as if she had really changed into a different person. The weak country girl before disappeared, replaced by the crazy and strong sickle witch. The barrage in the video also reached a frenzy at this moment. Although GNG had already opened the highest shielding level, he was still filled with various "here it comes. The big account is online. Sister is so handsome. The giant sickle matches the girl. My DNA is moved. Player, Sister Vivian. You play me. Crazy beauty. Love it. The rest of the video has a feeling of when my BGM sounds. No one can beat me anymore. Vivian in the sickle witch form. Killing the Vulcan cult is like mowing grass. And her domineering and elegant fighting posture has attracted countless viewers. The last part of beating Bishop Eugenia made GNG exclaim that it was exciting. It can be said that the more depressed and frustrated he was before, the more exciting and satisfying the second half was. Huh? He took a long breath. The video was not long. Only less than 2 or 3 minutes. And from his professional point of view, it was still very rough. And many special effects and sound effects were still lacking. But even if it seemed like a rushed video, it still gave GNG a feeling of being too good because the material itself was too high quality. At the end of the video, there was a link that invited players to join a mission of Vivian. GNG tried to click it, but it showed that he could not accept it because he was not within the scope of Fire Code City. Without hesitation, after exiting the forum and logging into the game again, GNG packed his luggage and opened the world map of Flame Domain. Fortunately, his location was not far from Fire Code City. For a video worker, Material is life. If you have milk, you are my mother. Mother, I am here to find you. There are many people like GNG. The original appeal of the long road only gathered players in the Huidian City area. But now that Vivian's battle video has begun to spread wildly on the forum, it can be said that players in several cities near Huidian City have also begun to rush to Huidian City in large numbers. Of course, for these Vivian videos, some people are happy, and naturally some people are worried. The long road is the one that is worried. As a crazy fan of Vivian, he is also a person who personally experienced the scene. So naturally he bought the battle video from Liao Zixuan as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the little wolf arrived at their village late. So when Chonglu Manman got the video and made it, similar videos were already everywhere on the forum. Damn it. I was here first. Chonglu Manman watched others make their goddesses videos so popular. But because of the similar style and no intention, his videos were played very little. And he felt sour. This situation is actually not uncommon. The question is too much. Chonglu Manman even saw some people who took a different approach and started to stop doing the burning style. Some did ghost animals, spoofs, and there were even geniuses who did welfare. The most important thing is that all the welfare shots were given to Bishop Eugenia, and there was no shot of Vivian. What do you mean? Do you look down on my goddess figure? Changlamiman roared while constantly giving bad reviews to the video. Boss, Vivian is indeed very flat. But look at the female bishop. Her legs. So fierce. And the damage after being beaten by Vivian. And bang. Crash. Bang bang bang. Ah. I was wrong. Boss. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Stop. Ouch. It hurts. Stop. Boss. I suddenly came up with a new idea. Changlamiman's subordinates held their heads, aggrieved, and thought of a solution in a hurry. Speak. Boss. You see, everyone else is focusing on Vivian in their videos. But don't forget that Vivian has a little wolf. So if we want our videos to be viewed and clicked, we have to be different. If everyone else is making Vivian's videos, we should do it. That wolf's. Chapter 50. What bad intentions could the little wolf cub have? Qian Town. This is located between the Claw Forest and the Fire Classic City. It can be said to be a fortress town at the throat level on the Must-Pass Road. Liao Zixuan gathered a large number of villagers and players to this town. This will become the front line to resist the upcoming falling abyss tide. As for the mayor of Qian Town, Thorin, he is now trembling with fear. What frightened him was not the many villagers who took refuge, nor the unknown monsters that the villagers said came from the Claw Forest. What really made Mayor Thorin at a loss was those strangers who seemed to appear out of nowhere and came like a tide. Yes, looking at the players running around in the town with great energy, forming a black mass. The little wolf cub sitting on the head of the silver wolf couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the power of the fourth day's disaster is the strongest. The influence of Vivian's battle video far exceeds the effect Liao Zixuan expected. As an NPC with a player panel, the little girl can naturally use the forum function. So Liao Zixuan can clearly see the grand scene of Vivian flooding the forum now. Moreover, he can not only see it, but also watch it very carefully. Even many of the hot comments in the popular videos are still from his hands. For example, the flame burning in your hand is my unchanging belief in this life. Give my heart to Miss Witch. Please. Another me. I want to give Vivian a baby. Etc. Of course, in addition to appreciating his own growing cabbage, Liao Zixuan also paid attention to many analysis-oriented videos. Many big players have begun to analyze what kind of role Vivian plays in the game through battle images. Liao Zixuan summarized it briefly, and roughly divided it into 3 categories. The first category is also the most, thinking that the little girl is a key plot character in the camp of justice, and must find ways to contact her, and who knows what hidden tasks may be triggered. The second category believes that Vivian is the only professional mentor that players can contact during the internal testing phase, as a way to obtain the summoner profession. As for the third category, it is more interesting. They caught that Vivian seems to have a serious internal and external personality. Although the external personality is kind and righteous, the internal personality is full of madness and killing. In addition, there is the name of Witch. And some of these people even boldly speculate that perhaps this will be a foreshadowing in the future plot. It is very likely that the girl will transform into the biggest villain boss. So they call on everyone not to blindly follow, and need to be vigilant. Of course, It is conceivable that the reply posts below for the third category of players are basically a lot of scolding. But in general, although everyone has their own opinions, everyone has reached a consensus. There is no doubt that this NPC is definitely not simple. There is a big secret. It will be the core of the entire version for a long time in the future. So not only in the current internal test, but also after the official public test. The first thing to do is to find Vivian first. This is what Liao Zixuan really wants to see. In fact, why is Vivian so smooth now? As if it is easy, and has received such high attention from the player community? The answer is that she has benefited from the internal test. In other words, there is too little content in the game, and those NPCs that were highly popular and hot in the previous life are not accessible to the current internal test players at all. Without even a competitor, Vivian naturally stood out. But don't forget, once the public beta officially begins, the entire world of Fallen God will be open to players, and more real plot characters will enter the player's field of vision. It will be difficult for Vivian to maintain the highest popularity. However, with this group of internal beta players as a foundation, it means that the little girl is already far ahead of all other NPCs. Huh? Just when Liao Zixuan was about to close the forum, a video that was rapidly gaining popularity suddenly attracted the attention of the little wolf cub. The reason is simple. The title of the video is "Don't Look at Me as Just a Little Baby Wolf." WTF. There are actually people who make videos of masters? Young man, you really have a wide road. Liao Zixuan clicked in with great curiosity and found that the content of the video was actually very simple. It is divided into 3 stages in total. In the first stage, the camera was given to the little wolf cub who was lazily watching the game, like a mascot. In the second stage, when Eugenia turned into the witch Bella, even Vivian, who was online with a big account, was in crisis. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. At this time, under the call of the girl, he took action himself. The original cute little wolf cub image disappeared in an instant. He transformed into the real dark flame wolf form. His whole body was wrapped in black flames, floating in the air, handsome as hell, and once again crushed Bella, and even scared the giant wolf summoned by Bella and ran back to the shadow. The third stage is that after the battle, he returned to that lazy state again, and turned back into the harmless little wolf cub, lazily held in Vivian's arms. This huge reversal of the image before and after, the black-bellied, arrogant, and unique little wolf cub, immediately attracted countless fans among the player community. And it was simply popular among both men and women. Male players are paying attention to his terrifying strength, guessing what level of monster he is, how noble his bloodline is, and whether they can have such a strong partner after becoming a summoner. Female players are more pragmatic. Very similar your uncle should spoil her. AW Cell. Looks just like that Sundara male protagonist in a CO article. Too cute. I envy Vivian so much. I've decided that I want to be a summoner. And I want a little wolf cub like this who protects his master. I really want to hug it. I'm telling you. I'm a fan of Furue. People can't. They shouldn't. Liao Zixuan really never expected that after this video became the latest hot headline. Its popularity even surpassed Vivian's in a short period of time. The role of female players is absolutely indispensable. In terms of games, 10 girls may not be able to beat 1 boy. But in terms of hype, 100 boys probably can't beat 1 girl. In addition, because Vivian has gone to the Fire Classic City, many impatient players can't find the little girl at all, which leads them to focus all their attention on the only companion of the girl, a cute little wolf cub. Then, not long after, a large number of black mud posts appeared on the forum. Most of the complaints and protests were from male players, because they found out this little wolf cub seemed to have a natural rejection and alienation towards male players. But female players could easily gain the acceptance of this little wolf cub. And, as men, their intuition told them that this little wolf was very frivolous. In this regard, Liao Zixuan, who had already begun to enjoy being surrounded by soft jade, warm fragrance, and singing and chirping, curled his lips in disdain at the jealous eyes of male players. He also protested and arrogantly nudged the arms of the super fierce little sister who was trying to hold him. After all, he is just a cute little wolf cub. What bad intentions could he have? Liao Zixuan now suddenly began to hope that Vivian could come back from Huitian City later. After all, he could not experience this kind of softness and elasticity on the little girl. From Huitian City to Qian Town. It is dozens of kilometers. It will be dark even if it is the fastest. Right? Thinking of this, Liao Zixuan squinted his eyes comfortably in the gentle countryside. Then, a dazzling white light appeared in Qian Town as if justice fell from the sky, almost blinding Liao Zixuan's wolf eyes. After the white light dissipated, coincidentally, the little wolf cub in the arms of the super fierce little sister and Vivian, who had completed the teleportation magic and walked out of the teleportation array, looked exhausted and worried about her little wolf. They just happened to meet each other's eyes. Chapter 51. My little girl has become very capable. Liao Zixuan. Vivian. At this awkward moment, a voice behind the little girl broke the situation, causing Vivian to look back. Cough. It seems that I haven't used teleportation magic for a long time. I'm really not used to it. Demir stumbled out of the white light. This young genius mage was dizzy and retching. It seemed that he couldn't even stand steadily. He said that he was not used to teleportation because he hadn't used it for a long time. But in fact, it was because Vivian's magic flow was too strong, causing him to feel dizzy. Are you okay? The little girl saw Demir staggering, so she asked, very concerned. Then, Vivian instinctively wanted to help Demir. But in fact, after seeing that Demir was fine, the girl's head had already turned back to Liao Zixuan's direction. Now the little girl's attention was all on the little wolf, lying in someone else's arms, and she had no mind to do anything else. On the other side, Demir looked at Vivian's little hand reaching out to him. At this moment, the young genius mage immediately stopped feeling dizzy and nauseous. He was excited and happy to accept the little girl's support. After all, this was the first time he could get close to the girl. As a result, he helped in vain. He almost fell again. Demir had just reached out his hand, but before he could hold it, the girl's body had already left, heading straight to a certain place, moving quickly. Well, thank you. Thank you for helping me take care of Xiao He. Vivian came to the female player holding her own wolf cub. She did not show any anger or jealousy, but expressed her gratitude sincerely. Then, inevitably, the little girl began to realize for the first time that the gap between herself and others in some aspects could be so big. A sense of loneliness flashed across the girl's eyes. Vivian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she clearly remembered the first time she saw her little wolf in someone else's arms, which were several times softer and warmer than hers, and the comfortable and enjoyable expression on his face. So, the little girl just wanted to reach out and take the little wolf's hand, but she shrank back. This little detail made Liao Zixuan feel distressed. He was suddenly filled with guilt. The little wolf immediately abandoned the fierce little sister without hesitation and jumped back into Vivian's arms. He was afraid that Vivian would feel inferior and sad, so he rubbed the girl hard to express his intimacy. That seemed to mean, "Don't cry. Don't cry. We don't dislike it at all. Besides, our Vivian is still so young, and once the nutrition is supplemented, there will be a promising future. These are all coquettish and slutty girls outside. How can they compare to the juicy cabbages at home?" Puff. Vivian seemed to be amused by Liao Zixuan's performance. The little girl smiled happily. The expression of sadness, loneliness, inferiority and depression on her face disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. Wait, Vivian. Explain it. You must have raised a smug expression at the corner of your mouth just now. You must have. The little wolf cub in the girl's arms finally reacted, and immediately showed an angry, cheated expression. Liao Zixuan was heartbroken. Oh no! My silly cabbage is not like this. How did you learn to be bad? If at this time, Liao Zixuan just felt that he could no longer treat Vivian as an innocent and silly girl. But at the next moment, a young wizard abandoned by the girl finally caught up, and ran to Vivian's side panting. Liao Zixuan was dumbfounded. The little wolf cub held in the girl's arms rubbed his eyes with its small, thick claws. Although Demir now looks much younger than in his previous life, the immature breath on his body has not faded. But Liao Zixuan still recognized this future version son, the savior of the flame realm, at a glance. Then, countless yellow question marks appeared in his mind. How did this guy appear here? And he seems to know Vivian. No, this is not just knowing each other. This is Vivian. Let's go to the mayor and discuss the situation with him first. I am quite familiar with Brother Thorin. Don't worry. I will definitely convince him to send troops and go with us to save your village. Demir patted his chest to assure Vivian. but then felt that it was not enough, and quickly added, "Of course, if you are really in a hurry, I can also accompany you to save people directly." "No problem." Hiss. The wolf cub stretched his little head out from Vivian's arms, and his eyes suddenly became alert. Look at the cautious tone, the flattering smile on his face, and the demeanor of always secretly glancing at Vivian's reaction intentionally or unintentionally. This is clearly a dog licker. Good guy. How come he just went to Huidian City to report the news, and ended up taking the hope of the future of Yenyu as his dog licker? Then look at Vivian's attitude. Others don't know, but Liao Zixuan is already very familiar with the little girl. He can clearly feel that when Demir talks to the girl, Vivian's body will always subconsciously tense up a little. And there is no such state of truly letting down her guard and relaxing her whole body when they were just one person and one wolf just now. It can be seen that, at least for now, the little girl has no feelings for this young genius wizard. But out of politeness, Vivian replied with a thankful tone. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go to the mayor first. I'll have to trouble you for communication later." After the experience in Fire Code City, the little girl also learned a lesson and realized that she was insignificant and had to have someone with weight to solve the problem. So she did not refuse Demir's help. As for Demir, he was very happy. He could be relied on by Vivian, and finally had the opportunity to show his ability again. He was full of energy. He was even a little bit forgetful when he was happy. In fact, Demir had noticed the beast cub in Vivian's arms from the beginning. Yes, a beast cub. He thought it was the puppy raised by the little girl. Although Demir was very envious in various ways, and even a little jealous of the puppy, he still praised the puppy as he walked to please the girl. "Vivian, your puppy is so cute. In fact, I also want to raise a dog. Can I hug it too?" The first step to have a common topic with a woman is to start with the people or things around her. This is the secret that his Uncle Harvey taught him. In fact, Harvey taught him a lot. But Demir at the time was dismissive and didn't listen much. He only remembered this one. While he was still thinking about how to continue the topic of raising a dog, Demir suddenly saw a trace of panic on the face of the little girl next to him. Then, the young genius wizard heard Vivian start to speak anxiously. "Little Black? Don't. Little Black? Don't what?" Demir was confused for a while, and his hands were still preparing to hold the puppy. As a result, the world spun around in the next second. Demir only felt that a huge black shadow seemed to flash before his eyes. Then, he flew up. When he fell to the ground again, he felt a sharp pain from being pressed by sharp claws on both sides of his shoulders, and a strong smell of blood came to his nose. A terrifying silver wolf opened its bloody mouth and pressed face to face with him. Demir dared to guarantee it. This was the first time in his life that he experienced that death could be so close to him. Chapter 52: The Savior Who Was Played Badly. A second-level monster, the Earth Silver Wolf, with extremely fast speed and huge explosive power. This agile monster can be said to be the natural enemy of the mage, even if you are one level higher than it. In a normal one-on-one fight, you have to be extremely cautious, let alone in this situation. Demir was very sure that it's such a close distance. Before the first syllable of his magic spell was uttered, the opponent could easily bite off his neck. Why did such a powerful monster appear here? Has the magic disaster of the Forest of Terror Claws already spread to the town of Chien? And is he going to die? Just when Demir's brain was blank due to the fear of death, he suddenly heard another wolf howl. The sound was very close, and even though it was still immature, like a cub, it gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Demir had heard from Teacher Maggie that this phenomenon usually only occurs in the offspring of those extraordinary monsters with extremely high bloodlines. When you meet such cubs, you must take the initiative to show your goodwill. If you can make them recognize you, it will definitely become a great help in your future. As for provoking, Demir still remembers the look in his Archbishop Teacher Maggie's eyes when he asked this question, as if he was looking at a fool. It is not easy to recruit a disciple. Hee. If you think you have lived too long, then you can try. So what happened? Just one Earth Silver Wolf is not enough. Another extraordinary monster cub ran out. He and Vivian were clearly teleported to the Red Flame Town. Right? Wait. Monster cub. Demir's eyes suddenly widened, and he finally thought of a terrifying possibility. And then, this possibility was confirmed. I saw that after the wolf howl ended, the Earth Silver Wolf that had knocked him to the ground actually let go of the claws that pressed him down. And the whole snow-white giant wolf walked away from Demir's body. The young genius wizard, who was still in shock, quickly got up from the ground. Then, when Demir finally raised his head, the scene in front of him was the puppy that he had treated as a pet in Vivian's arms before. At this moment, it was actually standing on the head of the silver wolf before, looking down at him from above. After seeing this scene, if Demir still couldn't figure out what happened, then he shouldn't be the future savior. Wolf monsters are the most conscious of racial bloodline. The extraordinary monster that can make the proud silver wolf willingly serve as a stepping stone for the other party. Only the cubs above the 4th level, whose parents have entered the extraordinary level monsters, are worthy of this. And he just called the other party a puppy. Demir was sweating all over and was scared. He now felt that it was a miracle that he was not dead yet. On the other side, looking at Demir's appearance, Liao Zixuan had to admit that he felt a little happy. It was the dream of every player to be able to show off in front of the son of this version and the subsequent main NPC. He had wanted to do this in his previous life. Unfortunately, as a player at that time, he was probably not as strong as one finger of Demir, who had become the savior. Sure enough, players have their limits. I don't want to be a player anymore. Only NPCs can be defeated. Of course. In fact, there is a bigger factor, which is that Liao Zixuan is extremely hostile to all men who approach Vivian. Even if the other party is just a bootlicker, he beats everyone he sees. Little wolf cub. So fierce. The fact proves that people should not be too complacent. Liao Zixuan was just standing on the head of the silver wolf, showing off his power. But the next moment, the little wolf cub found that his body was also floating up. Vivian took her little wolf cub back. Then, the little girl rubbed Liao Zixuan's little head hard, with an expression of education, saying, "Don't do this again next time. And don't scare others at every turn. You have a flat chest. I listen to you. He can be fierce to anyone, but he has no temper with Vivian Liao Zixuan. So he can only continue to lie on the airport obediently." Demir was completely dumbfounded when he saw this seemingly warm scene in front of him. His first reaction was that he was being shown affection by a wolf? And then the second reaction was, no! Isn't this the legendary extraordinary monster? Why does it feel like Demir is really shadowed by Liao Zixuan? Seeing that word about to pop out again, he suddenly stopped at the edge of the cliff. Now even in his heart, this young genius wizard dared not say that word even if he was beaten to death. Sorry. Xiao He went a little too far. Vivian apologized embarrassedly at first. But then, the girl said seriously, however, Xiao He is a wolf. And then, he is not my pet, but a very important family member of mine. Sorry. I was abrupt. Demir also sincerely apologized. Not only to Vivian, but also to the little wolf cub in her arms. He did not bear any grudge against Liao Zixuan because of the previous conflict. On the contrary, the young genius mage began to look at Liao Zixuan with the same fiery look as before, even stronger than Vivian. After all, this is the cub of a supernatural monster. The other party's noble bloodline is destined to enter the 4th level of supernatural in the future. If I can study it carefully. No. Even if I just hug it. No. 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 Even if I just touch it. It will be fine. Let him feel the flow of magic power, body structure, and elemental composition of the supernatural monster. This will definitely, it will help him to be stuck at the 3rd level and advance to the supernatural in the future. In the past, Demir was jealous of Liao Zixuan for enjoying Vivian's embrace. But now Demir began to turn around and look at the girl, who could hold the little wolf cub close to her with jealous and envious eyes. So there is only a fine line between genius and madness. This sentence is really true. Liao Zixuan got goosebumps all over his body because of Demir's eager gaze. He now seriously doubted whether he had accidentally awakened some strange XP attribute of the other party. Tens of millions of people in Yenyu. I'm sorry for you. Your future savior seems to be developing in a more and more strange direction. Just as Vivian was laughing with ill intentions, she finally saw her own Xiao He suffer a setback. At this time, an extremely anxious voice ruthlessly broke the relaxed atmosphere. Demir, why are you here? No. I just sent someone to Huidian City. It can't be so fast. Thorin, the mayor of Red Flame Town, appeared in front of them with a few guards. He was surprised by Demir's appearance at first, but then his face was full of worry and panic. Well, never mind. It's just in time that you're here. Hurry up. Hurry up. You have to come and see this. This time, something big has happened in the Forest of Terror Claws. Chapter 53. Cannot send out troops. The outpost of Qian Town. Originally, it was guarded by some militiamen, but now it is heavily guarded and taken over by the personal guards sent by the Mayor Thorin. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Arriving at the gate of the outpost, Thorin hesitated for a moment, but his eyes drifted to Vivian, who was dressed as a villager and holding a cub in her arms. He asked Demir, who is this person next to you? There is a reason why Mayor Thorin is so cautious, because if ordinary people see the things in the outpost at this moment, it will definitely cause panic. She is my classmate at the Vulcan Law School. Demir made up a random story and winked at Vivian. The little girl naturally understood what he meant. If she wanted to know more, she had to have a reasonable identity. Hello, Mayor Thorin. I am a summoner. The little wolf in my arms is my contracted beast. Originally, Demir and I wanted to come to the Forest of Terror Claws to hunt monsters and find materials. But now it seems that there is something wrong with the direction of the forest? After just a slight reaction, Vivian finished speaking fluently without any pause. She did not lie and admit that she was a law school student, but hinted at her profession as a spellcaster from the side to make Mayor Thorin believe it. Even at the end, she cleverly changed the topic by asking a rhetorical question. The little wolf cub held in the girl's arms. Liao Zixuan smacked his lips when he saw Vivian's excellent response. It has only been a few days, and the little girl's growth rate is beyond imagination. If it were the little village girl when the man and the wolf first met, it would be impossible for her to do so now. Such a big change made Liao Zixuan sigh from the bottom of his heart. As expected, the master is really amazing. On the other side, the same is true. After the girl's watertight words, Mayor Thorin did not have the slightest doubt. On the contrary, on the mayor's worried and impatient face, he showed some joy at the addition of a powerful foreign aid. After all, he knew the Vulcan School of Law. All the students who could come out of there were excellent spellcasters, not to mention that they were classmates of Demir, who was known as the first genius of the school. You know, Demir's character was famous. This young genius wizard was very arrogant. It was said that he had few friends on weekdays. He was either buried in the library or immersed in various magic experiments all day. The classmate who could be introduced by Demir took the initiative to travel together. It can be imagined that the strength and talent of this girl would not be inferior to Demir. Or maybe Thorin, who could become the mayor of a town, naturally saw some clues. The clues here refer to Demir's attitude towards Vivian, which seemed a bit too good. Who hasn't experienced this when they were young? Thorin naturally understood it all at once. I never thought that this stinky boy's wooden head would open up one day. Suddenly, the mayor looked at Vivian with awe and respect. And he would never look down on the little girl because of her simple clothes. After all, how many daughters of noble families in Huidian City had pursued Demir and then suffered tragic failures? Based on this alone, Vivian's image in Thorin's heart has risen to a very high position. After confirming the identity of the girl, Thorin finally felt relieved to lead Vivian and her group into a room deep in the sentry post. As soon as everyone pushed the door open, a foul smell of decay hit their noses. Mayor! Several priests in the town covered their mouths and noses with scarves and shouted respectfully when they saw Thorin enter the house. What's going on? Did the power of the holy light work? Thorin asked without further ado. I'm sorry, Mayor. At least with our power, we can't purify these evils. These priests who were gathered around a long wooden table shook their heads after Thorin asked, with helpless expressions on their faces. How could it be? Thorin frowned a little more when he heard the news. Although the flame domain was established by the god of fire, and most of its people are fire-friendly, it is not the only element that is fire-friendly. There are also many professionals in the other 8 elements. But now, Daniel, you have seen that even the holy light, which is the most effective in eliminating negative states among the 9 elements, has no way to deal with these evils. We may really be in big trouble this time. Thorin waved his hand and asked the priests to disperse from the long wooden table. He showed a rotten corpse on the table to Demir and Vivian. This is... Demir walked forward with a solemn expression, regardless of the disgusting corpse. After taking the handkerchief from the priest next to him, He carefully opened the mouth of the corpse slightly. Suddenly, a small amount of granular black mist gushed out and quickly disappeared into the air. Tada! Demir took 3 steps back in shock. And then he seemed to be in a state of delirium, muttering, "Yes! Yes! It is it! It actually exists! Energy beyond the 9 elements! How is this possible?" Even though he knew the matter was serious, it was the first time Thorin saw this young genius wizard lose his composure. On the contrary, Vivian and the little wolf cub in her arms were not surprised. The little girl was the first to come into contact with the abyss, so she was not surprised to see it again. As for Liao Zixuan, he could understand how much impact the power of the abyss would have on the natives of this world when it appeared. Originally, this process gradually emerged a month after the public beta began. Unexpectedly, under my influence, it had already begun just after the internal beta. Demir? Demir! Mayor Thorin raised his voice, and only woke Demir up from his trance after calling him for the second time. It seems that even you don't know the origin of this evil force? Demir's performance has already explained everything. Thorin sighed, feeling a little disappointed. On the other side, Uncle Thorin, you must summon the guards immediately. No. You must mobilize all the forces of Qian town. Go to the villages around the forest, and let all the villagers evacuate urgently. And, yes, we must also build a defense line. And then, realizing the serious consequences, Demir immediately spoke to Thorin in a very nervous and panicked manner. But the mayor shook his head and interrupted the young man directly. I'm sorry, Demir. Qian town cannot send troops. Chapter 54 The power of players gradually exerts influence. Can't send troops? Demir was anxious all of a sudden. He angrily called the mayor's name. Thorin, what do you mean? Are you going to watch those villagers die one by one? Hey! Don't get excited. Young man. Thorin didn't mind Demir's anger. Come here first and take a look at this. Under Demir's puzzled gaze, Mayor Thorin took everyone to the second room again. In the center of this room, there was an iron cage covered with black cloth. There was a fierce collision sound in the iron cage, as if some violent beast was imprisoned inside. But when Thorin signaled his guards to lift the black cloth, Demir found that it was just an ordinary hare inside. No, it can't be described as ordinary, because the rabbit still looks like a rabbit, but the beast has a large area of rot and corpse like the previous room. Of course, the most obvious thing is that Demir also felt the evil power from this rabbit. So what do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that rabbits that have been corroded by evil power are so ferocious? So your soldiers are all afraid? Faced with the young wizard's questioning, Thorin did not explain, but continued to nod to the guards here. So he was in a hurry. The guard opened the lid of the iron cage from the top at a very fast speed, and then threw another normal hare into it. The degenerate and rotten hare immediately bit the normal hare. In a few seconds, there was a bloody corpse in the iron cage, just when Demir was confused. The next moment, the normal hare corpse that was bitten to death just now seemed to be alive again, and began to twitch, and large pieces of blood and flesh fell off. In a few breaths, the impact sound in the iron cage became louder, and even made the whole iron cage start to shake from side to side, because the corrupt hare here has become 2 from 1. See, Demir, this evil power not only makes creatures violent and aggressive, but also infects other creatures it attacks, turning them into monsters like it. Does this mean it also affects humans? Demir's heart skipped a beat, and Mayor Thorin nodded heavily. The body of the sentinel in the previous room was because his hound was bitten by him after being infected. So, now you understand why I can't send troops. My soldiers will not retreat even if they fight against the most ferocious monsters, but letting them fight against this evil power. Excuse me, Demir, this is just suicide. After Thorin's decisive voice, the room fell into silence. But, those villagers, you can rest assured about this. Demir, although I don't know why. Didn't you notice when you came here that there are already many more villagers who have fled to Qian town? After Thorin mentioned this, Demir immediately recalled that it seemed to be true. Could it be that? Mayor Thorin nodded. I have sent out sentinels to investigate. Most of the villages have been evacuated. This Demir was very surprised. I was also surprised at the beginning, but after my rough investigation, I found that this matter may be related to strangers. Stranger? Finally, Mayor Thorin led the group to the last room at the deepest part of the sentry post. When he mentioned stranger, The serious expression on his face was even more serious than his previous attitude towards evil forces. At the door of the third room, Demir noticed that there were more guards here than in the first two rooms combined. What happens next may subvert your worldview, Demir, Mayor Thorin said meaningfully before opening the door. Then, the wooden door creaked open. In the third room, there was no evil force, no iron cage to hold monsters, but only a young man with a curious look on his face. Liao Zixuan narrowed his eyes at the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms. He suddenly felt that Mayor Thorin was also very courageous and bold, because in Liao Zixuan's field of vision, the young man in the third room had a nickname ID that was unique to players. Yugij. After Thorin and his party entered the house, Yugij, who was looking around in the house, immediately greeted them carelessly. Hey, old Thor. I'm not saying. Your conditions are too bad. Right? Yugij patted Mayor Thorin's shoulder in a very familiar manner. It seemed that the two had a deep friendship. This almost made the guards following Thorin take action. But fortunately Thorin gave a look in time to stop them. Mr. Yu, can we do the previous combat training again? Thorin read the other party's difficult-to-pronounce name and patiently communicated with the player. However, after hearing this, Yugij suddenly showed a bitter face. Ah? Why is it still this task? Old Su, can we change to something else? Yugij complained, very depressed. Like most of the players on the forum, he came to Qian Town to find Vivian, and he was the first to arrive. But who would have thought that Yugij had not even seen Vivian's shadow, but was invited here by the town guards? I thought I had triggered some hidden mission, and I was so excited. But who knew that after arriving here, these NPCs asked me to fight monsters, and I felt that these people seemed to have some strange habits, especially like to watch me being killed by monsters every time. Alas. Actually, it is a small matter to show them how I was tortured by monsters here. If I always stay in the house and miss Vivian, it will be a big deal. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. So, when Yugij was about to refuse Mayor Thorin's mission and wanted to leave here, he was suddenly stunned. Then, Yugij rubbed his eyes vigorously. He even slapped himself again, as if he couldn't believe it. Snap! Hiss. Don't tell me. The game Falling God is quite realistic. The burning pain on Yugij's face told him that he was not hallucinating. So, the superplot NPC Vivian, who was pursued by countless players on the forum and was nowhere to be found, actually appeared in this room behind Mayor Thorin, even opposite him. Old Thor, I'll take this task. Come on. Any monsters? Come on. Chapter 55 times are changing. Chapter 55 times are changing. The first observation record of strangers. Most strangers look more like Guili, which is located in the south of the world and ruled by the god of rock. The second observation record of strangers, after seeing Yugij suddenly slap himself, and then clearly showing an obvious unwillingness to cooperate in the previous second, but inexplicably showing an extremely willing expression in the next second. Tentative, frequently make neurotic and inexplicable actions, and the fluctuation of thinking is extremely large. Mayor Thorin decided that after the incident in the Forest of Terror Claws was over, he must go to Huidian City in person to report the information of these strangers. Okay. In that case, let's get started right away. Yugij readily agreed, saving Thorin a lot of time. He nodded to the guard and led everyone to another room next door. Although the two rooms were not connected, they could see each other's room. Then, just when Demir, Vivian, and even Liao Zixuan were a little confused about what the mayor was going to do, the guards who had been signaled to leave by Thorin before, now worked together to hold a huge iron cage and move the iron cage into the room where Yugij was. Next, in front of Demir's astonishment, the guard actually opened the iron cage and immediately ran out of the room, and locked the door completely. You? Before the young wizard finished speaking, Thorin made a hushed gesture with his hand. After the iron cage was opened, as expected, the imprisoned creature was the corrupted hair they had seen in the second room before. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was only one. However, even if it was just one corrupted hair, it was definitely not something that unarmed strangers could deal with. Moreover, Mayor Thorin had just shown them that these corrupted creatures were also terribly infectious. Anyone bitten would be corroded by the evil power in the other party's body and turned into a similar monster. So now, in Demir's eyes, this scene was a completely cruel act of suicide. But what finally stopped Demir from attacking was that the stranger, who was locked in the closed room, didn't show any fear. In fact, it was the exact opposite. He looked eager to try, as if he wanted to perform well. Could it be that this stranger looked weak on the surface, but was actually very strong? But the next moment, Yu-Gij's performance overturned Damir's idea. The corrupted hare smelled the breath of a living creature and became even more violent. It rushed directly towards Yu-Gij to bite and pounce. Yu-Gij concentrated and got ready to use superb movement to evade the attack. Then thump. He was gloriously thrown to the ground by the corrupted hare and bitten. This happened so fast that even Damir couldn't react. It seemed that the battle was over. But the mage looked around and found that he seemed to be the only one making a fuss. Mayor Thorin and his guards had no expression on their faces. Soon, Damir also found something wrong. Because firstly, the screams of the stranger being bitten by the corrupted hare did not appear as expected. And secondly, the other party actually started to fight back. The stranger with injuries all over his body seemed to have no idea what pain was. He first kicked the corrupted hare off his body with a strong kick. And then, regardless of defense, he continued to kill the corrupted hare as if he wanted to die together, and punched the monster hard. The whole process lasted for a full minute. In the end, Yu-Gij's little universe exploded, and he actually performed beyond his normal ability, killing the corrupted hare alive, and miraculously retaining some blood skin. This time it was Mayor Thorin's turn to be depressed. Before, this stranger was bitten to death by monsters every time. Why did he become so fierce today, as if he had been injected with chicken blood? So, Thorin secretly gave his guards another look. And soon, before Yu-Gij had time to show his strength in front of Vivian, another corrupted hare was sent into his house. And this time, there was no suspense. Yu-Gij, who was left with only blood skin, didn't even last a second, and was killed by the corrupted hare in an instant. Then, the scene that Mayor Thorin really wanted Damir to see appeared. The body of the fish pigeon did not mutate, but turned into a white light and disappeared. Then, a few seconds later, it condensed out of thin air, and a brand new body was born in the house again. After seeing everything that should be seen, Mayor Thorin asked the fully armed guards, who had been on standby, to enter the house to kill the corrupted hare. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Damir, who was so shocked that he couldn't even utter a syllable. "Are you scared? I was the same at the beginning." Later, after repeated verification, "I am now very sure that these foreigners have some kind of divine protection, which allows their souls and bodies to be separated. As long as the soul is immortal, no matter how dead the body is, it can be resurrected infinitely. This is impossible. I have never heard of any god among the 9 gods who has such authority." Damir refuted with a little loss of voice, but he soon fell silent again, because the impossible thing he said had become a reality, happening right in front of his eyes. "Damir?" Mayor Thorin patted the shoulder of the young wizard, who was already a little dizzy after the shocks. "Whether it is these strangers, or the evil power that suddenly emerged from the depths of the Claw Forest, or the infectious disease that I heard was slowly spreading in the Fire Code City, and even the entire Flame region, all of these point to one thing. Times are changing." Thorin's last words were extremely heavy, because the old mayor knew very well that the change of times is often accompanied by chaos and war, blood and fire, death and disaster. Whether it's me, Harvey, or your teacher Maggie, we are all old. The future of the entire Flame region still has to fall on the shoulders of you, the younger generation. When Thorin said this, his eyes were not only looking at Damir, but also looking back, also on Vivian. It seemed that he felt that he seemed to have said too much at once. Mayor Thorin waved his hand and changed the subject. "Okay, Damir, do you remember what I told you before, that I would not send troops?" "Yeah." Damir nodded mechanically. Obviously, he had not recovered from the words that times have changed. Looking at the appearance of the young man, Thorin couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. On the contrary, the quiet appearance of Vivian, the girl who was traveling with Damir, made Mayor Thorin appreciate her more. Times have changed. If you want to survive, you must learn to adapt to the times. Thorin planned to teach these 2 young people a lesson first. Damir and Mayor Thorin suddenly realized halfway through his speech that he didn't know the girl's name. "Vivian." "Mayor Thorin." Fortunately, the girl spoke immediately. "Vivian. What a good name." Mayor Thorin smiled. He was not being perfunctory here, but Thorin seemed to have heard this name somewhere. But he couldn't remember it for a moment, so he could only cough awkwardly. Ahem. Anyway, Demir and Vivian, I hope you two can help me do something. After talking about the business, Mayor Thorin adjusted his attitude. You just saw that these foreigners are not only immune to the erosion of evil forces, but also have almost immortal bodies. Although their strength is a little weak, if they can gather together, they will definitely be a considerable force. Just enough to deal with this crisis. So, as you are both young people, you should have more in common. Can you please recruit and encourage these foreigners and let them guard the Red Flame Town with us? Of course, I won't let you work in vain. Mayor Thorin raised a finger with pain. For every foreigner you can recruit, I will give you this amount of reward. 1 silver coin? Demir was disdainful at first. But then, 1 gold coin. For the Red Flame Town. Thorin was willing to go all out, and was ready to spend all his family's wealth. In an instant, Demir's eyes lit up. Of course. The little wolf cub in Vivian's arms also lit up. Chapter 56 Go. Take the first step to show yourself to this world. After coming out of the sentry post, Demir was full of energy. Although he was a disciple of Archbishop Maggie and was young, he had reached the level of a third-level professional that many people might not be able to reach in their lifetime. But this did not affect his lack of money, and being a pauper at all. There is a famous saying, all powerful mages are made of gold coins. Therefore, usually only noble families can cultivate the profession of spellcasters. But unfortunately, Demir, who was destined to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the flame domain by the plot, is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage without a father or a mother, which is in line with the setting. If it weren't for the help from his mentor and Knight Commander Harvey, Demir would have gone bankrupt long ago. So, whether for personal reasons or to resist the evil forces and defend the Red Flame Town, Demir had to recruit these foreigners. In this regard, even if his competitor is Vivian, this young genius wizard is not going to let him go. Demir is full of confidence. In terms of the purity of magic power, he can't compare with the girl. And in terms of magic talent, he can't compare with the little girl. But in terms of identity and background, can he still not compare with Vivian? He is the only disciple of the Archbishop of the Fire God cult in the Fire Code City. And he is also a powerful third-level elemental master. Just showing this identity, there is no doubt that a large number of foreigners will rush to follow him. However, Demir thought about it again, and felt that he couldn't go too far. He had to give Vivian some face, and not embarrass the girl. Otherwise, how could he pursue others in the future? So after hesitating for a moment, although Demir's heart was bleeding, he still pretended to be generous and said, how about this, Vivian? Let's not separate. Just recruit together. And then we can split the rewards in half? He sacrificed half of the gold coins, but avoided the embarrassing situation of Vivian feeling that he was bullying her and not responding to a stranger. Demir felt that his emotional intelligence was very high. But what he didn't expect was that Vivian actually shook her head. Well, I still want to try it myself. The girl also had her own little thoughts. Are gold coins important to Vivian? It's very important. Especially when there is a little wolf cub in her arms to raise. I don't know how my brother's illness is. Whether it has improved. If my father wants to go back on the contract of selling his body that he has negotiated with others, he will have to pay a high penalty. If the little wolf cub wants to grow, he must buy the best meat. Even said. Vivian quietly lowered her head and looked at her thin body. The little girl never cared about this before. But since she had experienced it before, after seeing her own wolf cub being held in the arms of others, although the girl didn't show anything on the surface, she actually made up her mind in her heart that she must get it back in this regard. How can I let others love my own cub? The girl from the countryside doesn't know anything else. But she takes this very seriously. And what does all this require? Money! Gold coins. Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of her, Vivian doesn't want to share it with others. So people need goals to be motivated. Unconsciously, the little village girl who always loves to give in and has a weak personality has grown up to be able to stand up bravely and actively compete in order to strengthen herself. But of course, this also includes Vivian's confidence in herself. After all, she has come into contact with many strangers before. I don't know if it's the girl's illusion, but the little girl always feels that she seems to be quite popular among these strangers. On the other side, Mayor Thorin, who was traveling with him, looked at Demir and Vivian. who seemed to be very confident about recruiting foreigners. The mayor secretly sighed that they were still too young. They didn't really think that their money was so easy to make. Did they? It's not that Thorin hadn't tried to recruit these foreigners himself. But what can I say? They didn't seem to take him, the mayor, seriously at all. At the beginning, many foreigners showed interest in this. But for some reason, before he started to speak, the other party suddenly showed a disgusted expression. One by one, they kept muttering something like it's only a D-level mission. The reward is not even a fraction of others. You can't change the camp after you have chosen it, etc. And this situation is not just one or two, but almost all the strangers are like this. Mayor Thorin actually had no other choice. So he wanted to try to lead Demir and Vivian, who were of higher status and younger, to persuade these strangers. In this way, they came to the hundreds of players gathered in the square of Qian Town. The first one to come on stage was Demir. The young genius wizard started with a shadow change magic, as if he instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and came to the players. It must be said that this way of appearance is still very eye-catching, and many players immediately looked at Demir with curiosity. Travelers from foreign lands. An evil force is stirring in the depths of the Claw Forest. Our village is under attack, and people are constantly turning into monsters. Right now, Qian Town is the last line of defense to protect the Fire Code City. We must not lose it, and must hold out until support from the Fire Code City arrives. So warriors, I need your strength. On behalf of my teacher Archbishop Maggie, my companion Commander Harvey of the Fire Code Knights, and myself, the third-level elemental mage Demir. At this critical moment, I sincerely ask you to join me in resisting the evil invasion. The little wolf cub in Vivian's arms looked at Demir's impassioned speech on the podium, and couldn't help but marvel. Look at this standard NPC-style speech. Even the lines seemed to be the same as in the previous life. Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that at that time. All the players were stunned by Demir's exaggerated prefixes, and they all rushed to receive Demir's tasks. But now, Elemental Master Demir has issued you a B-level task guarding Huidian Town. Do you accept it? Please note that after accepting this task, you will be automatically assigned to the Dami camp. Please note that in the SS Emergency Task Magic Tide Attack, once the camp selection of the guard force is determined, it cannot be changed. The players in the square of Qian Town all showed an expression of that's it. Good man. After talking for so long, I thought it was so awesome. But it turned out to be just a B-level task? Damn. If we were to rank the awkward situations that make people want to crawl into the ground in Demir's short life, this moment would definitely be in the top 3. The huge square. Hundreds of strangers. But no one responded to him. This is completely different from Demir's imagination that he would be able to get 100 responses. Liao Zixuan, who was in the back, wanted to laugh when he saw the scene. It's not Demir's fault. First, Demir hasn't grown up yet, and the NPC task level determined by the system is definitely not that high. As for the second reason, don't you look at who Demir's competitors are. In the audience, Mayor Thorin, who had high hopes for Demir, sighed deeply at the dismal scene in front of him. Even Demir couldn't convince these strangers? What should be done with Qian Town? And what should be done with the impending evil forces? Do they really want to let their soldiers die? No. It seems that they can only abandon the town and retreat. Mayor Thorin seemed to have aged several years. Qian Town was his hard work. Moreover, even if they planned to retreat, someone had to resist the monsters and buy time. On the other hand, Vivian, who had been cheering herself up and full of confidence, became a little panicked after seeing Demir's embarrassing and awkward situation. How is this different from the warm and friendly strangers in my impression? Even Demir couldn't persuade me. How can I do it alone? But just when Vivian began to panic and get nervous, the girl suddenly felt the little wolf cub in her arms tugging at her clothes. Liao Zixuan gave the little girl a look that said, "Don't worry. You can do it. Believe in yourself. After all, you are not fighting alone." The little wolf cub yawned lazily, licked his lips with his tongue, turned over in Vivian's arms, found a more comfortable position, and then half closed his eyes. The road ahead has long been paved for you, and the stage has also been successfully set up for you. And now all you need to do is take the first step to show yourself to this world. Chapter 57 for Vivian. Huh? Take a deep breath, looking at the huge crowd of strangers in the square of Qian Town not far away. This is the first time in the girl's life that she has to speak in front of so many people. But feeling the warmth coming from her arms, Vivian's body, which was shaking constantly due to nervousness, slowly calmed down. The girl habitually reached out and touched the little wolf cub, who always loved to move around on her body from time to time, and liked to twist back and forth. The comfortable soft touch from her fingertips made the little girl feel much more at ease. "Thank you, Xiaohei. It's great to have you here," Vivian whispered to Liao Zixuan with sincere emotion. But our little wolf cub just nodded symbolically. He even kicked the girl in the stomach with a little urging. It seemed to mean, I know. Hurry up." Liao Zixuan's perfunctory attitude immediately made the little girl unhappy. She repeated it again with an angry tone. "Really?" In short, she regained her confidence. She was still nervous, but she was no longer flustered. Vivian resolutely took a step towards the stage. On the other side, Demir, who was still trying hard to recruit foreigners on the stage, suddenly found that the eyes of these foreigners looked at him differently. At first they were surprised, then became ecstatic and excited, and began to crowd forward one by one. Could it be that he finally made these foreigners change their minds? No. Demir quickly realized that the eyes of those foreigners were not looking at him, but at the back of him. At the same time, footsteps were heard. There was also the familiar voice of a girl, weak but with a bit of determination. "Thank you for your hard work, Demir. Next, let me try," Vivian said, passing the young wizard and coming to the players gathered in the square of Qian Town. Hello everyone. My name is Vivian, an ordinary villager from Nochi village. I have heard about your deeds from the mayor. Not only our Nochi village, but also many villages around the forest, all relied on your help and escort to successfully retreat to Qian Town before the evil power in the deep forest erupted. You saved my village and many villagers like me, and avoided the tragedy. I am really grateful to you all here." A scene that all the players had not imagined appeared. In their impression, most NPCs, especially powerful plot characters, should be like Demir before, full of pretense. First talk about their identity and background, then say that we are in crisis, we need strength, etc. And then one more sentence at the end. "Warriors, I need your help." But there is no long speech, no description of the serious situation. Some are just grateful. Some just state the contributions made by their players. Vivian bowed deeply to the players in Qian Town. This is the unique characteristic of the girl. She was born in the lower class, and she didn't have the scheming of Mayor Thorin, nor the pride of Demir under the multiple halos. She still had a simple and kind heart under the protection of her personality. Thorin, Demir, and even Liao Zixuan were all thinking about recruiting these foreigners. But Vivian was the only one who wanted to thank the players. At this moment, even the S-level mission that Liao Zixuan prepared for the girl as a killer to recruit players had not been sent out. And the players were already boiling. What is the purpose of playing games? It's just a word of fun. Is it fun to be ordered around by NPCs like a tool? Not fun. But if they knew that what they were doing was not just a task that would only give them rewards, but could actually save the plot and save lives, they would no longer be ordinary office workers in reality, but heroes who could be respected and appreciated by the characters in the game. So, the girl didn't need to speak again. Defend Qian Town. As a loyal fan of Vivian, Changliman in the crowd was extremely excited and was the first to speak for his goddess. Then, together with his younger brothers and many players who were inspired, they also shouted passionately, "Defend Qian Town." But soon, there were more savvy players. Yes, Luochen, Deshigua and the melee magic god, who started to shout even more shameless slogans. For Vivian, the players who were still shouting "Defend Qian Town" on the long road heard it and immediately became angry. How could people be so shameless? Do they still have any sense of shame? Then, they turned around and immediately changed their slogans. For Vivian, Damir, who was also on the stage, looked at the foreigners below who were cheering and shouting Vivian's name. The young genius mage fell into deep confusion. He stared at the thin back of the little girl in front of him. Demir didn't understand. How did Vivian do it? Mayor Thorin also didn't understand. But this didn't affect his excitement and trembling at the moment, and he almost burst into tears. Lord Thorin, Qian Town. Qian Town is saved. The guards around him clenched their weapons. They were ready to die. But if these foreigners joined in, perhaps they could really resist the evil forces and hold on until the support from Huidian City arrived. At the same time, The villagers who fled to Chien Town for refuge were also concerned about Vivian's situation. After seeing that these foreigners were willing to fight for them, many villagers were moved and knelt down. Among these villagers, there were several different figures. "Father, they are all calling my sister's name." After receiving treatment from the purple crystal grass, Vivian's brother Andy finally woke up. The little boy now excitedly dragged the middle-aged man beside him, who was drunk, bearded, and very decadent. "Sister, she is so amazing." Andy waved his fist. As for Vivian's father, Andre stared at the girl, who was enthusiastically pursued by foreigners on the stage. His expression was a little awkward, as if he had never expected that he would have such a great influence. The expression on the father's face changed again and again. There was confusion, doubt, memories, regrets, and some more complicated things. No one knew what Andre was thinking at this moment. "Lord Robert, how come Vivian has such a great reputation among these foreigners?" The noble butler duo, who were also fleeing in Chien Town. Mage Lake looked at the figure of the little girl on the stage in disbelief. And the little wolf in her arms. Liao Zixuan had left a deep impression on Mage Lake, so he recognized it at a glance. Wasn't the little wolf in the girl's arms the cub that frightened him before and suspected to be a supernatural monster? However, Robert did not answer Lake's question. Instead, the noble butler looked at Vivian deeply, turned his head and said quickly, "Mr. Lake, please use magic to send a message to Woodyan City and inform the head maid of the family to burn Vivian's indenture." Burn it? Lake couldn't understand Robert's operation for a moment, because theoretically, they had reached a deal with Vivian's father, Andrew. Even if the girl was successful, she had been sold to someone else by her father and lost her freedom. This is protected by the laws of Woodyan City. But now, Butler Robert is going to take the initiative to burn the other party's indenture? Mr. Lake, do you know why our Cecil family has been able to stand firm and survive until now, while other ancient nobles have gradually declined and disappeared? He patted the shoulder of the second-level wizard, who was hired by the family with a high salary. Butler Robert said softly, "It is because the Sisler family is never pedantic. We can distinguish the pros and cons and know what is important. Use magic to communicate quickly. This is definitely our chance. If we can grasp it well, the Sisler family may not, but definitely shine again." Chapter 58. What bad intentions could Vivian have? The third record of observation of strangers. Mayor Thorin's hand holding the quill trembled slightly. He finally wrote on the parchment. The strangers not only have immortal bodies, but also seem to have extremely high talents, can quickly enter various professions, and grow at an amazing speed. This matter should be told from 15 minutes ago. Under Liao Zixuan's suggestion, before the war, Vivian began to try to train these strangers she recruited to improve their combat skills. This is commonly known as choosing a profession. This group of players is the first pot of gold for the girl in this world. And as a wolf cub behind the little girl, Liao Zixuan naturally has to operate this force well. As the saying goes, you have to feed the cow with grass before you can get milk. Old farmer Liao is also well aware of this. He even went beyond this. He wants to give milk. He also gives grass. However, he lets the cow eat other people's grass, and then comes back to give him milk. "You said you want us to help you guard Chien Town. You have to show some sincerity, right?" So when Vivian asked Mayor Thorin if he could send some of his elite soldiers to teach the strangers, Mayor Thorin immediately agreed. Without saying anything, he even sent the captain of his personal guard, a second-level warrior professional, over. At first, the warrior leader was not very optimistic about this. After all, he did not believe that anyone could learn the warrior's martial arts in such a short time. You know, even as the captain of the personal guard, he had to go through more than a month of training and hard work before he could master a martial art and officially enter the warrior profession. And now these foreigners who seem to have no foundation at all want to sharpen their weapons before the battle. However, even if he felt that there was no hope, the warrior leader still tried his best to teach, because he respected these foreigners who helped him guard Chien Town. Then Whirlwind Slash, a player who met the level and attribute requirements, easily successfully changed his job to become an apprentice warrior. After he shouted loudly, he immediately tried the basic professional martial arts in the skill column excitedly. The sound of the blade breaking through the air instantly sounded, and a semi-arc slash came out with the unique red light of the martial arts, attracting the attention of other players around. Only the warrior leader had a slight twitch in his mouth. He had only demonstrated it to the other party once. So why did he just forget it? It's not unreasonable for a genius to appear among so many foreigners. Right? Then soon the warrior leader was sent away because of the cramp in his mouth. Because whirlwind slash. The second player. Whirlwind slash. The third player. Whirlwind slash. The fourth player. Crazy domination world destroying round dance slash. White critical hit. It seems that something strange has sneaked in at the end. But it's nothing serious. At this time, Mayor Thorin has not realized the seriousness of the problem. He just marveled secretly that these foreigners have such talent in the warrior profession. They are all born warriors. But Mayor Thorin soon found out that he was wrong. Because damn you. Can you teach them magic knowledge? Vivian was forced to be a little scumbag under the instruction of a bad-hearted little wolf. Looking at the girl's expectant expression. How could this young genius wizard withstand this? Demir didn't hesitate at all. And immediately agreed to it, willing to be the mage professional mentor for Vivian. In response, Vivian said gratefully, "You are such a good person," and other classic lines to express her gratitude. This immediately made Demir full of energy, and he vowed to train Vivian to train a few magic apprentices. Liao Zixuan's evaluation of this was, he is an old bootlicker. However, although he boasted about teaching a few magic apprentices, Demir was actually the same as the captain of the personal guard of Mayor Thorin at the beginning. And even more than that, he felt that Vivian was just wasting her efforts. And he was not optimistic about it at all. Then, very quickly, there was a snap. A faint blue fluorescence bloomed from the hands of the first player, who changed his job to a magician, and then turned into a stream of light and shot towards the ground. Although the power was very weak, it only made a shallow pit. But after all, it was considered a successful magic, symbolizing the entry into the door of the spellcaster profession. You know, many natives of this world may not be able to take this first step in their entire lives. Demir was quite happy at first. Look! What is a genius? The genius here does not refer to the player who successfully released the magic, but himself. He taught a rare spellcaster apprentice as soon as he made a move. The young mage quickly showed a proud expression to Vivian, as if to say, "How about I am awesome? Praise me! Praise me!" Liao Zixuan's evaluation of this was, "She is just like a puppy who wants to get a bone thrown by its master." Liao Zixuan originally wanted to record this scene with a magic image, and then blackmail Demir when he grows up and becomes awesome. Unfortunately, Demir's situation did not last long. Because Magic Missile. The second player. Magic Missile. The third player. Magic Missile. The fourth player. Darkness Ultimate Destruction. Snap! Interrupt the spell. Don't worry. There are no strange things sneaking in this time. So soon, Mayor Hosalin discovered that this group of foreigners were not only natural warriors, but also natural mages, and even natural priests. Yes, in Qian Town, the most classic career transfer channels of the warrior, mage and priest iron triangle are all open to players under Vivian's efforts. However, the players who really care about it did not choose their careers blindly. People such as Changlaminman, Luochen, Yakadexigwa, etc. all put their expectations on the little girl herself. After all, everyone knows that Vivian is also a professional. And it sounds very rare and unusual summoner profession. Liao Zixuan's summoner profession in his previous life was ranked almost at the bottom by players in Falling God, and was hailed as one of the most pitfall professions. But now there are still a group of new players who don't know it at all. In their eyes, the strength of a professional mentor is the standard for judging the strength of a profession. Therefore, a large number of players began to get excited, and everyone wanted to try to change their profession to a summoner and ask Vivian to be their mentor. In this regard, Liao Zixuan certainly accepted everyone who came. It can be said that he was waiting for this wave of experience points to be delivered to his door. So the first brave player plucked up the courage to walk in front of Vivian. "Vivian, I also want to become a summoner. Can you teach me?" "Okay." The little girl agreed very readily, just when the player was ecstatic and didn't expect it to be so simple and easy. A few seconds later, he was stunned, because Vivian only released the summoning magic in front of him and then disappeared. The girl blinked at him and asked expectantly, "How is it? Do you have any insights?" After the previous scenes, Vivian knew that these foreigners had strong learning abilities and talents. Every time they were demonstrated a little, they could immediately understand the entry. The little girl was also teaching others for the first time. She felt novel and nervous. But unfortunately, the player opposite the girl was confused. He shook his head in a daze. You demonstrated it to me. But why didn't the prompt panel for the job transfer pop up? In response, Liao Zixuan, the little wolf, who really controlled Vivian's NPC system, shook his head. You can't do this. You don't make sense at all. Next. Chapter 59. What's going on? Is there a bug? She's willing to help us change our job. Why can't we learn it? Several players tried to change their job to summoner with Vivian, but they all failed and were very anxious. It would be fine if Vivian didn't want to change their job. But the problem is that Vivian was very cooperative and never refused. She almost wrote the 7-word summoner professional instructor on her head. The girl felt very wronged about this. The girl showed a frustrated expression. She pursed her lips tightly, tucked her hands into her sleeves, and clenched them into fists unwillingly in a place where outsiders couldn't see. Why can these strangers quickly master the profession in other places, but they can't learn it no matter how hard they try? Is it because I didn't come from a good background? I became a summoner by chance, so I can't teach others? Although Vivian is now lost. Someone directed all this. The little wolf cub, who is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Liao Zixuan feels very distressed. But he won't stop because of this. Sorry. He is an emotionless little wolf. Whenever a player comes forward to talk to Vivian, and then according to the program, in the girl's NPC system, when the question "Do you want to teach XXX summoner knowledge" pops up, Liao Zixuan is very calm. Just pat his little paw and choose no. The source was extinguished on his side. So naturally, no matter how much Vivian taught, it would be impossible for the players to change their jobs. As for why Liao Zixuan did this, it was a joke. You can get other NPCs for free, but want to get his little girl for free? No way. Liao Zixuan was very patient, and he believed that there would always be smart players. So, after a few minutes, the players were not really stupid, and a small number of smart players began to think and discuss slowly. Some people thought that the summoner profession was an unobtainable profession in the internal test. So even if Vivian was willing to teach, they would not be able to learn it. But some people are still unwilling to give up. They think there must be some hidden conditions. But there is no hint. They are all trying to figure it out. Yi Deshigua belongs to the latter. Moreover, he is the first lackey, a follower, to stay beside Vivian among all the internal test players. Deshigua thinks that he still has some understanding of the girl. Therefore, it is precisely based on this understanding that Deshigua suddenly came up with a guess that no other player had ever imagined. Could it be that Vivian actually didn't want to teach them at all? Although Vivian never seems to refuse and promises to transfer them. In fact, in the heart of this NPC, it is not the case at all. If other players knew what Deshigua thought, they would definitely think that he was either mentally ill or blind. Because, didn't you see how dedicated Vivian was now? Didn't you see that Vivian was very depressed because she couldn't teach them? Which made people feel distressed. But Deshigua felt that Vivian was too easy to talk to and too good to them. So he had doubts. After all, the experience of meeting Vivian for the first time was still vivid in his mind. In particular, Deshigua clearly remembered that Vivian was described as a witch who likes to disguise on the panel at that time. Although this prefix has disappeared for some reason now. So, it is very likely that all of this is Vivian's acting spirit. Acting for the players. The girl didn't want them to change their jobs to summoners at all. So the so-called hidden condition for the real job change to summoner is not that the attributes are not enough. Nor does it require special items. But it is actually very simple. That is, it is necessary to improve Vivian's favorability. Let Vivian really be willing to teach summoner knowledge, instead of pretending to act like now. The more I think about it, the more reliable it seems. Big Watermelon began to tremble with excitement. After all, when other players were still bumping around like headless flies, only he found a way. How could he not be excited? He couldn't wait. He ran directly towards Vivian and began to verify his hypothesis. On the other side, looking at the players who were trying various methods to change their job to summoner, the little wolf sighed and was very disappointed. No, this beta test players are too bad. Right? Do I have to give them some hints? This can't be blamed on the players. After all, even if the players knew that there might be hidden conditions, they would first rule out Vivian's low favorability. In the eyes of most people, Vivian is still the white moonlight. Of course. Except, ding, you got 500 experience points from one bite of a big watermelon. Ding. You have gained 500 experience points from one bite of a big watermelon. Ding. The system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind made the sleepy little wolf cub's eyes suddenly brighten up. Isn't it here? Let me see who is so smart and has potential. TSK, good guy. It turns out to be you. Liao Zixuan looked at one of the familiar players in front of Vivian, who was rubbing his hands with anticipation and eating a big watermelon. The little wolf cub immediately showed a complimenting expression of its hue. It seems that it is good to hug the thigh early, and you can figure out the thigh's meaning at the first time. Although Big Watermelon was holding Vivian's thigh, he ended up guessing what the black-hearted little wolf meant. But, Miss Vivian, I also want to be a summoner. Can you please teach me? Big Watermelon, who spent a lot of money in one go, bought 10 points of favorability and spent 5,000 experience points. With a nervous mood, he came to the little girl. Success or failure depends on this one move. Then, the similar teaching process that was exactly the same as all the previous players was staged again. But this time, ding, Vivian taught you the summoner professional knowledge. Do you want to change your job? Yes. Change your job. Buzz. Instantly, a white light, symbolizing the acquisition of the summoner profession, bloomed from the body of a big watermelon. This was a special effect that Liao Zixuan deliberately added. The purpose was to attract the attention of the players and let everyone focus on the big watermelon. And the effect was also very obvious. After a short period of silence, fuck. He succeeded in changing his profession? Am I right? Someone really succeeded. So the summoner profession is not unobtainable? Ask him how he did it. Before the big watermelon had time to see the skills and characteristics of his new summoner profession, he was surrounded by countless curious and enthusiastic players, asking what the secret was. Once the first person succeeds and knows the secret, the subsequent sales will be smooth. Vivian is very happy now, because somehow, these strangers seem to have suddenly become enlightened. They can all learn it at once even though they are still using the same method as before. She is also a mentor for the first time. This is so exciting for a little villager from the countryside. The girl's face is flushed with excitement. However, the only thing that makes Vivian feel a little strange is that every time these strangers come to her to learn the summoner profession, they have a painful expression on their faces, as if they want to say something but can't, and they are hesitant to say it. It's not as easy as with mentors of other professions. Some people even showed a faint fear towards me, as if they were looking at a witch. I heard that being a mentor would scare students. Is it the same for me? Inadvertently very strict? Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, Vivian didn't have any bad intentions. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Chapter 60. If you want to be a good person, the first thing you need to do is to make others afraid of you. The little wolf cub lying in the ocean of experience points and gold coins is very comfortable. The threshold set by Liao Zixuan for all players who want to switch to the summoner profession is to consume 10 points of Vivian's favorability, which is 5,000 experience points. This is not a small number for most players. Therefore, the number of players who eventually switch to summoners is obviously much smaller than that of other professions. But even so, it also provided Liao Zixuan with a rich amount of experience points. In addition to the experience points he earned from selling Vivian's precious battle video records before, now the wolf cub's level has been raised again, from level 16 to level 17. And it is only 3 levels away from the growth period of level 20. On the other side, Vivian recruited foreigners for Qian Town, and the reward promised by Mayor Thorin was sent to deliver. There are currently 204 players in the town, converted into gold coins. It is enough to fill 3 or 4 money bags. After opening them, they are full of shining gold coins. Get rich. Get rich. Although Liao Zixuan still has the amethyst grass, a real money-making killer, he has to wait until this incident is over and find a way to enter the Fire Classic City before he can cash it in. But now these more than 200 gold coins are indeed real and legitimately in their property. But soon, before the little wolf cub rolled in the pile of gold coins, a pair of small hands picked him up. Vivian put Xiao on her legs. Then, the little girl hesitated a little, but finally made up her mind and began to talk to Liao Zixuan. Well, Xiao, I want to discuss something with you. The little wolf cub was immediately alert. Whenever the girl showed this expression, there was a high probability that she was going to do something stupid. The result was not unexpected. Xiao, I want to use some of this money to buy armor for the strangers, Vivian said seriously to the little wolf cub sitting on her lap. They want to fight those monsters. Although they have the characteristics of immortality, they also need weapons and protective gear. But after all, they came from other places and have no money on them. They can't afford these at all. So I thought, Vivian said, and took out another rag bag from her arms. Under Liao Zixuan's puzzled gaze, the girl opened it and found that there were more than a dozen copper coins inside. This is what a kind person gave me when I went to Huadian City before. After seeing that I had no money to go back, he gave it to me as the fare for hiring a carriage. So I thought that when we are in trouble, we should help each other. The girl became more and more determined as she spoke. But in the end, she still carefully sought the consent of her little wolf, with a hopeful look in her eyes. After all, in Vivian's opinion, Xiao He also had a part of the money in it. If she wanted to use it, Xiao He must agree. Alas, the little wolf cub sitting on the girl's lap made a very humane expression of "I really can't do anything with you inside." Vivian had begged so much. How could he refuse? So he had no choice but to nod. Okay. Thank you, Xiao He. Mua. After seeing that her little wolf cub was very reluctant, but still respected her opinion and nodded in agreement, Vivian was so happy that she hugged Xiao He in the air and kissed him hard. Don't worry, Xiao He. I've thought about it. We just rent armor and weapons from the weapon shop in the town. After this is over, we will let the strangers return them. It won't cost much. After Vivian finished speaking, he left the room with his purse without wasting a moment. Looking at the back of the energetic girl, Liao Zixuan shook his head. He didn't want to discourage the girl, but many times, good intentions often don't get good rewards, and may even cause trouble for oneself. I hope Vivian's plan will go smoothly. But of course, even if it doesn't go smoothly, he will definitely be able to correct it to go smoothly. In the square of Qian Town, now many players have become professionals. It is worth mentioning that the most players choose warrior, because compared to the pitiful mana of the mage in the early stage, and the priest can only be a nurse to assist teammates, the warrior profession still improves the player's combat effectiveness most significantly. As for the summoner profession, since there is a threshold of 5,000 experience points as a tuition fee, naturally few people learn it. But now many players are troubled by the fact that they have the profession, but the equipment cannot keep up, especially for warriors who have to fight in close combat. They have the most urgent need for weapons and protective gear. Brother Go. Look! There seems to be movement over there with Vivian. Huh? What's wrong? After the younger brother's words, the big earth dog, who is not a dog, just replied with a lack of interest, because he actually has no interest in Vivian. On the contrary, as a loyal warrior, his eyes kept swaying on the guards of Qian Town, full of desire. Don't get me wrong. The desire here refers to the excellent equipment for the guards. But the words of the younger brother made Datu Go turn his head instantly. Brother Dog. Vivian seems to be distributing equipment there. What? Distributing equipment? Datu Go looked around and found that it was true. And most of them were excellent armor and weapons of good quality. Many players have already started queuing up. Let's go! Let's go and take a look. Datu Go left immediately without saying a word, fearing that he would fall behind others. Don't worry. Everyone, line up. Come one by one. Vivian used several carts to distribute the armor and weapons she rented to the players. The little wolf cub behind the girl, Liao Zixuan, was heartbroken at the shriveled purse. Although most of the money was deducted as a deposit, it will be returned when the players return the equipment. Miss Vivian, can we really take it away for free without paying anything? When he got to the big dog, he asked again as if to confirm. No. Just do your best to defend Qian Town. Vivian smiled at this, but the girl seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly said, but remember to return it after this time. Oh, fine. Big Dog nodded. Then he looked at the information of the weapon in his hand. Excellent iron sword. Quality, ordinary. Effect, attack power plus 10. Corresponding professional reward, after equipped by warrior professional, the attack power is increased by 5 points. Note 1. This is a well-made sword. Note 2. When accepting it, you'd better get some favorability from Vivian first. Otherwise something bad will happen. Looking at the notes on the weapon, Big Dog hesitated. A little favorability. That is, 500 experience points, in exchange for the temporary use of an excellent weapon. is basically no different from giving it away for free. With the weapon and the support of the profession, he could easily earn back the 500 experience points by killing monsters. But Datugo finally ignored the note on it, said thank you, and left directly. Moreover, he found out in detail that when he took the weapon, the ownership of the weapon actually became his, and it was not temporarily borrowed. In other words, as long as he did not take the initiative to change the weapon back, he could continue to use it. Soon, not only Datugo, many players also noticed these 2 points. An interesting phenomenon is that the players who wanted to change their profession to summoner here before honestly paid this point of favorability and 500 experience points to Vivian before borrowing the equipment from the little girl. On the other hand, many players who had no interest in the summoner profession before and didn't know what happened to Vivian before were greedy for a small advantage and deliberately ignored the notes Liao Zixuan added on the equipment. Some people even found that the equipment belonged to them directly after they got it, and couldn't help showing a look of smug joy. Return? How is it possible? Only a fool would return it. And from her previous performance, Vivian is on the side of the justice camp, and is obviously very kind. This is still a good way to say it. To put it bluntly, it is easy to bully. Good people are easy to bully. This is the unchanging cognition of many people. Vivian is so kind, and doesn't seem to be short of money. She will definitely not care about them secretly taking these weapons. Right? When there are too many players, there will be a mix of good and bad. I have to admit that no matter where you are, there will always be a small number of such people. But what they don't know is that the equipment they got for free, or even wanted to take away, was exchanged by the little girl with all her belongings. Even if only a few pieces were missing, it would be enough to cause the girl to suffer heavy losses. So Liao Zixuan never wanted Vivian to become an NPC character as bright and majestic as the Virgin Mary in the eyes of players. He has always had only one goal from beginning to end. Which, because only when others are afraid of you first, you are qualified to be a good person. After remembering all these players who were unwilling to pay even 1 point of favorability, the little wolf cub quietly retreated into the shadows. Chapter 61 Group Turbulence. The next day, early morning. 10 hours have passed since the appearance of the fallen abyss, and its spread from the depths of the forest of terror claws. The sentinel sent by the Red Flame Town sent intelligence. After only one night, they have been able to find a large number of corrupted creatures from the outskirts of the forest. And the more serious fact is that the number of these corpse-like monsters is increasing, and the range of activities is gradually expanding. The forest of terror claws can no longer satisfy them. The next to suffer is the villages around the forest, and the next step is Red Flame Town. But fortunately, most of the villagers, with the help of the players led by Vivian and the little wolf cub yesterday, successfully completed the refuge. So now the remaining villages are just empty shells. Moreover, although these corrupt creatures bite people and pollute and assimilate all living things within sight, they do not seem to have independent consciousness, but just wander unconsciously according to instinct. Therefore, at present, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for them to threaten Qian Town. Mayor Thorin was relieved after reaching this conclusion, because 2 or 3 days is enough for them to wait for reinforcements from Wudian City. And it is even more than enough. At that time, once the elite mage troops arrive, they will use large-scale long-range magic to cover and attack. In Thorin's opinion, it will be easy to destroy these unintelligent monsters. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but Liao Zixuan knows that the reality is far from optimistic. He is very familiar with the fallen abyss. Although the monsters infected by corruption seem to have no independent consciousness now, they will only wander out instinctively. But this is actually because the source of the fallen abyss in the depths of the Claw Forest, the skeleton dragon that absorbed the soul of the witch Bella, has not been completely digested. Once it completes the degeneration of Bella's soul fragments, it will completely evolve into the Lord of the Fallen Abyss, and will take over all the creatures of the Fallen Abyss that have been infected and corrupted during this period. When that time comes, it will be the time when the Demon Tide and the real SS level emergency mission will come. This is actually the classic routine of Fallen Abyss in the game for a long time in the future. First find a powerful human or monster as a host, and secretly degenerate. During this period, rely on the influence of the host to indirectly corrupt the surrounding creatures and accumulate troops. Finally, when the host is completely fallen, it is equivalent to picking up a leader with terrifying strength for the Fallen Abyss party for free. and then launch a general attack together. This is the current Forest of Terror clause. And the future Flame domain is even more like this. And it will be even more cruel. The Fire God will be directly used as the degenerate host. And all the people of the Flame domain under the rule of the Fire God will be treated as objects of pollution. Therefore, this is also the second reason why Liao Zixuan is not optimistic about the situation in Qian Town. The Fallen Abyss has been around for so long. But the God of Fire has not shown up. It is obvious that the God of Fire has been degraded at this time. When the ruler of the Flame domain has problems, can you still expect the people below to be good? Liao Zixuan remembers very clearly that in the early stage of the game, many players have been complaining about why the Fire Classic City is so corrupt. All kinds of dirty things are emerging one after another. And even many NPCs in high positions have made a series of brain-dead operations that make people feel nauseous. But when the game plot progresses later, everyone suddenly realizes. In the final analysis, it is just one word. The root is rotten. Under the influence of the degeneration of the God of Fire, how can other people maintain their state of mind? They have been subtly changed and become evil, greedy, and stupid. It is still in the internal testing stage, and the internal situation of the Fire Classic City may not be that bad. But for the sake of caution, Liao Zixuan still holds a conservative attitude towards the so-called reinforcements. But of course, these real situations are only known to him. A little wolf cub. And the current players are still happily preparing to go on the expedition. 3 are missing one. And we urgently need a priest professional. Come quickly. Professional masters lead the team. Steadily gain experience without failure. And some warrior professional players with operation are good brothers. Is there a good brother to lead me? My singing voice is super sweet. The violent wizard is here. Is there anyone who wants it? The sound of forming a team in the square of Qian Town is endless. The little wolf cub roughly observed. Among them, the warrior and priest professions are the most popular, while the mage is somewhat disliked because of the limited magic power in the early stage, and the performance of being exhausted after using a few skills. As for the summoner profession, which has also attracted the attention of many players, they are usually the team members who shout in the square. Because the most critical summoning ceremony of the summoner requires the collection of materials to proceed. Now that there are no summoned beasts, their combat effectiveness is not even better than that of the priest. It can be seen that summoners are really only rich people can afford to play. And Liao Zixuan also set a tuition fee of 5,000 experience points as a threshold because he knows this. This leads to the fact that basically all those who can transfer to summoners are bosses. And they naturally don't worry about no one to lead them in the early stage. It can even be said that for the sake of efficiency, Changlamanman, Luochen, Yakadek Sigwa and others decided to get together after discussing it, forming the largest and most luxurious team in the square, attracting many players to join. Wait a minute. Before leaving Qian Town, Iko Deshigwa suddenly seemed to think of something and stopped. What's wrong? Changlamanman looked at Deshigwa impatiently. He was very eager to go to the Forest of Terror Claws to collect materials. He wanted to get his first summoned beast. But Deshigwa ignored him and faced the back. They carefully selected from the square and formed a wild group of 30 or 40 people. Deshigwa's eyes swept over these players. After getting the excellent equipment from Vivian, he asked again, for safety reasons, I want to ask everyone. You should have seen the notes on the equipment. Right? Everyone nodded, with some confusion on their faces. Did you all spend experience points to buy some favorability from Vivian? Big Watermelon asked seriously. Some people nodded, while a small number shook their heads indifferently. Big Dog is either a dog or the latter. He is very smart. He immediately identified the most promising wild group and joined it with his own advantages. But what he didn't expect was, sorry, all those who didn't spend experience points to buy that little favorability, please go and buy it now. Otherwise, then please go back. Our group can't have you. Big Watermelon said to the players, who shook their heads without hesitation. His voice was firm and decisive, without any room for negotiation. Chapter 62. This woman is too scary. Looking at the 7 or 8 players, who were still stubborn and unwilling to buy Vivian's favorability for the small bargain of 500 experience points, Deshigwa shook his head. These people left the team, and Changlamanman felt a little distressed, and his mouth twitched. I say, Brother Shigwa, if they don't want to, then they don't want to. Why do we have to force them? Seeing that the team strength had shrunk before they set off, and many of the people who left were warriors with strong combat effectiveness, Changlaminmin was naturally not happy. At this time, Luo Chen came over and patted Chan Lu Man Man on the shoulder. I think that what Deshigwa did was fine. And I didn't think it through. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The notes on the equipment all say that you need a little favorability to use it. Otherwise bad things will happen. Who knows if it's true or not? If there is something, won't we be implicated? Seeing that Luo Chen also said so, Chan Lu Man Man had to give up. Deshigwa secretly added a sentence in his heart after Luo Chen's words. Be more confident and remove the what if. Based on his understanding of Vivian. As long as you follow her rules, nothing will happen. But if you violate the wishes of this witch, then this very bad thing will definitely happen. On the other side, the big dog who left the team was not a dog, and he spat out a bad luck. Just like what the big watermelon said before. He didn't really need these 500 experience points. But he felt angry. He was kicked out of such an elite warrior just for this matter? He really didn't believe this today. Brother dog, what should we do now? The big dog himself didn't spend the 500 experience points. And his brothers naturally didn't buy them. Originally, I thought that following a group with more people would be more efficient. But forget it. Cut. If they don't take us, we will do it alone, the big dog said disdainfully. And then he pulled a few passers-by players and became the leader of the group. Okay. Listen to Brother Dog. Outskirts of the Forest of Terror Claws. Right now, the players are having a blast killing the creatures of the abyss. As Mayor Thorin said, the creatures of the abyss that they find difficult and frightening are nothing to the players. At least for now. The most terrifying thing about the abyss is that once you are attacked by them, you will be infected and assimilated by evil forces. But this does not exist for players at all. The big dog is not a dog and feels very happy now. When another sword pierced a corrupted monster, a golden light flashed on his body. It has only been a short while, and he is directly upgraded to a higher level. It is indeed the most fun to kill monsters, especially with such excellent equipment. The big dog now loves the armor and sword he got from Vivian more and more. There are many players who have the same idea as him. You may not feel it before, but after the actual combat, once you experience the feeling of upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon, it will be difficult to go back. Otherwise, don't return this set of equipment. The big dog secretly had this idea in his heart. He secretly went to the weapon shop in Qian Town to check it out. If he wants to buy this set of equipment, at least he has to use gold coins as the unit. What a joke. He still doesn't even have a few silver coins. So, the bottom line of some people exists to be lowered. Therefore, at this time, some people need to stand up and help them recognize themselves again. A little black wolf appeared on the battlefield. Many players recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the little wolf cub that Vivian has been holding in her arms? What is it doing here? This doubt just arose. And the answer came in the next second. Before all the players could react, black flames emerged from the body of this little wolf cub. And in the next moment, these black flames turned into breath and whistled straight to somewhere on the battlefield. Boom! The huge explosion sounded in the ears of the players. And the blazing black flame swallowed everything in an instant. When the players came to their senses, they only saw a terrifying deep pit left somewhere on the battlefield. And the ground burned into black soil. This, fuck. So damn strong. Is this the summoner's contracted beast? Many players on the battlefield focused their attention on Liao Zixuan's cool black flame ray attack, and were shocked beyond words. But on the other side, more attentive people saw something else. Brother Shigua, do you think we can summon such a strong baby after we gather all the materials soon? Changlamimin was so excited that he wished he could summon it immediately. But at this time, he found that Luochen and Deshigwa beside him took a breath of cold air. Both of them had a fortunately expression on their faces. What happened to you? Chumlu Man asked in confusion. Do you remember what was there in that position before? Besides the abyss creature? Luochen swallowed his saliva in fear. You don't mean that Vivian's summoned beast accidentally injured our players, right? Chumlu Man also saw that several players in that position also evaporated in the black flames along with the abyss creature. No, this is not an accidental injury. I have been paying attention to it since before. Didn't you notice that those so-called players who were accidentally injured? They are the ones who were kicked out of our team before. Deshigwa said at last with a serious tone. Is this true? Is it just a coincidence? At first, many people had the same idea as Changlamimin. Big Earth Dog was one of them. After he was resurrected on the spot, he looked at the large amount of experience points that were deducted from him under the death penalty, and felt extremely heartbroken. But there seemed to be nothing else he could do except curse his bad luck. Let's go! Let's stay away from that wolf. Every failure makes a wiser person. Big Earth Dog and his group of younger brothers tried to stay away from the little wolf cub. This time, they specially found an inconspicuous corner with few creatures in the abyss, sacrificing the efficiency of leveling. But the purpose was to prevent being accidentally injured again. But soon, the black flames instantly filled Big Earth Dog's vision again. The heat wave hit, with such a huge gap in strength. They didn't even have the qualifications to escape. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of flames exploding. There was no trace of the players such as Tatugo. And all that was left was another deep pit full of scorched earth. Long road. If the first time was an accident, then the second time was simply a naked showdown. Brother Shigua, you had expected this? Long Road dared not imagine that if these people had not left their group, perhaps they would have been evaporated and melted by the flames. And even they would have been dragged along with them. Humph! A bunch of fools. They really think Vivian is a kind NPC. I have been with Vivian the longest. So I tell you, don't be fooled by her friendly appearance. In fact, if she is not satisfied with anything, she will kill you with a knife and leave no trace. This woman is so scary. Dashigwa waved his hands in the air a few times in a very vivid way, and pouted, using the experience of Datugu and others as proof. It really was. There was no trace left. At this moment, Changlimiman felt that the image of Vivian as the white moonlight in his heart was collapsing rapidly. Then, the image of a witch who looked like a saint of light on the surface, but was actually a queen of darkness in her heart, who could talk and laugh with you gently, but could also turn people into ashes in the blink of an eye, began to gradually condense in Changlimiman's heart. Then, I found that Vivian seemed to be more fragrant. Imagine a gentle and lovely girl holding a whip in her hand and wearing leather boots. She had a weak expression on her face, but deep in her eyes, she looked at all the disobedient people with a look of scum, trampling them under her feet. Strange XP was born unknowingly. Chapter 63, Becoming a Great Summoner starts with being a cook. Violence may not be the best way to solve problems, but it must be the fastest means. Players discovered that as long as they continued to wear the equipment obtained from Vivian, and did not pay that little favorability, no matter where they hid, the little black wolf of the girl, who was like the god of death, would always accidentally hurt them. Moreover, the most amazing thing about Liao Zixuan was that his accidental injury could have a large range. This means that as long as you team up with the target player he is locked on, even if you accidentally get very close to them, the unlucky ones will suffer the unfortunate disaster together and enjoy the treatment of being swallowed by the black flames and turned into ashes. So soon, without the need for the little wolf to do anything, the players began to boycott spontaneously. Before, the most important thing for everyone to form a team was the choice of profession, level and operation. But now, if you want to form a team with others, the first thing is to check your favorability with Vivian. If it is still 0, then sorry. No. It is no longer a polite refusal, but it is absolutely staying away from you like avoiding the plague. And no team is willing to form a team with you. In this way, no player dares to take advantage of the little thing. Even if it is a big dog, even if it is sulking, it will be obedient and honest, and return to the girl in Qian Town to buy favorability first. As for still thinking about coveting equipment, he was so resentful even for paying a little less experience points for favorability. So if he dared to covet a whole set of equipment, hello. Well, that. Excuse me. Is there anything else? Vivian waved her hand in front of her eyes in worry at the stranger standing opposite her, who seemed to be staring at her, and was absent-minded for some reason. Hearing the girl's soft voice with concern coming from his ears, the big dog looked at Vivian with more complicated eyes. Who would have thought that such a harmless NPC, as gentle as the big sister next door, had just let her own summoned beast kill him 4 times. 4 times. He was dead without a trace left. He dropped more than 2 levels, with an expression uglier than crying. Datagu trembled as he opened Vivian's NPC shop. Ding. You have consumed 500 experience points. Vivian's favorability +1. Ding. You have consumed. Ding. Datagu was really scared. He even bought 10 points of favorability in one go. enough to switch to the summoner profession. Only then did he feel relieved and left tremblingly. On the other side, Vivian looked at Dadagu's back as he left. And the little girl sighed. Such similar things happened suddenly today. These strangers seemed to no longer be carefree and relaxed like yesterday. On the contrary, they began to become cautious and very restrained. Some strangers even made a move that made Vivian laugh and cry. They knelt down and shouted that they were wrong and begged her to let them go. Although I don't know what happened. However, when Vivian saw that her little wolf cub disappeared without a trace, she could probably guess something in her heart. Alas, the little girl sighed secretly. Don't get me wrong. The girl here didn't sigh because she felt that her image among strangers had become strange. On the contrary, Vivian didn't really care how these strangers viewed her. It's better to say that now it makes her feel a lot more relaxed. You know, yesterday, countless players thought that since Vivian was so easy to get along with and talk to, and had no airs, they all tried their best to get close to the girl, talking nonsense, hoping to trigger some hidden plots, which gave the girl a headache. But now, the strangers have become honest, and there is no more meaningless nonsense, and no more weird actions towards her. All this, without a doubt, is Xiaohei's credit. Vivian naturally knows it well, although the girl's heart is warm about this. After all, ask yourself, which girl doesn't like the feeling of being protected meticulously? However, the sigh before also came from this. Because why do I always feel that I am a failure as a summoner? Not only did I fail to take good care of Xiaohei, but I was taken care of by Xiaohei every day. If this continues, the roles will be reversed, and Xiaohei will be her summoner, and she will be Xiaohei's summoned beast. No. No! The old girl blushed when she thought of this. Oh no! It was her little face that blushed. Vivian quickly clenched her little fists, waved in the air, and cheered herself up. Vivian, you have to work harder and become a qualified and powerful summoner. As for the first step, the little girl thought hard for a long time about what she could do for Xiaohei. And finally, Vivian's eyes lit up. Then feed Xiaohei until he is fat. Oh no! Vivian secretly looked down at her flat chest. Not only Xiaohei, she also needs to fatten up a little. The girl still has a grudge against that incident in her heart. Always thinking about it. Super vengeful. Anyway, she just does it. Vivian first took the initiative to issue the collect meat task to the players for the first time, and then ran to Mayor Thorin, borrowed the kitchen, and began to prepare. She must make a big pot of delicious meat soup with a rich aroma before Xiaohei comes back. Ah! After not appearing for a long time. Another Vivian, who was bored and holding her chin in the spiritual space, sighed deeply when she saw her main personality busy in the kitchen. She sat on the noble chair and covered her face with her hands. Is this what you call aspiration to be a great summoner? The result is to be a cook. No hope. No hope. How can I be so stupid? The second personality scolded herself with regret. But she could do nothing about it. Who said Vivian is her? She is Vivian. When she thought that she might become an excellent little cook in the future, the second personality chose to close her eyes angrily. Out of sight. Out of mind. Sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, after completing the friendly interaction with the players, the little wolf cub nodded contentedly and prepared to embark on the journey home. But not long after they walked, Liao Zixuan found that Shirley was not moving. Oh! I almost forgot to mention it. Shirley was the name Liao Zixuan gave to the female silver wolf that served as his means of transportation. Wait, why did he emphasize that it was a female? Ahem. As for why it was called Shirley, Liao Zixuan admitted that there was a little bit of his personal bad taste in it. But anyway, it sounds better than Xiaohei. Right. This is the cultural gap. Shirley, what's wrong? The little wolf cub asked lazily at first. The question here was not really spoken, but a unique means of communication for wolves. But soon, Liao Zixuan put away his casual attitude, because Shirley conveyed a deep sense of sadness to him. This immediately made the little wolf cub jump off Shirley's body, and when he saw the scene in front of him, Liao Zixuan also fell silent. This is a corpse of the fallen creatures after being defeated by the players. Following Shirley's gaze, Liao Zixuan found that among the corpses of these fallen creatures, there was actually a pregnant female wolf. Although the female wolf was killed, the child in her arms survived. No, it can't be said that it survived, because while Fallen Abyss turned this female wolf into a corrupted monster, The young wolf in her belly was not spared, and was infected with its mother. And now this young wolf, who had just been born and turned into a fallen creature, was corrupted and festering all over, and was frantically gnawing at its mother's corpse. Chapter 64 Purification. It was as if it also sensed the presence of living creatures around it. The corrupted wolf cub stopped eating, and its long rotten neck twisted stiffly. With bloodthirsty and frenzied scarlet eyes, it stared straight at Liao Zixuan's position. Then, like the reaction of all the creatures in the abyss, it rushed towards the wolf cub like crazy, trying to tear the flesh of living creatures. Shirley, who was beside Liao Zixuan, the silver wolf, instantly let out a dangerous low roar from the bottom of its mouth. However, just as Shirley was about to rush forward and slap the corrupted wolf cub away, Liao Zixuan stopped Shirley. The wolf cub just stood there silently, watching the other party rushing towards him. 20 meters. The speed of the corrupted wolf cub suddenly slowed down. 10 meters. It seemed to realize what it was attacking. 5 meters. The corrupted wolf cub stopped completely. A magical scene appeared, perhaps because it was just born. It was not seriously polluted by the fallen abyss. Or perhaps the instinct from its bloodline told it that it could not attack the leader of its own clan. It was only 5 meters away, and the fallen abyss could pollute new living things. But these 5 meters seemed like a natural moat for the fallen abyss. The will of the fallen abyss just made the wolf cub take a step forward. But the will imprinted in the wolf blood made it retreat again. And it must not hurt Liao Zixuan. It was in the back and forth of these two wills that the corrupted wolf cub struggled painfully in front of Liao Zixuan. However, the good times did not last long. As time passed, the pollution worsened. The will remaining in the blood was limited after all, and it could not compete with the will of the fallen abyss that was constantly generated. In the end, the will of the fallen abyss took the absolute lead, and the control of the body of the corrupted wolf cub was completely unified. It stopped struggling, but raised its scarlet eyes again and looked at Liao Zixuan viciously. Did it still fail? But it was hard work. Liao Zixuan sighed in his heart. It seemed that even if he was already the top forbidden monster in the wolf clan bloodline, he could not make his kind resist the fallen abyss. In this case, how about trying this? As a little wolf cub of the dark flame wolf, he has always been using the ability of the fire system. But in fact, the real power of the dark flame wolf is far more than just being able to control the true damage black flame. Another major power that Liao Zixuan possesses can also be said to be closely linked to the wolf clan in the world of fallen god the soul. Why Liao Zixuan was not afraid of the witch Bella before? It was because he knew that Bella's strongest ability was in the soul, borrowing the power of wolf monsters to perform soul magic. In an instant, a completely different cold breath from before spread faintly from Liao Zixuan's body. The sound of metal clattering sounded strangely around. When the corrupted wolf cub, which was completely controlled by the abyss, attacked Liao Zixuan, behind the wolf cub, a series of dark chains seemed to appear from the void. They had no entity, but they shot out suddenly and locked the corrupted wolf cub tightly. The locking here does not refer to the physical in reality, but the locking of the soul. In Liao Zixuan's vision, he could clearly see that the soul of the corrupted wolf cub was suffering from two kinds of pain. First, it was the chain he used to restrict himself. Second, it was the dark hand that had trapped Bella in the claw's lair before. These evil forces, symbolizing the abyss, were imprisoning and enslaving the weak soul of the wolf cub. Moreover, they also extended a long line, shooting to a certain location deep in the claw forest, like a nerve branching from the mother nest. Don't worry, little guy. I'll let you out right away. But I have to give you a bath first. At this time, Liao Zixuan wanted to snap his fingers, but unfortunately his little claws did not support him to do so. However, in any case, a flame suddenly ignited on the dark chain. The flames completely enveloped the wolf cub's soul, but did not hurt it. Instead, those dark hands that parasitized on the wolf cub's soul like maggots, all squirmed wildly under the burning of the soul flame, as if howling in pain, and even heard crackling sounds after being ignited. Suddenly, perhaps because of some induction, a terrifying breath suddenly came from the depths of the forest of terror claws, sweeping towards the location of the wolf cub. This breath of the abyss with a strong evil will seem to be issuing an angry warning, because Liao Zixuan was destroying its claws. Surely, the silver wolf beside Liao Zixuan felt this breath, and her wolf hair exploded, and her whole body was extremely tense. If you look closely, you will find that her limbs are trembling in fear. However, the wolf cub didn't care at all. He even added more fuel to the fire provocatively, completely burning all the dark hands, and at the same time, burning the line connecting to the mother nest of the fallen abyss. When the line broke, the terrifying aura also disappeared immediately because it lost its attachment. At the same time, the soul of the wolf cub was finally freed from the slavery of the fallen abyss. The little wolf cub happily surrounded Liao Zixuan, running around, rubbing its head against the little wolf cub affectionately, as if it had seen an elder in the tribe, and even regarded Liao Zixuan as its own father, rolling back and forth like a spoiled child, and was extremely happy that his father drove away the enemy and rescued it. Unfortunately, Liao Zixuan couldn't touch the other party in return, because the wolf cub had actually died a long time ago. The abyss had completely polluted its body. Once it lost the will of the abyss, its body would quickly lose its vitality. Now everything the wolf cub did was in the state of soul. Finally, the wolf cub seemed tired of playing. It was just born and was full of curiosity and excitement about the world. But the unstoppable tiredness made it want to sleep. So, the wolf cub followed its instinct and found its mother. It nudged the mother wolf's body with its head, but did not get a response. But it just thought that its mother was asleep, even though the mother wolf's body had already rotted beyond recognition. The wolf cub's soul still found the mother's arms and lay in it. Finally, the wolf cub's weak soul power was completely exhausted, and it turned into light and shadow fragments and disappeared in the mother wolf's arms. Surely, you should still remember the location of your tribe in the forest. Take me there. The wolf cub looked at the wolf cub's dissipated soul, and at the same time conveyed his thoughts to the silver wolf behind him. Since crossing, Liao Zixuan has always regarded this world as a game, and regarded him, the dark flame wolf, as a player with a boss template. But at this moment, he seemed to have truly integrated into the dark flame wolf, felt the power brought to him by the bloodline, and even felt that as the inheritor of this bloodline, he also needed to bear the responsibility. Chapter 65 Wolf. Forest of Horror Claws. Returning to the original forest, the surrounding scene has changed dramatically. The lush green color that symbolizes vitality and life has disappeared. Instead, it is replaced by a dead gray. The trees and vegetation are visibly withering and rotting. The beasts and monsters that inhabit the forest have disappeared one after another, leaving only the polluted and corrupted creatures of the abyss wandering unconsciously. This is the horror of the abyss. Wherever it goes, it will only bring desolation and death, polluting and assimilating all living things into its own claws, and enslaved by the will of the abyss. The little wolf cub could feel that as he got closer to the location of the silver wolf clan, Shirley's wolf body was shaking more and more. Fear, terror, and hatred. Liao Zixuan vaguely remembered the scene when he met Shirley. At that time, the fallen abyss had just erupted from the horror claw's lair and began to pollute and invade the entire forest. Shirley escaped from the chaotic tribe, but was targeted by a more powerful fallen abyss monster. Fortunately, she ran into the little wolf cub at this time, and saved Shirley, and then followed Liao Zixuan all the time. Now the familiar scene reappeared, and Shirley seemed to recall the terrible scene at that time. The same kind of people were biting each other. Other monsters, and even wild beasts were attacking each other like crazy. Even Shirley would not forget. And even her mother said, "It's okay. It's okay. I'm here." The little wolf cub gently stroked Shirley's silver-white fur with its fleshy claws, helping Shirley get rid of the painful memories. After feeling Liao Zixuan's touch, Shirley's body gradually returned to normal, and her running speed increased again. In this way, soon after, the two wolves, one big and one small, came to a high stone hill. When Liao Zixuan looked down, he could see that the outline of the silver wolf was still on the outside, but the snow-white hair had long fallen off, and the fallen silver wolf, whose body had become rotten, also noticed the arrival of the little wolf cubs and was looking up at the stone hill from below with scarlet eyes. Woo! Woo! Shirley howled like a wolf, trying to wake up her fellow wolves below. But these wolves, who she used to live with day and night, did not respond to her. On the contrary, the smell of life emanating from Shirley made these fallen silver wolves restless and violent. At this moment, Liao Zixuan jumped off Shirley. The little wolf cub walked step by step towards the highest point of the hill. Every time he took a step, his body changed and began to swell. When Liao Zixuan stood on the top of the stone hill, He had transformed from a little wolf cub, who seemed to be still milky before, into a 2 or 3 meter tall black giant wolf. Every time Liao Zixuan gains a level, he actually grows 1 year older. Therefore, even though he was born not long ago, he is already 3 years old. Although the 3-year-old dark flame wolf is still far from fully grown. It is tall and straight enough. His hair is no longer dull, but has become as deep and dark as ink. The lines all over his body are full of beauty. But people can also feel the powerful power hidden in it at a glance. As if he can easily show terrifying explosive power at any time. As he gets closer and closer to the growth period, the shadow of the forbidden monster in Liao Zixuan begins to slowly show its prowess. I saw that the little wolf cub was just... Oh no! It was no longer a little wolf cub. The pitch-black giant wolf just stood in front of the fallen wolf pack below. But the effect it produced was completely different from surely just now. The wolves that were originally controlled by the will of the fallen abyss, and were chaotic and manic, gradually calmed down. They no longer made a gesture to attack, but their bodies trembled one by one, as if they were fighting with themselves. Their necks were getting lower and lower. And finally, they completely lowered their heads, tightly closed their scarlet eyes polluted by the fallen abyss, and crawled on the ground with their entire bodies in the direction of Liao Zixuan. During this period, there were also a few wolf cubs who were born not long ago. Their blood and soul power were too weak to defeat the will of the fallen abyss, and they were still grinning at Liao Zixuan on the hill. But soon, the young wolves were knocked to the ground by the adult wolves next to them, and they were pressed down by the claws, not allowed to raise their heads. As for the silver wolf closest to Liao Zixuan, surely had already collapsed all over, and the little female wolf did not dare to breathe, and laid down on the ground as if she was exhausted. Liao Zixuan was usually fine in the form of a little wolf cub. But once he showed his true form, the suppression and majesty from his blood would be magnified several times. In addition, the wolf pack at present is mostly composed of adult wolves, and the strength of their blood and souls is much stronger than that of young wolves. So at this moment, even the will of the fallen abyss was forcibly suppressed. This was something Liao Zixuan had never thought of. He was sure that, at least within his knowledge, there would never be another race of monsters that could do this. Even the dragon race, which was considered the top, could not match it. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Liao Zixuan could no longer remain calm. He could clearly sense the wolves below, praying to him, longing for liberation from their leader, and hoping for redemption from their king. At this moment, whether it was the instinct of the dark flame wolf, or from Liao Zixuan's own soul, now in his mind, there were only 3 words. Response. This was the responsibility he should shoulder. This was also the reason why Liao Zixuan asked Shirley to bring him here. Take a deep breath. The pitch-black giant wolf howled to the sky. The howl was not as deafening as imagined. Wolves never rely on loud voices. But it echoed for a long time and shocked the soul. Below, the souls of fallen silver wolves were pulled out of the cage of the flesh by Liao Zixuan's long howl. As expected, the souls of these silver wolves were also parasitized and entangled by the pitch-black hand that symbolizes the will of the fallen abyss, eroding and polluting. Just as Liao Zixuan was about to ignite the blazing soul flames as before, burned all the pitch-black hands, and helped these silver wolf souls to be purified and liberated. Suddenly, it seemed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Unexpectedly, before Liao Zixuan's soul flames were ignited, these pitch-black hands attached to the silver wolf souls actually fell off by themselves. No, they didn't fall off, but they actually quickly approached in one direction at the same time and began to gather together. At the same time, beside Liao Zixuan, Shirley, who was originally crawling on the ground, suddenly stood up from the ground, baring her teeth and looking dangerously at the direction of the deep forest. Yes, that's right. The fallen bone dragon in the Terraclaw's nest, which was absorbing Bella's soul fragments, was also the source of the fallen abyss this time. When it felt Liao Zixuan's breath again, it actually immediately stopped absorbing Bella, and even divided its energy, and instantly brought its will to this area. I saw that under the control of its will, these gathered black hands quickly merged and devoured each other, no longer dispersed, and integrated their power in the blink of an eye. They were originally countless small hands, but eventually turned into only one. But both the size and the sense of oppression had increased countless times, and the black giant hand was suspended high in the air. This was not over yet. Immediately afterwards, The will of the fallen bone dragon also controlled all other fallen abyss creatures within a few miles. The earth began to tremble. This was more and more fallen abyss creatures rushing towards Liao Zixuan's position. And the movement was so loud that even the ground seemed unable to withstand it. It could be seen. Liao Zixuan had been able to purify its fallen abyss power before, which really made this fallen bone dragon extremely angry. It had set up an ambush long ago. Everything at the moment was prepared by it. The purpose is to catch Liao Zixuan's soul when he appears again. I saw the black giant hand hanging in the sky, with a terrifying momentum, grabbed the soul of the pitch-black giant wolf standing on the top of the hill fiercely, wanting to make this wolf also submit to the will of the fallen abyss. On the other side, other violent creatures of the fallen abyss also rushed over, biting the body of the pitch-black giant wave, trying to pollute and corrode it. But the fallen bone dragon miscalculated. Or it could be said that the will of the fallen abyss miscalculated. Surely stood in front of all the fallen creatures. This silver wolf guarded the entrance to the top of the stone hill where Liao Zixuan was, and did not let any creature of the fallen abyss get close. The black giant hand in the sky stopped. It was not because of what Liao Zixuan did, but because the silver wolf souls that were ignored by the will of the fallen abyss actually rushed forward without hesitation at this moment. Perhaps the power of one was very weak compared to the black giant hand. But 1, 4, 10. The silver wolf souls bit the black giant hand tightly, making it difficult for it to get close to Liao Zixuan. At the same time, it also made the black giant hand unable to move, becoming a living target in front of Liao Zixuan. The wolves were like hunting a ferocious beast. After restraining the prey that was several times larger than them, they waited for their leader to give the final blow. So, Liao Zixuan moved. The pitch-black giant wolf began to run. He stepped through the void, burning the soul flames of dark flame on his body, and rushed towards the black palm formed by the will of the fallen abyss in the sky. Every time Liao Zixuan took a step from the void, the bodies of the large number of fallen abyss creatures fighting with Shirley below would instantly ignite and be swallowed by the black flames. If the fallen abyss was desolate and withered wherever it went, then wherever the pitch-black giant wolf passed, it was a sea of fire, burning all the power of the fallen abyss. Moreover, all the black flames did not disappear after burning, but quickly returned to Liao Zixuan's body, making the soul flames burning on him even stronger. Void Ignition LV1 ignites creatures within a range of 10, causing continuous fire elemental damage of 5. Every time a unit is destroyed with this skill, its power will be increased for a certain period of time. Finally, as the flames on Liao Zixuan's body grew larger and larger, they even covered his original body, and condensed into a huge wolf soul composed entirely of flames. The will of the fallen abyss seemed to have an emotion called fear. The black giant hand in the sky struggled violently, trying to avoid Liao Zixuan's collision, because it knew very well that if it was hit head-on by this attack, it would immediately dissipate and annihilate. However, how could the silver wolf soul let it go at this time? The wolves bit the black giant hand even harder, desperately trying to hold it for their king, making it impossible for the black giant hand to dodge. That's it. With the addition of dark flames, the soul flame with real damage, using Liao Zixuan's wolf body as a carrier, was like a sky meteor. But unfortunately it was launched from the ground, with the momentum of tearing everything apart. It hit the black giant hand in the air. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound. The black giant hand was shattered in an instant, disintegrated piece by piece, and countless small black hands were lined up, fleeing everywhere. But there was hot black flames all around, so there was no gap for them to escape. All twisted, wailing, struggling, swallowed by the flames, and disappeared in the black flames. From the depths of the claw forest, there came an extremely unwilling and furious wave. Unfortunately, when the last black hand was burned out, and the will of the fallen abyss lost its carrier again, this angry breath came to an abrupt end and disappeared. What was left was only a black giant wolf suspended in the air, and the entire silver wolf tribe surrounded this black wolf like stars surrounding the moon, and the silver wolf souls, who were unwilling to disperse. Chapter 66. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 67. Cannon Fodder Monsters don't dream of rising to the top. Falling back to the stone hill quickly, Liao Zixuan looked a little solemn, because Shirley was waiting for him there. However, the condition of this silver wolf was obviously not very good. Before, in order to help itself resist the monsters that were attacking madly under the will of the fallen abyss, It fought desperately regardless of life and death, and finally did not let a fallen abyss monster approach the hill. But it itself was inevitably covered with wounds. You know, the injuries caused by the fallen abyss creatures are completely different from ordinary ones. Anyone bitten by these monsters will be eroded by the fallen abyss, and eventually be polluted and assimilated into monsters like them. This is Shirley's current situation. Woo! Woo! The Silver Earth Wolf let out a weak whimper from its mouth after sensing Liao Zixuan's approach. It had only been a short while, but Shirley's body was already showing signs of decay. Its originally snow-white fur was rapidly fading and falling off, and its limbs could no longer stand up because the muscles of its entire body were gradually atrophying and losing vitality. Even Shirley's eyes, which had always been full of spirit and were very beautiful, had now become turbid. It could be seen that she was fighting against the pollution of the abyss, sometimes sober and sometimes confused. But as time passed, the sobriety in Shirley's eyes became less and less. Its eyes were getting closer and closer to the scarlet color full of tyranny and madness. The Silver Wolf's souls that had just been liberated and purified by Liao Zixuan from the hands of the fallen abyss were now surrounding Shirley. They looked at Shirley with sadness, looking at the last of their tribe, who ultimately could not escape the clutches of the fallen abyss. Using the last few moments of clarity, Shirley asked for release from the pitch-black giant wolf in front of her, which was already blurred but still vaguely recognizable, just like all the fallen silver wolves before. But Liao Zixuan did not respond this time. He did not accept it. Of course he would not accept it, because Shirley's situation was different from that of other fallen wolves. At the moment, she had just been invaded by the fallen abyss, and the degree of pollution was still within a certain range. Without hesitation, Liao Zixuan decided to take a big gamble. The pitch-black giant wolf leaped forward and used his strong claws to hold down Shirley's limbs, which were beginning to show signs of corpse transformation and were twisting wildly. Then, Liao Zixuan took a deep breath, and a large amount of his own black flames quickly condensed in his mouth, eventually forming a dark flame force with terrifying power. Then, without any hesitation, Liao Zixuan actually spit out this dark flame ray that was enough to melt and burn everything directly at Shirley, who was being held down by him. Wow! Sizzle! The hot dark flame ray burned Shirley's whole body fiercely, but it did not melt Shirley's flesh and blood. Instead, it was more like a sauna, forcing out some of the dirt in Shirley's body. Under the dark flames that Liao Zixuan continued to exhale, more and more black substances began to emerge from Shirley's body surface. If you zoom in and take a closer look, you will find that they are small pieces of black hands that have not yet grown. They can't stand Shirley's scalding body, and instinctively all try their best to escape. But as soon as they emerge, they are annihilated by the dark flames in an instant. That's it. The whole process lasted for almost 15 minutes. Liao Zixuan was almost exhausted to death, until there was no more black substance overflowing from Shirley's body. The original evil power was completely swept away and disappeared. Liao Zixuan finally stopped exhaling. With a smack, Liao Zixuan sat down breathlessly. The dark giant wolf that was so majestic and powerful before had long disappeared. Exhausted, he returned to the familiar, cute little wolf cub form. However, Liao Zixuan could not take a rest. He quickly stood up and walked toward Shirley to observe the state of this earth silver wolf. Shirley was still unconscious, but her breathing was much more stable. And then her hair finally stopped falling off, and her flesh and blood stopped shrinking. It can even be said that the hair and flesh that were lost due to the pollution of the fallen abyss before, at this moment, were filled by Liao Zixuan's dark flame power. The dark flames flowed on Shirley's body like flowing magma, looking both weird and beautiful. This forbidden power that originally belonged to the dark flame wolf seemed to be constantly blending with Shirley and being absorbed into its origin by Shirley. Suddenly, Liao Zixuan's expression changed again, because he saw that even though he had achieved this, once he finished exhaling, the power of the fallen abyss seemed to always appear out of thin air, and it seemed to come back again on Shirley's body, with a tendency to emerge. However, after Liao Zixuan observed carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief, because when his dark flame power was absorbed by Shirley and integrated into Shirley's body, the power of the fallen abyss was like having an equal opponent, and the two sides were deadlocked. Originally, with Shirley's Earth Silver Wolf's aptitude, it was impossible for her to withstand the dark flame. Even if she managed to absorb it, she would soon be overwhelmed and even burned to death. But who would have thought that it was the power of the fallen abyss that helped Shirley to hold the dark flame? Any one of them could easily destroy Shirley's body. But when both of them existed, they could strangely neutralize each other. In this way, Shirley's own origin, dark flame, and fallen abyss, the three forces intertwined and mixed together. It was magical, as if they had reached a certain balance. Ah! The little wolf cub scratched his head with his little claws. This is indeed something Liao Zixuan can't do. Never mind. The most reliable thing is naturally the game system. As a result, when he threw a detection on Shirley, fallen flame silver wolf Shirley. Status, transforming. What the hell? The little wolf cub rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then he looked at the four big words fallen flame silver wolf on Shirley's panel that he got through detection again. Is it a mutation? Evolution? Even the race has changed. Liao Zixuan has never heard of a monster like fallen flame silver wolf in Fallen God, let alone anything else. The name alone sounds like it's awesome. Something is wrong. Shirley, something is wrong with you. You are obviously just a cannon fodder monster. Did you get the wrong script? Why does your plot look so familiar to me? Isn't this the most classic novel that he likes to read the most? Where the protagonist survives a disaster, gets a chance encounter, and his potential leaps, turning from a loser into a genius? It's bad. Could it be that I have become a supporting role? Then, just as Liao Zixuan was complaining in his heart, Shirley regained consciousness and finally woke up from her coma. Shirley had changed a lot. Not only was she much bigger, but she had also changed from a white-haired silver wolf to a half-black and half-white one. But it must be mentioned that Shirley's appearance has not decreased at all. On the contrary, it is better to say that she no longer looks as monotonous as before, but has a different kind of beauty. She is very beautiful, although there is still a little bit of improper feeling. Then very quickly, with a snap, Liao Zixuan's feeling was confirmed, because Shirley, who regained consciousness, immediately looked around with her wolf head, trying to find the pitch-black giant wolf. But after searching for a circle, she finally lowered her head and found Liao Zixuan, who had turned back into a little wolf cub. Who would have thought? Shirley shook her body and was able to control the size of her body freely, and began to shrink rapidly. It was just a blink of an eye before Liao Zixuan could react. A little female wolf with a similar size, black and white, and a milky and silly look appeared in front of him. The two little wolves stared at each other. You look at me, I look at you. Chapter 68 New Life. Shirley. Liao Zixuan. Shirley took a tentative step forward and took another step towards Liao Zixuan. 2 steps. 3 steps. After seeing that the little wolf cub opposite did not seem to reject her, Shirley suddenly became bolder. She used her chubby body, which had also become a little cub, to rub Liao Zixuan affectionately. Finally, Liao Zixuan could not help it. The little wolf cub gave him a hard kick. He kicked Shirley, who was about to stick to him, away cruelly and ruthlessly. Suddenly, Shirley got up and looked aggrieved and pitiful. It must be said that if it was the original big wolf Shirley, this possibility would not be felt at all. But now that she has become a little wolf cub, the younger and cuter she is, the better the effect of this cute and pitiful act will be. However, Liao Zixuan still has his own bottom line. Although the wolf can. But can't he stretched out his little claws in exasperation, trembling and pointing at Shirley. You? How shameful. How shameful. Change back. Judging from the real body shape of Shirley at the beginning, Shirley's real age is at least past the infancy, and has entered the growth period. She is a virgin. If compared with Liao Zixuan, the real thing, only 3 years old. 3 years old. The young wolf is even more like an old ant. Old cows don't eat tender grass like this. It's too cruel. Besides, you've become a little cub. So who should I ride on? Liao Zixuan promised. He definitely didn't strongly ask Shirley to change back because of this last point. After being rejected by Liao Zixuan, Shirley's eyes were filled with tears. But she was still very smart. After the evolution, her intelligence also increased a lot. She knew that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It will take more than a moment to succeed. Huh? Did she accidentally let something slip just now? In short, Shirley was very obedient. She shook her body again, expanded again, and returned to her original big wolf appearance. The little wolf cub sat back on Shirley. Well, evolution is a big good. At least, The feeling of riding is much more comfortable than before. It's also much cooler. After sighing in his heart, Liao Zixuan prepared to let Shirley take him away quickly. After all, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Liao Zixuan could vaguely sense that in the nest deep in the forest of Terror Claws, the source of the abyss's descent, the bone dragon incarnated by the will of the abyss, was completely enraged by his behavior at this moment. The other party even wanted to give up the complete degeneration of Bella's soul fragments, just to absorb the power in advance, and then completely liberate and wake up. I'm afraid it won't take a day, at most tomorrow, for this terrifying bone dragon to break out of the nest. At that time, all the infected and corrupted creatures of the fallen abyss in the forest will change from wandering unconsciously to minions obeying orders, launching a crazy general attack on Qian Town. This is actually just a matter of time. But due to my own reasons, it has been brought forward a little. Qian Town will definitely not be able to be defended. The one who can solve this situation in the end still has to rely on the Fire God. To be precise, it is the Fire God's clone in the Fire Classic City. That is, Demir's teacher, the Archbishop of the Fire God Church. Maggie? Oh! I hope the Fire God can be more reliable, and his mind has not been eroded too much by the Fallen Abyss. Although I had the upper hand in the confrontation with the power of the Fallen Abyss just now, and completely defeated it, Liao Zixuan would not be so arrogant as to say that he can really match the Fallen Abyss. As the evil force throughout the game, the Fallen Abyss can't even handle the 9 gods, who are the strongest in the open. And there are several who have capsized in the gutter. At his current infancy, he is far from being able to fight against the Fallen Abyss head-on. Moreover, there is no need for him to fight hard. As the saying goes, use natural disasters to defeat natural disasters. In the game world, players are the primary productive force. Seize the time to find ways to improve the strength of the players, and then harvest another wave of players' experience before the end of the internal test, so that you can get out of the infancy and officially enter the growth stage. The little wolf cub calculated silently in his heart. He is now level 17. And there are still 3 levels away from the breakthrough of level 20. And the experience value required for these 3 levels is 350W. That's not even counting the fraction. It's just that terrifying. If he just relies on himself to kill monsters, it will take him forever. There's no other way. As a forbidden monster, if you grow very fast, how can you let others play with you? However, Liao Zixuan really doesn't want others to play with you. There are about 200 players in Qian Town now, and Liao Zixuan estimates that the number of internal test players in the entire Huadian city should be doubled. About 500. Although this number is not even a hair of the player craze after the official launch. There is no other way. Who asked Fallen God to limit the number of internal testers so strictly? But 500 leaks should be enough. Because think about it. As long as you can get 5,000 experience points from each player, that's 2.5 million experience points. If you work a little harder and get a few more high-quality leaks, 3.5 million experience points won't be a big deal. So now the only thing Liao Zixuan needs to consider is to think about what other ways can make players willingly squeezed out of money. I was thinking about things in my heart. As a result, Shirley, who had just started running, stopped again, just when Liao Zixuan was wondering what was going on. He found that it was the Silver Wolf souls that he had liberated and purified before that actually blocked his way. It was seen that the number of these Silver Wolf souls had decreased a lot compared to the beginning. The ones that disappeared were those young wolves and old wolves with weak soul power. The soul power of the young silver wolves in their prime and those in their growth period could support them and would not dissipate for the time being. The souls of these adult silver wolves all looked at Liao Zixuan on Shirley's back with eager eyes. It seemed that they hoped that Liao Zixuan could revive them like Shirley. Each silver wolf soul conveyed a strong obsession for revenge. They were not greedy for life, but wanted to take revenge on the abyss that destroyed their tribe and took their lives. What a pity. The wolf cub on Shirley's back shook his head at the unwilling silver wolf souls. Resurrection is indeed not something impossible. If the forbidden monster on the other side of the flame domain, the little phoenix called Sinyan, came, it might be possible. But Liao Zixuan is powerless at the moment. After all, the authority of the dark flame wolf does not have the concept of resurrection. The reason why he was able to save Shirley was that Shirley was not completely polluted by the fallen abyss and was treated in time. And there was also a great deal of luck involved. Such a miraculous phenomenon is difficult to replicate. However, when the silver wolf souls saw Liao Zixuan shaking his head, their eyes dimmed, and they were about to turn around and leave alone. Wait! If you really don't care about anything, and just want revenge on the fallen abyss. A flash of inspiration came to Liao Zixuan's mind. He immediately called out to the Silver Wolf souls. If you still want to continue fighting. I do. You can be reborn in a sense. And you can quickly become stronger. Several times stronger than before. And you don't have to worry about being contaminated by the power of the fallen abyss. You don't even have to fear death anymore. Chapter 69. Hum. 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 Vivian hummed in the kitchen. A song she often heard from her mother when she was a child. Although she could not remember the lyrics, she still had a vague impression of the melody. The little girl had been busy here for a whole morning. She had cooked pot after pot of fragrant meat soup. She opened the lid of the pot and scooped a small spoonful from the bubbling soup. After blowing it carefully a few times, Vivian put it into her mouth and tasted it carefully. Suddenly, a comfortable sound like a kitten came out of the girl's nasal cavity. It's so delicious. Vivian's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but sigh while showing a happy expression on her face. For the poor country girl before, it was very difficult to eat meat. Not to mention that it was cooked for a long time with various condiments and side dishes like now. I didn't expect that, Vivian. You are also talented in cooking. The little girl praised herself to herself, waving the spoon in her hand excitedly in the air. She usually doesn't have the opportunity to cook meat dishes. So this is the girl's first attempt. Come on. Just conquer Xiaohei's stomach first. Let Xiaohei never leave me again. And then hum. This is the information the little girl got from eavesdropping on the conversation of female strangers. Vivian excitedly planned her first step towards becoming a great summoner. However, she soon became frustrated again. She reached out and touched it. She had already secretly eaten a large bowl of meat soup. But there was still no improvement in her thin body. Hey, when can I grow up a little bit? Unconsciously, the girl also had her own troubles. But in the next second, this trouble turned into a bigger trouble. Or it could be said to be shame? Little Black. When Vivian turned her attention away from her figure and raised her head again, she was surprised to find that at some point, the window facing her in the kitchen was opened, and a little wolf cub appeared at the window. At first, the little girl was happy that Little Black was finally back. But then, when Vivian found the expression of Liao Zixuan, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter, and the expression of I didn't expect you to be such a Vivian, the girl immediately thought of her previous actions, and immediately blushed to her ears. Alas! The little wolf cub by the window sighed deeply with an old-fashioned manner. It seems that Vivian has also reached the age where she starts to think about those things. This seems to be something that every girl will experience more or less. Liao Zixuan felt that he could not help the girl in this regard. He could only rely on Vivian's own efforts. Jumping into the kitchen from the window, the smell of meaty food immediately aroused his appetite, and his stomach began to growl. Liao Zixuan opened a pot with his paws, ready to taste whether Vivian's self-praise was false. Seeing this, Vivian immediately clenched her hands, with a nervous and expectant expression, as if she was a student checking her grades. At first, the little wolf cub licked it tentatively with his tongue to taste it. But soon, he swallowed it directly into his stomach with big mouthfuls. Although Liao Zixuan was too busy eating to talk, Vivian could tell from the little wolf cub's tail wagging behind him that he was enjoying it very much. After a while, the whole pot of meat soup went into Liao Zixuan's stomach, but he was obviously still not satisfied, and turned around to open the second pot. At this time, when Vivian saw the new pot of meat soup that Liao Zixuan pounced on, the little girl subconsciously wanted to speak up to remind him, but it seemed that there was a component of anger in it. Vivian deliberately waited for Liao Zixuan to drink a big mouthful before pretending to remind him anxiously. Xiaohei, don't. That pot is. Before she finished speaking, she heard a plop. Liao Zixuan vomited out all he had just drunk. Then, the little wolf cub staggered a few steps, and finally seemed to be really unable to resist. He fell to the ground with his limbs facing up, and lay like a corpse, as if the soul of little Liao Zixuan floated out of his mouth. That pot was made by another me, Vivian whispered, completing what she had just said. Before, the little girl felt that she couldn't always occupy the body alone, and she had to let the other me come out to breathe. As a result, it was naturally messed up. When the other me came out and imitated the main personality and made a pot of meat soup, she tasted it, and the second personality became autistic and stayed in the mental space and refused to come out again. Okay, Xiaohei, if you are full, Help me take out the rest. Vivian was busy for so long. Of course, she didn't just make Xiaohei's share. The little girl also made some for the strangers and guards in Qian town. Vivian may have changed a lot because of Liao Zixuan. But what has never changed is her kind and pure heart. Well, whether it is pure or not seems to be debatable. Speaking of which, Xiaohei. The square outside the town seems to be very lively since just now. What happened? Vivian moved the pot of meat soup onto the cart and looked out the window curiously. When it comes to this, Liao Zixuan stopped pretending to be dead. He immediately turned over and stood up, with an eager look in his eyes, as if he was about to cheat someone or do something big. Why is Qian town so lively? Because the first batch of players who changed their job to summoners finally brushed enough materials for the summoning ceremony in the Forest of Terror Claws, and were about to start their first summoning in their lives. Naturally, there were many people watching and joining in the fun. After all, everyone was curious about this summoner profession like Vivian. In addition, the summoner profession is different from other professions and has a strong randomness. So the show effect is naturally maximized. So, after a while, many players of other professions became people of fun. Why? This has to be said about the randomness of the summoner profession. In fact, you say that the summoner is strong or not. But the problem is that your strength must be based on having a strong summon beast. Or it can be said that it is based on a strong luck. It is precisely because there are too many African chiefs that the reputation of the summoner profession has deteriorated, and it has been maliciously rated at the bottom. Imagine how you would feel if you had worked so hard to save materials for a long time, but you summoned a chicken with a combat power of less than 5. Most summoners in the square of Qian town felt the same way. Other professional players were so happy at the moment. How could this not be lively? After all, human joys and sorrows are always different. But, the little wolf believed that soon this joy and sorrow would be reversed, because Liao Zixuan looked at the props he had prepared in his backpack. Soul crystal of the silver wolf. Quality, purple. Description: inside is a silver wolf that longs for rebirth and revenge, waiting for someone to wake it up. Effect: use it as a medium during the summoning ceremony to summon the rare monster silver wolf with a 100% probability. This is not only an opportunity for the rise of the summoner profession, it is also the way that Liao Zixuan promised these silver wolf souls to let them regain their new life. However, as a qualified black-hearted wolf cub, no, a responsible wolf leader, he certainly can't just hand over these silver wolf souls casually. It must be entrusted to players who are capable, responsible, persistent, and never give up. So, let's open the blind box. Liao Zixuan glanced at the other 99 plus soul crystals of various secondary monsters in his backpack. As the saying goes, only the harder it is to get something, the more you will know how to cherish it. Chapter 70. One soul leads the light. One soul leads the darkness. And finally, light and darkness create a chaotic environment. The ritual summons. Come out. Chaos Knight. Descend. Chan Lu Man chanted a complex and mysterious spell, and in front of him was a glowing magic circle. When the last syllable ended, Chan Lu Man pressed the summon button. Instantly, the summoning magic circle in front of him shone brightly. All the other players who were watching were also shocked by Chan Lu Man's professional terms. Everyone held their breath and looked into the summoning circle with curiosity. Only the younger brother behind Chan Lu Man, at such a critical moment, was muttering and complaining about his boss. Boss, you read all the lines wrong. Chan Lu Man's eyebrows jumped. I'm a chaos warrior, not a chaos knight. Chan Lu Man's eyebrows jumped wildly. Also, this is a line from Yu-Gi-Oh! There is no chaos warrior in our fallen god. Ah! It hurts. Boss, why do you always hit me? Woo-woo. Chan Lu Man couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't even look at what he summoned. He turned around and gave the little brother, who was still nagging in his ear, a hard slap. Are you the only one who talks too much? You're the only one who's smart. Hey, boss, stop hitting me. Ah, stop hitting me. Look, boss, your summoned beast is out. The younger brother pointed at the summoning circle behind Chan Lu Man with a look of surprise. It seemed that Chan Lu Man had really summoned some awesome baby. Seeing the younger brother's exaggerated expression, Chan Lu Man had some illusions. He immediately stopped beating people and turned back with expectation. Then, meow. A little lamb was standing at the center of the summoning circle at a loss. When it found that Changluman was looking at it, and their eyes met, the lamb seemed to have finally found its relatives. It immediately bleated several times, and then ran towards Changluman happily. You don't come over. At this time, Changluman just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The players who were watching were all in bungbu at this time. Many of them burst into laughter, and many voices of "that's it" were heard. No, it doesn't matter. The ceremony just now was destroyed by the blind little brother. So it failed. Yes, it must be like this. Changluman was not discouraged. He prepared 3 sets of materials for summoning the medium for this purpose, which means he had 3 chances. Now he has only used it once, and there are 2 left. Come again! This time, Changluman learned a lesson. He glared away all the ignorant little brothers around him fiercely, and after making sure that no one would disturb him again, Changluman began his second summoning. Your body is under my command. My fate is attached to your sword. Respond to my call. Obey this will. Respond to me, guardian of the world. Changluman seemed to like saying some famous lines, because he felt that this would give him strength. The light of the summoning array was bright again, and the noisy players, who were watching the excitement before, could not help but quiet down again. However, when the light faded, woof, woof, a big yellow dog appeared at Changluman's feet, sticking out its tongue at him. The medium of the summoning ceremony is very important, but with the poor level of the current internal test players, they can only make the lowest level, so the probability of making a good summoned beast is naturally very small. After all, not everyone is called Vivian. That is a terrifying existence that can summon the most top-level forbidden monsters on the contract with the lowest level. The Daughter of Luck. So terrifying. But, to be honest, the probability of Changluman is indeed a bit outrageous, although the summoning medium is very low level, resulting in a large randomness. It is not to say that all the summons are animals that are not even monsters. No, not even beasts. Changluman was angry. With only one last chance left, he no longer made any fancy moves. At the cost of not being able to find a girlfriend for 20 years, I will sacrifice all my luck with women. Come out, rare monster. Maybe even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. Or maybe, this time he finally spoke human language that people could understand. The breath of the monster finally came from the summoning array. A demon ape more than 1 meter tall appeared in everyone's sight. Forest demon ape. Level, 5 attributes, Strength 4. Agility 2. Endurance 3. Constitution 3. Elemental affinity. None. Race, demon ape. Quality, ordinary. Ha! It worked. I succeeded. Changluman was so excited that he almost cried. He didn't even care about the extremely ordinary attributes of this demon ape. After all, they were all compared. Compared with the first 2 small animals that couldn't even fight, this demon ape was simply too good. However, it is still the same sentence. I am afraid of comparison in everything. I spent so much experience points to learn the summoner profession, and then spent so much time collecting materials. And the result is to summon such a thing? In the crowd, the big dog couldn't help but sarcastically said, because of the previous incident, he didn't have much good feelings towards the summoner profession and Changluman's group. And now, seeing that others' efforts and rewards are completely disproportionate, of course he is secretly happy in his heart, and even mocks them out loud to relieve his previous anger. You are looking for trouble, right? Changluman's temper came up. Why? Isn't what I said the truth? Just your rubbish summoned beast. I let it beat it with one hand. The big dog did not give in at all, and even hooked his finger at the demon ape next to Changluman in a provocative manner. As a result, before Changluman gave an order, the demon ape, in order to protect its master, roared angrily and pounced on the big dog. Then, without any suspense, he was kicked away by the big dog, flew backwards, and finally lay on the ground like mud and couldn't get up. This is another point that summoners are often criticized for. Unless you have a summoned beast with good attribute grades right from the start, the growth cycle is slow, and the strength improvement in the early stage is not obvious, which is far inferior to other professions. Everyone saw it. It was his summoned beast that attacked me first. I didn't take the initiative to attack. Let's go! Big Dog was also a man who knew when to stop. After venting his anger, he felt refreshed and left with his group. The long road was long and he gnashed his teeth. But unexpectedly, he endured it and did not stop Big Dog from leaving, and wanted to fight in this PvP group, because he and his little brothers had just experienced the process of deleting their accounts and retraining. So they inevitably had a gap in level with Big Dog and others, although they had barely caught up with Vivian's previous tasks. Another key point was that they also saw that, at least in the early stage, the combat effectiveness of those who changed their professions to summoners was far inferior to that of warriors. Once the two players start fighting, the one who will suffer is definitely their side. Changelinman is not an isolated case, as more and more professional summoner players have collected medium materials and summon monsters. Most of them are ordinary monsters. This has caused summoner players to become the laughing stock of all other players in Qian Town, until one or two lucky people really relied on low-level mediums to summon elite monsters. The reputation of summoners improved, and players who changed to summoners such as Changelinman saw hope, because this is the strength of summoners. Even if your main body is a weak chicken, like the lucky player who summoned Lava Dragon Lizard, the other party is a female player for entertainment, who has not practiced much, and her main body has not even passed level 10. She squandered all the experience points from the task elsewhere. But even so, when the Lava Dragon Lizard came out, the attributes of the elite monsters immediately blinded many players' eyes. Even some warrior players were unwilling to accept it, and wanted to challenge it like the Big Dog did before. But they were killed instantly by the Lava Dragon Lizard's fire. Until this point, they were jealous and envious, but generally speaking, players still held a pessimistic attitude towards the summoner profession. After all, compared to being a high-cost gambler, it is better to be honest and down-to-earth. This situation continued until Vivian and the little wolf appeared. Everyone has worked hard. Let's have some food. Vivian borrowed the servant of the mayor's house to help share the meat soup made by the little girl with the players. The players then realized that Vivian had been preparing food for them. But after opening the lid of the pot, the fragrant smell of meat soup filled the square, which immediately made many players salivate. Fallen God has a very high degree of immersion and realism, so you can also experience the deliciousness of food in the game. The first player, who asked for a bowl of meat soup, soon made a surprise sound, because the bowl of meat soup in front of him is a special item. Meat soup carefully prepared by Vivian. Quality, rare. Description: Vivian spent a whole morning cooking carefully to express your contribution to Qian Town and the surrounding villages. Full of gratitude for the girl. Effect: restore 5% of lost HP after consumption. Note 1. After Vivian's personal cooking, drinking it may give you a hint of a girl scent. What the hell is a hint of a girl's scent? The player complained a little, then drank it in one gulp. Smacked his lips in aftertaste. It was indeed very delicious. In a happy mood, he decided that now was the time. The player was also a job-changing summoner, but he was hesitant before because he was afraid that he would not be able to summon any powerful monsters. But he still had to face it. So he started his first summoning. Then he said, "Wow! Woo-wah-wah-wah." The summoning array glowed with a different green light, which was a sign of the emergence of an elite monster. The player was stunned. Then he was ecstatic. He himself had actually become a non-African today. He changed his bloodline. He changed his bloodline. Who dares to call him a non-African in the future? However, before he could be happy that his luck had finally turned, a player next to him had almost the same thing happen to him. Wait, what's going on? Before, summoning an elite monster was harder than winning the lottery. How come now that Vivian came? 2 of them were out? Damn! The third one came out too. If 1 or 2 were still accidents. Then after 3 and the 4th, the players suddenly realized that it was not that they had changed their bloodline, but that they had been blessed by Vivian. Those meat soups made by Vivian herself. The clever players only realized what the strange notes on the meat soup meant at this time. Good guy. Grandmaster. Oh no. It's different when Grandmaster comes. In an instant, the players' eyes changed when they looked at the meat soup, and they all looked like hungry wolves. Especially the players who changed their professions to summoners. Miss Vivian, give me a portion of meat soup. I want one too. And me. I want 2 portions. Fuck. You want 2 portions. You're so shameless. I'll take 3 portions. The summoner players went crazy. And the players who changed their professions were also dumbfounded at this time. They really didn't think highly of summoners, because summoners were too random and relied too much on luck. But now, If there is really a way to increase the chance of summoning elite monsters, or even to summon elite monsters stably, then the summoner will be a step up, completely crushing other professions. I knew it. I knew I should have chosen the summoner. With NPCs like Vivian, how could there not be benefits for the summoner profession? I'm so stupid. So stupid. It's just a deleted beta test. What's there to be afraid of? Just give up the original profession and start over. Hiss. It seems to make sense. Brother, take me with you. On the other side, the little wolf cub next to Vivian was also dumbfounded. This script is not right. Right? It was clearly agreed that it should rely on his operation, with his own strength, to turn the tide, and then successfully let the summoner players counterattack, thereby attracting other players to enthusiastically switch to summoners. How come he hasn't even made a move? And it's over? The little wolf cub looked at a group of players, who surrounded Vivian and scrambled for meat soup and job changes with sour eyes. The girl shouted, "Don't worry. Don't rush. Don't rush. If it's not enough, I will continue to make it." With a happy smile on her face. Vivian didn't expect that her meat soup would be so popular among strangers. Oh, forget it. The help is gone. So I'll just add icing on the cake. Vivian's side is an unexpected surprise. It seems that the girl's luck is so good that even if others only get a little bit, they can take off directly. However, Liao Zixuan also has to carry out his own plan at the same time. First of all, the first step, since you have to choose the blind box money-making screening route, the base must be large and the threshold cannot be high. After all, the big head relies on selling blind boxes. And unknowingly, the frog is boiled in warm water. So, ding. Due to your excellent performance in defending Qian Town, Vivian's favorability towards you +5. This system prompt sounded in the minds of all players. Then, at first, the players didn't react too much. But soon, many players who wanted to reselect their profession showed ecstatic expressions. Why? Originally, everyone knew that if they wanted to change their profession to summoner, they would need to consume 10 points of Vivian's favorability, which is 5,000 experience points. But now, Vivian has given them 5 points of favorability, which is equivalent to directly cutting the threshold for changing to summoner in half. And it only takes 2,500 to complete. This is within the acceptable range for many players. However, this is not over yet. Liao Zixuan's real trump card is still to come. Ding. Since you have always maintained a friendly relationship with Vivian, you have received Vivian's special gift. You have received 5 original stones. All the players who had previously switched to summoners at the original price in the first batch have been compensated by Liao Zixuan. This can not only appease them and make them feel that they have suffered a loss or been wronged, but also use this opportunity to let the players discover the blind box that I have carefully prepared. I am really a genius. Fallen God is really blind not to ask me to be the planner. Oh, the Fallen God is controlled by the full-powered intelligent computer. There is no plan. That's fine. On the other hand, the players were a little confused by Liao Zixuan's series of operations. Many summoner players quickly opened their backpacks to see what the raw stone item given by Vivian was. I saw a shiny, sparkling and tempting four-sided prism lying quietly in the backpack. And when the player clicked on the prop panel, raw stone. Quality, unknown. Description, the fate stone that connects dreams. The glow of the raw stone can make the fates that have no intersection intersect and connect each other's dreams. Effect, as a medium for the summoning ceremony. It will communicate with the monster soul sleeping in the raw stone, and summon the monster 100%. After looking at this for a long time, Big Watermelon almost understood it. This is equivalent to 5 free card draw opportunities. The only difference from their previous summons is that it is a different card pool. After figuring it out, Big Watermelon immediately became excited. After all, they are all old players. Everyone knows the difference between drawing a good pool and a bad pool. With a nervous and excited expectation, Big Watermelon placed the original stone in the center of the summoning array and clicked the summon button. And Liao Zixuan, who had been secretly observing the players for a long time, smiled strangely after seeing Big Watermelon's actions. He had a deep impression of this person, and he was also one of the players Liao Zixuan wanted to cultivate. So, Liao Zixuan secretly replaced the other monster souls and the original stone in the watermelon summoning array with a silver wolf soul that he had deliberately left behind. And the next moment, when the light of the summoning array began to light up. Swish! The azure light that all the players in the Qian town square had never seen before attracted everyone's attention in an instant. White is ordinary. Green is elite. Then blue. Blue is rare. This is indeed the case. After the azure halo faded, I saw that on the summoning array in front of the big watermelon, a majestic silver wolf with a wolf head raised high, as beautiful and white as the first snow, appeared in everyone's sight. There is no need to use the detection skill at all. Most players will not be unfamiliar with this snow-white silver wolf, because, isn't this the silver wolf that Vivian's summoned beast often rode before? It is also a top monster among the rare level. Big silver wolf. It seemed to feel the shocked gazes of the surrounding players. Or it may be that there is a deep obsession in the depths of the soul that wants to vent. The silver wolf raised its neck high and howled loudly. The sound was endless. Then, its eyes passed through the layers of people, and found the direction of the little wolf cub very accurately. The silver wolf lowered its head with gratitude in its eyes. This is its own choice. Also, Liao Zixuan promised to give them a new life. Chapter 71 Non-African players cannot summon Lord-level monsters. Boiling. The players in the square Qian town were completely boiling, under Liao Zixuan's secret operation and guidance. A silver earth wolf, with not only powerful attributes, but also an extremely cool appearance, completely ignited the hearts of all players. Rough stone. Rough stone can actually produce rare-level monsters. An elite-level monster can kill a warrior player of the same level. What if it is a rare-level monster? And a silver earth wolf, with explosive combat power. Invincible. Big Watermelon has already stood at the top of the strength of all the internal test players in Qian Town at this moment, with just this silver earth wolf. The other summoner players, who also received the original stone compensated by Liao Zixuan, came back to their senses. They all looked at the 5 shiny diamond-shaped stones in their backpacks with fiery eyes. What is the most exciting thing about playing games? Killing monsters? PK? Watching Nizi? Wrong. It's drawing cards. Luo Chen suppressed his excitement. He is indeed a high-end player. Very smart. When many people couldn't help but use the original stone to summon directly, Luo Chen took this opportunity to continue to queue up with Vivian. There was very little meat soup at this time. Fortunately, the original stone attracted the attention of a large number of players after it appeared, which reduced the number of people in line, and Luo Chen got the last piece of meat soup. After drinking it ritually, Luo Chen silently prayed to the girl in his heart. Vivian bless you. Vivian bless you. And even exaggeratedly bowed to the girl a few times, almost burning incense. Those who believe in Vivian will get rare items. Luo Chen shamelessly shouted his summoning lines. And at this scene, Liao Zixuan curled his lips in disdain. The souls of the monsters in the original stone are fixed and cannot be changed from the moment you get it. What's the use of praying to Vivian now? Then, swish. The square in Qian Town once again bloomed with the azure color representing rare level. Those who believe in Vivian will get rare items. Luo Chen jumped up on the spot and shouted excitedly. Although the rare monster this time is not the silver wolf, it is still a rare monster after all, which is definitely a great luck. Because you have to know that Liao Zixuan was inspired by the silver wolf soul along the way, and also collected a lot of other monster souls purified from the hands of the fallen abyss in the forest of Terror Claws. The first prize is of course the silver wolf soul, but unfortunately, there are only 10 of them. The second is the rare monster souls of other races, which are very few. Only 2. In addition, Liao Zixuan took out 2 of the 10 silver wolf souls separately, one of which has been secretly given to the watermelon as a primer, and the other one is more special. So let's not talk about it for now. The rest were all shuffled and put into the original stone, and even he himself didn't know. That is to say, among the 500 pieces of raw stones prepared by Liao Zixuan, the probability of drawing a rare grade is 0.2%. Isn't it true that Vivian really has such great magic power? Is it true that just by getting a little bit of the girl's luck, you can take off directly? Many players who have opened raw stones, but didn't get good monsters beat their chests and stamp their feet, cursing themselves in their hearts why they were so impatient and forgot to go to Vivian to get a bowl of meat soup first. But when they wanted to get it again, it was already gone. Fuck. Changlaman Mantang was one of them. After he opened the 5 raw stones given by Liao Zixuan, he still didn't get anything good. Fortunately, players also found that this new product was also available in Vivian's NPC store. Original stone. Price, 500 experience points. Quantity, 405. Liao Zixuan set the price of the first batch of original stones at the same price as the favorability, which is a very cheap 500 experience points. However, don't look at the cheap price. But this thing, once you get it, it will be very expensive. 10. Changleman spent 5,000 experience points and bought 10 original stones again. This time, he almost used up all the experience points he got from killing monsters in the morning. By the way, unlike the natives like Vivian and the little wolf cub, players have a level cap. And this is even more so during the internal test phase. Therefore, more often than not, experience points are not only used to increase levels, but also have other uses in various aspects. It is more like a circulating currency. Each player has a corresponding experience pool to store experience and make the required distribution. It is not mandatory to use it to increase levels. 10 consecutive draws. Changleman put 10 pieces of raw stones into the summoning array domineeringly. The summoning array burst into a dazzling white light, and even the little wolf cub eating melons next to it widened his eyes. It's simply too amazing. 10 consecutive draws. The highest is not even an elite level. You must know that in order to make the first batch of raw stones have a good reputation, Liao Zixuan put in more than half of the elite monsters in total. Sure enough, it was obvious that he was a poor player as soon as he made a move. And that was not the most annoying thing. The most annoying thing was that a player behind Changleman, with the nickname ID White Critical Strike, also bought a rough stone with a try it attitude. Then wow! Exclamations rang out. Good guy. The blue light that suddenly burst out around him almost blinded Changleman's dog eyes. Another silver wolf was drawn by White Critical Strike. Well, I'm a newbie playing for the first time. Ask the big guys about this one I drew. Before White Critical Strike finished his question, he was drowned out by angry players in the blink of an eye. All he could hear was the sound of punches and kicks, and shouting, "Don't hit my face! Don't hit my face!" In this regard, the little wolf cub's evaluation was that it was deserved. He also specifically stopped the silver wolf from rescuing its owner. The little wolf cub told the silver wolf that this was just a unique celebration method for humans to European dogs. Let's go! Continue to go back to the forest to kill the fallen abyss monsters. The long road is long, and the heart is not bothered. With a big wave of his hand, he wanted to vent all his resentment to the fallen abyss. There are many such players. In order to buy more original stones, everyone found that their experience points were far from enough, and they all returned to the battle. And this time, the players' enthusiasm for monster hunting increased countless times. Looking at the fallen abyss creatures, they were like wolves that had been hungry for more than 10 days. 10 more. Changleman returned to Qian town in a dusty state. Then he left again cursing. 10 more. Changleman returned to Qian town again with wounds all over his body. Then he left again in a rage. Again. This was repeated 5 or 6 times until it was dark. And Changleman still couldn't get a single silver wolf. Even the younger brother beside him advised him, "Boss, forget it. Xian can't change fate. And Krypton can't change destiny. At most, we can buy one from others at a high price." But Changleman shook his head stubbornly. He had a strong sense of ritual, or cleanliness. He firmly believed that such companions who accompanied him must be summoned by himself, which was the most emotional. Therefore, no matter what game it is, Changleman never buys an account, let alone sells one. For him, the game is not just a string of data, but a real emotion. When the initial craze passed and the sky darkened, Liao Zixuan's stock of raw stones had reached the bottom. In just one day, he earned 250,000 experience points. When the bonfire rose from the night, Changleman and a group of younger brothers, who had been silently helping their boss even if they complained, came to buy raw stones again, and found that there was only one left. Changleman gritted his teeth and put the last raw stone into the summoning array. The younger brothers behind him did not dare to breathe, praying for a miracle to happen. Even top non-Africans like Changleman, who refused to accept their fate and had a persistent spirit, have long been famous in the players' circle of Qian town. Some laughed at him, some called him a fool, and some pitied him, saying, "Please let him sell the goods." So, can a miracle happen? The answer is, no. When the last raw stone lit up in the summoning array, The corresponding light was white. What a pity. I remember that this person seemed to have bought nearly 100 raw stones. Right? So you have to stop the loss in time. I said it a long time ago that non-Africans should accept their fate. But you still don't believe it. Look at me. I only bought 3 raw stones. And I stopped directly after betting on an elite level. How great. The players sighed in the night in Qian town. Changlimiman also lowered his head and sat listlessly beside the summoning circle in a daze. The younger brother beside him tried to comfort him several times. But in the end, he really didn't know what to say. But what all the players didn't know was that in the dark night, there were 2 pairs of eyes watching them. How about it? He killed at least hundreds of fallen creatures this day. Enough to vent your anger. And his obsession. Alas, he is the same as you. All stubborn. So, do you agree? The little wolf cub was suspended in the sky, talking to a piece of raw stone floating beside him, as if chatting with a friend. Liao Zixuan took out 2 pieces of raw stones. One was used as a trigger, and the other was the soul of the Wolf King in the Silver Wolf clan. This is no longer determined by fate and luck. Only when it is recognized by it, it will truly accept its new life. The suspended raw stone did not answer. The raw stone could not make a sound. But I saw that the raw stone finally circled the little wolf cub, as if to express gratitude and farewell. And then it began to accelerate and fall down like a meteor. In an instant, this raw stone, which looked ordinary before, was no different from other raw stones. But as it fell, it began to shine with an extremely shining light. It was not white, nor green, nor the azure blue that symbolizes rare grade. It was a purple color that exuded nobility and elegance, implying the breath of a king, and was extremely gorgeous. Purple, lower grade. At this moment, all the summoner players, who had opened the Silver Wolf, noticed that the Silver Wolf around them all looked up at the sky. The original stone that cut through the darkness and turned into a purple meteor also focused all the players' attention on it. Oh! Except for Changlimiman. He was still immersed in the deep sorrow of the non-Africans. But the next second later, boom! The purple original stone fell accurately into the summoning magic circle of Changlimiman, whose light had been extinguished. Then, in the stunned state of Changlimiman, the dazzling purple light was shining again. After all the light dissipated, ding! Congratulations! You have successfully summoned the Lord Grade Monster Earth Wolf King. Chapter 72 Xiao Hei. What is your dream? Tell me! Hiss. Take a breath. Changlimiman fell backward straightly, as if he had a heart attack. He was about to fall down. Fortunately, his younger brother behind him rushed forward in time and quickly supported him. You slapped me. Changlimiman stared blankly at the tall and strong Wolf King in front of him, mumbling to his younger brother, who was supporting him. His younger brother asked weakly, Boss, what about me, Cho? Cho. Changlimiman had not finished pronouncing the word Cho when he felt a strong force coming, followed by a burning pain on his left cheek. Pa! Does it sound good? Pa means it's good. The younger brother excitedly withdrew his hand from slapping, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face, as if he had finally avenged the beating he received before, and even eagerly tried to see if the boss was awake and whether he needed to slap him again. Unfortunately, what awaited him soon was a violent beating. Ouch! Boss, why did you hit me again? Stop hitting me. Stop kicking me. Didn't you tell me to hit you? Ah. It hurts. Boss, it hurts. After beating up a group of younger brothers who were avenging their personal grudges, Changlimiman was completely awakened by this loud slap. He smiled foolishly at the Earth Wolf King's crushing basic attribute panel. Especially when entering the Lord level, the monster will also gain talent expertise. For example, the Earth Wolf King's low-level life toughness now directly increases 50% of the extra life value and some life recovery efficiency. The base value, which was already much higher than others, has been further increased. It can be said that the difference between having a specialty template and not having one is almost equivalent to the difference between a soldier and a hero, although the overall value has been weakened by the system compared to the real Earth Wolf King. It is no exaggeration to say that this Wolf King alone is enough to make Changlimiman rival the combat power of 4 or 5 players. Boss, how did you do it? How did a meteor fall from the sky and turn into a Wolf King? Your summoned beast? The question that Changlamiman's younger brother couldn't help asking was also the doubt in the hearts of all the other players in Qian Town. Why? If you said that you summoned it with your incredible luck, they would accept it. But everyone clearly saw that you had already used up all the original stones, and had no more summons. Is it cheating? I heard that this guy's family seems to be quite rich. Do you think it's possible? Is it really a pie in the sky? Complain. I'm going to complain to the official forum now. How can others play this? How can a non-Ferris person, who doesn't even have the Earth Silver Wolf, after almost 100 times of original stones, be able to get a purple bug? It must be a bug. It will be rolled back soon. The players in Qian Town soon began to whisper. Soon. The words became more and more malicious. Just like the old saying goes, it hurts more to see others making money than to lose money myself. Changlamiman blushed. He wanted to refute, but he didn't understand what was going on. Even after hearing what the player said, Changlamiman was a little shaken. No. It can't be a bug? Will he be rolled back? Changlamiman was full of sadness for a moment. He stroked the snow-white wolf king, who was lying beside him. Looking at the graceful curves, the soft fur, and the strong muscles, the more he touched, the more he couldn't let go. It was the first time that I had a favorite monster. And it was the first time that I was able to get out of Africa and enter Europe. But why? When these two things were combined. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was getting weirder and weirder. Finally, someone with a clear eye stood up. Even though he was full of jealousy and envy, Luochen asked everyone to calm down first, then cleared his throat, and gave his analysis as a high-level player. I think this should not be a bug, but an ultimate hidden reward that none of us realized. What the hell? The ultimate hidden reward? The players obviously did not believe Luo Chen's explanation. And even Chong Lu Manman had an expression of good brother. Don't help me wash it again. This almost pissed Luo Chen off. However, Luo Chen soon brought out the basis for his statement. Don't always pay attention to panel data. Our game Falling God emphasizes authenticity. So sometimes, what is really important and worth our deep thought is the descriptions that we cared least about before. What is a description? It means that the game system tells you what this thing is, what its background and origin are. Most players just glance over it. What they really care about is the actual effect and attribute strength. The system introduction of the original stone says that this is a stone that can intertwine fate and connect each other's dreams. Then, I don't know if you have noticed that in the description of all the monsters we opened with our original stones, there is always such a line. As he said, Luochen signaled everyone to read it carefully again. Soon, the players were surprised. Because it was true. Note 1. They suffered a lot from the abyss in their lives. Even after they were reborn. The hatred for the abyss imprinted in the depths of their souls has never dissipated. At that time, everyone was paying attention to who opened a rare monster with the original stone. Who was lucky enough to summon the Earth Silver Wolf. And what the level and attributes of the monster they opened were. How could a player care about such an insignificant note? Even if someone really noticed it. Like Luochen, he regretted not thinking deeply about it, but just glanced over it and put it behind his mind. But now it seems, the real clue given by the game is hidden in such an inconspicuous description. Everyone knows that according to the current game plot, it is very likely that the entire Terror Claw Forest has fallen into the hands of the Abyss. And the Abyss will pollute all the monsters in it into unrecognizable monsters. Then, Vivian, as far as we can see, should be the most important NPC in the plot to fight against the power of the Abyss. Similarly, she is also a summoner. So I guess that the raw stones in our hands are actually monsters from the Terror Claw Forest. But Vivian freed their souls from the Abyss, and put them into these raw stones. The more Luochen spoke, the more fluent his speech became, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. He seemed to have opened up a new world, and excitedly continued to explain to the players in Qian Town. So, this Wolf King is also the same. Its tribe was destroyed by the fallen Abyss. This can be seen from the fact that everyone can summon other Earth Silver Wolves from the original stone. Therefore, it must have the deepest hatred and obsession with the fallen Abyss. If we use the dream in the introduction of the original stone, the dream of this Wolf King must be to rebuild the tribe and then destroy the fallen Abyss. So, finally, Luochen had to say the final conclusion. And he couldn't help but raise his voice. In my opinion, this Wolf King can't be summoned by summoning at all, but must meet two hidden conditions. That is, the Wolf King's dream. First, We need to buy all the original stones in Vivian's store so that all the silver wolves can be reborn. And the second one is, the function of the original stone is to connect dreams among all the players who have bought the original stone. Whoever kills the most creatures of the fallen abyss and satisfies the Wolf King's dream of revenge on the fallen abyss will be recognized by the Wolf King. I think, if Changlu Manman says that he ranks second in the number of monsters killed in the fallen abyss, then no one present dares to say that they are the first. Right? Luochen looked at the players in the square of Qian Town. The players who had been shouting about bugs and cheats before all lowered their heads subconsciously. Indeed, didn't they laugh at Changlu Manman because he bought the most original stones, and was stubborn and refused to accept his fate, and kept killing monsters of the fallen abyss to accumulate experience points just to buy more original stones? On the other hand, Changlu Manman's eyes became brighter and brighter. After Luochen finished speaking, he was trembling with excitement. So that's how it is. It turned out that he got the recognition of the Wolf King by accident. This is not a miracle at all. This is what he got by his persistence and hard work. But soon, Changlu Manman's excitement and happiness disappeared quickly, replaced by a sense of sadness and determination. He stroked the Snow-White Wolf King beside him again. But this time, Changlu Manman no longer paid attention to the physique, strength, or attributes. After Luo Chen's explanation, he seemed to have empathy with the Wolf King. He could imagine the despair, hatred, and anger that would come if his family, friends, and everything he cherished were destroyed by others. Don't worry. After taking a deep breath, Changleman patted the Wolf King on the back like a good brother, with determination in his eyes. He said seriously, "From now on, you don't have to bear such a heavy burden alone. Because I am here. I will definitely help you become stronger and stronger. Then the two of us will do it together. Destroy the abyss. I will call you Revenge, and add my name to remind you that the road to revenge is long. But no matter how long the road is, I will accompany you. Revenge." The moment Changleman named the Wolf King, the Earth Wolf King stopped lying down and stood up. It nudged Changleman with its head and put Changleman on its back, as if it was only after this moment that the Wolf King truly recognized its summoner. Also, the companion who will accompany it for life. Awoo! Under the dark night, the Snow-White Wolf King howled to the sky, and all the other Silver Wolves also howled with their king. At this moment, not only Changleman, but also many players, who are also summoners, were touched by the atmosphere. They understood that the summoned beasts around them were not a set of data, but real creatures with feelings and obsessions. Let's go! I won't sleep tonight. I'm going to kill Diyuan all night. Go. Go. Go! Woo! Don't cry, Wolf baby. You have suffered such a great injustice. Mommy will avenge you now. Kill! Beside the campfire not far away, the little wolf cub lazily lying on Shirley's fleshy belly felt Shirley's soft wolf body and twisted restlessly. Liao Zixuan could feel the admiration and respect from the look in the eyes of this little female wolf, turning her head to look at him. In Shirley's beautiful wolf eyes, it seemed that there were little stars in the shape of "Is this also in your plan?" To be honest, it was beyond Liao Zixuan's expectation that such an impact could be caused. He was surprised that a high-level player like Luochen could figure out his thoughts from the little details. And he was also very pleased with Changleman's performance. He did not make a mistake in choosing him. And he also found a good home for the Wolf King. But the only troublesome thing is, now it is a closed beta test, and the players will leave in less than 10 days. For the time being, if Liao Zixuan's memory is correct, the players will have their hardware such as level equipment and props deleted, although the software such as professions will be retained. Liao Zixuan is really not sure whether the summoned beasts are among them. That's all. At worst, I can help them later. Originally, Liao Zixuan wanted to rely on bugs, and after the players disappeared, these summoned beasts would become similar to him, between players and natives. Then, when that time comes, Shirley will recruit these silver wolves and turn them into a powerful force hidden in the dark that can surprise everyone. But if there are really players who can establish a deep relationship with these wolves and try their best to preserve the bond between them, then Liao Zixuan doesn't mind doing a favor to help them. As for those players who don't try hard to keep their summoned beasts, I'm sorry. When Liao Zixuan was thinking about these things, suddenly, a pair of small hands came up to him. It was Vivian. The little girl seemed to have some feelings for the players in the square. although she was stupid and didn't understand anything. After all, she was just a little village girl. But this did not prevent Vivian from being proud of Xiao Hei. But soon, the girl became distressed again. She also stroked the little wolf cub like a long road. Then Vivian leaned over to Liao Zixuan's ear and asked quietly and tentatively, Xiao Hei, do you have any dreams? I will definitely help you realize them, and accompany you to the end. The little girl mustered up her courage and determination when she said this. She sincerely wanted to help Xiao Hei fulfill his dream. What a pity. Liao Zixuan rolled his eyes at Vivian. My dream? My dream is to raise you, a silly girl, into a legendary witch who is famous all over the world. Seeing that Xiao Hei ignored her, Vivian still didn't give up. She used her ultimate move and shook the little wolf cub's body in a coquettish tone. Tell me, Xiao Hei, you must have a dream too. I really want to know. What if I can help? But Liao Zixuan was of course indifferent. Nonsense. You can definitely help. However, if he really said it, let alone Vivian, the second personality of I like myself in the girl's mental space would definitely rush out on the spot and beat this evil-minded black-hearted little wolf cub to death. So, I won't say it. I want to play and slowly develop. Just when Liao Zixuan decided to turn over Vivian, who was still full of curiosity and determined to explore her dreams, and threw her behind his back. The little wolf cub suddenly stood up from Shirley's soft belly and looked towards the kitchen where Vivian had been before. Because I only saw, in the pitch-black night, Liao Zixuan could clearly see a figure, looking around cunningly, and then when he saw that no one was paying attention, he ran into the kitchen. Chapter 73 Miss Vivian also wants to summon. Big Earth Dog carefully closed the kitchen door. Then, after quickly looking around the kitchen, his eyes finally seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly brightened up, and ran over with excitement, after hearing what the high-level player named Luochen in the square said. Like many players, Big Earth Dog also had an epiphany. However, his epiphany was different from that of other players. Big Earth Dog fully understood the sentence "Don't treat Falling God as a game, but as a real world." Then, the meat soup that Vivian had made before must have been made in the kitchen. Since so much has been done, will there be some leftovers in the kitchen? As soon as he thought of this, Datugo slapped his head and marveled at his own genius. So he took advantage of the chaos when the players were all going to stay up late to kill monsters and rush to the Claw Forest, and bypassed the guards and finally slipped into the kitchen. Well, in fact, there was no guard guarding the kitchen. After all, no one would have thought that there would be thieves stealing things in the kitchen. But for the players, especially for the summoner players, Vivian's carefully prepared meat soup, this item is definitely what everyone wants the most. Some people even spend a lot of money in real life just to buy a bowl. For no other reason. Just to get a little bit of the aura of the goddess of luck. And the ancestor grandmother blesses them to summon powerful monsters. Big Earth Dog is no exception. By the way, when Liao Zixuan's original stone was promoted, it significantly increased the probability of summoner players to produce elite monsters. And even rare monsters. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And the summoner profession completely overwhelmed other professions, especially the warriors who had significant combat power in the early stage. Just ask, after you level up for a long time, you find that you are not as strong as other summoners' babies. Who can bear it? Big Earth Dog couldn't bear it anyway. So he gave up the glory of the warrior. Instead, he chose to give up his original job and start over. He also changed his job from Vivian to become a glorious summoner. Moreover, he used the last bit of experience points he squeezed out to buy a raw stone. Whether he can turn things around depends on this one move. Datugo was excited. According to the summary of the players, after drinking Vivian's meat soup, the probability of summoning elite monsters will increase dramatically. Which is why Datugo sneaked into the kitchen. Meat soup. Sure enough, there was still a pot left. It seemed that this pot of meat soup had only been touched a little, and then it was put in the innermost corner. If Datugo hadn't been sharp-eyed, he really wouldn't have found it. What does this mean? It means that he made the right bet. Look at how hidden it is. Afraid that it will be found by others. If this is not called a hidden item, then what is it? As expected, this game Falling God is full of hidden rewards. Just waiting for the interested person to find it. And he, the big dog, is the second interested person. The first one is the long road. But the big dog doesn't look down on the long road. After all, the former is a pure accident. But he is inferred by wisdom. It's clear at a glance which one is higher, and which one is lower. It's a pity. The big dog didn't know that at this moment. His every move was seen by the little wolf cub and Vivian, who were secretly observing. That's it. Seeing that the big dog was about to hide the meat soup that she had specially hidden for fear that someone would drink it, Vivian opened the lid of the pot and filled a large bowl with it. The little girl couldn't bear it and wanted to speak out to stop him. But at this time, the little wolf cub blocked Vivian's mouth and shook his head at the little girl with a look of amusement. Xiao Hei, how could you do this? You are so bad, the girl said quietly in a low voice, and poked the little wolf cub's belly. Then, Vivian and Liao Zixuan watched it with relish and expectation. On the other side, after the big dog opened the lid of the pot, he hesitated, because this pot of meat soup seemed to be different from the one Vivian had sent them before, both in terms of smell and appearance. So, the two go carefully read the item information panel provided by the game system several times. Vivian's meat soup. Quality, rare. Description, Vivian's first attempt. Perhaps the only one in the world. There will never be a second pot of meat soup. Effect? Note 1, after Vivian's personal cooking, drinking it may give you a bit of a girl scent. I only saw that the item name was missing the 4 words meticulously prepared. And there were 3 question marks in the effect column, indicating an unknown effect. The rest was a real surprise to Big Earth Dog. It was even rarer than the rare grade. Then look at the description. It was unique in the world. There would never be another one. My God. After Luo Chen's teaching, Big Earth Dog now pays more attention to these descriptions. This time, I might have a great opportunity. Humph. Earth Wolf King. So what if it is a Lord-level monster? After drinking this bowl of rare Vivian's meat soup, I will definitely summon a Lord-level monster. Those who believe in Vivian will get a Lord. Big Earth Dog lowered his voice and shouted the slogan that is becoming more and more popular among the summoner players in Qian Town. Then, under Liao Zixuan's gaze at the warrior, and under Vivian's hesitant look, the big dog actually drank a whole bowl in one breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. What? Can anyone hold on for a 3rd second under that kind of dark food? Unfortunately, the big dog couldn't hold on. Before the little wolf cub could count to 3 in his mind, the big dog seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. He vomited everything he had swallowed with a wow, and then coughed violently, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Ding. Because you have eaten unknown food, your health value is minus 90%, and you lose 1% of your maximum health value per second. You have entered a dying state. Please treat it in time. The dying big dog was unwilling to give up. With his last hope and his last bit of strength, he clicked the summoning button with his only last piece of raw stone. Then, swish, the light of the summoning array flickered in the dark kitchen. Then, it was gone. Yes, you read it right. It can be said that it was even more outrageous than the long journey to summon sheep and animals before. The big dog actually failed to summon. He was furious. It might have bled to death. The big dog's body turned into a burst of white light and disappeared in the kitchen. Liao Zixuan. Vivian. Second personality. Well, Vivian, are you interested in letting the other you show your cooking skills again? I don't mean anything else. I just want to give the monsters in the abyss a meal. Instantly, the temperature in the kitchen seemed to drop several degrees. Okay. Xiao Hei. Everyone has something they are not good at. Speaking of which, Vivian walked to the place where the big dog had cast the summoning magic. The little girl hesitated. Then, as if she could not suppress her curiosity, she said to the little wolf in her arms in a negotiating tone, Xiao Hei, you see, I am a summoner, but I have never used summoning magic. Vivian looked aggrieved. This is the truth. The thoughtful little girl was afraid that Xiao Hei would be jealous, so she never summoned other monsters. However, she really wanted to do it. So, can I try it once? Just once. I promise. Vivian clasped her hands together, begging for the consent of her little wolf. Liao Zixuan was a little angry at first. What do you mean? Having me is not enough. Vivian is too greedy. But he changed his mind quickly. That's all. As the saying goes, everything must be compared. Let Vivian use the lowest level summoning magic, and try it once. After summoning some garbage monsters, like cats and dogs, the girl can more deeply understand how precious I am. What? What if Vivian summons another monster that is more powerful than you? Uh-huh. What a joke. Let's not even mention whether Vivian has this ability. Even if she is a little bit lucky. The highest level of monsters is the taboo level. And there is no higher level. Liao Zixuan is already invincible. Even if the requirements are lowered a bit. There is only one person left in the Great Flame domain who can be equal to him, and is at the forbidden level. What? If Vivian can summon the bird phoenix here, he, Liao Zixuan, will write his name backwards from now on. Come on. Let's give it a try. The little wolf cub was not panicked at all, and agreed to Vivian with a calm heart. After the girl got the little wolf cub's consent, her face immediately showed excitement. Vivian rubbed her hands nervously. Then I will. Let's start. Chapter 74 Archbishop Maggie. Fire Code City. Emergency meeting room. Bang! Harvey, the commander-in-chief of the Knights, slammed the table angrily, causing the candlelight on the stage to tremble. Is this the mage army you promised me? Harvey pointed at the young men in robes, who were all young and confused, and probably didn't even know what they were going to do next. Then, Harvey shouted at Greco, one of the 3 archbishops of the Vulcan cult, who was also sitting in the meeting room. Are they all magic apprentices, who are not even at the first level? Do you expect me to rely on them to save the crisis of Red Flame Town and fight against the evil forces of the Claw Forest? Facing the burly commander who rebuked him, Bishop Greco was not moved at all, and even took a sip of the black tea on the table. Master Harvey, this is the greatest assistance that our Vulcan Church can give to the Knights. Our other mages are at a critical juncture in their training. Even as a bishop, I am not qualified to order them to give up the opportunity to break through themselves and turn around and set off with you. After Bishop Greco's calm tone, Harvey stood up directly. I ask you, is it more important to study your broken magic or to protect the people in the flame domain? Have you all forgotten the teachings of the god of fire? Both are equally important, Lord Harvey. Besides, the fire god statue didn't react at all, which means that this crisis may not be as serious as you described. I think you and your soldiers are enough to deal with it, and there is no need for the fire god church to intervene. Seeing that Harvey was about to continue arguing with him, Greco smiled and said first, Lord Harvey, I think if your best friend, Archbishop Maggie, could come out of her training, she would definitely make the same decision as me. Right? When the other party mentioned Archbishop Maggie, Harvey was like being hit in the sore spot and was instantly speechless. Greco's meaning was very clear. Even the highest authority of the fire god cult, your former lover, Archbishop Maggie, has been taking the lead in seclusion and cultivation, and has not been concerned with worldly affairs for several years. This in itself more or less symbolizes the attitude of the fire god cult as a whole. Harvey sat back in his seat in dejection. He clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he lowered his head and remained silent, unable to say anything. However, just as Harvey was about to turn around and leave the meeting room, suddenly, a strong pressure swept across the entire hall. What? Feeling this breath, Bishop Greco's face changed instantly. The mocking expression he had originally shown to Harvey's lonely back disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the burly commander was stunned for a moment, as if it was too hard to imagine and a little bit unbelievable. But then, Greco, go to the confinement room and face the wall for a month. A gentle and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in the meeting room. But such a soft voice seemed to carry an unquestionable majesty. Bishop Greco, who had been playing Tai Chi with Harvey before, actually had no intention of refutation at all, and directly agreed with cold sweat. It was not until this time that Harvey finally dared to confirm the owner of the voice. Mamaji, the most powerful knight commander in the Fire Code City, almost burst into tears at this moment. Harvey, come to the Vulcan Tower. I'll be waiting for you up there. After the beautiful female voice finished the last sentence, the strong pressure that had covered the meeting room before also disappeared. I heard that if Maggie came out of confinement, she would make the same choice as you? Harvey, who was excited to go to the Vulcan Tower, did not forget to make a sarcastic remark to Bishop Greco, who was pale in his seat. Before leaving, when Harvey finally left, a deacon standing next to Greco couldn't help but ask fearfully, My Lord Archbishop, what should we do now? Why did Archbishop Maggie suddenly? Huh? What are you panicking about? Bishop Greco gradually recovered from his shock. We did nothing wrong. You know that once we mages use too much magic power, the strange disease in our bodies cannot be suppressed, and the symptoms worsen. Okay. Don't think too much. In my opinion, even Archbishop Maggie's body is probably infected with that strange disease like us. It may be more serious than us, and he got sick earlier. Otherwise, with the Archbishop's temperament, how could he stay in seclusion for so long? Greco's fingers kept tapping on the table in the meeting room. Although he said he was relaxed, his brows were still furrowed. Finally, Greco was ready to get up and leave. But before leaving, he seemed to remember something and reminded him. Let's go back. Oh, by the way, don't fall behind in recruiting foreigners, which I asked you to do while I'm in seclusion. Yes, Bishop Greco. Vulcan Tower. Top floor. When Harvey came here again, the ancient door on the top floor, which had been sealed for several years and burned with blazing flames, had already been opened for him. When Harvey stepped in, the flaming door seemed to sense something and closed inward automatically. TSK. Being a mage is really easy. You don't even have to close the door yourself. Harvey turned around and smacked his lips. After Maggie finally came out of seclusion and took the initiative to see him, the commander of the Knights obviously cleared the haze and became in a particularly good mood, and even had time to joke. Long time no see, Harvey. The pleasant female voice that appeared in the meeting room before rang again. Following the voice, a beautiful woman in gorgeous robes, gentle and elegant, full of mature femininity, walked out of the inner room. It is worth mentioning that on the shoulder of this woman, there was also an equally gorgeous and beautiful fiery red bird. At the other end, Harvey in the main hall saw the woman in the Archbishop's robe coming out, and a few different emotions suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. But he quickly concealed it, and Harvey replied with a dissatisfied tone. Yes, Maggie. It's been a long time since we last met. It's been so long that I almost can't remember what you look like. Just like many old lovers who have been apart for a long time. When they meet again, there will always be a little awkwardness, as if they feel that they have said too much before. In order to ease the atmosphere, Harvey scratched his head and found a random topic. Why, after being in seclusion for so long, you have developed a hobby of raising birds? It was just an awkward chat. What Harvey didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, the fiery red bird standing on Maggie's shoulder seemed to really understand and immediately got angry. Before Harvey could react, the bird opened its beak slightly, and then a wave of heat rushed over. When he came to his senses again, he felt a chill on his head, as if something was missing. Sinyan, stop it. It's not easy for Harvey to grow more hair at this age, Maggie said softly to the fiery red bird on her shoulder. It was not difficult to hear the teasing in it, as if she was taking revenge for Harvey's bullying at the beginning. After hearing this, the magical fiery red bird seemed very reluctant, but still obediently spit out another burst of flames. However, this time, the flames did not hurt Harvey at all. Instead, it miraculously made Harvey's bald head grow black hair again and return to its original state. This little Maggie, this monster is quite powerful. Harvey almost said the word bird again, but for the sake of his hair, he quickly changed his words. On the other hand, the bird monster raised its little bird head high, as if it was disdainful of Harvey's praise, but its stretched wings still revealed its inner pride. After this, the atmosphere was no longer awkward, and both Harvey and Maggie regained their previous feelings. After they smiled at each other, Harvey finally couldn't help his inner emotions. Maggie, it's great to see you again. Unfortunately, Harvey took a step forward to hug Maggie, but Maggie took a small step back and cleverly avoided it. Okay, I have limited time to wake up. Let's talk about business first. Maggie didn't give Harvey a chance to ask what limited time to wake up meant. She stretched out her hand to grab the void, and then a stone engraved with rune patterns appeared in Maggie's hand. I already know about the Claw Forest. You did the right thing. This evil force is extraordinary. If it is not handled properly, it may threaten the entire Fire Code City. But you don't have to worry, and you don't have to call up the troops, because I will do it myself. When Harvey first heard that he should not call up the troops, he frowned, but when Maggie finally said that she would do it herself, he suddenly showed a surprised expression, and seemed to relax a lot. Really? Is it so serious that you need to do it? You have to know that Maggie is a truly extraordinary 4th level peak mage, and can temporarily borrow the power of the God of Fire to reach the terrifying 5th level, or even the 6th level. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the guardian of the entire Fire Code City. Facing Harvey's question, Maggie shook her head and said nothing more. She just handed the stone in her hand to Harvey. Take this teleportation stone. Teleportation stone? Harvey played with it in his hand with curiosity. I will ask the magician of the god of fire to teleport you to Qian Town. Then, you will give this stone to Demir and let him activate it with his magic power. The function of this teleportation stone is to connect Qian Town with me. Once the stone is activated, I can use it as a coordinate to open a large teleportation gate to Huidian City in Qian Town. Using the teleportation gate, you can easily evacuate all the people who are taking refuge in Qian Town and transfer them to the outside of Huidian City in an instant. Finally, after everyone has left, I will close the portal and personally descend to the Claw Forest, borrow the power of the God of Fire, cast super-level magic, and completely burn all the evil in the forest. As Maggie gradually finished her plan, Harvey's eyes became brighter and brighter. Even at the end, the Knight's commander couldn't help but slap his thigh. I'll do it right away. Sometimes, although I don't like you mages, I have to admit that with the help of magic, it is indeed much easier to solve problems. Originally, Harvey's plan was to gather troops and split them into two. One to protect the refugees and retreat, and the other to stop the evil forces and fight a protracted war. But now Maggie's plan is equivalent to driving a transport plane to transport all her people away, and then dropping a nuclear bomb in it. Simple, brainless, and violent. Technology changes life. Oh no! It's magic that changes life. Harvey resisted the urge to chat with Maggie for a while longer, and after confirming some details, he immediately left the Vulcan Tower to make preparations. When Harvey left, Archbishop Maggie was the only one left on the top floor of the Vulcan Tower. The beautiful woman who was relaxed, dignified and generous before, suddenly seemed to be unable to hold it back. Her body swayed, and she covered her mouth and coughed violently. When the hand was removed from the lips, some black particles could be seen in Maggie's palm, which was in sharp contrast to Maggie's white jade skin. They disappeared instantly after contacting the air. Aunt Alice? Are you okay? A second clear young female voice suddenly sounded in the room. The fiery red bird that stood on Archbishop Maggie's shoulder before, after Harvey left, suddenly became blurred, removed its disguise, and turned into a beautiful phoenix that seemed to be burning with flames. The phoenix immediately showed anxiety when it saw that Archbishop Maggie's body was abnormal. It shook again and turned into a 15 or 16-year-old beautiful girl with long red hair, and quickly supported Maggie. It's okay, Sinyan. It's better to say that this time, thanks to you, I was able to wake up at the critical moment. Maggie shook her head, and then quietly put her hands, which had been covered with black particles, and coughed, behind her back. So, have you figured out what the summoning you felt was? No, but I can be sure that the summoning feeling is not far from me. Right in the Red Flame Town where you talked before. Red Flame Town? Maggie seemed to be in a strange state after the girl's words, and she didn't know what she was thinking. So, Aunt Alice, I also want to go to Red Flame Town, the girl said to Maggie firmly. Okay, but you must be careful, and don't look at people with your true form. You know, if people discover the appearance of a forbidden monster. Before Maggie finished her words, the red-haired girl pouted and replied confidently, Don't worry, Aunt Alice. I have entered the growth period after all. I promise that I will go there in this human form, and will never cause trouble for Aunt Alice. No one will recognize me. It's just that compared to me, I am more worried about you. Aunt Alice, if you don't have my treatment, your illness will. Maggie waved her hand and interrupted the red-haired girl directly. Don't worry. Finally, after getting Maggie's reply, the red-haired girl left the Vulcan Tower with curiosity and expectation for Qian Town. At this moment, Archbishop Maggie was the only one left. I must finish the engraving of the portal array quickly, Maggie muttered to herself in the room. Concentrate. Just like before. Maggie didn't know that when she said this, a flash of black flashed from the depths of her eyes. Then, Maggie's whole body instantly surged with terrifying magic power, and the powerful airflow blew the Archbishop's robe faintly, showing the contours of her body. A complex and profound teleportation array gradually took shape under Maggie's little-by-little engraving. After completing the imprint of the last magic rune, Maggie seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and fell to the ground with a bang. However, the matter was far from over, because from Maggie's graceful body, from Maggie's flawless white back, Countless black particles began to gather, and finally condensed into a pair of pitch-black hands. Then, the pair of pitch-black hands extending from Maggie's back actually began to control Maggie's unconscious body. It began to control Maggie, and added some additional strange patterns to the portal array she had just carved. Chapter 75 Absurd Thoughts That Make People Think Deeply. This. Vivian looked at the light that lit up, and then went out after she cast the summoning magic, and the still empty summoning array. The little girl was immediately confused. Did it fail? The girl quickly reacted, looking a little depressed. She said she was not panicking at all. But when Vivian really started to summon, she was still a little wolf cub who was panicking. Now, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least Liao Zixuan's name was saved, and he didn't have to be Xianzi Liao anymore. It seems that Xianzi Liao is surprisingly nice? Having said that, it seems that even Vivian, who is known as the daughter of luck, has her moments of failure, which makes Liao Zixuan, who was always unlucky in his previous life, feel particularly comfortable. This feeling is like seeing a roommate who is always good at playing cards and barking dogs suddenly draw a card and sink the ship. In short, although he was secretly happy in his heart, the little wolf cub still had to pretend to be very sorry on the surface, and simply comforted the little girl, saying something like, "Don't be sad. This time it was just an accident. You have me enough," etc. But Vivian did adjust her mood quickly. Just as Liao Zixuan said, the little girl had her little wolf cub, and she didn't care about other summoned beasts. Just as they were about to leave the kitchen and return, suddenly, the kitchen door was pushed open again. And then, a figure in a hurry flashed in. "Vivian, I finally found you. What are you doing in the kitchen so late at night?" Demir complained to the little girl breathlessly. Soon, before Vivian could speak, Demir hurriedly took the girl out. "Come with me quickly. There is news from Huidian City. Uncle Harvey came here in person." Harvey, do you remember what I mentioned to you? He is the warrior leader and commander of our Huidian City Knights. Demir led the way and explained to Vivian. The little wolf cub held in the girl's arms. Liao Zixuan also perked up instantly at this time. Huidian City. Is there finally any movement? Liao Zixuan could easily judge from Demir's face, which was full of joy, that it should be good news. At least, it could solve the current predicament of Qian Town. However, due to the experience of the game plot in the previous life, Liao Zixuan knew that Huidian City had actually been infiltrated by the Fallen Abyss, and there were countless traitors. So he remained vigilant. That's it. After a while, everyone came to the guard camp in Qian Town. When he saw the people inside, the little wolf cub immediately narrowed his eyes, and showed an expression of as expected. Here, the Mayor Thorin and another man, wearing knight armor, tall and burly, with a small stubble showing the vicissitudes of life, who looked very manly, even Liao Zixuan had to admit, and was as handsome as him. A very handsome middle-aged uncle. The two were discussing something enthusiastically. It was not until Demir brought Vivian into the house that the two turned their eyes. Yo! Harvey, who was in a good mood, whistled first, and then looked at Vivian with great curiosity. He seemed to be amazed that there was actually a girl who could make Demir, a wooden man with only magic in his mind, think differently. Hello. My name is Harvey, and I am the current commander of the Knights of the Fire Code. Hello. My name is... Although Demir had told her in advance, when such a big man from the Fire Code City stood in front of her and greeted her very enthusiastically, Vivian suddenly became extremely nervous and a little uneasy. Fortunately, Harvey laughed when he saw this, and then patted Vivian's shoulder in admiration. You don't need to say anything. I have heard of your great name from Thorin and Demir a long time ago. Vivian, on behalf of the entire Knights, I sincerely thank you for your contribution to Qian Town and the surrounding villages. After Harvey finished speaking, the commander actually gave a knight's salute to Vivian, who was half a head shorter than him, and still looked like she hadn't recovered from her shock. No, nothing. This is all me. I should do it. Vivian couldn't bear such a scene. The little girl was very flattered, and waved her hands quickly. By the way, this little one in your arms. Harvey's old habit came back again, and he liked to chat awkwardly with everyone he met. However, this time, when Harvey was about to say the word puppy, the painful experience with Maggie suddenly flashed through his mind for some reason. Harvey suddenly had PTSD for this combination of one person and one monster. Especially the monster looked very young. He subconsciously touched his almost bald hair and quickly stopped. The little wolf cub in your arms is quite cute. As soon as these words came out, Damir's heart, which had almost stopped beating just now, was slightly relieved. After all, he really understood what the consequences would be if the little wolf in Vivian's arms was unhappy. Vivian also breathed a sigh of relief and patted her flat chest. As for Liao Zixuan, in this regard, the little wolf cub could only say that Harvey saved his hair and eyebrows. Only Harvey was shocked when he saw the performance of the people around him. No way. Another extraordinary monster with a bad temper like Maggie's red-haired bird, who could understand human words. Harvey was immediately glad that he had learned a lesson and escaped. After a brief introduction and greeting, Harvey repeated the plan he had discussed with Archbishop Maggie in the Vulcan Tower to everyone. Finally, he took out the teleportation stone that Maggie gave him and placed it in front of Damir. Damir, how about it? Can you do it? After the young genius wizard used his magic power to sense the teleportation stone, he immediately patted his chest to guarantee it. No problem. You are really worthy of being a teacher. The teacher has engraved all the runes and spells on the stone. The only thing I need to do is to input magic power and activate the magic on it. Once I activate the teleportation stone, the teacher can use it as a medium to communicate with us and establish a portal. At that time, in less than an hour, everyone in Qian Town will be able to retreat safely and move to the vicinity of Wudian City. It's a perfect plan. Damir couldn't help but exclaimed at the end. After hearing Damir's affirmation, Harvey and Mayor Thorin finally felt relieved and smiled. Even Vivian probably understood what was said. And the little girl rubbed the black boy in her arms excitedly. And Liao Zixuan. At first, he was like everyone else in the room. He felt that it was indeed a perfect plan at first glance. But Liao Zixuan's previous vigilance came into play at this time. While others had already started to organize people and prepare to build the portal, he was thinking about it in reverse. If he was the Fallen Abyss, what would he do if he wanted to interfere with this plan? First, was the teleportation stone that Archbishop Maggie gave to Damir actually a big bomb, which directly wiped them out? Liao Zixuan quickly used the game system to throw a detection to check the teleportation stone. Fortunately, he was overthinking it. It was indeed a normal prop, and it did lead to the coordinate Fire Classic City. Then the second possibility. Could it be that when they built the portal, they were only halfway through the transmission, but Archbishop Maggie suddenly stopped? It is indeed possible. Liao Zixuan immediately made a defense plan. And when the portal was built, he must let the little girl in as soon as possible. As for the third, well, Liao Zixuan couldn't think of any third one for the time being. Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to the little wolf cub's mind. And an absurd idea that made people think about it carefully appeared. Liao Zixuan had been thinking about what would happen if the portal was suddenly interrupted or could not be established. But, if the portal was not only successfully established, but also could not be interrupted, then what would happen? Chapter 76 Dead Chess and Breaking the Game. The answer is obvious. Because there is no identity verification in the portal. I and others can be transferred directly to the City of Fire Classic through the portal. And the countless creatures of the Fallen Abyss in the Forest of Terror Claws in the Fallen Abyss base camp can also do the same. Once the portal cannot be stopped, then, after they leave, all the creatures of the Fallen Abyss will follow them, using Qian Town as a springboard. And they don't need to travel long distances to directly attack their base camp. Fire Classic City. Liao Zixuan gradually cleared the fog and sorted out his thoughts. The little wolf cub took a breath of cold air in Vivian's arms. So, if the portal is not interrupted, it is much worse than if it is interrupted in advance. The former is the worst, and only sells out the people in Qian Town. But the latter? That is to completely expose the entire Fire Classic City, the core city of the entire Flame Domain, to the claws of the Fallen Abyss. Can the God of Fire do such a thing? It seems that he can do it. To be precise, under the influence of the will of the Fallen Abyss, the God of Fire unconsciously did this operation to harm his own people. Well, Uncle Harvey, Mayor Thorin, I have a suggestion. In fact, compared to me, I think Vivian is more suitable to be the activator of this teleportation stone. Don't be fooled by her inconspicuous appearance. In fact, even I have to admit that Vivian's magic power is much purer than mine. And her talent in performing magic is far stronger than mine. Just when Liao Zixuan was still frowning, thinking about how likely his guess was. Who would have thought that Demir would suddenly mention the little girl again at this time? This Harvey and Mayor Thorin were a little hesitant at first. The two looked at each other. Building a portal is a very important and critical matter. And there must be no mistakes. Demir and the others know each other well, and can be trusted. But Vivian. But then? Demir's next sentence made the two of them brighten their eyes, and were extremely moved. Trust me, Uncle Harvey. If Vivian takes my place, the entire portal can be built half as fast. Half as fast. Harvey and Mayor Thorin's hearts raced when they heard this. What does this mean? Of course, the two of them hope that the portal can be activated as soon as possible. After all, the current Red Flame town is under the threat of the abyss at all times. Although it seems that it can hold on for a long time now. They can vaguely feel that this is because the real source of these evil forces in the depths of the Claw Forest has not yet awakened. So, Harvey and Thorin no longer hesitated and decided to trust Demir and the little girl and bet on this wave. Vivian, can I give it to you? As Demir's last words fell. Instantly, 3 pairs of expectant eyes in the room shot towards the girl. Vivian was also a little excited and clenched her hands. The girl was one of those who would definitely agree without hesitation if others sincerely asked her, or if her power could help everyone. Liao Zixuan knew Vivian too well about this. So, when Vivian was about to say I can and agree, the little wolf cub immediately used the unique telepathy between him and the girl to forcibly intervene. Don't agree. 3 simple and straightforward words. This caused Vivian's speech to pause. But soon after, the girl adjusted herself and responded quickly, continuing, I think, such an important task. I'm afraid The little girl lowered her head, clutched both sides of her clothes with both hands, showing an unconfident look, using this way to express her refusal. Although Vivian had many doubts in her heart, there was one thing that would never change. That is, the girl's unconditional trust in her little wolf cub. Vivian always believed that Xiao He would never hurt her, and he must have his reasons for stopping her like this. On the other side, seeing Vivian's appearance, Demir immediately wanted to persuade the girl anxiously. But Harvey stopped him at this time. Although the expression of the Knights of Fire City did not change much, his eyes still showed deep disappointment. However, he did not blame Vivian too much. After all, as Vivian said, not everyone can bear the pressure of such an important task. It's okay, Vivian. It's because we were too anxious and didn't think about it. Damir, the task of activating the portal should be done by you. After all, this is also what your mentor Maggie specifically asked me to do. After Harvey finished speaking, Mayor Thorin also saw this and persuaded, Demir, don't force Vivian. Okay. Demir was a little dejected. But seeing that everyone said so, he stopped forcing it. Liao Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke. He would never let Vivian touch such a pit. Because once the girl agreed, if there was a problem with the portal, Vivian would definitely be the first to be held accountable. At present, the little girl who has not yet grown up does not have a strong background like Harvey and Demir, causing such a big disaster. Even if it is finally found that the problem is not with Vivian, she must be used as a scapegoat. At the least, she will be exiled. And at the worst, she will be punished and lose her life. Walking out of the meeting room, everyone started to get busy. Demir hurried to activate the teleportation stone, while Harvey and Mayor Thorin began to gather everyone and tell them about the upcoming teleportation transfer plan, so that everyone could prepare for evacuation before dawn. Except Vivian. In the busy Qian town, the little girl held the little wolf cub and came to an empty corner. Xiao, what happened just now? Vivian asked softly. But Liao Zixuan shook his head and didn't say much to the girl. Because it's no exaggeration to say, it's a dead end now. Even though he knew that there might be something wrong with the teleportation gate, Liao Zixuan couldn't let Vivian stop it. First of all, no one would believe such words coming from the girl's mouth. Secondly, even if he secretly intervened and forcibly stopped Demir from activating the portal, what should they do? What should everyone in Qian Town do? Just become the victim of the Vulcan's traitor? So, Liao Zixuan took a deep breath. Since Du Yuan wants to play a big wave, he will also play a big wave. The direction that has been determined in the overall situation cannot be changed by himself. However, Liao Zixuan can intervene in the process. Or even on the contrary, regard it as an opportunity and use it. Think about it from another perspective. If he is Duyuan, and wants to use the Vulcan's portal to send his minions directly to the city of Whitian, then Duyuan will definitely complete the construction of the portal in Qian Town. In other words, as long as Demir didn't activate the teleportation stone and the portal to Fire Code City wasn't opened. Even if the bone dragon at the source of the fallen abyss in the depths of the forest nest had absorbed Bella's soul, it would never control all the creatures of the fallen abyss to launch a general attack on Qian Town. After all, it was still waiting for the group of people in Qian Town to open the door for it. It would definitely be a loss for them to destroy Qian Town directly. The fallen abyss will as a whole, with an internal information network, like the Zerg, which can quickly share information. If the fallen abyss power in Fire Code City did something, the people in the Claw Forest couldn't be unaware of it. It was definitely a collusion between the two sides. Therefore, the portal became their amulet invisibly, and the opportunity that Liao Zixuan wanted to seize, the breakthrough point from the deadlock, was here. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted to stop Vivian from accepting Demir's request. The portal, of course, should be activated as late as possible. Only in this way could he delay enough time. Or in other words, delay enough time for the players. Chapter 77. The original stone blind box is restocked. Surely, the wolf cub howled softly, and a black and white mutant giant wolf quickly walked out of the shadows. Vivian was startled at first, but after careful identification, she recognized that it was the silver wolf that had been following Xiaohei before. Let's go to the Forest of Terror Claws. Quick! The wolf cub left Vivian in Qian Town, and then turned on Shirley's back. He told Shirley to start walking towards the forest, although Liao Zixuan had thought so much in his mind before. But he needed a piece of evidence to confirm his guess. Don't end up like a bone, fighting wits and courage with the air. That would be funny. As for the evidence, it was also very simple. As long as he arrived at the Forest of Claws, Liao Zixuan could immediately tell whether his guess was correct. Under Liao Zixuan's instructions, the black and white giant wolf turned into a shadow and ran wildly in the wild. Although Shirley's size had increased, it did not affect her speed at all. On the contrary, the silver wolf was originally known for its swiftness. After evolving and mutating into the fallen flame silver wolf, Shirley's attribute values not only increased sharply, but also increased in speed again. She also had a talent that even Liao Zixuan had never thought of. That is, she would not be regarded as an attack target by the fallen abyss creatures. When Shirley finally brought them to the Forest of Claws, the fallen abyss creatures around the forest seemed to turn a blind eye to them, and did not attack them at all as before. This strange talent will definitely be of great use in the future, but Liao Zixuan doesn't need it right now. After the wolf cub jumped off Shirley's back, without Shirley's breath covering it, many creatures in the abyss immediately turned their heads towards him, their scarlet eyes making people shudder in the dark. However, this is exactly what Liao Zixuan wants. Come on! Make up your mind. The wolf cub is not afraid at all. The fear here naturally does not refer to these ordinary creatures in the abyss, but to what Liao Zixuan is going to do next. Roar! After holding his breath, Liao Zixuan no longer appears in the form of a wolf cub, but turns into a pitch-black giant wolf, and howls towards the location of the skull dragon's nest deep in the Forest of Terror Claws. At the same time, Liao Zixuan's soul power was fully activated instantly, and a large area of soul flames descended on the area where he was, purifying and burning the souls of all the creatures in the abyss. Provocation. Naked provocation. Liao Zixuan was sure that the skull dragon would definitely not be able to sense the huge scene he had created, judging from its hatred for him before. Once he appeared again, it would definitely descend on the will of the abyss in an instant and try to destroy him. Just like that. 1 second, 2 seconds, and a full half a minute passed. But nothing happened. Liao Zixuan sighed. He turned back into the form of a little wolf cub, feeling a little heavy in his heart. It's obvious. There is nothing wrong with what I guessed. It's the worst case scenario. The reason why this skull dragon is so patient and indifferent to my behavior is that it is afraid that if it attacks with all its strength, it will cause a ripple effect, causing the whole body of the fallen abyss creatures in the entire Terror Claw Forest to riot, and then directly launch an attack on Qian Town in advance. This skull dragon is waiting for the establishment of the portal, just as Liao Zixuan expected. Before that, it will never attack easily, and it will even intentionally restrict the fallen abyss creatures from wandering around and interfering with Qian Town. Then since you don't take action, I won't be polite. Why was Liao Zixuan so popular before? And why there were only 500 copies of the original stone that was a money-making weapon? It was not that he didn't want to make more, but that this fallen abyss bone dragon was watching him. Before it, he wanted to purify and recycle the souls of the monsters in the forest of Terror Claws. He had to move to another place after each shot. Otherwise the bone dragon would soon target him. But now, the little wolf cub immediately opened fire and began his journey of purifying and collecting monster souls. 100, 500, 1000, there were countless monsters in the forest of Terror Claws, and the original stones condensed by Liao Zixuan were increasing. When the number exceeded 1,000, he could clearly sense the anger coming from the depths of the forest. But the bone dragon was still incapable of rage in the end. It had to endure it, just for the bigger attack later. Finally, after Liao Zixuan worked for almost half a night, he finally collected 1,500 souls and made them all into raw stones. And then he returned to Qian Town. Qian Town. Although it was night at this moment, no one was sleepy. Not only the natives, but also the players. Harvey and Mayor Thorin also explained the portal plan to the strangers. That is, the players, which immediately made all the players excited. This is obviously the main line advancing. And there will be a new plot soon. And it seems that they can go directly to the Fire Classic City they have dreamed of. Just when the players were all so noisy and wanted to join in the fun, Liao Zixuan's arrival gave them another big gift. The original stones that were sold out in a flash, which many players were heartbroken about not getting, have been restocked. And this time, there are 1,500 of them. At the same time, in order to match the sales of the original stone blind box, Liao Zixuan also took advantage of the fact that Vivian had passed the midnight, which was the second day, and restored the full NPC task quota, and issued a new S-level task again. Guard the portal. Task description. The long-awaited support from Huidian City has finally arrived. And now it is only one step away from success. What you need to do is to clear all the fallen creatures around Qian Town before the portal is activated at dawn to ensure the safety of the portal. Mission objective: hunting abyssal creatures. Mission reward: 50,000 experience points. Note 1. This mission is a personal reward pool mission. Every time an abyssal creature is killed, the mission reward will be increased. The upper limit of the reward pool is 100,000 experience points at this time. Liao Zixuan did not hide it, and directly maxed out Vivian's NPC mission reward. He only hoped to take advantage of this absolutely safe time to improve the strength of the players as much as possible, and at the same time, to get the wool back from the players and strengthen himself. But then again, the little wolf cub stood on a high place and looked at the players who, under the stimulation of his mission, turned into liver emperors and began to work hard for him to earn experience. The number of players in Qian Town is increasing every hour, and players from other places in Huidian City are joining in. Originally, Liao Zixuan thought that the number would soon exceed 500. But now, after a rough estimate, it may be just over 300, which is less than 100 more than the original 204. What's going on? Liao Zixuan, who noticed something was wrong, immediately opened the player forum, which was the fastest way for him to understand the dynamics within the player group. And when he browsed for a while, he was almost mad at him, because at such a critical moment, other NPCs actually started to compete with him for people. Chapter 78: Little Phoenix visits Grandview Garden. After reading several posts, Liao Zixuan gradually understood the course of events. The cause came from Qian Town. It stands to reason that at this point in time, the army of players should not have entered the site of the original inhabitants of Fallen God, but due to the fanning of the butterfly wings caused by himself and Vivian. Mayor Suo Lin studied the group of players gathered in Qian Town in advance, and wrote a letter to Huidian City with the information he learned. It was this letter from Mayor Suo Lin that caused the various forces in Huidian City to begin to take a strong interest in strangers. That is, players. Among them, Liao Zixuan roughly concluded that there were 3 forces competing with him for people through discussions among players on the forum and various strategy posts. The first one was the Fire God cult. Since the Fire God was eroded by the Abyss, the Fire God cult suffered the most. Many upper-level mages were unlucky enough to be infected with the Abyss Fire Poison, which was the same disease that Vivian and her brother had before. Unless they were suppressed by purple crystal grass, the magic power in their bodies would be corroded and their strength would be greatly reduced. The Fire God cult, which was seriously injured, was worried about how to replenish its strength. At this time, after learning about the strangeness of the strangers through Mayor Thorne's letter, of course, they immediately recruited them. Then, what Liao Zixuan had been worried about happened. Even though Vivian, under the operation of Little Wolf, had already made a good first impression in the minds of the players, and was considered the most popular NPC, she still couldn't stand the fact that her foundation was too weak and couldn't compare to others' big families and businesses. The temptation that the Fire God cult threw to the players was very huge. First, after joining the Fire God cult, they could get a permit to enter the Fire Classic City. Secondly, after reaching a certain contribution point, they could also switch to the mage profession and browse the rich collection of books in the Fire God cult, and get the opportunity to learn various low-level skills. At the same time, seeing the Fire God cult take action, other forces also heard the news and threw olive branches to the strangers. This brings us to the other two parties mentioned by Liao Zixuan, the nobles who hold the most power in Huidian City. With the help of the nobles, players can join the city guards, get a way to switch to the warrior profession, and get generous extra money rewards every time they complete a task. And the largest underground black force, the treasure-stealing group, which is in charge of all the dark activities in Huidian City. However, compared with the first two, the treasure-stealing group is much more low-key and less attractive to players, because for the time being, apart from providing a way to switch to the thief profession, they have no other obvious benefits. In addition, Liao Zixuan even noticed that there was a high-level player with the ID Biwei Rongrong on the forum, who wrote a special guide post on how players should choose a camp. This Biwei Rongrong compared the three forces with Vivian and made a ranking. He ranked the Fire God cult in the T1 position, Vivi in the T2 position, the Lords and Nobles in the T3 position, and the treasure-stealing group in the T4 position. In this regard, many players questioned Vivian's position on the ranking list. After all, the Qian town where Vivian is located has the most complete career transfer channels. And there are also S-level tasks with terrifying experience rewards. And even the main storyline is here. But the reason given by Biwei Rongrong is that the closed beta will clear all the hardware of the account. That is, the level, props, equipment, etc. But skills can be saved. Therefore, the Fire God cult, which has the fastest way to learn the most skills, naturally ranks above Vivian. According to Biwei Rongrong, everything you get from Vivian is only temporary. If you really want to prepare for the future public beta, you should hurry up and learn more skills from the Fire God cult. After reading the whole strategy, the little wolf cub was so angry. But the key is that the other party's analysis is indeed very good, and there is some truth in it. The reason why the number of players in Qian Town has decreased is that this guide is definitely the main culprit, which has diverted many players who should have joined Vivian. Liao Zixuan gritted his teeth and wrote down the ID of this guy called Biwei Rongrong, and then clicked on the other party's homepage to take a look, and found that he was a specialist in this kind of guide, especially good at character analysis. Biwei Rongrong also made a preview that in the next issue, he will have a column analysis on the NPC Vivian, who was very popular in the internal test. After clicking on each of Biwei Rongrong's guides, the little wolf cub closed the game for him. Alas, Liao Zixuan sighed. He had originally planned to greedily seize the share of all internal test players. But now it seems that it should be impossible. Obviously, after the players gradually became more and more familiar with this world, it was no longer enough for him to attract players with only Vivian. He had to hurry up to help the little girl build her own forces, and then pull more awesome NPCs to work in his own camp. Daniel is actually very good. It's a pity that this guy hasn't grown up yet, and hasn't inherited the heart of the god of fire. He can only be regarded as a spare tire. The little wolf cub secretly calculated and made up his mind. But for now, let's concentrate on this time. Liao Zixuan hasn't finished what he was thinking. But the system panel prompt that he accidentally scanned made the little wolf cub stunned. I saw that just a few minutes ago. There were a few lines of words on Vivian's panel history. You have gained 10 points of favorability from Xinyan. Your relationship with Xinyan has risen to friendly. You have learned the passive skill Immortality, which is automatically triggered when the health is less than 20%, clearing all abnormal states and immediately restoring 50% of your health. You have gained 10 points of favorability from Xinyan. You? What the hell? The little wolf once again moved out of his subway, the old man, and the mobile phone. Xinyan? Then, that forbidden little phoenix that is as famous as him? What the hell? What happened? The loser eats dust. Let's go back a little. Previously, at the request of Archbishop Maggie, Huiyin City and Qian Town established a simple one-way teleportation array, and Harvey came here that way. In addition to the supply team and curious players, there was also a red-haired girl who came from Huiyin City. When Xinyan walked out of the teleportation array, the first feeling was that there were so many people. This is no wonder. Xinyan has been without parents since he was a child. This is the fate of the Phoenix clan, or even all forbidden monsters. From the moment he broke out of the shell, he was a lonely bird sleeping in a nest. The first person Xinyan came into contact with and could talk to was the fire god Alice. At that time, the fire god took her away from the nest and asked her to use her power to help repair her body. Since then, Xinyan has been staying in seclusion on the top floor of the fire god tower with the fire god Alice's incarnation in the human world, Archbishop Maggie. So at this moment, she can come out alone. And everything is very fresh and interesting to Xinyan. Especially the strangers. That is, the players. It was the first time she saw humans who could get along so well with monsters, and even said that they were as close as family, under the influence of the little wolf cub and Vivian. It is no exaggeration to say that more than half of the players in Qian Town are summoners. Therefore, in disguise, all kinds of strange monsters that were opened from the raw stones also followed the players. For a time, it was clearly a human town, but it seemed like being in a sea of monsters, which opened Xinyan's eyes. After all, in Xinyan's impression, even if monsters and humans are not hostile, they are at least not friends. But now, Xinyan looked at several spoof players, imitating the circus, putting their heads into the open bloody mouths of their own monsters. And the monsters looked helpless and looked at the players with caring eyes, like looking at fools, which made Xinyan laugh. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes that after a player summoned a monster cub with good potential, the strength of the cub skyrocketed in just a few seconds, and it turned from a cub into a mature individual in the blink of an eye, which was very impressive. Xinyan was surprised and envious, and she also showed her temper. She took advantage of the players' inattention and made a threatening face to the monster that had just been raised to the maximum level by the players, and was showing off its might and arrogance. Suddenly, the monster immediately wilted and hid behind the player with a whoosh, leaving the player confused and at a loss. At this point, Xinyan seemed to have opened up a new world and found fun. She shuttled through Qian Town, sneaking around to scare the players' monsters from time to time. And then she was very happy to see the monsters trembling and the players' confused faces, and quickly comforted their children. But after a while, the smile on Xinyan's face gradually faded, and she began to walk towards a dark place with few people, full of loneliness. In fact, Xinyan envied these monsters, because at least, they are not alone. Although they are weak, they still have humans who trust them as companions. And herself, the red-haired girl, lowered her eyes. As a taboo monster, the noble bloodline is both a proud honor for Xinyan, but also a heavy shackle. No monster dared to stay by her side, because, as long as the monsters that meet her eyes, just like the summoned beasts of the players before, all will be instinctively terrified due to the difference in bloodline, and just want to escape. She did have a strong power through her blood. But, what is this forbidden power for, compared with what she lost because of it? Is it really worth it? She shook her head. She stopped thinking about these unhappy things, putting all the distracting thoughts behind her. Xinyan did not forget what her real purpose was in coming to Qian Town this time. Her main goal was to find the strange summoning meaning that she had sensed in the dark. Chapter 79. A country made will not encounter a forbidden phoenix. So, the red-haired girl began to get closer and closer to the kitchen. Xinyan could feel that her answer might be in this inconspicuous little house not far away. Puff! Puff puff! Standing at the door of the kitchen, Xinyan's heartbeat began to accelerate violently, and she couldn't stop beating. She thought about many possibilities. For example, maybe there is a second forbidden monster like herself in this world. Or, is there another one of her kind? Although she knew that the probability was very small, it was probably just her wishful thinking. Well, in fact, when Xinyan came to the door of the kitchen, she had already ruled out these options in her heart. After all, which forbidden monster would stay in such a place? But even if there was no hope, Xinyan was unwilling to give up, and had to find out the truth. This was why she was so determined to come to Qian town. Who? Sun Yan took a deep breath. When she exhaled again, the burning breath involuntarily spread from the girl's bright red lips, causing the air temperature around her to rise by several degrees at night. Then, the red-haired girl opened the kitchen door. The first scene that came into view was a country maid in simple clothes, busy in the kitchen, seemingly making a midnight snack. Next, there was nothing. Sun Yan quickly looked around the kitchen. Her powerful perception scanned everything in the kitchen, except for the maid who was cooking, and then saw her push the door, and was surprised. Sun Yan first ruled out that a country maid who was responsible for cooking would be the source of her summoning intention. But the result disappointed her. Nothing. There was nothing in the kitchen that deserved her attention. How could it be? Sun Yan tried again without giving up, and explored every corner. But the result was exactly the same. No matter how stubborn and unwilling she was, she had to face reality. No! Maybe it was not in this room. But around outside? Sun Yan was still trying to comfort herself, just as she pursed her lips in disappointment and was about to turn around and push the door to leave. What Sun Yan didn't expect was that the country maid who had been subconsciously ignored by her suddenly spoke at this moment. That. Vivian hesitated for a long time, and finally called the red-haired girl. Then, the little girl wiped her cooking hands on her apron. Then, Vivian took out a large bowl from the pot of meat soup she had just cooked, ran to Sun Yan, blew it with her mouth, and handed it to her. Are you hungry and want to find something to eat? Come on. You're welcome. My cooking skills are pretty good. Vivian looked at the disappointed red-haired girl in front of her, with a gentle look like an older sister. Then, she suddenly thought of something. And before Sun Yan could come to her senses, she quickly added, remember not to drink too fast. Be careful of the heat. Vivian thought the red-haired girl in front of her was a refugee villager who lost her home due to falling into the abyss. This is no wonder. Although Sun Yan misunderstood the identity of the girl because of Vivian's dress, Vivian was also the same. Sun Yan turned into a human form and didn't care about her clothes at all. In fact, what she was wearing now was no different from Vivian, all of which were the simplest cloth clothes symbolizing the villagers. Sun Yan looked at the meat soup in front of her, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse because she had never been used to eating human food. But somehow, maybe this was the first time someone took the initiative to talk to her. Sun Yan hesitated for a moment, but still took the meat soup and drank it in one gulp. It tastes so bad. These delicious meat soups sought after by players and little wolves are actually very hard to swallow with Sun Yan's taste. But she still gulped them all down in front of Vivian. Cough. Cough. After finishing a large bowl of unpalatable meat soup, Sun Yan couldn't help coughing, which made Vivian next to her hurried over to support her and gently pat her back. While patting, she also had a bit of blame in her tone. I told you to slow down. Why are you so disobedient? Don't be impatient. There is still a lot in the pot. If you still want, I will continue to serve you. No. Thank you. Sun Yan shook her head quickly after hearing this. This bowl was enough for her, and another bowl would be too much. By the way, it was strange. Sun Yan didn't know why she suddenly wanted to talk more with this country maid. Have you found anything strange here? Sun Yan regretted it after saying this. Even she couldn't find it. How could this country maid know? But what surprised Sun Yan was that after hearing her question, which should be very strange, Vivian actually reacted, and subconsciously glanced at a corner of the kitchen. This detail was immediately caught by Sun Yan, which rekindled her extinguished heart. Could there really be something hidden that even she couldn't find? Sun Yan quickly ran to where Vivian was looking, and found that it was still a pot of meat soup, and it didn't look freshly made, but had been placed for a while. Well, don't drink that. Vivian saw the red-haired girl ran over without saying a word, and was immediately startled and hurriedly stopped her. The little girl had seen the powerful power of this pot of meat soup with the little wolf cub at that time. But unexpectedly, the more Vivian said this, the more curious Sun Yan became. She ignored Vivian's dissuasion and directly scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Seeing this scene, Vivian was dumbfounded. It's bad. It's bad. The little girl panicked immediately, and she immediately blamed herself for throwing away this pot. Another poisonous meat soup she made. However, after the red-haired girl drank it, her expression changed at first, as if she had suffered a severe blow. Then, suddenly, a hot breath full of vitality suddenly burst out from the red-haired girl's body. If Liao Zixuan was present at this moment, he would definitely see that the long blood bar on Sun Yan's head first dropped a large part like an avalanche. And then quickly, as if riding a roller coaster, began to rise rapidly, and cleared not only the debuff brought by the meat soup, but also the whole body. And all the negative states were swept away. The force was so strong that the red-haired girl's whole body softened, as if she had enjoyed a hot spring bath. And she moaned in extreme comfort as if she had been reborn. The whole process actually happened in the blink of an eye. When Sun Yan opened her eyes again, her expression when she looked at the pot of strange meat soup had completely changed. It was an extremely hot look, as if she had discovered some peerless delicacy. How could there be such delicious human food in this world? Chapter 80. You, are you not afraid of me? You? Vivian looked at the red-haired girl opposite with a stunned look. What's wrong? At first, Sun Yan was very puzzled by Vivian's appearance. But when she recalled it, Sun Yan vaguely remembered that it seemed that the country-maid had yelled at her not to drink the meat soup a second ago. It was as if she suddenly realized something. It's bad. Sun Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even the monsters that made her dislike human food so much could find it so delicious and even enjoyable. There is no doubt that this meat soup must be extremely rare and precious. And she, without the consent of others, took such a precious thing without authorization, which was really unacceptable. As if she was a robber. Yes, I'm sorry, but I just drank a small sip. It shouldn't matter, right? Xian apologized with a guilty tone. The red-haired girl lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Vivian's gaze. At this moment, Xian imagined many possibilities in his mind, such as the other party would blame him and ask him for compensation. Or even more cruel, treating him as an insatiable thief and directly calling for guards. However, Xian only thought of the following possibility. She waited for a long time, but did not get a response from the country-maid opposite. Instead, she suddenly felt a strange touch. Vivian approached Sun Yan anxiously, and touched the red-haired girl's body left and right, especially the lower abdomen where she had eaten the meat soup. The little girl looked worried. What are you doing? Sun Yan was stunned for a second, because this was the first time she was touched by someone else, and her brain could not react at all. But soon, the red-haired girl jumped back instantly, crossed her arms around her chest, and looked at Vivian with an extremely defensive look. Are you really okay? Eating that kind of thing? Although Sun Yan seemed to be alive and kicking at the moment, Vivian was still very worried. What do you mean by that? You make me feel like I've taken some poison. Xian asked back immediately, confused. That's poison. Vivian wanted to say this, but her previous performance had already caused a strong protest from the second personality in the mental space. So the little girl moved her lips slightly in order to take care of the feelings of her other self, but still didn't say it. No, it's okay. Since you like it, it was just a casual remark. But what scared Vivian was that the red-haired girl, who was still 8 feet away from her and looked wary of her, suddenly lit up after she said this, and came closer in an instant. Really? Can I have another bite? Just one. Sun Yan raised a white finger, afraid that Vivian would not believe her, and promised solemnly. She seemed to have forgotten that Vivian was still touching her just now, or to let her taste the unique delicacy again, even if Vivian touched her a few more times. So what? On the other side, of course, it doesn't matter if you eat a few more bites. Seeing that the red-haired girl didn't seem to be lying, and that she didn't have any discomfort after so long, she nodded. Even the little girl showed a very happy expression on her face, and added, it's best to finish all of these. It was definitely because her cooking skills were recognized by others, not because someone finally managed to get rid of the meat soup. However, Vivian found that her last sentence was a bit redundant, because after getting her permission, the red-haired girl in front of her, like a starving ghost, started to pick up the big pot and pour it into her mouth without caring about her image. Really just one mouthful. Eat a whole pot in one mouthful. Slow down. Slow down. Don't choke. Seeing the red-haired girl wolfing down the food, Vivian stretched out her little hand involuntarily and began to stroke the girl's back. Why does it feel like feeding some small animal? She quickly shook her head and threw away this dangerous thought. It must be because she has been taking care of Xiaohei recently, and she has developed inertia. Speaking of which, Xiaohei, maybe this is telepathy. Vivian saw the red-haired girl eating in a fussy way, which was exactly the same as Xiaohei at that time, just as she had an association in her mind. The next moment, The little wolf cub, who was rushing to the little girl, arrived at the kitchen door at this time. Then, by coincidence, Vivian's eyes met Liao Zixuan's. The next second. Swish. I guess even Vivian herself didn't understand it. But the little girl's expression was instantly panicked. This is what is called the brain hasn't reacted yet. But the body moves first. Vivian subconsciously quickly pulled back the hand she had returned to the red-haired girl next to her. You? What are you trying to do with your guilty conscience? Liao Zixuan was speechless when he saw Vivian's panic and embarrassed look. As if she had done something wrong. You don't really think I'll be jealous, do you? Huh? What's wrong? Sinyan, who was enjoying her meal, suddenly felt that the gentle hand that was originally on her back, gently stroking her to help her eat, had disappeared. You know what? Sinyan was a little nostalgic. She even gave up the delicious food in front of her and poked her head out of the pot to see what was wrong with Vivian and why she didn't touch her. As a result, Sinyan only felt a flash in front of her eyes. Then, a dark wolf cub appeared from nowhere and jumped into the arms of the country maid, and then began to look at him with a fierce look. Sinyan read the meaning of it, as if to say, What? What else do you want to do to my Vivian? That? His name is Xiao He, and he is my summoned beast. Fortunately, Vivian spoke up at this time. She was afraid that Xiao He would scare the red-haired girl opposite. So while introducing him, she gently rubbed her cub's belly, which she liked to be touched the most, as if to compensate. Okay, Xiao He, don't be mean to others all the time. Be good. At this moment, Sinyan showed an extremely surprised expression after Vivian's words. At first, she was still surprised that the country maid in front of her, who she had always thought was just responsible for cooking, was actually a summoner. But soon, when Sinyan came back to her senses, the red-haired girl suddenly widened her eyes again, showing an expression that was 100 times more surprised than the previous second that she had mistaken Vivian's identity. You? Sinyan stared straight at Vivian. No, to be precise, stared at the little girl's arms. She almost stuttered for a while, and it was not until 3 or 4 seconds later that she seemed to recover. I saw that Sinyan immediately showed Liao Zixuan the same bared expression as before in the player's summoned beasts, and slightly revealed her forbidden monster aura, trying to scare the little wolf cub. But who knew that the little wolf cub would glare back at Sinyan fiercely? Finally, it was as if something unbelievable was confirmed. Sinyan trembled all over, and she asked the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms, who was still showing a fierce expression to her. In shock, you. Aren't you afraid of me?